Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to TCG University. It's me, Noah, here with...
James.
And
Oliver.
Oh, we both said and. Oliver's got a...
and me.
You already said you.
I know, I just wanted to say and like everyone else.
Oh, got you. And we're doing a first impressions of Opus 20. We're going to start with fire, move on to ice, the standard
I
way.
remember I was going to say and Remy.
Yeah, you'll probably hear him in the background, more than likely. So we're going to kick this off with card number uno, Arden, which we've already seen the spoiler for. Who wants to go with this one? I would, but I want you guys to go first. We're rating these, by the way, on a scale of 1 to 5. 1 being garbage, never used, 5 being really good.
James, I honestly haven't heard your qualms on this card at all because you like to stay spoiler-free, so I think you should be the first one to talk on it.
That's fair.
I'm going to not be the first one to talk on it right now.
Why?
Only because I'm not looking at it. I'm on Patreon. I'm making the post for it. So somebody take it away.
Okay.
I got it. It's fine.
I guess it's up to me. Okay. All right. So this art is actually really cool. Oh, well, shit. That was a noise. This art is really cool. I can see a couple decks playing this card. Just being able to like outvalue by like just playing like really cheap backups and then just breaking them and being able to like play stuff off the top is really sick. So I think I could see it as a 3. Like some people play it, some people won't.
Sorry, I guess I forgot to read Arden. My bad, guys. Arden, 5 CP, 7k forward. When he enters the field, you can put 2 backups you control into the break zone. If you do, turn over 1 card at a time from the top of your deck until 2 characters other than card name Arden are revealed. Play them onto the field. Then shuffle the other cards revealed and return them to the bottom of your deck. So,
no, I think we talked about this. I'm reading it as you were doing that too. I think we talked about this.
A little bit.
I said this is 100% Verstale bait.
Oh, yeah. I don't disagree with part of
that.
I wish I could pull up the conversation we had. I think Arden's really cool. We'll get into another card that combos with this backup I mentioned here later, but I think Arden plays in really well with Crow because not only are you playing 2 dudes, but Crow's just going to pick you up a forward out of your break zone when you put her in, which is super nuts.
What cost is Crow? She's
a 3 cost.
Oh.
Which, like, is whatever. If you're playing under 15 and you're playing Regis for the Kingsley package, then she's a 2 cost. So it's not terrible value. Also, Arden gets free played off of Nyx, so I think there's not enough fire yet to make me be like fire lightning Kingslave is the way to go, but this is a really good start in my opinion, especially because it's another 5 cost forward that you can free play that seems to generate you more value than you would.
I'm excited. There's a lot of really cool things we haven't got to. I went through and skimmed through this. There's a lot of really cool like 5 drops and higher. I'm excited to see what Verstale's gonna look like after the set.
You better believe I'm gonna be testing that deck. That deck's sick. I think I can also see Arden being played in like Fire, Lightning, Rampair, just because he can get rid of Rampair and just being able to do cool things. So you can do that.
I'll Arden pitch off this Rampair trigger. I'll play this dude, check top 2, add.
Well, you can get rid of him, and if you're playing Earth in some capacity, you can also get rid of your Claris. So if you have another Claris in hand, so that way you can just play another, play it again and go find another Rampair. So like, it's unique. I think some decks will play this card because this card's gonna be sick. Like, it's just gonna be nice.
Oh yeah, this is very good for a fire deck too.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Oh, Luso plays this for free, right?
Yeah, Luso does play this for free.
Man.
Which Luso? Oh yeah, Fire Luso does.
Mm-hmm.
Are we doing have a 5 scale?
Yeah.
I do 4. It's not nutty. It takes some effort, but like it has a lot of good output.
I feel like I'm gonna start chipmunking.
Yeah, the only problem I have with this card is 7k, so it feels bad if it gets Ratsu'd.
It gets you 2. Yeah, but I mean, it gets you 2 boots.
Yeah. I think there's a better card that you can play. That's a 5-drop, but it's not fire. But that's just beside the point.
Alright, sorry, give me 1 sec. I gotta, like, make sure everything's working properly. Why does this... Don't switch. Stop disconnecting my mic. Dude, this arm, James, I swear to God, hates me. Okay, next one. Orin.
Your own arms. Stop stealing my equipment.
Okay, whatever. Leave me alone. Orin's the next one.
Orin.
Who wants to go with this? I can do it. James can do it. Oliver, you can do it. Oh, Oliver, you can't. You already did Arden. I'll do Orin because I think this card's nuts. I gotta resituate myself in my camera here in a bit. But Orin, 5 CP, 9k, so he outvalues Ratsu. If
Are you trying to use... I thought you said your camera? I thought you weren't using it.
I am using my webcam. It's just when I try to boot it up in Discord, because I'm already streaming on Streamlabs, it won't show in Discord.
Oh, okay. I was I don't see you at all.
So if you control 2 or more forwards, the cost required to cast Arden is reduced by 2. At the end of each player's turn, if Arden has received 4,000 damage or more, draw 1 card. And then pay 0. During this turn, the next damage dealt to you becomes 0. Deal Orin 8k damage instead. You can only use this ability once per turn. Orin basically says, depending, especially if you're building the deck to do a little bit of self-damage, you get to draw a card at minimum on your opponent's turn. At most, you draw 3 cards. Technically 4 cards every other turn.
I'm excited to see what this will look like in a Megisa deck.
Well,
because this definitely can power up a Megisa deck a lot.
Because of the draw? That's
Because
what
of
you
the
play
draw.
Gutsco for.
Because normally... Yeah, but normally the most you get out of something...
But the issue is...
You can only play one Gutsco, so...
You don't...
So, like, if you have a Gutsco on
this
board,
off
this is a
Megisa,
cool
so
target.
you have to draw into this card, and you have to...
Yeah, so I'm not
pay
saying 3 of, but...
3 for it, but...
I'm not saying like a 3 of, maybe like a 2 or a 1. Something that, like, it gives you more advantage. Because the most the Megisa gets off of its stuff is whatever it draws and whatever Megisa plays for free. This is a cool target to have in hand to just play. That'll get you more advantage as the game goes on.
I mean, that's fair. I would like to see what it does in a Monofire Megisa deck, but like that's not where I would personally put this in like Stonewall-y decks, where because this card essentially says every turn take 1 less point of damage.
Yeah.
I was talking about this. I think if you're able to you play this with 2 CP Larsa backup, so the goal is you're like, cool, when I'm about to take this damage, trigger Orin and then take the damage, quote unquote, deal him 8k, and then if your opponent doesn't have like any immediate responses to anything, or they try to shoot him, you're like, cool, tap Larsa, heal all the damage that was dealt to him,
Sure.
and then he lives, and you still get your card because he was dealt the damage. Well, I guess no, he was dealt the damage, right? Even if it's negated, he was still dealt the damage
It
beforehand.
says if Oron has received 4,000 damage or more, yeah, I believe it should still trigger.
Or you can play
If you
him
met the
if you don't do water and fire. You can also play under fire and earth, which has a lot of big Stonewall tactics, and you can play Arciella and just boost him by 7k and negate damage as well. Like,
I know I've already said it, but like this is also a 5-drop to play in Verstale.
yeah, it's another
And
Verstale, and he's a hero.
Verstale has no good defense.
Yeah.
Like, this is a cool defensive piece for Verstale.
I don't disagree.
Yeah, he's interesting. I can see him in like a. I can actually see you playing this, Noah, in like Fire, Water, Medine, and just having this as your defensive piece, so that way you can keep control of the board and just being able to Medine stuff when you don't want to deal with it, and then just having him always on board, saying you can't really effectively deal me damage this turn because he's on board.
I think it's nuts that he essentially negates a point of damage every turn.
Yeah.
I say Wool's a problem,
also-
and low-key when I think about it, and I could be wrong, but my best guess on this is that this card is a really good way of dealing with Wool, because Wool is that, like, the push card that a lot of those decks use to really get damage in, and if you just sit there and, like, kind of laugh at him, you're like, what, like, Wool will never touch me. You have to swing with other things to actually get anywhere, and even if they tap Wool to shoot him, like, it doesn't matter if you can eat the damage on him and still block something and he lives by whatever, depending on what you're playing. I think it's insane.
Yeah. It's like if they're going to snipe to try and kill the Oron, you just, during the turn, the once per turn, just go, cool, I'll just take 8k instead. The next attack does nothing.
Yeah.
I also think this is, we're avoiding the obvious, but I think this is a very cool target if you wanted to have more consistency for fire and red guardians with Cat 10 guardians.
Well, so for me, when I play Guardians, I think Water Orin is just better because he's a lightning rod. Jekt is usually the one that more for fire. Well, yeah, but I play because I play tricolors because I like the tricolor variant, but I play Philo and Vayne as my color fixers to really situate me and keep me fine. But no, it is a really nice piece. It's just kind of deciding which one you want to play, honestly. I think this Orin's really good at generating value over a long game. So even in a Storm deck, I actually think he's really good in like a Firewind Storm deck. James, shout out. Start working on that.
I don't have cards yet. Can't do it.
You were building Firewind, though.
I refuse to add cards that I don't have in my hand.
Sure, but keep it in mind.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, until I get cards, I don't even change my decks.
I give this card a 4 to 4.5. I think this card has really good utility. I think it, even at a 1 of in any deck that can play it, it probably does something of value. So
I'm going to put it at 4.
Oliver?
I can say it could be a 4, but I can also say it's a 3 at points. Just because of like what we're seeing right now. There's some cards that I think like in the previous set and this next set that can get around this card a little more easier than people think. So I don't know.
We'll see.
I put it at a 3, but I can see it going to a 4 depending on like usability and stuff.
Okay. Next one. Oh, that's just the full art. He has a full art. Ifrit.
Yeah, he does.
Ifrit was one of the more recent ones we saw. 1 CP fire summon. Select one of the 2 following actions. If you control 5 or more fire characters, select up to 2 of the 2 following actions. Choose a 4 deal at 5k. Choose a 4 deal at 5k.
Solid 10k hit!
Yeah, it's 1 CP 10k if you're playing in a mono fire deck, basically, which is
nuts.
That's insane.
In mono fire, this card is so good. And it's in the Ifrit package, so you can play like Ifrita and stuff like that. I'm saying this card's a 4 just because of how it can be played.
This card's a solid 4.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, if you play this in like an ace deck, where you're just like you're playing like ace, you're playing this, and you're just playing value deck, you can just get there, and you're just like start just like killing stuff on your opponent's board that they just can't deal.
This makes me want to play.
Yeah, good.
This makes me want to play Mono Fire Waff.
Because
and just play an Ifrit package.
It also helps that you can split the damage up with him, which I think is really good. It's not just 5k the same forward. It's 5k one forward, 5k another forward. Yeah. It's really good that you can split the damage up. I think it's really cool. I mean, realistically, anything that can play fire, I think if you're playing fire in another element, this card's fantastic if it's in 2 colors. But if you're splitting in 3 colors, you're almost never going to hit the 2 of 2, and at that point I would just say play Brynhildr, because if you're gonna spike something, you still replace Brynhildr, even if this card costs 1 less.
Yeah, and Brynhildr's an ES burst, so that makes it even better.
Yep.
Yeah. That's why this is a 4 for me. I just don't. It's not a 5 because it's not game changing. It's not gonna like define a game to me. But like this will definitely carry itself, and I think that's fine.
Next one.
Warrior of Light. Hey, I read this. This is the first time I read it. I read it right before we I read it right. You guys were finished talking. Instant add to my Firewind deck.
Go ahead, James. Take it away.
Warrior of Light. 2 cost fire, 5k. It's a DFF and Cat 1 forward. When Warrior of Light enters the field, you reveal the top 4 cards of your deck. Remove 1 card from the game from those cards, and then put the rest on the bottom in any order. You can cast that card at any time. You can normally cast it this turn. Man, is this going to help me with my cast count?
Yeah, I think it's a really good value, or a really good card to add in to make Firewind Storm even more,
nuttier.
I guess, present, because Firewind Storm isn't really there yet, but like it's a lot more present with this card because your cast count does just get increased.
Oliver, is Firewind there yet? Is Firewind here yet?
Oh gosh, dude.
I mean, looking at meta reports, not really, but I do think Firewind has a lot of potential. You know,
Oliver, what'd you think of it last night?
Last night it got there, but it also relied on you just like having like 3 turns to just do whatever you want, because I just kind of sat there for 3 turns doing nothing.
Yikes.
I did the same thing versus Connor too. I just sat there and built some backups and then went, cool, time to go off.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see it just go off.
Did you not fight the Cat 13 deck at locals?
Did me?
Yeah.
No.
Jesus.
I played Cat 6 and Suarez. That's what I ran into. I ran into Wool and then Cat 6.
Who played Cat 6? Sorry, gone.
I
Oh, Oliver played 6? Dang.
Yeah,
Oliver,
I
you're
played-
gonna... When we get to it, my guy, you're gonna love the new Setzer.
Dude.
I don't know. That card is nuts. It literally
Nutty.
invalidates Celeste existing.
okay.
Here's the thing. I think I'm still playing Celeste in my deck, but my mono ice deck needs it. I think.
Yeah.
All right. I can see this being a. It's hard, right? This card's really cool. I can do a lot of stuff, but I think it's very selective with what decks it wants to play into. So I feel like I kind of just want to say it's a 2,
I'm
just
saying
because it's gonna be very niche.
Put it at a 3 because I feel like it can be really good or really bad. It just depends on the deck you're playing and the deck you're playing against.
I think it's a very mid. It's not going to be super powerful, but in any deck it's going to be in, it's going to be a set piece for that deck.
Yeah, it's gonna be really
It's
nice
going to
to
be a
have.
setup piece, or like in Firewind, it's going to be a notch piece. It's like
It can also it reveals top 4. It can give you a backup, which is really good. It's essentially a backup searcher
Yeah.
to some degree. And
Yeah.
the
Lord,
cheap
do we know
backup
how
searcher, yeah.
important getting
Yeah.
backups is in this game right now.
Oh yeah,
All right, next one.
Yeah.
Garland.
Garland. I like this because I like Knights, but I don't think this Garland's that good. 6 CP, 9k, EX Burst, Brave. When Garland enters the field, choose 1/4 the opponent controls, deal 2k damage for each backup you control. So this card is definitely just a sealed / draft pick. I don't think it will see play ever outside of that, or like maybe some weird popper format. But it's just a failed Knight to me.
Is there any Garlands that have specials?
There
Without
is.
Garland.
Yes.
I can see Garland. Like this is a cool EX burst to play in like a Garland deck.
I mean, sure.
Yeah.
I guess.
It means if you
It's just
trigger
when I
in
think
any
of
of the
this,
things, it's just
I
nuts.
think of 6 CP Rain, who says, I believe, on enter and on swing at damage 3, he deals 1k for each backup you control. So, like, he deals essentially half the damage less, but Rain's also cheaper for each backup you control. So,
yeah.
I just feel, I
Like I
figure
said,
Rain's a
I
better
think it
payoff.
only fits in anything where you want the Garland special and extra EX burst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I put
Because like,
Garland
not,
at
I'm
like
just saying,
F2.
like damage 3, this thing hits for 6k, so like that's not bad. Damage 4, it hits for 8, 10,
No.
12.
It's for each backup you control.
Oh yeah, sorry, never
Not
mind.
point of damage.
Hits for max. It still hits for max 10k, which is cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll probably on average hit for about 6, which isn't bad.
Yeah, it's a low 2, in my opinion.
Next one. Blacksmith.
Oh, disgusting. I just read this. 4 cost, fire, blacksmith. You play as many copies of it as you want. It's Cat 14 standard unit backup. When blacksmith enters the field, until the end of the turn, all the forge you control gain. When this forge attacks, choose a forger opponent controls, deal it 7k.
Yeah, this is nuts and mono fire. This is nuts and mono fire. When you see Ace and you see Squall, you're just like, yeah, Squall will cleave for a 4k. And
Set
now
up
when he attacks, he
my
also
kill turn.
deals another.
No, when
Yeah,
he
they're-
swings, it's for 11.
Yeah.
This thing says when Squall swings, it's for 11.
Yep.
You choose a forward.
Yeah, but I mean, like, Squall swings and you hit some for an 11, hit the rest for 4.
Yeah,
And
no.
then everything else just is swinging to add on to everything. It's
You know
nuts.
the funny thing? It doesn't say once per turn. So if you can
No.
somehow stand your dudes, you can also do it in like a Scion package.
Yeah, so
with
like,
with
I
Samurais.
Ian?
You do
Yeah,
it with Ian.
Yeah, and so like your
Samurai's
cleaves are
already
even
has
more-
a cleave. Can you with Cyan? Can you imagine playing he and Cyan and just this card and going bam bam bing bing?
Yeah,
Gross.
no, that's what I'm saying. Like it's. Oh man.
And then your
my
opponent plays
Saiyan was
Minwu
only
and you're
dealing.
like, oh, I don't have a way of dealing with that card in fire.
Yeah.
And then you could, if you, in Mono Fire, if you were playing like a Samurai, like base baggage in Mono Fire, but you're playing a Mono Fire style deck, you can play Arden and break it to be able to pick it back up later or play another one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This card literally tells me that people may be going back to play more Minwu if they're underwater, just because they don't want to just like take.
Well, so
all of that.
see if that's the case, if this card becomes that, so right now I'm putting this card at a 3 because I don't really know where this card sits for sure. Because I don't know how Mono Fire is going to play out at the moment, besides Magisa and Samurais being like the 2 decks that people play in Mono Fire. But I think Minwu's cool, but almost every Mono Fire deck generally is playing a copy or 2 of Ku Chaspel anyways to just get around Minwu. Or any Minwu effects.
Yep.
Yeah, but they have to also find Kukaspel, and it's hard to do that in Mono Fire.
I mean, that's the
when you're
same as like
playing Minwu?
finding Minwu, right? There's no way that you're gonna.
Warrior
you're
of
gonna
Light, right?
wholeheartedly
Check top 4.
Yeah, you're gonna wholeheartedly
Yeah.
find Minwu unless you're playing, maybe Waka or Thornton for the definite search. But like even then, there's a lot of cards now that just search out cards like Shinryu, which we'll get to. Shinryu just searches a card out.
I think it's a really cool. We'll get to it, but I think Shinryu is pretty neat. I just don't think it's gonna be good enough. I'd say this is probably a 2 for me. I think it's too undecisive whether or not it's gonna be good or not.
Yeah, it is. It is a 4 cost.
I understand how it would be good, but it's a 4 cost that once it's on the board doesn't do anything else.
Yeah.
So to be able to replay the ability, you have to be able to pick it up, get rid of it.
James.
But like in its situation, it's gonna be nuts.
Mono fire or fire wind. Storm.
Not playing it.
Recast it. 1 copy.
How do I pick it up, huh?
Oh yeah, she doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
Oh nope, Bismarck won't do it. Oh yeah, how do you get this back? That sucks.
Yep.
Never mind. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. Next
We're
one.
about to talk about my favorite card for the set already.
Take it away, James.
Oh my god. The Demon! 7-drop fire, Warring Triad, Job, Mobius, Cat 6. Forward. When the demon enters the field or attacks, you select one of these 3 following actions. Choose a forward, remove all cards in your opponent's break zone from the game and deal it 1,000 for each card that was removed by that effect. Or name an element, deal 7 damage to all forwards of the named element. Or name a job, deal 8k to all the forwards with the named job. This card says, fuck over Soirees. It says fuck over Mono Wind.
No.
It literally says fuck
No.
over Wool. Yes.
It doesn't deal with soirees.
Well, like you said, every fire deck should be playing Cooch Aspel.
Sure, at that point you have to have that, but the card by itself doesn't deal with soirees, unfortunately. But it does deal with
but
it deals with any job-based deck, generally besides soirees,
No.
because Edel protects from damage and straight breaks.
Yeah.
Whatever. It even gets around dancers. Okay, cool. I'm a little mad about that, but whatever. Name an element,
the
deal
name of
damage
the
to all
element,
four-
any
it
mono
hits
element,
mono
like-
element decks. But like honestly, the only
it
reason
hits
I don't
Wool.
like this is because it
hits
hits.
Wool.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. This thing hits. It's a 7 cost, but it hits everything in the game that needs to be hit.
Not to mention
This-
honestly, I think the coolest part about it, if they just left it at choose a forward, remove all cards in your opponent's break zone from the game, and deal it 1k damage for each card removed. You're like, how many cards are in your break zone? 10. Nice.
Yeah.
10k the dude. 15k.
It's
the dude.
Mist Dragon, kills a dude, hits a team, hits an element. Like this card, literally, this card's a 5 out of 5 to me.
It's a
this
7
card's
cost
good,
though, which is the only thing is there's no
Shantoto. Well,
unless you're playing a Mobius deck, there's no real way of putting this card out super easily. But it's a board
Shantoto's a
wipe.
7 cost. Titan's a 7 cost. Shadow Lord's a 7 cost. Susanoo's a 6. Matoya costs 8 to do the whole thing.
Okay, hold on.
It's just as strong as each of those.
Let me put it this way then, because I want to agree with you. So the way I would think of it is, it's either a Mist Dragon that breaks a dude,
Yep.
B wipes a board, or C wipes a board. But it does
Yes.
it in 2 different ways. It either targets job names or it
Yes.
targets elements, so it's non-targeting on an actual forward, which is really
So
good.
everything it does is so specific, and to me, it's almost as good as Shantoto. I think Shantoto's a little better because it removes, and it's on a backup, so like you can't AMA it and still get away with something.
You could AMA this card, but like you could AMA Titan.
You still don't. You can also AMA Shantoto. It just feels not as great.
Yeah.
But like, Shantoto gives you the backup, gives you the color fix, and removes things, which is very, very, very pivotal in that. Matoya breaks everything, usually gets around things outside of Meta Metal. This thing hits all jobs, which is pretty good outside of Meta Metal as well. Hits all elements, which usually can't be protected outside of Minwu's, which is nuts anyways. Like, this thing costs just as much as all the other cool 7 drops we play, but does 3 different separate things that are just as good as all of them.
If this
So
card
like, if
becomes a I mean it's I think it's better than Susanoo, hands down in my opinion, because I'm not hitting my
the
my
only
board.
thing I think Susanoo is better is because there's Susanoo moves.
Yeah,
Susanoo
but
removes on its own.
Susanoo pops a backup, which virtually makes
Yeah.
him cost 7 to some degree, and then he also removes all forwards, which is really cool. But he hits your board as well. This card can hit your board, but generally because you have the ability to name an element and or job or pick a forward, you kind of dodge it on hitting your board.
You can also name elements you don't have too. So like, And like mono water versus mono fire, this card kills all water. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
Like, so certain matchups where you can hit your own stuff, you still hit your own stuff.
It just,
which is where it's fair, but like
the only issue I have currently is that it's very forward dependent. And the only decks that I'm aware of right now that are super heavy on playing forwards are Soirees, Sad Days, and Cat 6. Which Cat 6 plays too many elements and too many different jobs. I mean, granted, I guess you just call Dream Stooges if they're playing Dream Stooges and you got like a good chunk of their board there. But like, they're a little too varied where it doesn't hit them as hard.
Yeah, but the other thing is, Cat 6 can't deal with a 9K. It can only hit for an 8.
No, Cat 6 can deal with the
lives.
9K by using Chakra. They just boost their 7Ks to 9Ks and they trade. Or their 9K to 11Ks.
On trades. What I mean is, like, it can't auto-deal. It has to work itself out to get there.
Or they play Dream Stooges and they lock this card down and this card never gets to swing. Though I will say this card is... I just realized this... I don't know why. It's not just an ETB, it's on attack as well, which is really good.
Yeah,
so this card's always a viable threat to some degree. Okay, I'll say 4.5 to 5. I can't give it a solid 5 yet, because I just don't know how well the card will play out.
I'm saying it's a 5 for the specific reason of we would have given Shadowlord a 5, we would have given Shantoto a 5, we would have given Mentoya a 5, we would have given Susano a 5, and we would have given... Actually, Susano probably would have got a 4. Nah, I would have given it a 5. I think I would have given it a 5. And we would have given Titan Lord of Crags a 5. Or like Leviathan or Bismarck are all 5s. To me, this card's just as good as all of those.
I don't know. I'm just thinking with Soiree being the predominant one, if it doesn't get around Soirees, it doesn't meet the... It doesn't become a 5 to me. It stays at a 4.5.
As long as you have Ku Chaspel, this nukes.
Yeah,
Soirees
but that means the card itself isn't going to get around it. It needs something else to help it. When all those other cards generally just do it themselves.
So this card's a 5, except when it faces Soiree, it needs Ku Chaspel, or it faces Minwu and needs Ku Chaspel.
Potentially, yeah. That's why it's a 4.5.
So it's a 5 in every other situation except the best deck in the format. And a card that
I didn't
was
say it's
nutty.
a 5 in every other situation, but that's just one of the things to point out is that the current like top rating deck right now is playing essentially a Soiree package, and this card isn't dealing with that by itself super easily. When things change, I definitely would look back at this card and be like, yeah, this card's nuts. I do think the card's insane. I just don't know if I personally can give the card a 5 as much as I want to. I'd probably give it a 4.5.
I think you're crazy.
That's fine. Anybody watching, please feel free to leave a comment.
Hey, I want foils of this. Find foils of this as fast as possible, please.
Oliver, where do you stand with this?
I can see both points. I like it, but I also don't. But I also see it in decks where you're playing like this card being in mono fire is a fucking is so atrocious. Because in mono fire you can also like play Goblin to give this thing haste, and now this thing is just as good as Susanoo, and you're just like, all right, we're going in, dude. Just do that. You sweep the board and you just take care of the problem card. Like it's just like it's so nice. This is such a good card for like mono fire because it also gives you a Mist Dragon without having to go into a different element. You have a way of removing someone's breakdown, which is not relatively used right now, which it should be. But yeah, because yes, you choose a forward, right? But let's say you have like a monster that can become a forward and you don't care about it. You just choose that. You're just like, I'll on the stack make my monster a forward, cast this, choose my own monster. I'll deal the whole ton of damage, but I'll remove your break zone.
Yeah.
So like I can see it being like it's a cool card. I can see it being a 5. I can also see it being like a 4.5 just because like some decks in the format are just like really mean to it because they don't like let it. Like Ice is really mean right now. If they're playing Ice Lightning,
Ice is about to get nutty right now.
Yeah. So
oh, sorry, go ahead. I'll let you finish. My bad.
Yeah, I see there's some problem cards right now that are already out and some problem cards that are coming out that can just like can deal with this card, but I can also see this card just being a full threat and they have to have the response in their hand.
Like to me, this card doesn't have to be on board to be a threat. This is a one-time like Shantoto like board wipe to me. Mm-hmm. Whether it stays on board is nuttier after the fact.
You could play it in Fire Ice Cat 6 too.
You could. And
you
is it
can-
Cat 6?
Yeah, it's Cat 6.
It's a very funny trigger off of Luso as well.
Yeah, you could find this off of Gish Lane, and just like be like, I have it now. Or you can pitch it early and pick it up with EX Burst Setzer.
It's searchable. I'll tell you that much. It's a searchable
Yeah,
board wipe. which
it's a
isn't
searchable
terrible.
target, which makes it that much more threatening in certain decks.
In two different categories too.
In Mobius and
Mobius
Six, yeah. Hey, you can
and
free play
Six.
it off
Yeah.
of Wool in Mobius.
That is also true.
Yes, you can.
Next one, Kefka. I'll take this. I love Kefka. 4 CP 8K on curve. When Kefka enters the field, remove up to 3 Job Warring Triad with different names in your break zone from the game. Then place 1 magic counter on Kefka for each card you remove due to this ability. At the end of each of your turns, you may remove any number of magic counters from Kefka. When you do so, choose up to the same number of forwards as the magic counters you remove, deal them 9k damage. Stand alone, this Kefka is not good, obviously. But if you're playing any form of Warring Triad, even if you're just playing Kefka and Demon, honestly, I think Kefka's ability to be able to say at the end of turn I can 9k something even once or twice isn't terrible. But I don't think this card is anything higher than maybe a 3.5 currently.
I'm going 2 because I don't think playing Triple Triad, as cool as it sounds,
Triple
playing
Triad,
Triple Triad
I want you to
is not
understand.
going to be a good deck.
I feel like you're doing
Yeah.
that on purpose.
I know
Yes.
exactly. what I'm
Okay,
doing.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
making
he
sure
is.
you're not messing up.
Yeah. He's
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
be a sealed card, unfortunately.
I think
Yeah.
I think it's
I
gonna
think
be
you
a
can
very
build-
like
Oh,
I think it's
go
a cool deck. I think if you wanted to build Triple Triad, you could. But I don't think it's gonna be good enough to like we're gonna like I don't think it's good enough to warrant better than like a 2 in my opinion.
Yeah.
If you got it going, this card's a solid 3-4 inside a Triple Triad deck. But in any other deck, this card's like a 2.
There's so many better Kefkas you can play too. The Kefka from this last set's so much better,
The
even
5
though it's an
CP
Earth
one that
card.
costs nothing and they
Yes.
have 3 forwards, that card's insane.
Yes.
You get to
That card's
recast the
insane.
summon. That card's nuts.
If you're playing Crystal in any capacity, you play the EX Burst Crystal Kefka because that card's also nuts in my opinion.
Yep.
Just, but yeah, this Kefka unfortunately just won't see the light of day in my opinion. Like you'll see, it's very niche with what it wants to do. Unfortunately,
My biggest
So,
issue is that
I'd
he's a
go
4
2.
cost. I don't like paying 4, but you could just ditch 2 dudes, play Kefka, and then trigger Kefka and remove 2 and have 2 magic
Yeah.
counters for 2
Also
magic
true.
shots, which isn't terrible. So, yeah, I know. I put this card at a 3, personally, and then depending on how well the deck can function if we see people play it or if I decide to build it or whatever, because I think there's a lot of Cat 6 variants you can play now. It just, only a few are really viable. I think this card's really cool, and I love the art. Amano art's always really nice to see.
I like the card, and I like cool gimmick decks and like cool like archetypical decks. I just don't think this is good enough.
Oh, hey, what's up, Paul?
I guess I should have that up.
Yeah, you
I
don't
don't
have. Wait, you don't have the chat up?
No, only because I didn't want it to like fuck up what you were doing.
I'm fine. Next card, Zach. Do you want to take this one, Oliver?
yeah, I got this. So we got 5 CP Zac from Cat 7 forward. When Zac attacks, choose 1 forward opponent controls,
Zac
and it deals 5,000 damage for each job soldier you control. When Zac leaves the field, you may search for one category 7 forward of cost 4 or less and play it onto the field. It also has a special, which is Meteor Shots.
Whoops.
You pay 1 fire, tap him, deal 7k to all forwards opponent controls. I honestly think this Zac can be cool. I can see him work, but the only reason I can see him work is if he's playing with the Tifa from set 11 that gives your dudes Brave. Because
Earth Tifa?
I don't. Yeah, the Earth Tifa that costs 1 less if you have a Cloud on board, and so you're just going straight with the Soldier package, and you're just playing that Tifa, a couple Earth Clouds, and like this Zac, and just like you're going in with soldiers.
There's only like 2 other soldier cards.
Well,
Yeah, well,
It's a 2-drop. It's a 2-drop cloud and a 3-drop literal soldier.
here, hold on. I need to.
No,
I want to double
you
check.
have
this
ice. You have a
All of the
Genesis,
ices
Genesis is a
are
soldier.
yeah.
Genesis, okay, so
Yeah.
you have a Genesis.
Wait. Is Genesis a 4-drop? I'm pretty sure it's a
Yes.
4-drop.
Genesis is a 4. Both of the Genesises are 4s.
You could play him off of. You could play the old Genesis with the Zac.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's funny.
I do say I like the design space they're going with Zac's recently, where when Zac dies, he just like replaces himself with somebody else. Usually, people go search for Clouds to replace Zac, which would make the most sense. But I'm looking to see what soldiers there are in the job for.
You have Angel. You have
so
one Sephiroth.
I hate this. Here we go. We have Opus 19 Zac. We have Opus 16 Zac. Roche is a soldier, which is really cool. Cloud, 4CP Legend Cloud is a soldier. Sephiroth from the starter deck is a soldier. Birthing Pod Cloud is a soldier. Light Cloud from the starter deck is a soldier. 1CP Zac, 4CP Zac, 2CP Backup Cloud, 3CP Earth Cloud, 5CP Fire Cloud, that EX burst, 3CP Light Cloud. Restrictor is a soldier, oddly enough, that's kind of funny. 3CP Zac, Angeal, 3CP, 4CP Genesis, 5CP Zac from Opus 3, 6CP Cloud from the Opus 1 starter, 4CP Cloud, Opus 1 Legend, 5CP Sephiroth in Ice, and then 3CP Zac from Opus 1 Rare. So there's a good chunk of soldiers that are job soldiers. He also says card name soldier, correct? Or is it just job? Job soldier. So it's just job
she
soldier.
says job soldier. And then playing off. The Tifa's a 4-drop, right?
Tifa's
I'm not
5.
wrong, am I?
She's
No,
5,
she's 5.
but costs
Okay,
2 less if you have a Cloud in play.
Yeah.
So
So when Zac
realistically,
leaves,
I will say, depending on how often dark cards are played, 2CP Backup Cloud is cool, but I think the forward clouds are just better to play. Even the ability to have Birthing Pod out and like Birthing Pod do more than just
Zac
Birthing
says
Pod.
4 or less forward.
yeah, he plays a 4 less forward Cat 7.
No, I get that. I'm saying for the 2CP Backup to count as a soldier for his ping.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just Zac himself is a 5k shot on swing, which is really good.
Yeah.
Realistically, you need him and another soldier, and it's a 10k shot. Him and 4CP Legend Cloud, done. That's it. The board's cemented. That Cloud almost never gets touched easily. So,
Arcane, we're talking about the Final Fantasy card game.
oh, hold on. I gotta read what Paul said. I just missed that. Light Cloud, Opus 11 is probably best for this, and the new Angeal. We'll get to the Angeal. You said Opus 11 Light Cloud. Honestly, I don't disagree. His ability to, when he enters the field, to search for a dude is also really good, and then pay 3 to break a dude is
If you're playing like a weird 7 Earth Fire that isn't just like Avalanche, I would say grabbing Legend Cloud isn't that bad either.
At 4 damage, when you and your opponent have 4 damage, you can grab Dark Sephiroth and just when he dies, you just like have him enter, and then Sephiroth breaks a dude when he enters.
It's not
Like,
terrible.
that's not like a terrible target. I think that's actually a pretty good target you could grab with the Zac. Honestly,
I'm still putting the Zac at a 2. I don't think the pool of cards you can play is good enough to warrant anything better.
Hold on.
Yeah,
but hear me out, though.
You do neat things.
I agree with Paul that one of his best targets is Opus 11 Light Cloud. That's a nuts target.
That's fine. Doesn't make it better than a 2.
Yeah,
I think it does.
Because Cloud grabs you another 7, right?
Cloud, when he enters, you search for another Cat 7 character added to your hand, and then Cloud says pay 3, or remove 7, and break a dude, which is pretty good. Even if you use it once, it's nice. And then at damage 5, he's 9k. Like, at worst, Zac leaves. It just says leaves the field, by the way. It doesn't matter if he goes to break or is bounced back to your hand. He searches for a dude, plays it, and then nets you a card deck if you play Cloud.
Wait.
I have
You play him with bounce?
I'm playing Ice,
Nuts.
Fire, Earth.
Okay.
And we're going to play Une, and we're just going to keep flickering the Zac.
That's funny, actually.
To always keep playing, like, Sephiroth's, Genesis.
You could also play this just in Fire Ice, and you just play Renoa.
That also works.
Oh my god.
So many funny things.
That's not terrible.
This is actually pretty nutty. I'm
I
looking at
like.
it. Wow.
Does Une only trigger on your turn though? For her bounce.
Yeah, Une's only on your turn,
Sad
but
days.
it's still
really
funny.
good. It is really good.
I'm still only going 2.
How dare you? I think the Zac
It's-
is at least a 4.
You have to do too many specific things to do like vanilla Une.
It's a
I'm
combo
giving it-
card. What do you? That's the whole point.
I'm giving it a 3. I'm giving it a 3 because I can see like
Thank you.
I can see
Paul's
people
out
play
here
this.
shouting out other targets. Light Aerith to pick up 2 dudes. Dark Kadaj.
Dark Kadaj is cool. Dark Kadaj
Just
is
saying.
I still
All these
don't.
neat cards
Yeah.
that you can play one-ofs of and just like leave them in your deck.
Here's
and
my,
just,
here's
like,
my
grab them.
final point. At what point do you choose to play a 5-drop that has to sit for a turn?
Doesn't need to. It's a 9K party.
But it doesn't get you anything.
It doesn't. Okay, I get what he's saying. It doesn't get you immediate value, but even sitting for a turn. So the thing with Zac is that you put Zac down and you have a 9K threat that they more than likely a person needs to deal with.
Yeah.
And if they deal with Zac, cool. I just played something else off of Zac and still got value. Like if they spike Zac off 4 CP Aerith, I'm picking Zac back up and I'll do it again. Hilarious. Also,
It's real cool.
it is really cool. You can't tell me that's
Very
not
cool.
funny.
It's a very cool trick with this.
They don't want to touch it if they know that Aerith is in the deck because they're like, oh, he's just going to pick it back up, play it again, and he's got an Aerith on board,
I'm
and
just
he
saying,
picks up
it
something
just
else.
feels. It just. I'll give it a 3 because I like the Kadaj and Aerith targets. I think those are very neat. Kadaj is very cool defensively, and Aerith is very cool, combo-y or setup-y. I like that. I just don't get why you would want to play a 5-drop that doesn't net you anything or doesn't control the game enough. Like pinging for 5K for each job soldier doesn't do enough.
So
At most,
what
you're
I
probably
stand
gonna
for
get 2.
is I view Zac as a intermediate combo piece. He's not the end goal and he's not the start. He's the in between of a combo that you probably take a turn to like 2 turns total to really like set up and place in, where you build a strong board, and then if they try to do anything to it, you're like, haha, I built a puzzle. Have fun figuring out how to get around this. It's the same as think of it this way. It's the same as playing 5 CP Lightning Zac that says when he dies, play a Cat 7, and then if it's of cost like I think 5 or more, do yourself a point of damage.
I don't think that card's worth more than a 3.
I think that card is insane. If you're playing under
I
Cat
don't think
7
so.
cards and you can fit that in at a 1-of, I think that card's nuts because it just gives you.
I think
It doesn't feel like you lose anything. Because that Zac also, these Zacs, if you want to block them or if you want to like deal with them, they don't hurt you as much as they hurt your opponent. Because you're still getting something out of it. They're not.
So James, I would agree with you if it was a 2. I would say it'd only be a 2 because Zac would say if he hits the break zone. But because Zac says when he leaves
the field.
so leaves the field, changes a lot of things for what this card can use.
3.
Yeah,
that's why I'm fine with 3.
That's why I'm okay with 3 as well. This Zac is cool.
I'm not going higher than a 3.
Yeah,
he won't. He won't do it.
It's not good enough for that.
Yeah.
There's no deck where this is good enough for that.
All right, challenge accepted, James. I'm doing it. I'm building I'm building a deck for this Zac. There's no way.
Go ahead. I don't fucking care.
I know you don't. I just want to prove to you that this card I think is a bit better than a 3.
Here's the thing. I think you'd have to do too much in your deck to figure this out. Like
you don't think this would be? Aerith is.
In my opinion.
Aerith is your best target in situations like
I think your 2 best targets. I think your 2 best targets
also
are
free plays
Aerith.
Barrett.
Yes, I was about to get to that. Where Aerith, and in my opinion, I think it's the other Cloud is your best target. But you could also, if you were trying to play just like a color fixing, color free, like you play Tyro, Kate Sith, Shantoto, and Moogles to like color fix your entire deck. You just play a Barrett Snaps deck, play Zac and Aerith, and fix Fire and Earth, and you're fine. You can still play. You still get to play Jiwei, or however you want to say that. And you get to search whatever you want. You can search the Zac setup. Barrier snaps do cool things. Like, it's neat. I just think there are too many pieces you have to play to get this functioning at a high level.
I'm not saying it's going to be a high-level card, but I could see some people memeing with this card. It could be a 1-of in a lot of decks just because it's a search target.
He got real quiet. Like,
he was not talking.
Fine.
No,
Next card.
I had my hand up to the camera.
Are we getting reprints on Samurai? Oh, we are. Samurai. We know what
Yeah,
this card
I
can
just
do.
saw that
We're
too,
good.
and I looked at the camera and went, "What is this?"
They have to do it for
Yeah.
L3 and L6, I believe. But boop, next.
Yeah.
Jacked.
Reprint Crystal Samurai.
5 CP 9K.
This card's fucking nuts.
Category 10 Guardian. When Jacked is put from field to break zone, you can search for a fire forward to cost 7 or more and play it onto the field. Oh, look, a way to play your demon.
Oh, look, a way to play your Braska.
Final Aeon? Yeah, that's the main point for it, is because he is Braska's Final Aeon.
Yeah,
It's very
a
thematic.
way to play your Braska
Yeah.
for free.
I do think this
Yeah.
deck's really cool.
In a deck that wants to play Jekt on board, right?
Yeah.
And then get rid of him. And just like have Jekt. All your Jekts are usually there to either die and to save you a turn or to
Or
do
hit
cool
something
things.
to do cool things, yeah.
Yeah.
Facilitators.
Like
This Jekt does what you want it to do.
I put
And
Jack
also, the demon's
Adam.
very funny.
4. I'm gonna go to the full art. I think the full art's so nuts. God, I want the full art for this.
I'm gonna put it at 3 because it's an obvious what's coming type of card, type of play.
Yeah, there's no tricky plays with it. Like
There's you can't do any cool plays. There's no cool plays. The cool play is what it does.
Well,
Yeah.
so no, okay, I lied. I'll put it at a 4 only for the simple fact that there's other ways of dealing with him besides putting him in break zone. You can bottom deck him with Titus. You can bounce him
You
back
can remove
to
it
hand.
with like
You can
Medine.
remove him. He has to be put specifically, so your deck should be playing something maybe to put him in break zone, or you just hope that your opponent does it.
Well, in this case, if you were trying to build like a Jekt deck inside like maybe like your Guardians or Cat 10 deck, I think you now want to play Famfrit. Because everything dies to Famfrit. Get the shirts down below.
Everything does the thing, but you got to put that link down below, not me.
The link is down below, down in the comments, down in the description. But like, this is a cool Famfrit target. If they go to kill your thing, you just go, cool, we'll trade, and then I'll play my Aeon and kill something else. Right? Like, it's an easy target for your Famfrit if you wanted to play Famfrit.
I wonder what other 7 CP, because it just says 7 or more. So it's 7 or more.
Demon, for sure.
And is it just fire, right? Fire forward?
Yeah, just fire.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. So,
I'm looking to I wanna
Ronza,
see.
Cyan, Ranjit, Philia, Braska, Parai,
Philia
Amaranth,
seems really cool.
and Zonde. Zonde's actually is pretty
Zonde's
cool.
also really cool.
He's not like super good, but he's really nuts. Ramza's nice. Philia's really cool.
Philia's very, very cool.
But yeah, mainly Braska is your go-to.
Braska, or like depending on the deck you're playing, Demon's also a very good choice.
Yeah. Next one.
Ooh, actually, honestly, if you're playing like a mono fire, Zonde's a very good target for you.
Goldsmith. Oliver, do you want this one, or do you want to pass it on to me or James?
Oliver,
Yeah, what's up?
do you want this one?
Oh, Goldsmith?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Sorry, I had to just take a quick phone call.
Oh,
No.
So, my niece was just saying hi real quick, so just saying hi to her real quick.
okay.
Told
You
her
do
I'm
that. I got
partially
this.
up some
Don't worry.
podcast.
2 CP backup. Fire. Standard unit. When Goldsmith enters the field, choose a forward until the end of turn against 3k power and brave. Dole, put Goldsmith in a break zone. Choose a forward until the end of turn against 3k power and brave. You can only use this ability during your main phase. It feels like an Earth backup, in my opinion, honestly.
It definitely does.
It seems like something an Earth backup would do. I mean, fire backups kind of do the same thing, but like,
I like that it does its ability twice.
yeah.
I think it's a very cool way of making people want to play something more. Because a lot of the older style ones of these that we keep getting are like do decent thing I like at once, and then do this obscure thing I'm not gonna do at all
Ever.
for a cost, and then you never play it, and then you just have this backup that sits. But giving 3k and Brave is a pretty good thing to reuse a lot. So I'm glad we might see more use out of these things, depending on them. I don't think anybody's gonna play this one right now. I don't think there's any fire deck that needs the 3k and Brave.
No, it kind
It's
of gives
cool.
itself the buff and brave
It's cool.
in fire decks themselves.
I can only see it in decks that like have forwards that attack more than once.
Yeah, like it's a very cool idea for on a card. Just
Yeah.
I don't think fire needs this.
I think this will be a future card. I think I can see this card in maybe a couple sets and seeing what they come out with, and if they create the cool fire cards that I think they will, then I can see this card being infinitely good for that deck.
Oh yeah, it's gonna find its spot eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they just print better and better things where this just gets creeped out.
Yeah, that's why I give it 2 or 3 sets. In 2 or 3 sets, I'll come back to this card and see if it's really cool, and if it is, that's awesome. If it's not, that's unfortunate.
The only thing it needs is like a brave target. That's it. Once it finds its brave target in fire or any like if it's a dual symbol, if it's a dual colored deck, finding a cool brave target that needs it under fire. Like till then, I think I'm just gonna put it at 2. Maybe a 1 actually.
I put it at 2. I think it's really cool.
I don't think it's actually. I put it at 2 because I don't think it's garbage.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I'm gonna put it at 1. I don't think it's a garbage card. I just don't think it has a place right now.
Yeah, I'm also trying to think of like lighter dark cards that are also like would want to have brave that you want to swing with and then just keep on the board, and then just like have them standing up for some reason. I can't really think of stuff right now because like
the only card I care about having up that I would want to attack with in light, like a light card, would be Oracle.
Yeah, because then you want to block with Oracle. Yeah.
At that point, who cares?
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on.
I'll take this next one. Why not? Okay. No, it's the free backup. Pretty much, guys, every element will have this two-drop backup that says if you control 3 or more of the same element and backups, it's a free backup. It's really cool.
I think this is fantastic for monocolor decks.
Yes. It will give you consistent because you have these free backups. You have the 1-drop backups from like 2 sets ago, right? That either are 1-drops or you
discard draws.
Yeah, you discard and draw. Those are really nice. And then if you really need them, the crystal backups. And so you have a really nice package of nice backups that do things for you that like either help extend your plays or get you somewhere where you want to be.
I'm just a fan of this because this means this pushes the idea of we want to see more monocolor decks.
Yeah.
And I love that.
Yeah. So like decks like I think Mono Fire wins the most out of backups like this because now they can consistently make backups and now they can play their cool forwards that want to do cool things.
I think Mono Wind gets more value out of this because it's a free
Oh,
cast.
you know it. Man, Mono Wind Storm is going to really like that card.
When they get their version of it. Yeah, I put all of these at 3s. I think they're really good. I just think for some elements they're better than others, so I can't really gate like it's
I'm going to only specifically because you have to play monocolor, which isn't a bad thing. No, but you're not going to see it in any dual color decks. There's no point where you see them.
Well, you might.
So like, I don't think so.
I guess it's 4 backups of 1 color. Yeah, never mind.
The only one you would probably see is Earth in dual color decks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because of its ability to color fix so heavily.
That's the only reason. Like, it's not a bad card. It's not a bad card, but you're only going to see it in one type of deck.
Yeah.
Like it's not going to find play in other things outside of maybe the Earth one because the Earth has Tyro, Kaseth, Moogle, and
you also have Riku if you're playing like a Riku Earth deck.
Yeah.
And so like now your Earth backup taps for any color. So yeah, no. I agree.
I think the Earth one's the only one I'm going to put at 3, but it's only because the other cards that exist. So I'm probably going to keep it at 2. I think I won't change this out at 2. Out for any of them.
Oliver,
the wind one is very cool. Actually, I think the water one's pretty cool. Okay, I'm going to put the fire one at 2. I might put the others at 3.
All right, we'll see when we get there. Yep. Next one, Tifa. James.
There's 2 Tifas in this set. Garbage. Tifa 2-drop, Avalanche, Operative, Cat 7, Forward, Haste. When a Category 7 character you control deals damage to a forward your opponent controls, choose 1 forward it gains. This forward cannot block until the end of turn. Somersault, discard a copy, fire in a colorless. Choose 1 forward, deal it 8k damage. It's a 5k rare. I think it's a cool haster for a fire, if you're trying to play.
You know what
she's underwhelming to me. She's underwhelming
to me. She's an upgraded version of Water Kick.
Yep.
But also, I think she's nuts with Zac. Not the new one, but 4 CP Zac that pings when it enters. Because if you play if you play Zac and then play her, you get 2 pings and 2 forwards can't block with her because of her.
Yeah.
Because she's fire and a 7. I think she plays really well in a 7 deck that uses that Zac, and the whole goal is basically to tell your opponent they're not allowed to block you.
Yeah.
No,
like honestly, if you wanted to build like
really
a mono fire like 7 deck, you could probably get away. Like it doesn't have to be all 7 under mono fire, but a mono fire like 7 themed deck.
You
like
get
you
away
get
with
Zac, Tifa. You're gonna get this new red we'll talk about, red 13. It's real cool because it also has haste. So like the deck also has haste. You have like there's the Sage backup that can also give the Zac haste, along with everything in the fire we've already talked about.
You could play this in a Fire Earth Barret deck.
Barret snaps?
Yeah, where you tap the 4-drop Barret that says pay to Earth, tap Barret, deal 4k to all your opponent's dudes.
Ooh.
And so you just sweep their board for 4k, and this Tifa just gets in for free.
Yep.
Okay. That's not terrible.
Yeah, no, like this card, I'll give it a 2.5 to 3 because it's neat and you can do some cheeky things with this Tifa.
I'm gonna give it a 2 because it's not utterly garbage, but I think you still have to do too much with it. Though I think it can find a deck to play in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe I'll go with 3. I'll go with 3.
I put this card at a 3.
Yeah, I can see it because also it has a special, so it not only has its main text, but you can also play an extra Tifa or 2, and then you can also AK shot
you
something.
just play Water Kick Tifa.
Yeah. So like
it's searchable by Zangan.
Yeah. So it gives you options.
I agree, Remy, I agree.
Yeah. If only she was in a different outfit, but that's beside the point. Because all Tifas have the same outfit.
Got the new Tifa, not the other.
Yeah,
Tifa.
I know.
She's a cowgirl. Yeehaw, partner.
We'll go to the next card, and it's 3 CP Morrow EX Burst. It has Warp 2 for 1 fire, haste, EX Burst. When Morrow enters the field due to warp, draw 2 cards and discard a card. And it's a 7k.
This card's a very cool, just like filter card.
Yeah, it's good enough. It does what it wants to do. You do have the other Morrow, which is a 3-drop that says when you swing with it, you discard a card, you draw 2. But this has a different mode where you can go warp, and you can wait a turn.
I think this is a very cool card to play in mono fire. It's just a cool card that like filters your deck.
Yeah.
It's cheap, has haste, does what it wants to.
It sets up your ace.
And it does.
Yeah,
I'm putting it at 3.
That and Titus Fire. You can start setting up your break zone so that way you can like play ace, and then also play like an Ifrit package if like you're playing the Ifrit package in mono fire, and you just melt Ifrits off the top.
Yeah.
I put this card, I'll say like a 3.54-ish. He has warp, which is cool, so you warp him for 1. He has haste, that's whatever, but it's his ability that, especially because it's an EX burst as well, it's draw 2, ditch 1. So like at that point in the game where like after you built like a backup or 2 and you're like really hoping to see more, or like hoping to see something else besides what your hand has, he comes in and cycles your hand out for you, which is really nice. So, yeah.
It gives you a way to pitch 2 dark cards out of your hand if you have too many dark cards, or light cards.
James. Next one. Barret. 3 CP Avalanche Operative EX. When he enters the field, choose a forward, deal 3k damage for each category 7 forward you control. And then Catastrophe. Special, Dolem, choose a forward, deal it 10,000 damage. Barret will not activate during your next active phase, and he's a 7k. I don't remember if I said that or not. I think Barret's like a 2 to 3.
This is like a 2.
I think his ping ability is cool, but we already have a Barret that does that. I don't think Catastrophe is worth playing, but I do think him being an EX burst is cool. That's really about where I place it. I don't have much to really lean on with Barret.
I hate the way he looks without glasses.
That's just how it is, man.
Yeah.
Next.
I wish his glasses were like right where his like dog tags are.
That wouldn't be bad if they were just on the picture in general.
Yeah, because
I don't like the way his face looks without him. It just looks weird to me.
Next one we have Palom. When Palom enters the field, you can pay a crystal. When you do so, choose a 4 and deal 8k damage. Put Palom and one card named Porm into the break zone. As an action, choose a 4, deal it 10k damage. So you get a 2-drop 8 or 2-drop that deals 8, and then you get the ability to deal 10, which it's cool.
Yeah.
I don't think it's anything nuts. The full art's kind of cool, but
I think if you have a crystal deck you're playing, I think this is a very cool target to play in your deck.
It is.
Yeah, if you don't already play Palom, this card's
dudes,
nice.
So,
yeah. It's also just a 2-drop, so like it's a 2-drop pay AK when there's a lot of other crystal decks that like you have Robo, which is a 4 cost, and it does a lot for being a 2 cost, which is surprising. I thought it was gonna be like a 6 or 7k ping, but I'm glad it's an 8k because 8ks kind of matter in this format. 8ks are like a lot of cards in the format right now, so like this actually does do something like that.
it hits a lot, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm glad that this has 8k rather than 7k. If it was a 7k, I wouldn't even look at this card. But it's
I'm still only gonna put this card at 3.
Yeah, no, it's definitely
like
a 3 cost card, but I'm saying if it was a 7k ping, I would put it down at a 2 if not a 1 because it just didn't do enough.
Next one, we've got. I gotta move through this just a bit faster. We got 4 CP Phoenix.
This is my favorite named card in this set.
Phoenix.
Oh my god, Phoenix.
When Phoenix enters the field, choose a 4, deal at 9k damage. Remove 4 cards from the break zone or in the break zone from the game. Those have to be from your break zone, by the way. This isn't like remove 4 of your opponent's cards. Until the end of turn, Phoenix becomes a forward with 9k power. You can only use this ability once per turn. It's one of the monsters are hit or miss sometimes. I think his on enter ability is really cool. 4 CP to shoot something for 9, and then remove 4 for a 9k forward isn't too terrible. I think he's like a solid 3.54.
I'm gonna go 3. I don't see many decks that need this right now, unfortunately.
It's a little niche with what it does.
Yeah.
So.
I think you could easily play him in like a fire lightning monster package where you're just like I'll mill 2 with twin-headed dragon and then I'll remove 4 so that way I have 2 attackers now. So I have twin-headed dragon and Phoenix.
And each time they attack, they shoot for what, 4 off a twin-headed, which is really good.
Yeah,
so
4. Yeah. So like it's nice. I mean, it's cool.
It's also a
Mono
monster you never feel
deck
bad
sounds
playing.
really funny.
Yeah. Like
Mono monster deck sounds really funny.
There's not a lot of monster removal, so like on your opponent's turn, they're just like, okay.
Yeah.
Next one. Hedgehog Pie. This card's dumb. When it enters the field, you can discard a card. When you do so, search for a card named Hedgehog Pie of cost 2 or less, play it onto the field, put Hedgehog Pie into the break zone, choose a forward, deal a 5k damage. It's like Goblins, but not as good in my opinion. Goblins pay 1 on play, search for a Goblin, and then tap it for 3k, which is you can use whenever because it's a monster. This is pay 2.
There's not even another Hedgehog Pie to play.
It's just this. It's really good in like draft maybe, but or in like sealed, but I don't think it's good in constructive play. Which I could be surprised. Monsters are really cool and all, and it does thin your deck a bit more. But yeah, I put this card like a 2-3.
It's no upstart Goblin, that's for sure. I'm putting it at 2.
I'll fight you. I don't disagree. I do think playing with Goblins would be interesting. I just don't know if I want to pitch a card for this. It's essentially paying for another copy and then paying for another copy. It is a lot faster.
I don't see a deck that wants to play this. The reason I think that Goblins can get away with it, playing Goblins in your deck, is because at the end you just search Goblin Princess.
There's an end goal with Goblins.
Yeah.
This one doesn't have anything.
You get the 3rd Hedgehog Pie, you're done. Next one, Mont Blanc. 2 CP backup. When he enters the field, choose a forward, deal at 5k damage. If you control 5 or more fire characters, deal 8k damage. It's whatever. The art's cool. It seems very generic. It's about a 3 for me personally, but I could be surprised.
There's no FFTA in this set. There's not enough. How am I supposed to play my FFTA deck?
Too many Mont Blancs, by the way, in my opinion. But that's
100%.
I think it's a 2 in my opinion because there's other Mono Blancs you want to play rather than this card.
Don't mind me. I'm just seeing how many more fire cards we have.
Even in like mono fire, I just don't see you needing to play this.
Yeah, you have other backups that actually do a 5k bang or do better, or you can play other cards that do better.
Yeah.
Last one, Red 13. Who wants to take this one?
I'll take it. Red 13 is a 2-cost fire warrior classed Cat 7 forward. You can only play red if you control a fire category 7 forward. And then if you control 4 more category 7, red gains haste. It's also a 9k. That is beefy.
Yeah.
I say red is a 4 because it goes off Cat 7 characters, which is super easy to do. If we play with that Tifa, he's also a double ping off of Zac, which is hilarious. And the only requirement to play a 2-drop 9k is to have another Cat 7 forward, which isn't too hard. There's a lot of Cat 7 forwards that are worth playing. So, yeah, I think this card's insane. I think it's really cool.
Like I said,
I think it's very efficient.
A mono fire Cat 7, like a mono fire like Cat 7 oriented deck is would be very, very cool to see.
Yeah, that Tifa's an Avalanche operative, isn't she?
Yeah.
Oh, so Elf Searchers are out? Yep.
Yep.
Cool. Yeah.
Which is also a fire card.
Yep.
Yep. And you still can play Zangan, which can search Tifa as well.
Yep. That's where I leave it with personally. This is...
And like Elf can also search that Barret, which is a fire categories as well.
Yeah.
I wouldn't play that one. I'd play a different Barret personally, but...
But like if you're playing mono fire is what I'm talking about. Like
I wouldn't play that fire Barret.
Target. Is there another fire Barret?
Yeah, there's different fire Barrets.
I thought there was one other one. It's definitely not good.
Here, hold on. I gotta type the freaking name in. B-A-R.
If I don't put 2 T's.
There's the 3-cost one from the starter. There's the Fire Earth one.
Yeah,
Plus
just like the starter. So
14.
the starter says EX burst when he enters the field, choose one forward the opponent controls, deal it 1k damage for each Cat 7 character you control. If Barret results from an EX burst, deal it 2k damage instead. It's the same thing, it just doesn't have catastrophe basically. I would rather play this.
I'd rather play the Experts too, so I guess you're right, yeah.
They're both EXs, but
They're both EXs.
I just feel like catastrophe is not worth it, personally.
He has his glasses on in this one, I'll go with this one.
He looks cooler.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
So yeah, that's where I will leave it currently. We'll pick up on Ice another time. Our part 2 of Opus 20 set, our first impressions of the set. We're going through Ice. Maybe we'll get through Wind, but I don't know for sure. Please be sure to like, comment, share, subscribe, and we'll kick it off. We have 1 CP, 3k, Mage. I wish it was Black Mage, but it's not. Is it Alhanalim? Am I saying that right? Alhanalim. Super easy. Tap it, choose a forward, dull it, tap it, choose a forward, freeze it. Scale 1 to 5, 5 being super cool. We'll always see play, 1 being garbage. What do you guys think?
Honestly, I think this is a solid 3.
I could see it as a low 3 or a mid 3 to low 4. Just because it's a 1-drop 3k that also says it just taps a dude. Right now it obviously gets bullied out by Wool, but like in a time where Wool doesn't matter, this card literally sees a lot more play because there's not a lot of action hate and there's not a lot of, and it doesn't really die when it comes into play. It just, there's no Ratsu, there's no like Leviathan that stops it from starting it, so I'd see it going higher depending on how the meta flows.
So I put it at a 2, honestly. Why does this keep spazzing?
I think you can find a spot, especially as like a 1-drop like Ice dude. You can find a really decent spot at like a 1 or a 2 of in this.
So the only reason I say this is a 2
is
because we can play Sarah Mobius and she doles 2 dudes for the same cost of tapping herself.
But this is the blocker.
I mean, she doles 2 dudes, she cancels an auto ability, or she gives something 2k. I think she's just more versatile than this card is.
It's just a 1-drop though. That's my thing.
She's a 2-drop.
Here's the thing. A
2-drop.
I think you use Sarah more for the auto cancel than anything else. This is more for the dual freeze mechanic.
I think her dual ability is nuts against aggro decks. If you lay her out before they start going off, you just get to tell them that 2
for the meta right now, she's really good because there's a lot of aggro. But when the tempo starts slowing down, I can see this card getting better. I can see someone just playing this and Sarah in the same deck and just playing both of them and just telling someone, you're full field stolt. Now it's my turn. All right, I'll freeze your dudes.
It is searchable. I mean, personally, I'll keep it at 2. It is searchable. I just think that like I'd rather play Sarah and use another card in the slot that this could take up instead.
This just to me says like anytime where like Sarah says you can pitch one for man to play, this says the same thing as just tap 1 instead.
Yeah,
like,
but
I think
it's the same as Sarah that it takes time. It's not a monster, so you still have to wait a turn before they spike it off board.
Oh yeah, but it's just a 1-drop. So either they expend something to spend on it,
Which probably isn't much when it's a 3K.
but you spend almost nothing to play it. So like, it's not terrible.
If my opponent uses an Ifrit for 1 CP to spike this off, when I paid 1 CP for this, it's breaking even. It doesn't.
I actually think it's worse for your opponent.
Even a Brynhilder, you
one-drop-
still get value out of it because you're cycling through your deck at that point.
Yeah, but Brynhilder would be a good card. I think if they waste an Ifrit on it, that's nuts. Like, obviously it's a good Brynhilder target, but like, who cares?
Plus,
It's just a 1-drop.
I'm just saying, the only cool spicy thing you can do with this card is block and then dull something, which the card dies afterwards anyways. So either you just have a 1 CP constant dull on board that you never really do anything with except for dull, and your opponent can easily play around, or you get a free block and a dull for a turn. I just don't see this card being anything more than a 1 or like a 2, my bad, in my opinion. But you guys have a place higher, which is fair. Don't try convincing me. You've already said your piece. We tried convincing you on other stuff yesterday, and you just would not hear it.
What are you talking about?
Or not yesterday, the day before.
The only card I would not come down on was just fucking the demon. I went up higher for other cards.
You were riding the high of that demon.
I think the demon's fucking nuts. Watch the last podcast.
Oh, whoops. Okay, next one. Hiya. Armorer. Super simple. It's the same as the other 2-cost backups. If you have 3 or more of its element, it's free to play. Under ice, honestly, it's not terrible, but I feel like, again, there are just other ice backups I'd rather play that have ETBs that might cost like an extra CP to do a cool thing like Kefka.
And also, inherently, ice doesn't have ways of picking up their own backups in any way, shape, or form, so it kind of feels
ice
bad.
cements a backup, it wants to make sure that backup's going to do something for it.
Yeah, the only way I see it is through the Cloud of Darkness Ice Legend from set 10 that breaks a backup to then tell your opponent to get rid of one of their dudes that's dulled.
Yeah.
That's like one of the only ways that I think about it, but like I don't know what else can really do
Like
it.
I said, I'm gonna make every single one of these a solid 3. I may have said 2 yesterday, but I'm
I
pretty
don't
sure.
think 3 is bad for
2.
these, because
No,
backups
three.
are scored differently, in my opinion, than like a forward or a monster or a summon would be. It's just the utility of it. This is a free play backup, essentially, which is really good.
Yeah.
So,
Actually, in ice, this is nuts. Because there's the Kefka that's a 5-drop that says if you have 5 ice dudes, start doling things. This just says free. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Next one. Cabrera. Who wants to do this one?
I can do it. Why not?
It's Cat Fort.
Yep. It's a 3-drop Calbrena forward with back attack. When Calbrena enters the field, choose one ability that is choosing only one character either player controls. The ability is now choosing Calbrena instead, if possible. When Calbrena is dealt damage by a forward opponent controls, choose one forward opponent controls, deal it damage equal to Calbrena's power.
Oh, hey James, do you think
so
this?
Okay.
Do you think this is another Cecil trigger? Like Cecil Edge?
Yeah, with the way the wording is, yes, 100%.
Yeah, it's another Cecil trigger. You chose a dude, Calbrena comes in. Oh, now you have to choose Calbrena, so Cecil stacks twice.
Yep, same way Edge works, in my opinion.
Yep.
Here's the thing.
And it's back attack, even better.
This is a hand trap.
It is a hand trap. Yeah.
Hand traps are sick.
Yeah.
And at least with this set, I've seen that they made a lot more back attack cards, especially in ice.
Yeah.
Which makes me
I like
happy.
having more back attack. It gives a lot more intricacy to the game.
Yeah.
I honestly think Ice should have been getting a lot more back attack because Ice wants to play that game of playing on their opponent's turn rather than Earth, because Earth got a lot of back attack for some reason, which is fine. Earth kind of needed it too at points, but I'd rather see it in Ice because Ice is more of like that defensive style where you're just trying to lock your opponent down and then just ping them for damage and then just do that every other turn. Just dull them down, freeze them down, hit your damage, let them try to do their thing.
I will say as well, so the on-enter ability is nuts. This technically is like a form of hand trap in the game. It's a 3-drop 7k, so it's on curve, but it does have the old Baigan ability, where if it's dealt damage, you can deal it damage equal to its power. which is kind of cool. So if they almost kill this card or they attempt to kill this card, they have to risk the sake of having something eat 7k damage. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So
or anything that could increase this damage on board when it's played, or do something cool like that.
yeah. Next one.
This card's a 4 for me. I don't think we did scores,
Oh
but
yeah,
this
we
card's a
did.
4
My
for me.
bad. Cabrina, I put it at a 3 to 4. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
I
hand
go
trap,
3.
fucking 4.
I go 3. The more 4 we see, the better this card gets.
Our next one, we have Juggler.
Card's garbage. I'm skipping it. I don't want to talk about it.
Really,
I hate
Juggler?
this card.
I
hate this
don't
card.
know. I think this card's
I
nuts.
think
What do you mean?
Juggler's
I think this
insane.
card's garbage.
Okay,
I think-
hold on. Why is the card garbage, James?
One, it doesn't need a full art. I like the full art. I don't like the full art being this
Let's not
card.
talk. That doesn't matter. We'll talk
It
about
matters
the
to
actual
me.
card's ability.
I think it's a bad, like, it's another like hand trap, but I think it's a literal trap of a card. It seems good on paper. You're gonna use this once and it's gonna maybe save and turn.
Mhm.
It's not gonna continuously give you anything.
No, the point of it is to either.
The point of it is not to die for a turn.
So here's
Ice doesn't need that.
Here's how I view. Yes, it does. Here's how I view the
does
game.
not.
Ice is too slow sometimes. Here's how I view this card. It gives you a turn to actually establish yourself because it's just 2 CP. It gives you a backup as well, so you get to use it on your next turn, and it locks
There are other
a
cards
forward
that do
down for that
this.
turn. It locks the forward down for the turn. It's also a back attack. That's the important part about it.
The back attack's cool. There are other cards that do this. We talked about this. Sarah
What
Mobius
other,
does it.
what other cards with back attack are going to do it though? Sarah Mobius gets spiked
It's
off board. I
almost-
can't do that. The hand trap
Here's the
aspect
thing.
of this is what makes this good.
The hand trap aspect of this just makes it a summon. And there are multiple summons that do
No,
more
it's
than
not a
just one
summon.
forward.
It's a backup.
Yes, but there are
Sorry,
other
hold on.
backups I'd rather play than this card.
Hold on. Let me finish my explanation because I'll let you get through yours. So, it's a back attack. It dulls any forward that it needs to. So if they have a power forward that they put out, like Wool, for instance, you get to dull the Wool. If you're playing against any haste-based deck or anything like Cat 13, you get to dull a card as well, which stops Cat 13 from going off. It gives you that extra turn that Ice might need and gives you a backup on top of that. Like, this card's not terrible. Sure, it's usable once, quote-unquote, but this is also multi-playable. So if you really wanted to, you can just play a deck where your whole goal is to just stall your opponent down on their turn, not really letting them touch you while you're gradually building on their turn. This card's a solid 3 to 4 in my opinion. I wouldn't go any less with that. I think this card's actually worth running even at a 1-up.
In my opinion, Ice did not need this card. Ice needs something that kills stuff.
Ice has cards that kill stuff. They just do it under a
Ice does
specific
not
condition.
have anything that kills well.
Terra's an AK shot on a dull forward. What happens if I play Juggler, dull your dude, and then play Terra the next turn? Oh, your dude's dead.
Here's the thing. I don't think the new Terra is that good.
Not talking about the new. You mean the current Terra, the 4 CP backup?
No. Yeah. What?
That picks up the 4 CP backup that on EX either picks up a summon or AKs a dull dude.
Yeah, I don't think that's good.
From the current set, from set 19.
From 19? There's one in 19?
I'm pretty sure that card's in set 19.
Yeah, it's a 4-drop EX burst.
Okay, let me find it real quick so I can look at it.
I'll open my tab.
Yeah, I don't think that card's good.
Okay, that's you. I don't know what to tell you. Depending on the ice deck you play, like, I guess you're only locking into specific ice decks, but I think this opens it up for a lot more ice decks to be playable.
I think it's just a trap of a card. Because all this does is stop you for one turn, and Ice doesn't need something that stops for one turn.
Yes, it does.
Ice has plenty of cards that do that.
Sure.
Yeah, but they're too expensive.
This is a 2 CP back attack backup. You're telling me that even Carbuncle, which is just a 2 CP Earth backup with back attack, is a bad card then in general?
It doesn't need to be played. There are other cards that do things.
This card does things though. This card actually does things.
No, it doesn't. It says dull one dude for a turn.
Yeah,
that's it.
You don't think that's important depending on the dude you dull? You don't think dulling a squall is important if they're going to board wipe you?
There are things in Ice that do that.
But I don't think you. Okay, how easy is it for you to set these things up quickly enough?
I think it's extremely easy in Ice. You kind of cut out there, Noah.
Ice's game plan is not a fast game plan, by any means.
But this doesn't speed up Ice.
No, it gives Ice the extra time it needs.
I don't think that's true at all.
Okay.
I think there are plenty of summons that give you the time you need.
Out of spite, I want to build a deck that just abuses this card and tell you that you're not allowed to touch me with the things you want to touch me with. Like
Here's
the ability to shut down an attack in this game is so important, and you're just sliding over that.
I'm not sliding over it.
You are.
I'm
You
telling
literally said this card is textless.
No, I'm saying there are other cards in Ice that do it that are just better.
Name them off that meet the same cost requirement as this. That aren't interactable. You can't interact with this card on back attack. You can't interact with back attack.
You can back attack.
No, you can't. It doesn't open the stack.
Back attack does not enter the stack because all back attack does is play it.
Cool.
Like
What are they? I'm gonna play 2 CP and they're gonna Ratsu my juggler.
There are other things that interact with ETBs.
What's gonna stop the ETB of a backup? Effectively.
I believe. Does Sid do it? Sid just says ETBs, right?
No, from forwards. Triggered from forwards.
That's cool.
Otherwise, that card would be busted and Toto wouldn't do anything.
Yeah, but Toto does do something.
I mean, I think having things that cancel Toto are fine.
But having a forward that shuts down every ETB in the game, including backups, you think that's fine?
Let's see here.
See, I can see this card being played while James does his own little searching thing.
Yeah.
I can see it being played. I can see it being a 3 or 4 of, and then I can see people playing this card as a 2 of in their deck.
Oh yeah, I wish I could play 4 of that.
Yeah, no, we're not meanphilia this. No, you can play. I can
Use
see people.
4.
No, I said this is a 3 or a 4 card that people are gonna play 2 or 3 of it in their deck. Context, James. Listen.
All I'm saying is I had 3 or 4 card.
Yeah, I think this card can be played, and people will try to play it. It's going to be in specific ice decks that want to play it, where they have room for a backup that they're just like, I just need a backup that just does something really easily for 2-drop.
Or if you know your game plan's long, this backup just helps you get there.
Yeah, because you could technically freeze their forwards, and then like even if they don't want to swing, you're just like, all right, I'll play this 2 cost on your turn, or when I freeze your dudes, dole your dude, it's frozen. Cool, you don't get to stand that back up. Now it's my turn. Okay, your dude's still doled, and you play stuff that says break dole dudes. Because you can play Zalera if they're in the cost, or you're playing the other Zalera that just breaks a dude for some reason. I guess if you want to play is it Hades, the 5-drop summon that just breaks a dude that's doled? Whatever. Is it Hades? I don't remember.
Ice. I won't say Ice doesn't have a hard time effectively dealing with things, but generally the goal of Ice decks or Ice in general is to just lock things down, because you can only play so many copies of a character or so many named characters. So if you just lock them down and their board state's already established, like what are they going to do? Create a different board state? They have to get rid of what they have to do that, and they can't. That's the ideal of Ice, but even then there's still cards in Ice that deal with these.
This card also effectively says, my other ice things are going to take care of the important stuff, while this card will just lock down whatever's extra.
Yeah.
And so now you delayed them even further. So like
Ice has important backups it wants to play and stuff, but like realistically,
there are 9 different cards that can deal with this that could be played in a bunch of different decks right now.
What are those cards?
Blue Goo. It's a new card from this set. Literally just says cancel an auto ability, can't choosing it forward. It's a cool monster.
Okay,
we'll get to that card.
It's a monster.
It's a 1-drop monster that water will probably be maining.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get to that card later.
Well, I'm naming
Next
cards. You got the Ceremobius we just talked about.
Okay. Ceremobius taxes it.
Yep. You have Earth, Lightning, Vanille, taxes.
Okay. Taxes.
You got 7, which is just a tap tax. You have Fina, which is mono wind can play.
Who's playing 7?
I'm just naming the cards that can do it, okay?
Sure, but at that point, we can name every silver bullet for wool that nobody's playing.
So here's the thing. The Vanilla is okay, the Blue is okay, the Ceremobius is okay, whatever. Cut out the 7. Fina, which Mono Wind can play, and I think should be playing the Fina that cancels.
Mono Wind currently isn't going to be doing as good as it wants to right now. People are going to look at it, but they're probably not going to do much with it, but yeah.
But I think Mono Wind can still survive and still play this. Play this Fina.
But do you see?
You have the Sin.
The only ones right now, in my opinion, that are standing up to this are just it still gets the value out of it. The whole goal for this card is to dole a forward. Even if it can't select the forward it wants, which is like the best opportunity it can have. If I'm gonna do this and you're gonna Ceremobius to tax me, I dole a forward. If I'm gonna do this and you're gonna use Vanille, I dole a forward because Vanille has to dole to do her ability. If I'm gonna play this card,
here's the thing.
and
why
you want to
are you
stop
doling
me,
a Ceremobius or Vanille? The idea of what you're talking about is Juggler hitting like a wool.
Yeah, but
like you're not going to do that with like a Sarah.
But do you understand how good it is to shut down something that stops autos on your opponent's turn, so you can use your autos on your turn? So it's still a worthwhile trade.
Yeah, but like, it doesn't make sense to me to waste energy on this card.
You're not using this card to target the Sarah Mobius and dull her. Sarah Mobius is dulling herself to use her ability. So either way, it's a fair trade, especially when her ability is to tax autos. To stop an auto tax on your turn? The fuck?
I'm saying it's not an okay trade, because if you're playing Juggler for a reason, you're not trying to tap their Sarah Mobius or their Vanille. You're trying to tap whatever you're trying to hit.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You play around it if you need to.
You should not be okay with it if you're using it for that reason.
The trade is still fine because you're getting rid of somebody canceling. You're taking off tax on an auto. The fuck?
It's taxing it on the turn that your opponent's trying to do something. And so if they tap that down, then on your turn, they have no response to you doing whatever. You have free reign on auto abilities that they had a response to tax you even more. And so now you're just like, all right, that's fine. Now my turn, I get to do free things.
You're telling me stopping an auto tax isn't a fair enough trade for 2 CP and a backup?
I'm saying it's not a fair trade to make this card good.
Okay. No, it's okay.
I can't even get you to admit that the card is functional in any good capacity. I'm just skipping to the next one.
I think this card is a trap. I still think it's like a 2 to 3.
No,
I just think the card's a trap. There are in my opinion, every other ice deck has cards it
James,
wants to play.
I love you. I'm done with this card.
We're gonna go to the next one.
Next one's Genesis. I'll leave that to whoever wants to read that one.
Isn't it Edward? My bad.
I
thought it was Edward.
It's Edward.
It's Edward.
I skipped over one.
Yeah.
I don't know how that happened.
Okay. So we got a cool new Edward, guys. It's a 2-drop, like a lot of Edwards, which is funny. This one's an EX burst though, which is really cool. Backup, and its EX burst is when Edward enters the field, choose one duel forward. If your opponent controls 2 or more duel forwards, break it. This was Juggler's nuts. Yeah. After they swing the one dude, they play the other dude, then you back attack with the Juggler, and then your next turn you're like, I'll play Edward now, and then you're like, I'll break whatever I don't want to deal with. Just like, haha, loser. This card's nuts. It's also an EX burst switch on like your opponent's swing. When they dull their dude to swing, you're just like, oh yeah, just break that. If they have 2 or more dual forwards, which is like
because
loser.
It's an EX burst, I think Edward's really good. I'd put Edward at a middling 3 currently, just because he's not something you use by himself.
3.
He's part of a combo.
Yeah, I was gonna say 3.
You can either play this Edward or the Edward that
be careful,
moving stuff.
because people can play like Vanille or Sarah Mobius to tell Edward no if it's not an EX burst.
Yeah. Careful now, guys.
Genesis.
We didn't even get over the other things. There's Jekt, Sin, Imo, Amaterasu, Ishtola.
Nobody's playing Jekt.
7. Here's the thing. I think Jekt in a deck is fine. For the specific
that's fine
reason
that you think it's fine, but nobody's playing Jekt.
No.
Yeah.
Nobody's playing half the shit I named. People play Blue Goo, but I don't know many people playing Sarah Mobius. Ice decks don't need it. It's cool. But
Genesis.
I don't know any deck playing Vanille.
5 CP 9K. Hold on. What?
I don't know any decks playing that Vanille.
Earth, Lightning, X-Death decks play Vanille.
I've only seen one person play an Earth, Lightning, X-Death deck.
You've seen more than one person play an Earth, Lightning, X-Death deck.
I've only seen one person play.
Oliver's one, Steven's another, and Ryan Chen's another.
I've never seen Ryan Chen play.
Yes, you have. We did in Pennsylvania.
He played a summoner. He didn't play an X-Death deck.
No, it was Black Mage X-Death, which is an X-Death control deck. Yeah, that's how that deck plays. That's literally the same deck Steven plays.
That's not an X-Death deck.
Yes, it is.
It was not an X-Death deck.
It's Earth, Lightning, X-Death control. That's literally the same deck Steven played.
He played X-Death a lot.
Christ.
He played Black Mage into Man in Black.
He played Black Mage, Man in Black. No, he played Black Mage, X-Death, Man in Black, and he played the Mannequin Engine for X-Death. That's an Earth, Lightning, X-Death deck.
I never remember him playing the mannequins. Only the Black.
Okay, never mind.
Only the Man in Black.
Okay, never mind then. He never played the Mannequin cards. 5 CP Genesis. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what he played in Pennsylvania. But 5 CP 9K Warp 3 for pay 2 ice. When Genesis enters the field, select one of the 2 following actions. If Genesis enters the field due to Warp, select up to 2 of the 2 following actions instead. Choose up to 2 characters, freeze them, and then your opponent randomly discards 1 card. Honestly, I think Genesis is a solid 4. Especially if you're gonna play wind. What is it? Wind, ice, storm. This card comes out in a turn with Vayne, and you get to lock 2 characters down and make them discard a card. It's like playing lock, realistically.
Yeah.
3.
Go ahead and explain, James.
I think warp's too slow for ice.
Even with Vayne in a storm deck, storm decks are slow in general, I guess. So
yeah,
is that too slow?
Decks, yeah, I think it's too slow. Because the turn you want to do things, you have to make sure the turn you want to do something is the turn that Genesis warps, or you have the ability to go Vayne warp finish to do cool thing. You have to rely on not having to expend yourself to protect or do something else to take care of something the turn that Genesis comes in.
In a storm deck, this is so in the context of a storm deck, where this is probably the only time you'll see this card, you'll see that combo go off, where it's like the most beneficial way to play the game.
Yes,
where they restand things constantly and they draw a bunch of cards. It's too slow of a combo.
It's a setup. If you, for whatever reason, have to expend something else to make sure you don't die before you can do the combo, it just...
What are you expending, though?
To protect yourself. Like, if you have to get rid of something, if you have to make a play not to die the next turn, it's going to waste the Genesis. I don't think Genesis is good by itself. It needs to capitalize on something.
I think Genesis is fine by itself.
Well, what I mean is, like, to do something. I think it's a 3. But, like, if you're trying to get capitalization out of, like, using Vayne and doing whatever in, like, a storm style build, the idea is to play more than just go Vayne Genesis in my turn. It's Vayne Genesis, do other cool things to continuously
which you can do. If Vayne's going to be generally Vayne's probably going to be the most expensive card you play in a turn, because Vayne costs 4. But if you're going to go, cool, I'm going to play Sid Haze and then I'm going to play Vayne for 2, or I'm going to warp Genesis and then play Vayne for 2, sick. Like, you're still netting value out of that in a storm deck. And then Sid Haze locks down because you'll probably cast 3 cards.
But, like, if that becomes a deck, that's an obvious play which just runs this out. Because if Vayne Genesis is going to become a thing, like, that's going to be the deck that people play.
It's not just Vayne Genesis. Vayne Genesis is part of a storm deck. It's not the antithesis of the storm deck. Lock is still your end all be all. I don't think Ice has anything else going on for it with like warp. Lock is still your. Hold on.
I personally think this card's a 3 up. It's a 3 out of 5. A lot of decks aren't going to use the full text of this card. They're going to only use half of it.
Theodore, Melvin, Genesis, Prish, Emperor. Prish and Emperor under Earth, so they don't work.
Melvin is trap.
Melvin's not the best thing ever, but he is a continuous forward that can't.
We've also talked about how we both think Theodore is a trap as well.
Theodore can be, yes.
Only good if you're able to get the playoff.
If you're able to get the warp off efficiently, which guess what you can do with Vayne.
I just don't warp it. Why do you need to warp it? Just don't warp it.
Also, not gonna lie, honestly, when I think about it with Vayne existing, Melvin's not terrible. What do you mean?
I never pay 9 for Theodore. Play it in ramp pair, dude. Just drop it. Make it 0.
You play
like why would you?
If you play Vayne, Melvin's not terrible because Melvin comes out that turn and restands the backups you used on Vayne and locks down 2 more.
It still feels bad because Melvin just seems like it triggers off.
It's free from there.
It's so weird. Melvin's just so tricky to play with. I don't like Melvin because you have to work around it, and it's so like
you warp Melvin, you play Vayne, and Melvin comes in and locks down 2 backups and restands you for your turn to continue. They're short combos. They're not long combos. They're extenders. That's the whole point.
I mean, Vayne is the only way that Melvin gets its full thing accomplished.
Vayne is the only way anything in warp gets like the max accomplish.
No, like other things you can do like Theodore's fine in warp using warp.
But if you want to use Theodore to his fullest potential, you should play him with Vayne.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't think you have to. I still think he's a trap card.
You're telling me, hold on. I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. If you want to use a warp card to its fullest potential, you want to speed up the warp as best as possible. Vayne is the way to do it.
Vayne's gonna
period, point blank, full stop. There's nothing else to that.
What, one? Vayne gets you like 1 trigger,
and net you a card in hand.
Sure, but it's gonna do 1 trigger. It's not giving you the fullest.
That's using it to its turn. That's using the card to its fullest.
No, using the full.
I can't with you. You're actually just being ignorant on this on purpose right now.
I'm not.
There's no way you don't agree on this.
3 turns for Theodore.
Okay, and then it speeds it up to 2 turns.
Yeah, 2 turns. It still says in 2 turns, I'm just going to pitch my entire hand. And you get nothing out of Theodore.
It gives you less time to do that. So if you can't pitch your entire hand, then Theodore's going to hurt you. Or Theodore just comes on the field faster and you still have a 9K with haste, first strike body to deal with. Faster than you had. You don't get more time to set up. You don't get 2 turns of drawing to hit an Amaterasu.
I'm in the middle of this, and I think it's funny.
I'm not sitting here defending like these are the greatest things, but it's just an objective fact that Vayne makes any warp card instantly better.
Yeah,
I don't think it makes it instantly better. I think it makes it better.
I can't. I
think it takes more effort than just Vayne.
I can see both your points. I understand both of them. I'm just gonna put a stop to it because if not, we're gonna be on here for too long, and I don't want it. So I'm just gonna stop it here.
I'll move on to the next one. We're on Sisney.
Yeah. Yep.
Your Turks.
I do like Turks. Sisney, 2 CP, ice backup. We're on ice. Member of the Turks, when Sisney enters the field, place 1 shuriken counter on Sisney. Tap her, remove a shuriken counter from a character you control. Choose a character, duel and freeze it. She's like, if you're playing a shuriken counter deck, she's cool, but she's nothing major. I'd rather play the forward Sisney than the backup Sisney any day of the week.
It's unfortunate you can't play it with the wind edge because wind edge wants to play like all the other colors that aren't ice because there's no ice ninjas. So this system kind of feels really bad. The only way you can use it
is use her with lightning edge that gives 3 and what's her name, Yuffie, 2 CP Yuffie in this set that gives herself shuriken counters, and you just steal those to dull free something. Yeah,
that's the most. It's unfortunate. It would have been cool. I would have rather this system had been a random ass ninja, but like it's not.
If they made her a ninja, she probably would be a lot better in my opinion. But she's like a 2. Like she's playable to a degree, but like that's if you're playing around shuriken counter, like with the shuriken counter deck to some degree, which is like not super feasible yet.
I guess in Ice Lightning, you can use her to like dull freeze like really bad things you don't want to deal with when you're playing Turks, but like. She feels really bad. You can just play other cards. So, I could see people memeing with this deck, but it's not gonna be good.
Nothing, huh?
James, your thoughts?
I'd rather just play a different Sisney. I think there's like a 2, unless we can get some.
I'd rather play the forward Sisney.
She's way better because she can pop something.
I'm trying to look through ice to see if there's anything like Cat 4 stuff we can do, and there's just nothing.
Cat 4?
She's Cat 7, bro.
She's 7.
No, but Edge is Cat 4.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So if we can do some ice wind shenanigans inside Cat 4 with the shuriken counters, but there's not. Definitely not.
Next one, Jill Nabat.
Why did we get another Jahil?
Honestly,
I'll read this one.
I don't think anything's better than backup Jill, but this one's okay.
Yeah, this is a 3-drop Jahil forward. That's Cat 13 Piccoloia. If you guys want to make that title, whatever. If all the characters you control have ice element, Jahil Nabat gets 2,000 power. So she becomes a 9K, which is nice. That's cool. When Jahil Nabat is put from the field into the break zone, you may pay 2 ice. If you do, choose 2 characters, duel them, and freeze them. It's neat. I'd rather play the backup Jahil Nabat that freezes 3 dudes. Just because it's cooler. So
total, you get a 5-drop 9K basically that dual freezes 2 on leave is the way you would look at it, or the way I would look at it. I think she's okay. I do think she has a really good potential because she can be like that scary card you don't want to initially deal with because she's a 9K generally speaking. And the fact that she's like, oh, did I die because I like blocked your biggest dude? Sick. I'm gonna like tap everything else on your board that like I don't want to deal with right now for 2 CP. So it's a card out of hand or 2 backups down. It's not terrible. Her being a 3-drop is a little awkward on the cost, which like makes sense, but she's a 3-drop 9K realistically.
Yeah, because she effectively says either have 3 backups or you're tapping 1 and pitching 2 cards to use her full effect.
Yeah. And
2 cards is a lot, including for Ice when Ice wants to like really save their resources and play other cool things.
That is fair.
Especially on our opponent's turn.
Yeah, so it feels a little bad in my opinion. That's why I don't like think it's good. I think you can play the other Jahil Nabat if you really want to do. And the other one also has a special. So like you can use your extra copies of Jahil for that reason.
I mean, you could even play the backup Jill that just says that backups don't touch your dudes.
Yeah, that's true.
Stops stops Elvis.
Stops Elvis. Does it single target stop, or I don't remember that card.
It just says backups your opponent controls can't. I think it can't deal damage. Let me see. Hold on. I need the exact wording.
Yes, the exact wording is preferred.
Okay, can we? Thank you. Okay, no. Thank you. Backups don't deal damage to the forwards you control.
Stops Elvis, stops Blaze.
Stops Zonde.
Stops Zonde. So there's some cool fire stuff that you can negate to say, hey, you don't really get to like trade effectively into my dudes.
Yeah.
Maybe that Jeho will come back. We don't know. Maybe.
Next one. Setzer busted.
He's so
great.
James, go ahead.
Setzer's a 2-drop gambler. Cat 4 backup. The category
Cat
4.
6.
Cat 6, my bad, backwards. Cat 6 forwards you control can form a party with forwards with any element. When 2 or more Cat 6 forwards you control form a party and attack, choose one character, dull it, and freeze it. Card's nutty.
Yeah, and it's got full art.
In my opinion, I don't care about the... Like, I understand 6 is playing multiple colors right now. I don't care about the Cat 6. I don't care about the party attack with multiple colors for this. I think just party attacking as mono is nuts.
Well, so Celeste says on party attack, pick up a dude and or freeze 2 things, while Setzer gets to dull freeze a thing for a party attack. And honestly, if you played both of them, it's not terrible.
It's dull and freeze 3 dudes.
Well, dull and freeze or 1 dude, freeze 3 dudes. Dull and freeze 8
dude, 3 freeze dude, 3 dudes is nuts.
I'm gonna quickly just jump to Celeste real quick. I just want to read her for a hot second. Okay. Yeah.
Also, well, I like this because you also have the Mog from last set and the Saban from 2 sets ago. That reduced their own cost, and so in like a Cat 6 like style like Dream Stooges deck, this card's nuts because then you can swing with Saban and the Mog the next turn, and you just dull freeze another dude, and your dudes have first strike.
Cat 6 was already really cool, and this makes like a regular Cat 6 deck nuts.
Well, it also just gives Cat 6 a really good backup. I mean, the other sets are cool because he picks up a dude, but like realistically, you play Edgar and you can play.
For me, like I play Mono Ice 6, and like we never really liked Setzer, but Setzer as a backup, hella cool.
So you get this Setzer and you get Kefka as a backup as well. So now you have like 2 different ways.
Which is what I'm excited. You get Gestolen, Setzer, and Kefka, which says on play now. The lock I'm playing, which I could probably play both at this point. The 3-drop lock from like set whatever early sets says just auto discard. You don't have to think about it.
Yeah, no, that lock is still very well played in this stuff. The new lock in the set's really cool too, but like
I might play both just because they're both
title decks are gonna love this Setzer. They're just gonna say, this title.
Super cool. I give Setzer 4 to 5. 4.5 to 5.
I give it a 4. I can see people still wanting to play the EX Burst Setzer just because they want to pick up a dude.
Yeah.
Maybe just play one of that Setzer and just play 2 of this Setzer and then just never play the other Setzer and just hope you hit an EX Burst, I guess.
I mean, if your goal is for more of a board control, I think you play this one over the other one. And generally, Cat 6 is more heavy on board control, so it just swarms out the board afterwards and it kills you.
I think generally you'll probably end up playing this Setzer more than other ones. Generally, outside of unless you find something you want a specific Setzer to do, I think you play this one over a lot of them. I'd say this card's a 4 only because he's relying on other things. He's not doing anything. He makes other cards better, and everything else is reliant with him.
Yeah, he's not self-sufficient. He doesn't use full card text himself. He's full
support.
Yeah, he's full support. Yep.
He needs other cards to be functional.
Oh, that's funny. I just looked at it, but next one, Celeste also has a full art.
Yes.
Yep.
Celeste.
All 3 of them have full arts.
2 CP, Rune Knight, 5k. If you control a card named Lock, Celeste gains haste, and the card named Lock you control gains haste. When Celeste enters the field, choose up to the same number of forwards the opponent controls as the category 6 characters you control, dull them. That's cheeky.
I think there's a very good window for 6 Storm.
You just make an OTK turn.
Yeah, I generally think the other Celeste is still going to be a
I
better
agree.
card.
Hello, George. Yes, Ice 6 is going to be spicy as hell, dude.
Oh, I didn't pull up the thing. Shit. I can't see comments.
Yeah,
No.
I just saw the comment. Yeah, it's gonna be really cool. Tile decks are gonna love this Celeste just because you play so many locks already. Like this just says all your locks have haste and this Celeste has haste.
Yep.
Cool. That's your aggro like 13. Let's go. We're in there, boys.
I mean, honestly, even if you don't play discard lock and you play 5 CP lock that says on play in a 6 reveal, you play that, play Celeste, look at top card, you probably add it to hand, so Celeste just got refunded because of lock, and both of them have haste, and Setser's in your back row. Done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think you played the new lock over that, but yeah.
I mean, it just depends on the style of gameplay you want, in my opinion. If you want to go a little bit faster, you play the new lock. If
The
you
new
want to
lock
play
gives you the point of damage, which is really nice.
Yeah, that's why I said if you want to play faster, you go with the new lock. If you want to play a more like mid-rangey grind out game, then you just play the other lock because he cycles through your deck faster.
If you, it pretty much if you want to play Dream Stooges, you play the 5-drop lock. If you don't want to play Dream Stooges and you just want to go in, you just play new lock.
If you want to play a control game, you play the old lock.
Yeah.
On attack discard? Yeah.
It's always a really funny combo to think of having that lock on board, playing Strago top, top 4 or whatever, or top 3, and then doing lock as well. Next one.
Soldier 3rd class.
James, you're the 7 boy.
Put a 3rd class soldier on a 4th class deck. Fuck. I could have had a 3rd class soldier on a 4-drop card. Damn it.
You're bad.
I don't know how you messed that one up.
4-drop standard unit from Cat 7 Ice. For each card named Soldier 3rd class in your break zone, Soldier 3rd class gains plus 1,000 power, so 8k at max.
Nope.
There's more 3rd classes.
There's a fire 3rd class as well, so you would have a potential
you can have
11k at max.
When Soldier 3rd class is put from the field in the break zone, search for a card named Soldier 3rd class. Ice Fire Storm.
Is this Ice Fire Soldier 3rd class?
Yeah.
Ice Fire standard units.
I mean, honestly,
the more I play, the bigger they get.
You guys keep going. I'm gonna look at something.
All right, next one. I'm gonna give Soldier 3rd class like a 2-3. It's cool.
We didn't even give Celeste. We didn't give Celeste.
Oh, Celeste is 4 or 5.
Yeah, she's a 4. I can see people playing that card.
Yeah,
honestly, the only reason, so the main reason I put her up to a 5 is she has the potential to just set up an OTK turn by doling a board.
Yeah. Yep. For sure.
And give everything haste, basically.
Yeah.
Cerulean Drake. 1 CP Ice Monster. When Cerulean Drake enters the field, choose a forward, freeze it, and then you can put Cerulean Drake into the break zone, choose a forward, dull it, so it's essentially a pay 1, dull, freeze. Or you can pay 3, put Cerulean Drake into the break zone, choose a dull forward, break it, so then it would be a... Oh, well, no, because you have to do... Yeah, so it's a pay 1 dull freeze or the ability to break a dull forward for 4 CP. I don't like the bottom text, but I think the pay 1 on enter freeze a dude and then dull break it to dull a dude is fine.
Yeah. This really sets up a juggler turn, boys. Woo!
Yeah, it does. What a cool card.
For 3 CP, you just dull and froze a dude. Let's go.
I give this card, I'd say 3. It's very middling.
Yeah. Yeah. You could also like just cheat it in with like ice or stuff. Like just play it with Arcacius and Mira. Just like if you've taken a damage, you're just like, I'll play it off of Mira. Cool. I'll freeze your dude.
Yep.
You swung at me last turn. Thanks.
Next one. James, do you have a score for this, or are you still doing stuff?
Oh, what are we on?
Cerulean Drake. You said to continue while you were doing something.
Solid 3. I think this is a solid 3. I just don't think I don't think Ice needed this right now. But I think it'll have a very cool place somewhere.
Next one's Terra.
Like Earth Ice monsters might like this guy.
Unfortunate.
When it stops playing Bulbasaur.
Yeah. Always playing Bulbasaur, dude.
I fucking love the Bulbasaur meme.
Alright, next one's 4 CP Terra. Who wants to take that? Okay.
I got this. 4 CP Terra. It's forward. It's Cat 6 DFF. When Terra enters the field, choose 1 summon of cost 4 or less in your break zone, add to your hand. When Terra forms a party with a Cat 6 forward and attacks, you may cast 1 of 4 summon of cost 4 or less from your hand without paying the cost. It's an 8k. I'd rather play the other Terra. I'm not very fond of this Terra, honestly.
The ETB reveal summons Dull Freeze.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah,
I think
I
that
would
one's
too.
infinitely better. Picking up a summon, that's cool. That's cool. But there's so many other ways of picking up summons nowadays.
Yep.
I don't think you play this in a mono-colored ice deck, though.
I mean, Ice isn't really looking to reuse summons, and even if you play Ice, Water, Spellbook, like, you're still going to play the other Terra anyways, just because you get more value out of it.
Yeah, you get so much more value. It's still an 8K, but the other Terra also says just Dole or Freeze, and you choose a board and a backup.
Shoutouts to Travis. All the 6 support. This man's got to be, like, giddy in his pants.
Yeah, I've been playing the old Terra, dude. That other Terra is so sick.
I will say, I think this Terra plays more nicely with the old Celeste, the last 4-drop one. One that says pick up on party attack. I think this one plays better, because this just means this Terra can be a jump block, that every single time you swing with Celeste, you pick this up, play it again, pick up whatever summon you need. I think it plays better than the other Terra, because the other Terra you never want to swing with.
Yeah, well...
So, like, it's not a good party attack option.
This forms a party you cast a summon from your hand. So it's not a...
But when Celeste attacks, you pick this up, and then you play it to pick up a summon, and then you just chump block with this.
It's just a light loop between summon recast and always having a Terra on board for blocking or whatever reason.
I'm saying this is not... You don't mind attacking with this, whereas in my opinion, the other Terra, you'd never want to fucking swing with. Unless it's just an open hand.
I don't know. I've swung with it multiple times. I don't know what you mean.
I think party attacking with the other Terra is fucking garbage.
I don't party attack with it. There's no reason.
Exactly. The only time you swing is if you're getting through.
Yeah, you should be, with that card because you're playing that card for that reason.
Valid point.
Yeah. So,
on both ends, I'm agreeing with James right now as well, which is surprising given the earlier status of this podcast.
The way this podcast has been going.
But next card, Knight. We've already done that.
I'm still looking at all this standard unit shit, and I'm gonna let you know each fire and ice both have a thing that's like pick up a standard unit. If it's 3 costs, if it's a fire or an ice, play it. So you can every single time just be like, well, I need a cool dude. Pop out my 11K.
Number 24, another Cat 6 card. It's a Thaumaturgic Life Form. When number 24 enters the field or at the beginning of your main phase, during each of your turns, place a barrier counter on number 24. If a barrier counter is placed on number 24 gains. If damage is dealt, remove a barrier counter from number 24 and the damage becomes 0 instead. At the end of each of your turns, if 3 or more barrier counters are placed on number 24, dull number 24. 3-drop 9k, super on curve. It has the ability to protect itself from damage, but only damage. I don't really see it getting that much play. I'd put this at like a 2, maybe a 3, just because like you want to rack up barrier counters, but if you rack up too many, then this card just doesn't do anything.
No, you could also what's it called?
But like I think there's oh, go ahead.
In Ice Earth, Force Fights is pretty neat with this card.
What card?
Ice Earth Force Fights. When you like play Titan and you deal damage, you choose 2 forwards and they deal each other damage. This card just says I don't take that damage, but I kill your dude.
It is cool. My only issue is like if I'm gonna put 3 barrier counters, if I'm not I'm just racking up the barrier counters at 3, this does nothing. And unless I'm playing for the damage, it's like for fight triggers, which is a very niche thing to do currently. It's not super easy to play like a fight trigger heavy deck.
No,
you don't really get much done.
All this says is it forces you to attack on your turn. That's it.
Yeah.
It just forces 24 to swing. It basically just says if this has 3 or more counters placed on it, it must attack every turn.
It literally tells your opponent, I'm swinging with this every turn, and you can either choose to block it and either lose a unit, or you just let it through. That's free damage. Honestly,
or nothing happens because of the counters. All right, I'll put it to a 3. Solid 3.
I'm still putting it at a 2, only because I still don't think it's going to see play.
Yeah.
No, I don't either. But I think if it did, it's not terrible.
It's a
very cool card. It's still very cool. I think it's too niche.
I read this card text and it says 3 free damage. I don't know what you mean.
Formerly unknown. It's another Ice 6 that basically says unblockable.
Yep. That's all it says.
This card's a 5 for me.
Can you imagine the meme of crashing this into an Emperor and both of them just being like, we'll remove our counters?
Yeah.
Like, nothing happened.
Just play it with Emperor. You swing every turn. You're just like,
here's the thing. Number 24 doesn't lose to the Emperor.
Neither of them lose to each other.
Well, the Emperor will eventually die in a stalemate.
Sure, eventually, that's fair.
Yeah.
But I mean,
the number 24 is better than the Emperor.
The only issue with number 24 is that it's just damage. The only issue
24 for CP
is that the damage doesn't is the only thing it stops. It doesn't stop bounce effects. It doesn't stop bottom deck or return to straight breaks.
Neither does the Emperor.
Neither does the Emperor.
No, but Emperor draws you 2 cards.
Yeah, but Emperor you can't pitch for 2.
Yeah, the Emperor, when they bounce it back to your hand, you can't pitch it for 2.
No,
it just stays in your hand, bud.
when they make you discard, I guess that's what goes out. Next one, Mateus.
5.
Select one of the 2 following actions. Freeze all the 4s the opponent controls, remove Mateus from the game. Freeze all the backups the opponent controls, remove Mateus from the game. I also agree with James. 5. This is a summon that literally says lock your opponent out of 2 important spots in the game right now.
No, I'm gonna point something out to you, and you're gonna make this a 6, okay? Tyro on board. Une, pick up Mateus.
And just loot Mateus.
Well, it removes it from the game, but like any point where you need to, where like your opponent puts themselves behind, you just go, Une, pick up Mateus, tap Tyro, tap 1, Mateus, freeze your board.
Yeah.
Like it's like in any deck, like obviously I'm saying any deck, but like in a deck that plays Une and Tyro, like and that you're able to pick up a summon, Mateus just says pitch for 2 in any like it doesn't have to be this color, but.
I mean, if you're playing a summoner deck, you just tap 3 and do it anyways if you don't have the Tyro on board to do it. But realistically, you're probably going to... Well, I don't even know if you'll play the Tyro. You might play some other form of color fixing for ice. You might put in...
I mean, like...
what's her face? Unileska, maybe. But yeah.
What class is it? Oh, it's FFTCG.
Yeah, it's FFTA.
I wanted to see if it was if it was maybe one of the ones that have a color fixing on a category.
I don't know for sure how prevalent this card will be, but I do feel like this card is almost going to tell people that they're not allowed to tap down their board to like cement something solid and have like cards in hand as backup, because it's not going to matter when I just locked your board down anyways. Because you know what?
This card just basically says you're not allowed to overextend versus ice. That's it.
You're not.
Which is fine, right? I like this.
You could, here's an interesting combo. If you really wanted to, you could go Eduardo, and then you have your choice of forwards or backups that you want to freeze. It's 6 CP, so it's kind of hefty, but like realistically, it's not that bad if you're gonna go like tap 2, pitch, play Eduardo, pitch, play this.
My brain had something. Give me a second. Continue on. My brain has something, and I'll bring it up in a second.
Wicked Mask. Actually, I think this card's pretty cool. Oliver, you want to take this one?
Yeah, sure. This 3-drop monster, Wicked Mask. It's a cat forward card, and it has back attack. When Wicked Mask enters the field, choose one summon that is choosing only one character in any zone. You may choose another character.
Hold on. James.
I found it.
James.
I found it. What?
Does Wicked Mask work with Cecil as well?
Let me skip. I found the thing I wanted.
Because if that's the case, that's 2 cat forward cards.
Somebody's choosing only one category in any zone. Choose another character. What? 1 second. My brain just had a stroke. Choose one summon that is choosing only one character in it. Okay, I read it right. My brain just didn't like it. You may choose another character.
My brain just didn't like it.
The character must be a valid choice. If the ability is choosing something on board, yes. As long as it's choosing a forward.
It doesn't need to be a forward for Cecil to trigger. It's character.
Okay, as long as it's choosing something on board. It's so like this says any character in any zone. So like, say you Kusith. I'll make you choose this card I don't want you to have. Think about it.
It's called a break zone.
Yeah. In any zone.
Yeah.
I'm gonna Kusith, target whatever.
You're like, nah, pick up that backup.
No, you're gonna target this backup with 5 backups on board, my guy. This card's I want to put it at 5, but it's a 4 only because I don't see you wanting to play this at 3 up, right?
It's also too niche. It feels really niche.
Okay, hear me out.
I think it's a good card.
If we get similar cards to this, you might be able to put a cohesive deck together that just says disrupt your opponent's turn and just kind of like choke them out on yours. So like on their turn, you're just disrupting their plays just enough to really like mess up the flow of how they want their sequencing. And then on your turn is where you like cement things down and like you kind of like start locking them a bit more, like you're just choking them tighter and tighter. I think this card and Calabria are super nuts, and they're both Cat 4s, by the way, which I think is funny because if Cecil plays these cards, if you just decide to, they get to restand backups. But no, I agree with George. I love the redirect cards in the set, and I also like formally stating that Ice Lightning Vincent, I'm assuming this is in regards to Mateus, is nuts. So
yeah. Also, the idea I had didn't work, and it's very upsetting.
What was your idea?
Oh, what were you thinking?
Realm.
No, Realm can't play this.
19 Realm. I'll replay this. It doesn't work because it doesn't go to the break zone.
Yeah. They thought ahead, James.
Nah, you're telling me. Here's the thing. I'm depressed about it, and I'm still looking to see if there's something else I could do with it.
Honestly, actually, hold on. So that's a great point. Wicked Mask can potentially change up the way Une plays. It can only target a summon for Une because it has to be a valid choice, but it can definitely disrupt the Une players' targets. So if they're like, I'm gonna pick up this Ratsu, you're like, nah, pick up something else.
That's not bad.
It's not terrible. I don't think this is like a 3 of in a deck, but I do think this is like a 1 or a 2 of if you're playing Ice.
Yeah.
Almost,
if I said 4,
almost, at least for me, because I like playing techie cards, I would almost play this card at a 2 of in any deck that plays Ice where I feel like this is like I have the open slot to put it in.
Nice. It also can be a forward, which is nice. Because
no,
then you can just chump block it.
You playing Tyro, Shentoto, K-Sith, any color fixing? I'll play this in any color. Ah, sick. I'll tap Tyro or whatever for any color. Pitch 2, play Wicked Mask. I'll do a cool thing, please.
Yeah. I think this card's cool. I think it's really nice.
When they Ashura, you say, or no, you can't because it targets all stuff.
And not to mention, it also becomes a forward when it wants to.
Yeah, so you just kill it off and then you bring it back when you need it.
Yeah, it's not a waste.
Yeah.
Like it still does something after it's been played.
It recycles itself, which is the biggest thing. It has a form of recycling
I give
itself.
Wicked Mask a 4. In terms of tech, it's an easy 5. But overall, I'd say this card's probably like a 4, 4.5 in my opinion.
I could give it a 3 to a 4. I can go to a 4, but I think I have to see decks with it first. I have to see people actually play this card effectively for me to say it's a 4.
I'm adding this to my Ice deck, so
I know you'll
see it. Don't worry.
That's
You're
fair.
like, I'm gonna Kusith, make a target. James is like, nah.
You thought.
Next one. Oh god, I don't want to do this because it's so much. But
hey, I'm not gonna. Me and Oliver aren't allowed to talk for the next 3 cards.
Wait, where are the 3 next cards? I think I know what they are.
It's Rude,
okay,
Reno,
got it.
and Rufus.
Yep.
Rude,
Okay.
3 CP, 8K. Forward can only be paid with CP produced by backups to cast Rude. When Rude enters the field, choose a forward the opponent controls, dull and freeze it. Haymaker, ditch a copy, pay an ice, choose a dull forward, break it. I don't know how I feel about these cards coming up in general because I like Turks. Bias towards Turks, but I don't like this Rude
card. These are not Turk cards.
Honestly, I think the Rufus and the Reno are fine. This Rude makes me like it makes my brain short circuit. I don't like the way it is. I'd rather play the Rude backup, or I'd rather play the new Rude.
It's real weird because like the Rude doesn't play Turks, right? The Rude's not a Turk card.
It's
but
a
like
nice
the
card.
Rufus is a Turk card and the Reno's a Turk card. The other 2 aren't. I mean the Reno, the Rude isn't.
Yeah.
This Rude is sick though.
As a generic
cool.
Ice card, Rude is like a 3. He's very middling. I can see any Ice deck could potentially put him in. He can do cool. He can dull freeze the thing on play, but like you have to pay backups for it, which is off.
I'm confused as to why you only can use backups.
Yeah.
To me, he's not good enough for that.
Because they have things like Reno who free plays them, and then you have things like the Ice Lightning Rufus that can play him out of the break zone, or specifically, besides Reno, who this card is meant for, you also have Sung, who plays this card.
Yeah, but I don't think this Rude is good enough to warrant that, even with all those existing. Right? To me, it's just not as good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I will admit that one of Turk's biggest issues, formerly brings this up, is really good, is that they don't have a really good way of breaking things. So Haymaker's really good. My only issue is like...
Is play ice?
I mean, you just play Ice Lightning Turks, which is like what it's made for. It's just Haymaker is the only reason I would ever see this card being a card on my card, ever.
Haymaker is sick, dude.
But
1 CP,
you know what makes Haymaker feel bad? This Rude feel bad is that the 3 CP starter deck Rude that we just recently got, the most recent one, at 4 Turks on board, doles all of my opponent's forwards. Man, wouldn't that in title? Those two are nuts, because then I just Haymaker their board apart.
Yeah, and then he also...
But I can't do that here.
also gives Brave, right?
Yeah, that one gives Brave to everybody, while Reno gives First Strike to every... Like, I'd rather play that Reno as well, just because I think the First Strike and the 1k buff is really nice. It's situational. I think they have their spots. It's just figuring out how I myself want to play Turks for it, and seeing how other people do as well.
I think if this Rude has a way of using the Haymaker a lot, Turks needed a good break. I'd put this out of 4 if that's the way you're trying to play the deck. I honestly think this Rude's a 2 compared to the other ones.
I can see a sick-ass Ice Earth deck playing this Rude. Just, like, going in, dude, and just constantly picking up copies of Rude and just, like, breaking whatever you don't want to deal with. You're just like, I just doled that dude down, break it, dude. I'm not dealing with it. Like, just looping Haymaker over and over again. That'd be sick. An Ice Earth deck.
Rufus. 4 CP, 7k. Feels bad. But, realistically, if you control a card named Rude and a card named Reno in your break zone, the cost required to cast Rufus is reduced by 2. So he's essentially a 2 CP, 7k. Not terrible. When he enters or attacks, really cool, select up to one of the 3 following actions. Choose a forward, dull, freeze it. Nuts. Choose a job member Turk in your break zone, add it to your hand. Nuts. Or your opponent discards a card. This Rufus, I will say, makes the Rude more valued because you can repeat Haymakers by swinging or just going into, like, playing this card for 2.
Yeah.
Ammo for Grand Spark. Thank you. Grand Spark's nuts. It's not that good of a special because it only does 8k to actives, but it's really cool.
Yeah. But 8k to actives is pretty nuts when there's not a lot of things that tap themselves down to do cool things.
Here's where my issue comes in. Actually, no, I don't have an issue with this. This Rufus will hands down go in my Turks deck, because I just take out the Ice Lightning starter deck Rufus.
In my opinion, this is the best Rufus they've printed so far. I think the other one's cool, but I just think this is the best one so far.
So I'm gonna tell you, and maybe it's because I'm biased, so I'll let my biases sit here with it. But I do think that 4 CP Search Rufus that also says when a Turk dies you 5k inactive, or when he dies you 5k inactive, is nuts, because if you just block with him, you 5k from him, and then he dies and you 5k again and 10k something.
All I'm saying this says pick up 2 dudes.
It says pick up 2 potentially, at minimum 1.
Yeah, if it never dies.
Yeah.
Or I mean, if it never attacks, sure, but...
Or if it dies before it can attack.
This says practically the same thing as the other Rufus, but it also gives you the option to either discard cards
searches, though,
or
is the plus side.
Yeah, so like,
too, so.
early game, Rufus is better, but I think mid to late game, this Rufus is much, much better.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. I think this Rufus is really good. The Ice Lightning Rufus is cool. I just don't think he's going to see too much play, in my opinion.
No, I think we lost you now.
Play. Oh, whoops. Can you hear me?
There you go. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, cool. But yeah.
I can see this Rufus.
Turks got a Physalis, basically.
Well, I can see this cool Rufus being played with
Oh my god. I can't hear anything. Give me 1 sec, guys. Voice video. What the heck? I hate when it does that.
It's terrible, but
it's a neat idea.
We'll have to talk to Wong about it.
Yeah. I'll talk to Wong. I'll get my techie guy on it. I'll get Wong to do some stuff with it.
We'll get the tech guy.
Yeah.
Okay. Next one.
We're on the Reno now.
Whoops. Reno. 3 CP, 7K. When Reno attacks, you can search for a card named Rude. 4 to cost 4 less, play it onto the field. Pay an ice, he gains haste until the end of turn. Bright Spark, just ditch a copy of them. Choose 2 forwards, dull them. Honestly, I think this Reno is pretty cool. I think majority of the Renos are nice. I think obviously starter deck Reno, in my opinion, is a bit better just because of the first strike and the power buff. But this one's way more utility to it, which is nice. Because it can play any Rude it can play any Rude you needed to play.
Yeah, I love using cards for their full effects.
I do say that the coolest like quick combo he can do is go give him haste, swing, play Rude, dull freeze the thing that you're trying to swing over, and you can steal a game that way. So it's not terrible. I think it's a 3, maybe a 4. The more I play with them, the more I'll come to like them. And I think Bright Spark's fine. Ditching a copy of Reno, just to dull 2 forwards isn't terrible.
That's so sick.
It's another way of
because
locking
if they don't have responses, dude, you're just like, they're done, dude.
Yeah.
You're down.
Also, not gonna lie, to feel for Rufus, I can ditch 2 cards and I can ditch a Rude and a Reno off of Legendary Turk. That way Legendary Turk can pop a forward when he needs to, and Rufus is live at 2-drop.
I also like that Legendary Turk just keeps getting better.
I mean, yeah, you can keep picking up supplies for him too. So I think it's really cool. I think Ice Lightning Turks has a lot more legs to stand with.
It's gonna be sick. I can't wait to see it.
James, take it away, my guy.
Oh, sorry, I was lock 3 cost Treasure Hunter Cat 6 forward EX Burst. When lock enters the field, you reveal the top 4 cards of your deck, add a Cat 6 to your hand, put the others on the bottom of your deck in any order. When 2 or more Cat 6 forwards you control form a party and attack. I don't know why they have to add attack. Lock deals your opponent 1 point of damage. If 4 or more Category 6 forwards form a party and not attack, also break all the opponent's forwards. Why does it say and attack and then not say and attack? I'm so confused.
Because on the stack you can remove a forward and then the ability doesn't proc because it doesn't see the 2 when it goes to resolve.
No.
Yeah.
And 2 or more 40s, form a party and attack. Swing 2 triggers. Yeah. The ability triggers on stack.
Yeah, but you remove it because it has on resolution. It's on resolution.
The question.
The ability has to what?
Well, so here's the question. One, is it on resolution for it? Which Oliver says it is. And then 2 is also, is there an opening stack window when you create a party and between when you create a party and when you attack? Because if you go create a party and there's a window there, you can disrupt the party, and it stops any attacks essentially from that party. But
here's the way I see it: when 2 or more Cat 6 forwards form a party and attack, I'm not adding the attack anymore because I think
hold on, George. You said that. Now I got to look at this.
I said the same thing. Noah, give me a second. I want to go back and look too. So if 2,
I'm looking now.
I hate you. If 2 Cat 6 forwards form a party, I'm leaving out the attack because I think that part is irrelevant. Because if you tap 2 dudes to a party attack, you're already declaring an attack. I don't see why they have to
I see
add
the baby arm in the full art for sure.
It says lock deals your opponent a point of damage. To me, that ability triggers the same way that Cloud triggers. When I play this card, if I have a thing, do cool thing. It says when 2 or more do a thing, do cool thing. To me, all I have to have is the 2 on swing. It says when 2 or more swing.
Yeah, but I can either be that, like, if there is a response window when forming a party, then yes, this lock can be disrupted.
That is the only point is if does the party attack confirm itself? Does the party attack confirm on swing or when we go to do cool things, right?
And I'm looking at the wording and they have commas, which commas change how an ability works. I don't know if the cloud you're saying has a comma in it. If it does,
I'll stop looking for the thing I was already looking up.
Yeah. Look up that cloud because if it doesn't have a comma, then your ability works. Because there's a comma,
I couldn't find cool things to do.
Yeah.
It's just a period.
Yeah. So it's different.
Sorry. When cloud enters the field, comma, if you control a job avalanche forward, comma, select, that's a lot of weird commas.
Yeah.
Select up to 2 of the 3.
Yeah.
So to me, it's worded very similarly.
But there's only one comma here, which is different.
So which to me tells,
It's
so like,
different.
to me it's the same, because what it's doing is, cloud says, when enter, stipulation, if you control a job forward, do cool thing, and then do cool thing.
The English system's great, James, because two commas can change a sentence how it works. So that's why I'm saying.
Hold on.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
So I wanna see if we can clarify this while we're just going through it. This card doesn't function the same way that lightning does. You have to. It's every time 2 attack, you do a thing, but it's not because 2 guys partied and then I have more parties that it keeps triggering. I mean, you have to party with 2
to trigger.
anyways.
You have to have the 4.
party. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, to trigger, you have to have the 4 for the last one, but also to trigger the points of damage, you have to keep partying. It's not. So your party either nets you 1, which is their whole goal and their point anyways, or they net you 2, which is the bonus.
Here's the other part. I hate how the wording in this changed 4 different times. When 2 or more category forwards you control form a party and attack, lock deals your opponent 1 point of damage. If 4 or more category forwards form the party, also break all the forwards your opponent attack. There's no on attack on the second and the party in the second as well.
So the thing, what I'm seeing is that they play off each other, right? So if 2 or more are attacking, deal opponent damage. And then you could essentially say, but if there's 4 or more in that specific party, you break all their forwards.
At the same time.
I can actually. Where's the?
I think it's a step up, essentially from. So it's like, okay, I have 2 or more attacking, but hey, if I decided to do 4 attacking in this specific party, that 2 or more are already attacking in, I can break all their forwards. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, well, you guys, gross! Don't give me this shit.
What?
God damn it! I was trying to see if I could find a rules book, but this is not the rule book I want.
Yeah, I think it's on resolution. And if they rule this card as resolution, it's another Final Fantasy card that changes how their wording works, which is great because Final Fantasy loves to do that with their punctuation. Because it's the English, dude, it's the English card game, dude. There's always an exception. There just is. And I would believe this lock to be an exception where they're like,
sounds like you can interrupt the second trigger, but you can't interrupt the 4th trigger or the 4th trigger. My thought is forming the party causes a trigger you can disrupt. It says form a party and attack, and then it's probably done that way so you can disrupt it in several ways. So yeah, I think it's something we're gonna have to get a ruling on. We'll talk to Chris, and Chris will probably talk to Lockwood, or we can message Lockwood because I'm pretty sure he's fine if you message for like a rulings question, because he's like my go-to if I have anything major. But I would probably err on the side of caution that it's probably the attack with 2 you can disrupt a bit, but the attack with 4, just if you have 4 dudes attacking, it's done.
Yeah, this is not the rule book I wanted. Give me the real rules.
Careful, guys. Get clarification from your
advanced rules.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking shit. Well, you guys talk about the next card. Is it the next?
There's
one
no
second.
next card. Lock is
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Talk about some random shit when I look this up.
All right, let's kick it off then. We're going to go with Opus 20, number 43, starting with Wind Brother. He's a 4 CP, Mobius 10, with 8k. That says if you control a card named Riku, he gets 2k power. Pretty cool. And then when he enters the field, activate all the characters of Cat 10 you control, or all category Cat 10 characters you control. Honestly, at face value, I think this card is probably a solid 3. On a scale of 1 to 5, obviously 5 being busted, 1 being garbage. I'd say at base, I would say a 3. I do want to see how this card plays. I think this card has the potential, depending on the type of Cat 10 deck that you're able to make, it could probably be a 4.5, maybe a 5, depending on if you're extending combos well enough with it. But I don't know if this will either be like a combo extender or just sets up so you can respond to your opponent on their turn.
I just feel like you'd rather have the backup.
Well, so Backup Brother searches for a forward, which is really good. But theoretically, I mean, we get to play things like Buddy, who searches out any Cat 10 backup we need.
I mean, the Riku color fixer makes this a 10k.
Yeah, the Riku color fixer exists. Waka also says top 3 for a water or Cat 10 card. So, like, even Waka's able to cycle through for cards like this. I don't think it's too terrible. I mean, you could play that if you need to search, or you could play this card instead and have a 10k beat stick, which Cat 10 doesn't have a lot of big beat sticks, in my opinion.
I know, question for you.
Go.
Did you set up chat box?
I didn't.
I fucking didn't open the.
Refresh
I
it.
didn't open the chat again.
Yeah. Because I put a message in just for everyone, and it has not showed up on the left-hand side.
It hasn't
so.
even shown up in the actual chat yet, so.
Oh, okay, cool. Just wanted
Where is
to
it?
check.
Oh, there it is. I guess I was looking at top chat, so.
Okay, cool. I could see this card being a 3. I think if you don't want to play Backup Brother because you want to play other stuff, you're more than welcome to, and then this card is just really nice. He's just big body. He also says stand your dude, so like kind of extends your play with wind, which is really nice.
Forgot my ad blocker.
So yeah, but I can see if it's all 3. People can play this. People can play the other brother, the Backup Brother. That's cool too. I think it's pick your flavor. What do you need more of? Do you need a bigger dude, or do you want the backup to search for specific 10 cards that you want?
I'm calling it a 2. Dropping things. Only because I think you would rather mostly always play the other one.
Okay.
The backup search is just much better.
Okay.
The only reason I can see you wanting to play this is if you're playing some aggressive deck where you want to swing every turn and then just pop out Brother to restand your dudes and play defense. That's about it.
Firewind 10.
There's a good chunk of fire for 10 now. I mean, there's different Orins. I mean, the new Orin's nuts, but there's a couple Lulus. There's an Orin.
Froska.
There is a Titus, but he requires almost exclusively mono fire to be fully useful. But yeah, I think it's doable. I think Brother's cool. I'd like to see how people decide to play him. I think in a Storm deck he's pretty nice too, just because you probably are going to play Buddy and Riku, or so like it's not too terrible. Next one, Edge. Who wants to take this one?
I can take it. We've got a 3-drop Edge forward, Cat 4. It's a Prince Ninja, which is sick because you can find him off of other stuff.
Like Sarah.
When Edge enters the field, select one of the 3 following actions. If Edge was cast, select up to 3 of the following actions instead. Choose 1 forward, it gains 2,000 power until end of turn. Choose up to 2 cards from either player's break zone, remove them from the game. Edge gains haste until the end of turn, gains haste until end of turn. And then he has an action ability, which is pay 2 colorless, break a crystal, play Edge onto the field. You can only use this ability during your turn if Edge is in your break zone.
Honestly, I think he's a really good utility piece.
I really like him because we have some very good Prince searches. So like you could do maybe some shenanigans with this Edge because he has the class Prince. Because you can search him off of Sarah, which is nice. You can also search him off of the water forward, the 4-drop EX burst, I believe, right? Am I wrong? He searches for princes as well.
I don't know.
Are you talking about the knight? Tryon?
No. There's a water forward that used to play in Boy Band because he would search me Noctis.
I don't remember the water. I don't know which one exactly you're talking about. I can double check that.
I'm pulling it up. Because I want it for my own same mind. I know it's an EX first.
Card database. Water.
Puget. When Puget enters the field, you may search for 1-drop Prince and add it to your hand. He's a 4-drop. 4-drop 5-day from set 6.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so you can find them off that. So doing some water wind shenanigans, be able to find this Edge seems pretty sick, And then obviously you can play him in ninjas, but like I think there's another Edge you want to play, which is the Shuriken counter Edge, because that Edge is nuts for ninjas, much better used.
I think the value you get from, so if you're playing a crystal deck or a deck that can generate crystals a decent amount, this card's really good because it's just pay 2 to put a 7k back on board. It doesn't come in dull. You can do it. It's only during your turn, which is like kind of bad, but he's also very sneaky with it too. If your opponents like gas their forwards out to like block, or they're all down and you're like a point of damage short, or you just want to push more, you can just pay 2, crack a crystal, and put Edge on board during because it's an action during the battle phase, attack phase, whatever you want to call it. and then just go in with them. I also do think his ability to just choose 2 cards from either player's break zone and remove them is nuts.
Yeah. Selective removable is really nice in this game because you can get rid of problem cards that your opponent wants either pick up or like in water wants to free play. So if they like pitch their Leviathan early, you're just like, I'm just gonna get rid of it right now.
Wool decks generally like to pitch Wool, so they can pick him up later with Kate said sometimes. So like you can stop that. It's cool. I don't think he's like super good. I'll probably put him at a 2 to a 3, but I do think he's got a lot of utility. It just depends on like the state of the game. He's a legend. He does a lot for a legend. I think just casting the card to get all 3 of those abilities is nuts because you have value. But
I give him a 3 just because of how much variety he gives you. He gives you either a power buff, which sometimes in Wind is nice. The selective removal is pretty nice as well. And then also just being able to give himself haste, he can immediately start giving you value either through damage or through pressure against your opponent.
I also will say it's really cheeky if you have Sophie warped away and you're like, okay, cool, main phase, Sophie's gonna remove a thing. Before Sophie does that, play Edge to tap your backups to play them. That way you get another trigger off Sophie, which could be like restanding your backups, so that way you get a free forward essentially plus her.
Yep.
And whatever else you put out. I think it's really cool. I like the way the card looks. I don't think there's anything too busted about it in my opinion, but I could be wrong.
I kind of feel like it's underwhelming for a legend in my opinion.
Okay. That's fair.
I think the coolest part about him is the haste and the ability to play from the discard pile. I don't think the 2K is going to matter 90% of the time. I think that'll be a good 10% scenario where the 2K will matter.
Here's where I think the 2K might matter.
But I think the most utility is...
It's good for... Because it doesn't just have to be Edge. It's any forward.
You can even do your opponent...
James, this isn't good at all, but it's really cheeky. It's any forward, my guy. Buff something by 2K, and then Diabolos it off the field.
Stop trying to make Diabolos better than it is.
I'm not trying. I told you it's just cheeky. It's nothing major.
Yeah. I just think the best part about him isn't even the haste or the 2K. It's just remove 2 cards.
Yeah.
On place on a thing, right?
I will say he is also, unless they remove him from break zone, he is a consistent body you can just put on board and block with as long as you have crystals.
Oh yeah, the crystal generation.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing is just being able to play him from your hand. Or not play him from the discard pile if your opponent tries to do some like pickup shenanigans on your turn. Because other than that, this card just kind of feels underwhelming to me.
Yeah, like if they're trying to une on your turn.
Yeah, that's the only time where I find this card to fill its legend spot is if it's countering something like that une play. Other than that,
Toto,
like, it doesn't
counter Shantoto, the ice one.
Yeah.
Toto comes in on stack.
The pickup.
I guess it's only during your turn that you can play him. Never mind.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
My bad.
So like to me, it just if you could do it on both turns, I think that'd be fine, right?
Oh, this card would be really cool.
I think this card would be worth a 3 to 4 if it was both turns, right? But like, say he removed himself afterwards if he did it, I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, because it gives you a nice turn that just stops your opponent from like extending the play.
Yeah, your opponent's turn, you go, cool, I'll pay 2, break a crystal, play this edge, at the end of the turn it gets removed. But like, on play, you get to do one of the 3 things, and then during your turn you still get all 3 if you want.
Yeah.
Because you're never going to play haste on your opponent's turn.
Yeah.
The 2K maybe, and then for sure you will want to play, with all the hand traps, like hand traps in this, just ice alone last set, like the last podcast, I would be fine with this being like a discard hand trap type of thing, right?
Yeah.
Just having that availability.
Yeah, I think if they were to have done that though, they would have had to say next time Edge enters the break zone, it gets removed.
Yeah.
You just say at the end of the turn you remove it, or when this card leaves the field you remove it. That's it.
Yeah, it's better. Because if not, then their decks that can explode.
Oh yeah. Well, you just you get rid of it at the end of the turn, you never have to worry about it.
Yeah. But no, I like it. It's neat. It does cool things.
And it's a mono art.
It's a 2, maybe a 3 to me.
Yep.
Yeah. If James, let's keep this agree train going, my guy. Next one, botanist. 3 CP backup.
Arguing is good for podcasts, okay?
I'm not saying it's not. We were just going in circles at a certain point, though.
I got this.
Yeah.
We have a 3-drop botanist backup, multiplayable. Cat 14. When botanist enters the field, you may remove 1 backup without multiplay you control from the game. When you do so, play 1 backup from your hand on the field. Its auto abilities will not trigger.
I think this card is a 4.
No, this card to me is garbage.
This card plays you high value backups if you need them. It doesn't matter the cost.
What high value backup do you have in your head right now?
Do I have in my head?
Yeah, what are you thinking about right now? High value backup.
Nothing. I can check though. I could stand corrected.
Here's the thing. Shantoto's real neat. Pyro's real neat for the purpose of just color fixing. What are you playing botanist for? And you're not trying to get
It also just
out.
gets rid of sticky backups, so you can play other things if you need to. Because there are cards that are triggering. There are cards that we have currently in the game and that are coming up that trigger off of backups being removed, or that leave the field and or being put onto the field.
If you have a cool combo, I'm down for this to have a cool combo. Generically, by itself, I think this botanist is garbage.
I can see like ice decks that want to play wind, so like ice storm. I want to play wind and want to play
Unilesco. The Devouts on. You could put Maria down that just buffs all your forward, like an anthem for free, essentially.
Sure.
Yeah.
I get it.
ETB backups aren't going to do anything, but like you could play Una for essentially nothing.
This card is a pay 5. This card is a pay. Actually, technically, I guess it'd be pay a 6. This is pay 6.
Hear me out.
Why is it?
This card says pay 6.
Why
you have to get rid of a backup and a card from hand to fully get this card out, right?
All right, James, I'm going to ask you a question. Do you think it's important to get rid of sticky backups to be able to play something else that might have the chance to do something more?
What I'm saying is,
yes or no to the question. Yes or no to the question first.
Not with this card.
I don't care about with this card. I'm saying in general, do you think it's important to be able to remove sticky backups?
Yeah. 100%.
Okay, we're done. That's all I need.
I'm not wasting.
I don't care about anything else.
I'm not wasting 4 CP to get rid of a backup I may not want.
Yeah, but you're replacing it with something else that either you're going to pitch for CP for probably nothing, or you have a backup that can continue your game plan further later on in the game. Like imagine playing Tama off of this. And like you have Tama that you can use for the 7 CP Tama for back attack.
Yeah, like I'm saying, like cool ones like that are fine, but like no one's going to play Tama.
Okay. Well, let me go through a list of things that have that ETBs don't matter for, right?
Yeah.
And we'll just kind of parse and see if it's even worth it. So Maria's an anthem for everything, 1k buff. Toto has an auto, but Toto's a color fixer. Una, 5 CP Una backup that says when something leaves the field, you remove it instead. Or goes to break zone, you remove it instead.
I have an idea for a card I've been wanting to play. So I want to play 5-drop Doga.
And I'm just stating I'm going from 4 cost and up. You could theoretically make a argument that the 4 CP Adia from Opus 2 that says forwards that cost 5 or more can't block might be worth it, but I don't think it's super there yet. You get access to Fat Choke. Well, that's when Fat Chocobo enters. Never mind. 7 CP Tama. You get. Minor doesn't matter. Sybil, I mean, a free play Sybil is not terrible. You don't get the ATB, but you do get the free 6 play.
You get a second free play. It
plays a forward like in terms of the backup. Yeah. You get Sid 2 if you're really playing like low cost backups. I don't think it's worth it, but it's
it's not.
Teach their own. You get Minfilia, maybe, just because she can break a lighter dark character, so that's not terrible. Adia from Opus 6 to play a witch. Thornton doesn't do anything. Hilda doesn't. Kolka doesn't. Hold on, I'm still going. You could play X-Death as well. You might not get the ETB, but if you're playing an X-Death engine, you do get the ability to just go, Dark Hole everything or whatever.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I just feel like most of the backups you play right now
are ETB based. I'm not going to say they're not ETB based, right? But like Devout also exists, so you just get a free Devout that you can crack for something. Samurai's the same way if you really need it.
Here's the thing. I know there are targets. I think by itself this botanist does not warrant being played at all.
So
That's just my
botanist.
Can I jump
Botanist.
in?
You don't just play botanist to play botanist. Obviously, you're gonna play botanist to swap with
you
something
play
else.
botanist to do something
Yeah.
cool. I get it. What I'm saying is, this botanist costs 6. There's no way around it. Botanist costs 6.
Meets key.
It costs
Moods
1
key,
on board. It costs the 3 for itself, and then it costs 2 in hand.
How about this? Can I throw something in?
Yeah.
Throw it in.
What if let's not think about backups that we can like put into play with botanists. Let's think of backups that we can get rid of on our own board, so that way we can replay them again.
Well, the only thing is botanist removes the backup.
No, that's fine.
You just
I
replay a
don't
copy
care.
of it.
Usually we play 2 copies of certain ETB
That's
backups,
what I'm
right?
saying.
Double Thornton,
Yeah,
double
so,
Pyro,
like-
double Waka,
Double Rydia.
double Radio.
So that way you can go find them. Like this botanist can do cool things. I think it's just you have to know
Opening the
what
spot is
backups
cool.
when to get rid of.
Here, so this is what I think botanist is, right?
Opening the board is fine. The problem I have is I don't want to pay 3 CP to get rid of a card just because I want to be able to play another card, right?
Yeah,
I'm not
no.
getting
Well,
you're
no.
not gonna. I
See,
think
this is.
playing
I'm
the-
sorry. It seems very narrow if that's the only way you're thinking of it, because it's not just to play another card. It's to play another card that's going to further your game plan. You're not just going to
That's
go.
what I'm saying
I'm going to
is-
remove this 4 CP backup to put a fucking knight down that generates no crystals. Like you're going to remove it to play something that actually does something for you in the end. So you're getting some sort of a trade-off.
I don't want to play a 4 CP backup that all it does is break one of my own backup, or a 3 CP backup that just breaks one of my own backups.
That's not all
Or
it does,
removes
though.
But it plays another one. So the option is you get rid of it to maybe play another one, which is either you're basically paying 4 CP to get no advantage outside of maybe playing a backup later, or you spend 6 CP to get something cool maybe on the board depending on what you're playing specifically to get botanist to work. I don't see no point in when the advantage comes from botanist.
You're not doing this to make botanist work. Botanist is doing it to help your deck.
Yes, but what I'm saying is there's no card in the game right now, in my opinion, that makes botanist a plus. Getting rid of your own backup to open that space to me seems like a negative.
Literally, if
Does
they just took out the part where it says it doesn't trigger its auto ability, you think this card would be fucking busted because you're just replaying
100%.
ETBs.
That card will never exist.
It gives you the audio ability.
No, I think
There's no good cards. There's not enough good cards to make the not auto ability matter. You're paying 6 CP at best to even out on a play, or you're paying 4 CP.
At worst, it's an even
to
out.
give you
At worst, it's an even out.
No, at best, it's an even out.
No, at worst, it's an even out because at best, you're generating more value for the long-term game.
You can't at best generate value. There's no generating value with this. It opens up value, but doesn't give you the value.
So then, for instance,
at best, this play opens up value.
Auto ability will not
evens
trigger.
you at best.
So when it says auto ability will not trigger, does that only mean the ETB?
Yes.
Cool. So if I like remove something and played 6 CP Une for free and then casted a summon, I get the ability of Une?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm telling you, there are cards, but what I'm saying is, at best, this evens value unless you're specifically doing botanist things.
Then it's not at best evens value. At worst, it evens value. The worst botanist does. The worst botanist does is just
because
normalize the board state.
Because you won't play botanist in a deck that will neg you value. That's what we're trying to get across. So it will never neg you value because you should be, as a player, knowing that botanist is not a card you should be playing in your deck. That's what we're trying to say.
So at best it evens the value.
No,
because opens up value.
No, because you won't be playing it in a deck, James. So you won't be taking negative.
I think actually, okay. So at this point, I think we're just arguing on the way James is trying to say it. James, I wholeheartedly.
Okay, bye.
We didn't hear you, Noah.
At best, it evens. I think at worst the card evens because what happens is when you play botanist, you
three.
Is when you okay, sure. If you're going to talk about cards out of hand, whatever.
If you don't play any, if your goal is to open up that spot and don't play anything off botanist, at best you neg 3, or at worst you neg 3.
Why would you play botanist if you're not going to use botanist?
That's That's what I'm asking. Is I don't think
nobody's
there's
gonna play the card if
to
they're not
make
gonna use
botanist a plus.
Okay, you say that, but obviously I just listed off a few cards that somebody might look at and be like, oh, that might be worth it.
The ones I have right now that I think are actually worth it are El Thanos, and we just mentioned the other one, which was Une. Those are like the two best ones in my opinion. Yeah.
Vermilion Bird's not terrible.
Hama's not absolutely garbage, but like you're limiting your pool because of the auto ability. Which means not only are you playing a 3 CB backup that you don't want to play early game because it nets you absolutely nothing. Like it's a dead card early in the game because all it does is produce 2 CP.
Yeah.
You could also play a No-No off of it, honestly, which isn't terrible either. No-No's auto to restand on swing isn't bad either. There are
options. I'm not saying there's not options.
At best, you can play Botanist and swap a No-No for whatever dead backup you had out, and then you get CP back when you swing.
Yeah, you just have to make sure when you're doing it it's not a multiplayable.
I'm not saying it's garbage. I'm saying
I know you're not saying it's garbage. I just think it's really dumb to say at best you break even. But there's other cool things that it can do, meaning that's not the best that it can fucking do, obviously.
No, I said at best when you're playing it, every move you make with this card breaks you even. It doesn't get you anywhere. It opens up doors to do it.
That's not the best that Botanist can do if you're playing the card, though. That's
the best that Botanist can do is make you even.
No. Oh my god.
It can only trade you cards. It doesn't give you anything.
What's the worst that Botanist can do?
Neg you 3.
And so you don't play a card, you lose a card, and you lose whatever you spent to play Botanist is the worst Botanist can do.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the worst Botanist can do.
The best Botanist can do is break you even.
Replace a backup you get. Yes, because you replace a backup you played, you get the Botanist that you played, and then you're getting whatever advantage you may get later, but it's not guaranteed. You're netting an
extra backup off the Botanist itself.
You're not.
Botanist is its own backup, plus the backup that Botanist will swap out, which is a 1-for-1. Yep. You're netting a backup off of Botanist.
Produces what you're paying for it.
And it sets your board up.
You're not listen. It doesn't set it up. It sets it up for the rest of the game. It doesn't give you anything in the turn. Yeah, that's what I'm
saying, James. What the fuck?
It doesn't give you anything in the turn.
It doesn't need to give you anything in the turn. The game does not have to revolve around you having to gain shit in that specific turn, depending on the deck you're playing.
But the card to value you has to give you something. This doesn't give you anything.
Okay, so you're telling me a card like Wool, like 5 CP Wool, doesn't net me anything if I'm not gonna at all ever if I play it.
Wool, if you play Wool, it costs you nothing because it restands your backups.
No. 5 CP Wool, Wind Wool. If I just drop that down, just base drop that card down, I get no value out of it.
The legend from set 16 that says when you cast, it costs 1 less for each 5 cost or more that you have on board, and then when you cast a 5 cost, draw a card.
That card, if I just
you something, Wool says it's going to give you something when it does something.
Sure, but if I just like threw Wool down to throw Wool down, I paid the full 5 and then didn't do anything else from that.
Itself gives you things. Oh my fucking Botanist by itself will not give you anything.
I get that. I'm not saying it.
That's what I'm saying is Wool will produce for you on its own later.
Botanist
will not do that.
Wool produces later. So does Botanist by the card it puts down for you.
Botanist does not. Botanist produces the ability to let you play into that. If you play Une is what's giving you that advantage.
Sorry. You're very narrow-minded in this, and you're just going card by card by card by card. You're literally just going card by card by card. You're saying Botanist itself doesn't do anything, but the card Botanist puts down could do something, meaning Botanist is still doing something by putting that card down for you.
Botanist is giving you the availability to produce something. It's not producing it itself. Botanist will play Une. Une is going to give you that advantage. Wool, when you play Wool,
but how does Une get on the board? What puts Une on the board?
Botanist.
What's giving Une the ability to give you that advantage?
Une says when you do things,
Botanist putting Une. Hold on. So Botanist putting Une on the board so Une can do what it needs to do for you doesn't matter because it's not Une.
No, what I'm saying is Botanist makes you even. Une, when you play it, will give you that advantage. Wool is different. When you put Wool on the board, it does the same thing Botanist does. It doesn't give you anything immediately, but then Wool is going to give you that advantage. Not Botanist. Botanist is not going to give you anything later in the game.
Botanist swaps backups out and gives you a backup that excels your game plan further and also puts itself out. That's not giving you advantage.
Botanist taps for 1.
I'm sorry,
Bull
hold on.
Wrong.
Building a backup in Final Fantasy in general does not give you advantage. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Okay, so just playing Botanist is already giving you advantage.
You're paying for Botanist flat out the same way you would Wool. It gives you the same net advantage.
It still gives you advantage.
Put the dude on board.
And then the other ability that it does is it helps you play something cheaper by swapping it out. You're telling me that's not...
You're missing the point. Is I'm not saying that Botanist is going to not produce something. It's giving you the availability to, but it's not. I'm saying Une is what's giving you the advantage. You playing Une makes Botanist better.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not disagreeing with that, but you're also like, it seems like you're not taking into account that Botanist is the reason that Une was able to hit the board, for instance.
Here's the thing. If you play Wool by itself, Wool's producing on its own, you didn't need any other card to play the Wool. Une, you can play by itself, and it's going to produce by itself. You don't need anything to play Une.
I have to pay 6 CP and probably pass my turn at that point when I can pay 3 with Botanist.
If you have nothing on board, you have to pay 5 CP to play Wool. Wool produces what it wants to do. Wool is going to produce you your advantage. Une is going to produce you your advantage. Botanist is going to open up a window to let you play that Une then give you the advantage.
Because Botanist doesn't have a continuous long-term effect, it doesn't give you advantage.
Botanist by itself does not give you advantage.
Because it doesn't have anything else besides playing a backup.
Because it does nothing but tap for 1.
So things with ETBs potentially just don't give you advantage if only they do as an ETB and then they just sit on board doing nothing.
If an ETB, if the thing you played didn't have an ETB, it does nothing for you but sit on the board as a dude. That's all Botanist does, is sits on the board as a dude.
It has an ETB though.
Yeah, that produces no advantage.
Okay. Never mind then. I get what you're saying. I just don't like the way you're wording with it, but I guess I get what you're saying, so it's fine.
Yeah.
I can't argue with that point because you're specifically focusing on Botanist doing its own thing, which I already said. Botanist itself plays a card to give you advantage. It plays a card to give you advantage.
It doesn't. There's not enough cards in the game that give enough advantage to make Botanist okay to me.
That's fine. People said that about Guido, and then Guido got busted. So it will eventually, if that's the case.
Things that get busted.
That's what I'm saying.
That's why I'm saying I think this card's a 2 right now. It will become better later. When we get better cards without ETBs.
I think Botanist ability is like a 3 to maybe a 4 depending on the type of deck you're playing and the type of setup you're going for. If you're playing
Botanist is way too slow.
If you're playing a longer game, Botanist is a really good card to put down. If you're playing a Storm, Botanist is a really good card.
Botanist is not a good card in Storm. It doesn't gain you anything.
Okay, I'm so tired of you saying that, James, when we literally just said that Botanist 1-for-1 trades a backup and gives you a backup, but also the backup that it gives you
isn't good in this game.
Oh my fucking god. Okay.
It's the reason why +2 in your hand is better than +1 on the board.
Storm decks require setup to do really cool fucking shit. So if I'm going to play something that builds into my setup more, and I get it for basically free because I played a backup... Okay. Never mind then. Never mind then. I was getting a just generalized example, but if that's the case, then we can pick other fucking specific decks.
Play for Botanist? It doesn't give you a ready backup. It taps your backups have to come in tapped. We've talked about this, right?
Sure.
When a backup comes in, it has to come in tapped.
That the backup comes in tapped and you can't play the fucking backup. I'm not worried about that. I'm saying that Botanist has the ability to play a backup for you that in the long run of your game will probably give you more advantage than what your opponent does because you're saving CP on a free backup.
Then that's why I'm saying it depends on the backup. You're trying to cheat out with Botanist.
Yeah.
Botanist is not instantly giving you that ability. The card you're wanting to play and cheat out is.
Yeah.
Botanist is cheating the card out.
I'm in the camp that Botanist will not have a score because Botanist's range of value is too large because it can get anywhere from being a 1 to being a crappy card in your hand that you played all the way to a 5 depending on the deck you're playing and the card you're putting in. So I personally am not going to put a score on Botanist because it's too wide range. It's too big. There's going to have to be a deck that's going to have to come out, play this card, and just like outvalue because the cards that they're going to put on board are going to outvalue their opponent because they're going to do their game plan. It may be a slow deck. It may be a fast deck. We don't know. We just have to wait on it. Unfortunately, I can't give Botanist a score. If I would, it'd be a 3 because it's in the middle of the road. Like
Give it a 2.
that's as best as I could do. It's a waiting game.
I'll move to
You'll
the
see.
next one. I gave my score on it.
Yep.
Ghost.
Ghost 7, huh? James, you haven't said one yet, so you go ahead.
One drop monster, ghost, job, category 7, obviously. When Ghost 7 enters the field, choose 1/4, deal it 3k, pay 1 tap, remove ghost from the game. Choose a monster you control, remove from the game, play it onto the field at the end of the turn.
This is interesting.
It's interesting, but I don't know if there's enough. I don't think there's a good enough monster. I really feel like paying 2 CP to really do anything with.
It flickers.
What about?
Yeah, but like, what good monsters do you want to flicker?
YKT.
So, YKT.
YKT is busted. Being able to.
YKT?
It's the one that says if your opponent has 1 or less cards in hand, you duel and freeze it, or you duel and freeze it, dude. If they have 1 or less cards in hand, you break it instead.
Is it the crystal thing?
No. It also breaks itself by paying 2 CP, I believe, and sending it to break zone to that, or 1 CP, sending it to break zone, and then being able to look at the top 2 cards of your deck, and either putting them on top or putting them on bottom.
Can you imagine flickering a
I
Schrodinger?
can see it with this card because being able to just in a turn, say your opponent loses 2 dudes in Icewind Storm, nuts. Being able to just be like, all right, cool, we're just gonna pay 1, play the ghost, pay the 1, tap it, remove ghost from the game, flicker YKT, so that way now I have more control of your board.
Flicker Behemoth. Flicker the new 3P or Shadow Dragon that is in Lightning, I believe, which is really cool. You can flicker Schrodinger, which I already said. You can. What else is there that's like worth it? There's ample targets. Aster was one that I mentioned. You can flicker Aster and get 2 breaks.
Yeah, it requires a different kind of style of monster deck.
It also gives you a flicker for Typhon.
Aster's Typhon's real neat though.
Typhon's cool. Yeah, Typhon's cool.
Aster would be expensive as fuck.
Well, so it depends on
shit.
you don't have to do Aster immediately, but the thing is, like, you play Aster, Aster sits there, and then Ghost is there, and you're like, fuck it, like, flicker Aster, do it again if you put a problem card out.
Oh yeah.
Like, are you building a wool deck? Okay, cool. Play Aster. I'll pay 5
Bulbasaur
essentially.
control though. I'm down for more Bulbasaur control.
Yeah, like that's the whole point.
I'm down for memes.
Yeah. So I can see this card being nice. It's a 2 of. I don't think any deck will play 3 of this card. I can see it being a 3 to a 4, and it just depends on the monster deck that you want to play.
Or
just because you need to play it.
Noah, you got lost.
Yeah, you got lost. Yeah.
Ooh, flicker Ochu. Ochu's real cool.
Yeah, Ochu, just stand up too.
Noah's just gone.
Yeah, he's not.
Noah left the building.
You're back.
You're cutting it so badly.
oh my god,
Yeah.
how bad is it?
We did not hear you for the last minute.
That's fine. Blue Worm or Tonberry, you could flicker to draw cards as well.
Yeah, draw cards is neat.
If you do, it's essentially pay.
Those were like the 2 I initially thought of, and I was just like, that's neat. I just don't know.
Une monster, pick up a summon.
What?
The kidnaps.
Okay,
sorry. It just looks like it's just
That's an okay one too.
yeah, picking up summons just to like have them in hand and then just like cast them or something. Seems pretty neat.
I feel like I still think this is like a 2. I think it's real neat. I think you can do some cheeky things.
Yeah.
I just don't think this is gonna see any play.
I think it's gonna, like I said, it's gonna require a different deck. You're not gonna be able to like immediately put it in. You're not gonna.
This is a long type of card if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to add this to any deck that's existing now.
Right now, yeah. I think
you have to like deck test some stuff, which I hope people do, because people, I won't lie, sometimes card game players are a little lazy and they just want to deck list and find a deck list and like, I'm gonna play this and call it good.
I think Typhon's real neat. I think this has a really neat place in Storm. Because pay 2 to restand 2 dudes. Like pay 1 to restand 2 dudes is pretty neat.
Because you don't have to do it immediately. You can just wait on it.
Well, I guess flicking Ochu never mind. Never mind. That's not as good. Never mind. Doesn't immediately do it. Never mind. Bad in Storm. Don't play it.
What do you mean
Garbage.
it doesn't immediately do it? Oh,
it
Ochu
plays
doesn't
at the
come
end of
back
the turn. So like,
yeah.
yeah. It plays it in turn, so you get nothing out of it. Storm doesn't need the card. It's whatever. I forgot.
All right,
I
next
think
one.
you. Yep.
Oh, okay. Genova Dreamweaver. I'll take this. I think this card's cool. 2 CP monster. Genova Dreamweaver cannot be chosen by your opponent's summons. Nuts. So Fenrir doesn't touch it. That's cool. Pay a wind until the end of turn. Genova Dreamweaver becomes a 4 with 7k power, and when it attacks, you may search for a card named Genova Dreamweaver, remove it from the game. When you do so, deal 7k damage to all the forwards your opponent controls. You can only use this ability once per turn.
It's neat.
It's as close as you're gonna get to an uninteractable board wipe, quote unquote.
You can play this in Dancers, because at the end of the turn with Pinello, you just deal them the other extra 1,000 that you need.
Casting. You cast this card, and Pinello's gonna shoot for 2, and this shoots for 7.
Yep. So
maybe
I
cast
like
a card with this on board, because this doesn't intrinsically have haste. But I think this card's like a 3.
I think this is a cool target for Storm. Storm needs a good board control.
Another cleave. Yeah. No, that's fair.
It needs something that works with it.
And it can be targeted by summons, so you have to play you have to play like forwards to deal with it, like Chelinka or Psycom.
Because you can't do summons or anything.
Yeah.
You have to find a way to
roll. You have to Earth decks have to play roll. Like you have to have the monster hate. And that's kinda hard right now. That's not something.
A lot of the monsters in this set look sick as fuck. I'm down to see more monster hate.
Yeah. Because right now, monsters kinda get to go free reign. Like if your monsters cannot be touched.
It also stops Alexander from touching him too, which is nuts.
Yeah.
Because Alexander says break a monster, draw a card, and if you don't break, you don't draw.
Yeah. So neat. I like it. You can play it in a couple different decks, and you can make it work.
Yeah.
I like it.
And it's Job Genova.
And it also removes a dead card in your deck.
Yeah.
That will only be
deck
one CP. You trade it. You trade one
CP. Deck fitting is deck winning.
Yeah. You trade 1 CP to 7k aboard. I find it worth it because it just takes away that.
Stealth Skin.
James, you're an FFCC guy.
2-drop wind backup Moogle FCC cat. If you control a card named Chelinka and a card named Yuri, the card named Chelinka and the card named Yuri both gain 2,000. This card's real neat. I don't actually think it's that good.
So here's one thing I will say. I don't think it's like super busted, but I do think it's really nice if you play the 4 CP Yuri that with 3 FFCCs just protects himself. 6 he's a 10k that on swing restorms 2 things, and then you play Chelinka that breaks dudes, or you just play the new Chelinka to play the Yuri. I think it's pretty cool. It's not terrible.
I think
it only works
depending on the package, you could play this. I just think a lot of decks are probably going to play the other Stealth Skin because like honestly, picking up a 1-drop monster is nuts. So I don't know why you wouldn't play the other Stealth Skin.
For sure.
But I can understand playing this one with cool combos. So like.
I give this card like a
solid
3.
3.
Next one.
I can see it being played.
Chelinka. Oliver, you want this one?
Yeah, I can take it. We have a 3-drop Chelinka forward, DFF, FFCC. When Chelinka enters the field, you may discard 1 card. When you do so, search for 1 card named Yuri, cost 4 or less, and play it onto the field. If Chelinka forms a party, the damage dealt to the forwards forming this party becomes 0 instead. And it's a 7k. I kind of like this card. Being able to trade 2 CP for a 4 CP card seems pretty nuts.
Yeah.
And then also having a constant ability of says when she forms a party, the unit that you party with and her don't take any damage. That's honestly nuts.
They're unblockable, quote unquote.
Because, in my sense, Tomberry is a card, and so saying that Chelinka and whatever she's swinging with don't take damage, Tomberry doesn't activate. Because Tomberry says when Tomberry deals damage to a forward, break that forward. Because they take 0.
To my knowledge, even if it's reduced to 0, I've heard that 0 is still damage. It still deals, you just take nothing from it.
I think it depends on the wording of it. If it Like if something negates damage or if it reduces damage to 0, I think are the things that matter. If it negates damage, damage isn't ever dealt. But if it reduces to 0, I believe damage is dealt, but no damage is dealt is technically the way it's worded. But we do have to double check that.
But I think this says deals damage, so I think it has to hit at least for something.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure. I saw a discussion somewhere about reducing damage to 0 and not taking damage. And I heard that certain abilities that need to deal damage still trigger. So it's I hate. We talked about this last night on the other podcast. Wording in this game fucking blows.
Yeah, it's so dumb. There's always an exception. So
Oliver, I want to talk about this right now while we're here. Did you read any of the rules updates they did to describe certain scenarios with cards from this set?
I didn't. Are
you ready for? I'm going to describe the demon to you. Okay.
Okay.
Because we were talking about this earlier.
Yeah, we were.
A demon has its ability, right? On enter, you choose one of the 3. You choose a forward, remove all the cards, deal 1,000, whatever. Name an element, deal 7k to all the forwards of the named element. Name a job, deal 8,000 to all the named jobs. The way this works is you choose the forward on the play of the card. That is respondable.
Okay.
You are not naming the element or naming the job till resolution.
Yeah. Makes sense.
You can respond after you choose. They can respond after you choose.
Because
they can't respond before the element.
Because of how the wording is in the card, it says choose a forward, and then you choose one of the abilities, and then the ability tells you what you're gonna do. So yeah.
The 3 abilities are choose a forward, remove all cards, do a cool thing. And then the second ability is name an element, deal 7k to all the forwards, and then name a job, deal 8k to all the forwards.
Where was this posted?
This was the official Final Fantasy page.
666. Wait, on Facebook or just the actual site?
No, the official Final Fantasy page.
Okay, 66666.
I'm looking up
I want to read
again.
things while you guys are doing that, and this.
I'm gonna try and pull it over.
Got it.
It's in the new FAQ.
Okay. Yeah, but I like this Chilinka. It's neat. It's cool.
Yeah. I think it's very neat. I'm excited to see play with the new Chilinka. Just because I want to play the Yuri that does cool thing on attack, and the Chilinka that does cool thing on attack.
2 backups.
Just do cool parties.
Where's the FAQ again?
So if you just go to ffTCG.square-enix.games, then it should just be play and then FAQ.
Oh, it's in play. That's where it is.
Yeah, I just like that it's a good turn 2 play. That says just discard, pitch 2 cards to play a 4 cost Yuri. You break even. And if it's the Yuri that on enter stand 2 backups, you just stand 2 backups. You're like,
I might be reading this wrong. I might have read it wrong. But so you can't intercede the last 2 abilities for sure. Though the way they read it is not exactly.
It's wonky.
Leave it to Final Fantasy. Also, they put if you select the first effect, select 1 forward, remove all the forwards, remove all the opponent's break zone thing. And the selected forward is no longer an eligible target at the point of the effect is resolved, then cards are not removed from the break zone and taken out of the game. But my question is is it like the other, because like the next line is, when selecting the second or third effects, elements and jobs are specified at the point of the effects are resolved. It is not possible to intercede these using summons or abilities after a specification has been made. My thing is, does that mean the first effect you can? Or is it just saying if the forward's gone, you don't do cool thing? But to me, I don't know why they specified the second and third you can't intercede if you also couldn't intercede the first.
The first, they're just saying that you, by effects that either change jobs or change element, those are the effects that you cannot activate, I believe is what they're trying to say.
It's just saying that you can't intercede using summons or abilities. I'm guessing means you can't respond to naming the element and job because it happens on resolution.
Yeah, because it's on resolution.
To me, the wording of the demon is worded the same way across it, which is choose one forward, period, name 1 element, period, name 1 job, period.
It's because they're the second part of each of the second and third ability because they're second sentences, while the first one is not because you're doing it all in one action.
To me, they're worded the same. But the only difference I can see is there's a difference between naming something and choosing something. Actually,
it could be that wording that could also affect it too.
We need to continue though. We need to stop talking about the.
Yeah.
I wanted to bring up fun facts. That was it.
Okay.
All right, cool. Moving on to the next one.
I give Chilinka a 3.
Solid
3 to 4.
Sorry,
solid
I was
3.
in the process of reading all the updates. All right, next one, Chocobo. 2 CP 5K, forward standard unit. When Chocobo enters the field, choose one forward other than Job Chocobo or card name Chocobo you control. As long as it's on the field, Chocobo gains 4K power. It's essentially a 2-drop 9K if you pick Wool. They're like never touching it, realistically.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you really wanted to be meme, this is just a meme. This will never be feasible. You play... you can't do both. That sucks. Never mind then. If only you could put this and Heretical Knight Garland on this out on the same turn, and then have them both stack off each other. Because then you just go Chocobo choose Garland, gains 4K. Garland choose Chocobo, gains 4K and Brave. You're sitting on a 13K beat stick for 2.
You would need like a specific card that played both at the same time.
Yeah. So
Like, if there was-
bring them back in.
That won't work either. You resolve effects.
No, you
So you
can't.
resolve
have to,
one,
like,
then
double
resolve
combo
another
or
if you blink them.
something.
You'd have to blink them together or blink.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Blink
Blink them
them
out together.
Oh yeah.
That blinks them out together. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So,
you can't renew it. You have to have a full board blink,
yep.
which I don't think exists in this game.
Not a full board, no.
Yeah, because if not, that'd be busted. But yeah, I like it. It makes it a nice beater, 9K. It also like kind of works with other stuff. I can
got a
see a
full
couple
art.
cards wanting to play this.
Chocobos in full arts, man. They look nice.
Why every time, dude?
Next
I don't know why Chocobos need it. They just, I think they're trying to make too much money off of Chocobo.
obviously, 'cause look at our next card.
James. Next card for Storm, dude.
Please stop.
Read it, James. Read it, James.
8 costs, win CP, win summon 7. It's a cat 7. Fat Chocobo. The cost required to cast Fat Chocobo is reduced by 1 for every 3 characters you control. Deal 8K to all the forwards your opponent controls. I think the card's very cool, but I don't think you play it up more than like a 1 or a 2.
Yeah. It's only a 1 of.
Like, it's a, if I get it, we can do cool things. If not, whatever, my
It's a
guy.
blue
Yeah,
light.
it's pitched for CP if you get it at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Just pick it up with Lulu. It's fine.
Big bird.
I mean, honestly, it's not too. Yeah, it is Big Bird.
Yeah,
Big
no,
Bird.
I like it. It's a 3 or 4 in my opinion, just because, like you said, Win didn't really have a lot of cleave. This answers your cleave option because also Win wants to retain a board, and so if you're playing the game correctly with Storm, you retain a board.
I hate that
I'm
my chat
calling
box
it a
isn't
2.
loading up because
Oh no.
people are talking. But I agree with George. Yeah, it's just a wind hecaton chair, basically.
Yeah. But I think this is honestly like a 2.
Yeah.
I think the biggest problem with this card is you're going to play it in one deck and only one deck,
Mm,
and it's Storm.
yeah, Windstorm.
My dad's deck. Oh.
You're not allowed to play this in Wind Ice because there's going to be too much ice.
Yeah,
It's not going to give you enough advantage. It's only
unless you're
going to
playing multi-labels, that's only or multicolor. That's the only way.
I think this card limits itself just too much.
Yeah. I think if
they made it every 2 win characters, I think it'd be too broken.
That's
for
fair.
every 3 characters, then a lot of decks can abuse this card.
Yep. So like they did perfectly fine with it, but
Yeah.
it's too slow for like if you wanted to play like
it's a little niche
slow
with
win
what
deck.
decks want to play it.
yeah, if you wanted to play a slow win deck, this card still works. But like I don't think slow win decks are gonna be great. But Storm is gonna fucking love this card.
George, whoever decided Earth should be green should get to talking to. That's funny.
Honestly, I give it a big 5 for Big Bird.
Sir.
Big Bird is very
Just
nice.
doing it for the memes. I think it's a really cool card. I mean, it's Wind's Heka, but it also doesn't hurt you. It hurts the opponent,
Oh yeah.
which is not too
Which
terrible.
is nice because
Yeah.
heck targets you as well.
Yep.
But I don't know many decks are going to get more than like maybe 6 win characters on the board consistently.
Yeah.
Which means it's a 6-drop at best.
It counts monsters if you have monsters.
It is, which means it's just a 1+1 more cost Heka, but it just feels bad.
I don't know. I think you could get close to 9. I think you can get 9 on board. If you have monsters like
But even then, it is
almost,
literally just Heka. Even then, it's just literally Heka.
yeah, it's a one-sided
But
Heka.
actually-
I'm okay with that.
It's better Heka.
Yeah, it's
It's
better
a
Heka
one-sided
because it's a
Heka at
one-sided
that
Heka.
And you don't have to play it during your own
Yeah.
turn.
Think about
Just
it.
better Heka. Just better.
Yeah,
Heka.
think about it. You do that, and then you're
Okay,
on. You do
I'll give it a 3. I'll give it a 3.
Yeah,
I
because
still
at
think
the end
the
of
deck building's limited, but
yeah,
I'll give it a 3.
but like at the end of the turn, you could do if you go that with Luso together. Oh my god, that's a 16k board lead, dude. That's pretty
you
nuts.
hit everything.
Yeah, you're hitting everything. Everything's down your opponent's board, and then you just kill him. I think it's sick.
I still think it's a little pigeonholed into
Yeah. Obviously, but I give it a 3 only because I know the deck that's gonna play this card is gonna be nuts with it.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
also true.
Yeah, that's why I give it a higher score.
Ganache.
Ganache.
Or just Nash. 2 CP backup. Archer. When it's funny that he's an archer. When Nash enters the field, choose a backup of cost 5 or more. If you've casted 3 or more cards this turn, break it, and then
Nuts.
pay 4. 2 win, 2 of any color. Dull. Put him in the break zone. Choose a backup. Break it.
Nuts.
I think
Win
the
control.
pay 4 feels bad, only because we have things like I think
Yeah.
Ranger and Ninja that just say pay 2, break them, break a backup of X or less. But I guess he's breaking any backup instead of 2 or less, so like it's okay.
Yeah.
But if you play him in like a Fire Wind deck and you have Garland on the field, you are recouping half the cost of that. So
Storm decks also can play this at like a 1 or a 2 to just towards the end of a combo just hurt their opponent for free.
I mean, could you imagine playing
I
against a
even
War
Storm.
deck and they slam down, or like you slam
They
this
put down
down
Taro.
first, and then they're like, okay, cool, I'm gonna go Sarah into Princess Sarah, and then they play Princess Sarah, and you're like, fuck it, I'll just pay 4 and say you lose your win back up. Now you have to build something else.
Do you know what I think is nutty is? Do you know how many times on turn 2 after somebody just went, cool, I'll play backup pass? I've seen anybody playing Win go, play 1 card, play 2 card, play Zidane, still have cards in hand, and could just play Ganache afterwards. Cool, get rid of that backup anyways.
Well, 5 or more.
Yeah, 5 or more. But like
Oh,
it hits Tiro, it hits Thornton,
Jan Toto.
it hits Toto. Like the cards that are in the meta right now, this card will hit, and that's really nice to
Can
have.
somebody
for
explain
2
to me
CP.
why Wind seems to be the backup breaking element more than any other one?
Yeah, more than Earth.
I think Earth does it more, but I think
Wind breaks more backups on card text than Earth does.
I think Earth does it better. Is a better way to put
Well,
it.
sorry, my bad.
Noah.
Earth has Fenrir, Heka, and Doga if you cast a summon.
I 100% want to play Doga.
Noah,
Yo,
we should just build Earthwind control, dude. You're not allowed to keep a backup. You're just
Earth,
not.
Wind, Water. Earth, Wind, Water. Bounce all the things you don't care about. Break all their backups.
Yeah,
you don't get to play the game.
hey guys, because it's great to have other opinions on this. George makes a valid point. It's also pretty cool to just break your own Toto and pick it up with Kuseth later.
True, because yeah,
Just like the meme of Bismarck Toto, it's another way of just re-looping Toto.
he does, George. That Vincent is pretty nuts. I played that Vincent when set 11 came out because that Vincent was out, and so we just like double did dudes and just like broke dudes. It was pretty funny.
I haven't seen it be used yet, and I've tried to do it, but like for whatever reason, I can't ever get the cards in hand. But I think Vincent Fujito's nuts. You're like, cool, I'll play Vincent, break Fujito. Fujito triggers, I'll remove a dude. Vincent triggers, shoot something for 8.
Double hits.
Like, if I'm gonna lose the backup, I should get value out of losing the backup. But
Yeah.
next card.
Number 128.
I think this card is
Stitch.
kind of cool.
It's neat.
It's a thaumaturgic life form.
No,
And it's a
you want
cat
to take
6.
this one?
Sure. Number 128. 3 CP 7k, forward thaumaturgic life form, cat 6. Pay 0, deal 7k damage to all the forwards your opponent controls. The damage cannot be reduced. You can only use this ability if number 128 has received 4k damage or more, and only once per turn. And then special Gale Cut, just pitch a copy, deal 7k damage to all the forwards your opponent controls. This damage cannot be reduced.
That
Fuck your Madam Metal. I don't kill it. but-
fire, wind, storm.
Fire, Wind, Storm. You can play what's her face? You can play Cater, and if you have 4 backups, shoot this dude. Or does Cater do 2 for each back? No, it's 1 for each backup.
It's
shoot
one
this
for
guy.
each backup.
Shoot this guy for 4,
I'm playing
and
it
then
right now,
trigger
Noah.
him.
I'm playing it right now.
Yeah, I like Cater. Cater's cool.
Gator's
Restep 3
nuts
dudes
as
or shoot something for the number of backups you control. Nuts.
Yeah.
I like that this card does a special, so that means if you want to play extra copies of this card actually does something, which is really nuts.
This special
I
is
think
really
that's
good too.
Oh my god, saying that your 7k sweep can't be reduced. Oh, that's gnarly.
Here's the big thing. You don't have to pay anything but the one card for it.
Yeah, it's just technically 2 CP instead of being the usual 3 or 4 CP that usually is.
You can, if you wanted to, you could. 1 second, I have to look this up real quick.
Oh, you're good.
I'm gonna get lost.
What are you thinking of?
Don't worry, I'm finding it. Where is it? I have to go down, other direction. Right?
He's saying use Edgar.
Yep. You can Edgar it.
Yeah.
It's a
Go,
cat 6 and
George,
it's a 3
you're right.
cost.
You're right. Go target. He's really cool.
Go also
Go-Go
banks off this.
Go, Edgar. Fuck.
Yeah.
I think it's nuts that you could just Edgar this. I'll just 7K your board.
Yeah.
Who needs Sabin when you have number 128?
Yeah. Sheesh.
Sabin
so
does
gross.
8K to one dude. Do 7K to everything, my guy.
Yeah. And then do another 7K because you have the copy in your hand. So 14K sweeps, dude.
I mean, it's not
Edgar
terrible.
picks up 2.
Yeah.
The
He just
only
picks it up.
the only issue is that he's wind if you play on 6. But
and it's so
if you
hard.
if you play with fire, you could just throw the 2-card combo of you could put like Edgar Sabin in, so you don't feel too bad, and then just play copies of this, and it's like a little pocket combo.
Yeah.
It's not the best, maybe you can figure out how to synergize it better.
Or hear me out. You play class 9th Mughal.
Which class 9th is
The ice one.
For wind.
yeah,
The ice one that taps for wind.
Yeah, that's not bad either.
Yeah,
It's actually pretty solid.
You could fit it in. Because there's also a Typhon in Cat 6 that you can play.
Yeah, under wind.
Yeah, under wind. That says when he does something, he removes 2 things on enter or something like that. And then you can pay 0 to bounce them back to your hand. Something like that. It's weird. It's from set 17, 18? 17, 18? Something
Well,
like that.
I know there's a Terra that says all your 6 backups. No, they only produce
That's
specific
Earth.
RCP. That's Earth Terra. I'm trying to figure out if there's I don't think there is a 6 backup.
I'm not seeing one. I'm going through it right now.
6 backup, that's a wind? There's not.
No, that's a win that produces
That
multiple
produces
CP,
colors.
No.
multiple elements.
There's
What's the
not.
term? Next one.
Yeah, the Typhon, 17, from set 17.
Who wants to take this one? I took the last card.
Sorry,
That Typhon also has a special.
No. FFTA, 4 cost, EX Burst Backup, Mughal, EX Burst when no enters the field, you activate all the wing characters you control. At the end of your turn, you choose 1 forward you control, activate it. Nutty banana sandwich.
Oh gosh, this
Can you
card
imagine
is
putting
crazy.
this together with like Dario Horn or whatever, who like nobody plays, but then you get 2 dudes to restand. One from him, one from Nono. And realistically, you could too, because Nono activates all your win characters. So you could play Nono, play Dorian, and then restand 2 dudes.
The water dual horn that says it can't untap itself, being able to untap it with a no-no.
Yup.
So that way, on the attack, you break something, I believe, or something like that.
Generally with that one, you're more than likely playing like Ash or Rosa to restand it instead, but yeah.
That's an option.
Oh, multiple different Ashes can restand that card now, because backup Ash is nuts.
I'm going through, see if there's
George. The Terra says all your
playing
6
enough win
dudes
cards,
pay
and it gives
any
you
of them.
a constant.
George was right on that. I'm sorry. I just wanted to interject with that.
Yeah.
The Earth Terra, that's a 3-drop that says all your category 6 backups tap for any color.
Oh, they do tap for any color. It's not just
Yep.
fire. Like, okay, cool. Fire.
Yep.
ice,
but
and-
you said Earth, right? So you still have to play Earth.
yeah, you have to get her out some way.
It's weird.
It's
Ideas, though.
Very weird.
Ideas, though.
But yeah, I like this Nono. I think this Nono is like a 4 to a 5.
Yeah. I can say it's a low 4. I think depending on the deck, you'd have to play it and then test around with it, and then just seeing what value you want to get off of forwards that want to restand or being able to stay standing and stuff like that.
I will say low-key, I think this will be really cool in retainers, because it extends my combos. Because like I can go have a Tomos on board, play 2 things, a Tomos restand 2, play Nono, restand all my stuff, And then depending, the biggest issue honestly is just getting cards in hand at that point, so I can constantly play things, because we're gonna play Ignis and Noctis, who just say because Ignis exists, every time they swing, they activate all my characters again as well.
Also when you don't have Ignis and you're swinging in with Gladiolus, you just rescan your Gladiolus.
Yep, and he's beefy. Gladiolus is one of the best trade values in the game. Gladiolus, if he has first strike, trades with Wool every time.
It's so gross. It's just so gross.
And I still stand by it for everybody who's listening. If you want to beat Wool, you play Earth and you play Sid Sophia, and you steal Wool's Haste, Brave, and First Strike, and you give it to one of your forwards.
You give it to your own Gladiolus, and you're just like, haha, loser.
It's hilarious. I've done it.
Mine's better.
I think that card's actually really nuts. It's probably one of the, in my opinion, one of the best silver bullets for him under Earth. As long as you can get it established. It's just hard to get the card because you have to draw into it. You can't
also keeping it standing without having to use it to pay for CP and stuff.
Yeah, you need 2 cards up for it. I mean, you can ditch a card and it still wouldn't feel that bad if you're shutting a Wool down, in my opinion. But it's the same as like Arcanist plays.
Yep.
So yeah, next card. Oh, it has a full art. Prompto.
Prompto.
Buddy boy, here we go. This guy's a retainer, and he's searchable off Noctis. Noctis searches a backup. I think that's cool. Though, I will say, I like this Prompto, but forward Prompto being able to draw me 2 cards is also really enticing.
I like the art better on this one.
But it does make my backup lineup more consistent, which is why I'll probably play this for a bit. So, 2 CP backup, retainer, category 15. When he's put from field to break zone, draw a card, and then pay 1. Or pay and win, tap him, put him in break zone, choose a forward. During this turn, the next damage dealt to it is reduced by 5. So it's really good against fire decks. I do think if you wanted to, if you're going to play any deck with Garland in it, 4 CP Fire Garland, you play this Prompto as well, just because he nets you 2 cards if he dies.
Yep. You draw 1 off himself, 1 from Garland. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
It just paid for itself.
Yep. It's really nice. I think this Prompto, I don't think this Prompto is like super busted, but I do think that because he's a searchable backup, that's cost effective instead of the 6 CP backup off of Noctis. I think this card's instantly, in that deck specifically, it's like a 4 base.
Yeah,
I think this card's a solid 3.
Yeah. I give it a 3.
Overall, it's a solid 3, but I think if you're playing it in retainers, because it searches a backup,
it
gets you there.
It's gonna be very nice to have.
Yep.
Burr.
Including that it breaks itself. That's the biggest thing.
All right, next one.
Beldock.
Yo.
Oh, no, this one's for you.
I'm not gonna lie, this card's kind of cool. Beldat, 5 CP 2K, or 2-drop 5K, Jesus Christ. FFCC, forward thief, of course she's a thief. Warp 2, paying 1 wind. When a warp counter is removed from Beldat, your opponent puts the top 2 cards of their deck into their break zone. This effect will trigger only if Beldat's removed from the game. And then when Beldat enters the field, choose a forward in your opponent's break zone, remove it from the game. You can cast it as though you owned it at any time you can normally cast it. Meaning if I remove that card's mine for the rest of the game, and I can cast it whenever the fuck I'm able to.
This card might be the only warp card I want to play in Storm right now.
In Storm, it'd be nuts. I think so. Here's the plan, right? Because I just want to play a mill deck, and this gets me closer to a mill deck. I know you do. But I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a wind water warp deck, which I'm already like working with, because I wanted to play Gargus Diabolus, but like wind water warp is really fun. And we're gonna play Vayne, and we're gonna warp Beldat, and then play Vayne, and then trigger Beldat, so she next turn she comes in or whatever. Instead of having to wait 2 turns, and I get an instant 2 mil there, which is just really nice. It's just gratifying, and I get a draw card. Or we just wait till she's about to come in, she's down to 1 warp counter, you play Vayne then, and you still get it, but you get her effect as well, because she comes in. She is weak, but like, I don't care if she's a 2-drop 5K.
No, because
you're gonna waste a Ratsu on this card, I'm down, brother.
She dies, and there's ways of picking her up. There's ways of picking up forwards in this game.
That's all she is for me, and I'm okay with that.
She's a every time blocker and gets you where you want. That's literally what it is. That is the nicest card.
I get to play this Beldat. I get to play Zidane, and I get to play what was it? What's the other card? I'm playing. I'm playing Fire.
Oh, Lonnie.
Yeah.
Yep. Underwater, you get Beldat, Zidane, and Mind Flare.
Yeah.
Actually, hold on. Hear me out, James.
Okay.
Typhon stacks cards.
Okay.
Beldat gets rid of 4 cards. Your opponent draws. Ooh. If you just play the numbers right, you can steal their forward.
You can steal their wolf.
You can steal their cards. You
I
know
think
what
it's
card
very
you steal.
neat. I think that's a very niche pocket to hit.
That specific thing is very niche.
It's very funny though.
Yeah.
I give it 3 just because of the cheese value it gives you. You can
think,
do some really cheeky things with it. I like it. I like cards like this that are
I'm
just
super
like cheeky.
biased, and I don't want to use the bias vote on this. This card's definitely like a 2 to a 3.
Oh, go ahead. James did it with the demon.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just think there's better cards
mine
I
was
use my
not
bias vote
biased.
for.
You like the sick card. Shut up.
I do like the art.
Yeah.
In my opinion, mine was not about a bias of milling cards.
Yeah, I do want to play a mill deck so
Anyone in
badly.
the chat, what do you guys feel about a mill deck coming into standard play?
Ooh, I want the next card too. The next card's cool.
Okay, do it. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah, Goddess, 7 CP, Warring Triad.
Oh, I love this card.
Yeah, I love this card. When Goddess enters the field, place a Doom counter on all the 4s the opponent controls. When Goddess enters the field, at the end of your opponent's turn, break all the 4s the opponent controls with a Doom counter on them, which I believe that effect still triggers when she's gone because she's already entered and that goes immediately on. And then at the end of each of your turns, remove all cards in your opponent's break zone from the game. What? She's a
why
she's a
did
board
this
wipe.
get a full art?
I wish she did.
I wish you did too, because that's the only reason I want that full art is because it looks nice.
Well, here's the thing. Look below the text box. There's
Yeah.
a face here that you just can't see.
Yep.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I want to see that face.
I wanted the Warring Triads to have full arts too.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
is.
I'm guessing
then they gave full
after
arts to
how
the chaos
awful the
cards that don't
chaos
do
stuff.
anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm guessing after how awful those chaos cards were, they probably just didn't want to do it again.
I like it. It's a 7 cost, which makes it a little hefty,
Bam.
but
Chat
I
box
think
is
for a
working
7
now.
cost, it's nice.
I agree with you, Jord. It's a board wipe, and it's a straight break board. Oh wait, break? Yeah, it's a straight break. It doesn't put in break zone, unfortunately, but it breaks everything. So it costs 7 CP, which sucks, but like it's whatever.
It is another Cat 6.
Underwing.
It's also another Mobius.
She is another Mobius. Can you imagine?
You can play this thing like you play Yizmat.
Wool in her.
Yeah.
Wool into Goddess. Break your board. I've got 2 9Ks on board now.
This thing's a solid 5 for me, the same way the demon was.
Yeah.
This thing says break all your dudes and then remove all your fucking shit.
I do want to state, break all the 4s the opponent controls with a Doom counter on them. So, Doom counters don't matter as much, but there is an Orphan that also uses Doom counters to break forward.
Yes. Yes.
It's not gonna. They're both costly. That's like a 5 CP card, I think, maybe 6, and this is like a 7 CP card, so they're never gonna see
6.
play at the same
I
time.
believe.
But they, if you can find a synergy with both of them, I think it'd be really cool. It at least guarantees that the Ratsu on the Doom counters, it doesn't hurt as bad because they can Ratsu that because they're 2 separent triggers. But
They have to either Ratsu the Doom counter, which is probably the better play, or they have to Ratsu the unenterability. But I think, either one works fine. I think. You just have to know when to Ratsu, and if you Ratsu the right target, you'll be fine.
I mean, yeah,
So-
I honestly, I think the Doom counter is the best one to Ratsu, just because she can't give Doom counters. But yeah. Next one. Or do you got anything, James?
I'm checking out when all these triggers. So first one,
I give a 4 to the Goddess.
this is a 5 for me. Yeah. So you can't do anything about the removing.
Nope.
That thing's just stuck. You would have to do something for the first 2, but
Those
you
are
can't.
ETBs, so you have
It
to.
activates on play, so it won't.
Yeah, it won't
It
matter.
breaks during the in phase. I think it also checks during the in phase too.
For the card to be there or for the counters?
For the Doom counters. I think it checks the cards for Doom counters at the end.
Yes, I believe it does. But she is not. She does not have to be present for that.
No.
So. Can we
She has to be present on play. That's it.
Yep.
Oh man!
It meets her condition.
But
Now,
if you play
can get
Fire,
cheeky
and then you play Arden, and then you check the top. You look at the top 2, and you find a Goddess and a
I'm
Demon.
fighting with this to keep James's face back on the screen, and it's killing me.
That'd be nuts.
I did it. We got it. Okay, cool. Next one.
Melfi.
Melfi. 3-drop Melfi, Cat 7 forward. When
I have to
Melfi
go to the
enters the
bathroom.
field,
You
you
guys
may
have
search
fun.
for one card named Sonnen and add it to your hand. Tap, put Melfi into the break zone. Choose one forward of cost 5 or more, break it. Why couldn't this have been 4 or more? Like, man. I would like this card if it was 4 or more. It would have hit a lot more stuff. No,
I would like it. I would like it if Sonin was worth it.
Yeah, because the only other Sonin is the EX Burst one. That's Earth. Earth Lightning.
It's real neat, but it's Earth Lightning. So you're either maining Earth Wind, or you're splashing into Lightning, which I'm not gonna say is terrible. I was expecting to see a lot of Wind Lightning from this set. 4/7 specifically.
Yeah, because of Cloud.
Yeah. I just specifically don't like this Sonin. It wants to play from discard pile, which is super cool. But it also means you have to main Melfis and you have to main Sonins, which means you're having to play an engine that says pay 2 to draw 1 card.
Yeah. Noah left us, but that's fine.
Hi, Noah.
He walked out of the room.
Did he?
Yeah, he did. He's no longer at his desk.
I'm right
How do
here.
you know?
Because I'm watching the YouTube.
I'm not. I'm looking at the Discord.
Yeah.
And I have the pop-up chat covering Noah's little box because he doesn't have a face.
Boop, 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 boop. Boop.
Oh no! What'd I do? I fucked up. No.
It's neat. I see it as a low 2. This card's gonna be played in the set because you're gonna want to try to find your 2 CP for something. So.
I think I think there's not enough good win stuff for 7 to play.
Yeah.
I think you see this having play. I think this card's actual garbage.
Yeah,
I think it's just
2.
It just doesn't do enough to make it worth the deck slot.
There's not enough
If
like
she was
cost
under-
reverser in the game.
If she was under Earth, I'd put her at a 3.
Yep.
Because that way you can play Lightning Earth Sonon and not feel bad about only being locked into Earth Sonon. So.
Yep. Exactly.
Next one.
Carpenter.
This card's a 5. It's a 3. Carpenter 2-drop standard unit 14 backup. If you control 3 or more wind backups, the cost required to cast this is reduced by 2. The card's free. It's your regular free backup from this set. Every element has one.
This element, yeah.
Free caster Storm. Pretty nice.
I think this card's just the best one out of all of them because it's Storm needs a free card.
It's a free cast for
I think
Storm.
I'm with this one and another one personally, but the other one is for certain decks. No, not ice. We haven't talked about it yet.
Is it water?
No.
I think mono water didn't need a free backup either.
No. It's the Earth one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is it because of Sid Garland?
Certain decks love that card. Terra, or no, not Terra. Leo Riku decks will like that card just because it's another backup that they can use to
tap for color. Yeah, tap for colorless. Yeah.
Yep. Tap for any color.
Here's the thing. I think in a Storm deck this card's a 5, but I'm sticking to the thing I said. I think I said the last one. I'm making all of these a 3 because I think you have to play monocolor to get away with doing something cool.
I do wanna say. These cards are pretty cool because they're targetable off of Urianger's top 2 check because they're 14s.
Yeah.
Well, that is neat too.
Yeah, it's true.
Urianger, so lightning plus whatever element, which usually it's probably going to be lightning water or lightning earth or lightning fire. Urianger can pick these up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this one's just, in my opinion, this one's the best one out of all of them only because Storm exists.
Yep.
Next one. Yuri.
Yuri.
When Yuri enters the 3 CP, 7K, late crystal user, FFCC, DFF. When Yuri enters the field, you can discard 1 card. When you do so, choose for a card named Chilinka of cost 4 or less and play it onto the field. When Yuri forms a party and attacks, select one of the 2 following actions. Choose a 4 to cost 4 or more, break it, activate all the characters you control. Honestly, 4 CP Yuri is nuts because he does a lesser version of this, but he does it on enter as well. But this Yuri is also really cool because he just activates all characters instead of 2. The only thing is he's a 9K with this Stiltskin instead of a 10K, but like, who cares?
With this,
Wool. It's a straight break on
pretty
Wool.
neat.
And you know what Wool can't do? Break the party.
That is also true. 5k is not going to be enough.
I mean, it won't deal damage if Chalinka's involved.
That's also true.
But I think James's meme is
it's
Chalinka.
I like that one. I like
Swing
Chalinka
with the old Chalinka to hit 2, I think is much better. But here's what I was oohing about. So I was reading the FAQ. Both the Chalinka and Yuri will work the same way. On the discard happens at resolution.
Yeah. So they Ratsu this, you don't discard.
Yep.
Which is really good.
Which is very, very good.
I mean, if it dies, it dies, but like I didn't lose a card out of hand because of that.
Basically, it's enter the field, activate ability. Do you wish to negate? No? Cool. Discard search, which is crazy.
I think you should
I think this
fit
card's
this
a
in.
solid. You thinking
In Fire Wind.
just building a Fire Wind?
Because
I was thinking either Fire Wind or just
Belias or
building
Goblin.
regular
You give
storm.
this in Chalinka haste,
Ooh,
and you're done.
haste. Oh my god. Elias into this would be nuts.
You need to give Chalinka haste too, so you have to be able to give both
So
of them haste.
I think I want to start playing Sage.
That's fair.
2-drop backup that just gives haste.
Yep.
Yeah. And Belias isn't a terrible target either. It's a simple 1-drop cast that gives haste. So like.
I was talking
Or
about
I can play the 2-drop that draws.
Yeah, I'd rather just do that. It's a 1-for-1 trade, like you cycle, but you also get haste in 2K.
And we're tapping backups, which we're going to ready anyway. So yeah.
Generally speaking, yeah. I think it's just a better option.
I think this is a solid 4.
I say it's a 4.
I can see it high 3, low 4. I like it. It's cool.
I think it's a 4, and the only reason I want this to be a 5, but the only reason I don't have it a 5 is because it's dependent upon having the Chalinka to do cool things.
Having a Chalinka, yeah.
Yeah, we can search it.
Yeah, well, yeah. What I mean is, all the value you get from this Yuri, in my opinion, comes from having a Chalinka to do.
You could ditch the card and just search for backup Chalinka, and give this Yuri Brave and the ability to attack twice, and then if you can give him haste and there's already a forward on board, or forwards, because you would need 2 forwards, you get 2 breaks or 2 activates. So, or mix
under fire, you get 1-drop Goblin.
Maybes, a lot of maybes, but
we talked about that, and Sage and Belias.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to.
No, you were fine. You were fine. We had just like literally talked about it. It was really.
No, you're good.
That's
but I like it.
Oh,
real good card.
Boop. Yuffie. She's a 2-drop Yuffie.
Wind Ice Sisney?
Sure. Forward, it's a category 7. It's a ninja. When Yuffie enters the field, place 2 shuriken counters on Yuffie. When Yuffie attacks, you may remove 1 shuriken counter from Yuffie. When you do, choose 1 forward, deal it 8k. She's a 5k.
I really like the way this card's made.
Yes.
I like that this is a 2 times.
God, what's his name? Is it Gogo? Not Gogo. Gojo?
Gojo?
The backup that... Here, hold on.
I'm looking it up right now. I think I know the one you're talking about.
The 2 CP win backup.
Yeah.
Godo.
There we go. Thank you, Godo.
She becomes a 6k that gives first strike?
Yeah, meaning if she needs to get around something, that 8k shot will do it, and then the first strike cleans it up.
Here's what I think the reason I like this card is it's a 2k that can 8k something, which is nutty. But they limit it to only being able to do it twice, and she's only a 5k on swing.
Actually.
Like I like the way it's designed.
James. You can give her more shuriken counters.
With
what's his name? It's the FFCC.
No, that removes this. That removes selected counter.
Does it remove selected counters? Oh, never mind. You're right. That does remove counters. Okay, never mind.
And it's opponent's character.
Then you use the Cat 14 that says if it deals damage, double a counter. Memes. It's not good, but
no,
it's interesting.
It does remove. That's right.
I just like the way this one specific one's designed.
Also, yes, George, it was 2 CP Ice Sisney backup that says remove a shuriken counter, don't freeze a dude. Remove it from anything.
I think the 2-drop Yuffie's just better, but
yeah.
And then there's also the lightning edge. Yeah.
I think if this was just a 2-drop 5k that said on swing deal 8, I think people would be bitching about it.
You could flicker her.
Yeah.
And get her counters back.
Yeah, but you'd have to work. I don't think there's anything easy in Wind that flickers.
Hey, you ever heard of a little card called Chocobo?
Yeah, Yeah, you'd have to pay 2 CP, pick her up to draw, and then play her again. Understandably, she is a 2-drop.
Hey,
Yeah.
and ice.
Understandably.
In ice, you can Renoa her.
Actually, understandably, this might end up in my wind deck, my storm deck, because you're not.
If they don't deal with it, they're losing something 90% of the time.
Here's the thing. Wind needs good. Like wind has the same problem, in my opinion, that ice has. It has no way of getting dudes off board. So like, if you can't run your game plan, you have no way of controlling your opponent.
Yeah, you want to slow them down, and ice does it through dueling and freezing, while wind tries to do it by sniping stuff. And wind doesn't really have a lot of sniping right now. That's effective. No effective sniping.
They just gave Wind a bunch of cleaves though in this set.
Which is not nice.
Wind's got 3 cleaves.
It's what Wind needed.
Yeah.
If only Ice got one. All I got was Mateus. Freeze all your dudes. Woo!
No, they have Zalera.
Zalera's technically cleaves. Both of them are technically cleaves.
Zalera's like 50-55, 50-51.
It depends on the units in the meta at the point that you cast it.
It's a 50-55 five good card, 50-50 one bad card.
Yeah. But I like to see if it's a 3. I
like a cheap card that can do
cool.
8K.
It's cool. It's just unfortunate that's a 5K because it gets sniped really easily.
She's a 1-drop in a ninja deck, and at worst you can just pitch her for a Doom of the Living.
Yep.
I actually think this card's a 4 just by itself. I think by itself this card's nuts.
Well, yeah, because it's a 2-drop that deals 8K twice.
Yeah. This card's just nuts.
I just don't feel. I don't know. I just think there's a lot of easy stuff that snipe it.
I want you to know this card fucks over Mana Metal by itself.
The
Ritz? Takes out Edo. Wait, what card? You talking about Ritz?
He moved on to Ritz. I was talking about the Yuffie still.
Okay. Cool.
The Yuffie fucks over Mana Metal as long as they don't have like an arc on board.
1 CP 3K. When Ritz enters the field, choose a 4 the opponent controls, deal 3K damage. When it's put from the field to the break zone, this turn draw a card. This feels like it's made for a Wind Firestorm deck.
Yep.
Or just a Wind Fire deck.
I'm like with all the stuff that Wind has for hitting.
You Brynhilder and you put a body on board and you 7K something and you net 2.
You get the 8K things for 3 CP to draw 2.
Yep.
Yeah, with Luso as well. Before you put a Luso down, if you know there's something that's massive, you're just like, I'll play Ritz, then I'll play Luso.
She's a 1-drop too.
Here's the thing, it's a 1-drop. You Luso first, and whatever they spin to make things live, you just go Ritz, kill the last thing, draw a card, pass. And you have your plus off of Luso and you have your plus off of Ritz, and you're like, cool, 2 cards in hand. I restored my backups because that's what Wind does, and I just wiped your board. Please continue.
Please continue.
Like because they just expended to save their board from Luso if they have like dudes on board that die to 8Ks.
Yep.
Actually, honestly, the only reason I lost to like small races last weekend was because I couldn't Luso through like arc. It says I Luso through arc.
Yep, because you just sniped the arc.
Fucking matters.
Yep.
Yep. So you Luso and snipe the arc, and then everything else dies anyways.
Yep.
The arc buff leaves. Perfectly. I like this card actually, especially as a 1-drop. It is a nice, easy 1-drop snipe.
3.
I just wish it wasn't a Ritz.
Solid 3. I have complaints just to Square Enix and FFTCG as a whole. Why the fuck did we print an FFTA 6-drop that says play cool dudes, draw cool cards if there's no fucking cards that match its colors?
Yeah. Are you talking about the marsh? The water marsh?
Yes!
Oh, yeah.
The water marsh says if you have a bunch of cool dudes on board that are FFTA, draw cards. And there's no FFTA you want to play in it.
Yeah. There's like maybe one.
You want to play Marsh Ritz. You play Domed? Yeah. And you want to play Marsh Ritz or maybe, what is it, Mont Blanc and,
Hurdy.
But like, Mont Blanc and Hurdy are fire, ice. And Ritz Marsh by itself is fire, wind.
And then Domed
is a wind. But the marsh you want to play is a water, which is a 4th color with the 5th color. Like,
it doesn't.
How do you make it
work?
work?
What are you supposed to do?
You
can't draw cool cards off of that. What am I supposed to do? Play 5 different colored backups off of Moogles and act like that's okay?
Play Moogles. Just play Moogles and say your Moogles tap for any color.
You just play the Moogle stuff. It's just not fun.
Yeah,
it's not interesting.
You guys are gonna love this next card.
Is it Moogle?
No.
Is it Dragoon?
It's Dragoon.
Skip it. Oh, dude, is this the guy from Star Wars?
Are we doing Earth? I'm up for doing Earth.
Oh, sorry. I guess I did skip to Earth. My bad.
God dang it, James. We can attempt to move through Earth if you guys want. Do you think?
Yeah,
I have all the time in the world. All I have to do is pack tonight for Vegas. So
Boop, next one. Arca
Can I talk about this card?
Sodara.
I really want to talk about this card. So it's a 3-drop Arca Sodara, multi-playable, backup, standard unit. It's 14, which is nice. When whatever his name is enters the field, choose 1 go forward. If your opponent doesn't pay 3, break it. That's really nuts in Ice Earth.
In Ice Earth, I think it's only good in Ice Earth, only because you get that taxing element.
You get to tax and discard your opponent's hand.
Well, because you can. In Ice, you can play things. So you can play things like Mind Flare to dull a dude, draw a card, and then play this, and then be like, do you want that dull dude that like is probably like a pivotal piece for you to just die, or do you want to pay 3 to keep it alive? You net a backup out of it. Regardless, so at minimum you're getting a backup, but at best they're losing 6 CP to use, and they're losing a forward on board.
Also, with Sarah Mobius, you're just like dual 2 dudes.
Yep.
Ice also has the ability to like. Jintiana is very funny. Ice also has the ability to tap down their backups and discard their hand, giving them not enough to even pay. So if you just want to snipe a dude, this could also just snipe a dude.
Also, it's nuts because this card's multi-playable.
It is multi-playable.
That is also very funny.
Yeah. I give it a 4. In Ice Earth only.
Solid
Other than that,
I give it a high 3. I give it a high 3.
I give it a situational 3.
Next one?
Yeah, that's fair.
Antlion?
Oh, yeah.
Antlion 4. Who wants to take this one?
I'll do it. 2-drop monster insect cat 4. When a backup enters your field or a backup you control leaves the field, until the end of the turn, Antlion also becomes a forward with 9k power. And when Antlion 4 is dealt damage, choose up to 1 forward your opponent controls, deal the same amount of damage. This card's very, very cool late game when you're swinging for game, but I don't know how good it is any other point in the game.
Personally, I think Antlion is good any point of the game. Only because early game, you're building, Antlion will trigger every time a backup comes in, or for that turn.
It says enter, never mind.
Yeah.
For some reason, my brain only thought breaking it, and I was like, man, that's so situational.
No.
Yeah.
So you just play the game and you get it's a 2-drop 9k that you always have whenever
you get to continuously play, and no one wants to fight it. So
because something dies.
Never mind.
Yeah, and if you're playing Earth in any capacity and a little bit of Ice, you can just recur it easily. You just put it back in the order.
Also, I just want to say.
Well, here's the thing: Earth by itself, you can do it because you have Mira.
I just want to say, it's a good thing this is only a once per turn, but this is just a mini Cactar Danaluma. If you ping this for 1, you ping something for 9.
That is very funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually
because here's what you can do.
Can you
sucks.
Play it in monks?
Well, hold on. Let me reread this real quick. When a backup enters your field or a backup you control leaves the field until the end of turn, Antlion becomes a forward with 9k power, and when Antlion's dealt damage, choose up to 1 forward the opponent controls. So that, unfortunately, it's only once per turn, but could you imagine having a Mootski on board and going ping Antlion for 1, 9k dude, restand Mootski, tap Mootski, ping Antlion, 1k dude, restand Mootski because I just 9k'd something else? Like, gross.
This card in Monk seems pretty sick.
Popping, because it does say leave, so you pop a backup, Antlion's active, and then because you popped a backup, Antlion becomes active, I think.
Oh, here's the thing. No, we talked about it. You play a monk backup, trigger the fight between Ursula and this dude, because on play. So when you break that backup, say you play the backup, you can make this a 9k. Or when you break it, this will interstack. I guess, nope, because it won't be a forward then.
No, it won't be a forward. So you have, but just still being able to break a backup off of Ursula and then saying this guy's a 9k on your opponent's turn,
good.
And you're just really like, he's a big body. You're gonna effectively trade 2 things.
It's a hard to deal with defensive piece.
Yeah, it's really
gives you that data. That gives you that Cactar Danaluma effect if you're able to play into it.
Because then next turn you just play a monk backup and it's now attacker again.
If you have something you just like can't immediately deal with, or like your best like pinging this dude for 1 to shoot something for 9, I think is funny. This is James. You know what this is? It's just like a Dark Knight, but it's not a Dark Knight.
It's not a Dark Knight.
But it's got a Dark Knight ability that you would want.
It has what I have one for Dark Knights, but there's no cool things they're doing with this fucking card.
I personally, I think this card's just generically good, especially if you play like Ice Earth monsters. I think this card's a 3 to a 4.
You can play this in multiple decks. It's just a nice defensive piece.
Buddy.
It literally is. It's
Oliver,
just play a game.
Take away the next one.
Oh, Ignis, dude. So,
Ignis.
Dude, 5-drop Ignis, Cat 15 forward, Retainer. When Ignis enters the battlefield, you may put one backup you control into the break zone. When you do so, choose one forward, break it. When a backup you control is put from the field into the break zone, choose one forward in your break zone, add it to your hand. This effect will only trigger during your turn and only once per turn, and it's a 9K. Now I'm gonna let you talk about it first because I want to throw some ideas after you.
Yeah. So my initial idea with this was, now you have another card besides like Regis that you and Cindy that you're like, I really want to play this if I play an Earth Lightning Kingslave, because what you do is you set a Crow on board, right? You put a Crow down and you tap Crow to pay for one of the CP for this card, and then you play this card and you pop Crow off of this card and you pick up a backup off Crow or a forward off Crow and you pick a forward up off of Ignis. So Ignis essentially refunded himself.
Yeah, and that's really sick.
And if you have a Noctis on board, like the 5CP 5CP Lightning Noctis, you get to Dola dude too. You twice because you popped the Crow and you played the Ignis.
Yeah.
Hey, can we go? I want to go back real quick to the Antlion, Noah.
Yeah,
I'm going to give you your Cactar Dataluma in just Earth. So you have your Antlion, right?
Yup.
You play Biggs from set 1 starter. I think it's like 206 is the card. When a backup you control is put from the field to the break zone, deal 1,000 damage to this is opponent. Damn it. I ruined it. No.
Okay.
I'm so upset.
Okay.
I'm going to find it. Just you wait.
Yeah. My idea for this Ignis is I'm actually going to play this Ignis in Rampair deck. Because being able to break your own Rampair and then pick up a dude and then Rampair say play a dude for free is pretty sick, because you can stack your triggers so that way Ignis will finish resolving. Then you'll resolve Rampair. So you get to pick up your Theodore that you probably pitched early on because you don't want that card in your hand early on. But then you pick it up off of Ignis, and then you're just like, all right, cool. Now I'll play Theodore off of Rampair, and now I'll go ahead and force you to discard 2 cards. And now we're in a very advantageous state because you probably have less than 2 cards in hand. And Theodore is going in with 9K in haste, and you still have a 9K body on your board that says I can block.
I mean, you could play Cactar, James.
I was searching. I wanted something where you could like just continuously do it if you wanted. So I was searching through like
would be the
backups.
closest thing, but unfortunately, Mootski, you can't continuously ping Antlion, which sucks. But yeah.
I wanted something where you didn't have to worry about your opponent blowing it up, and you didn't have to worry about it being a summon, right? So like I was trying to find something.
Can you do something in fire?
You have Moochki.
You could. So none of this really matters. It's kind of like haha cheeky, but like blowing up Thornton to draw a card, blowing up Larsa to draw a card and pick up like anything that essentially 2-for-1s. Ignis is so good with that. If you play under fire, you get the draw off of Garland. Or you play Arden, you get Arden as well.
Yeah, but you just have to be careful because you don't want to play too much backup break.
No,
I think in any deck that you want to do,
you want to recoup it to some degree.
You want to have your selective backup breaks that you want.
I do say, so hold on. This says when a backup you control is put for the break zone. So unfortunately, you don't get a definite loop out of it unless you have a backup you can like keep reusing. But Ignis to pick up a Garland is really nice.
And also taking away one of your opponent's dude.
Yep.
Taking away one of your opponent's dude just because you broke a backup.
Yep.
That's the biggest thing, because you not only neg your opponent by what they use to play their dude, but also being able to pick up a forward that you want, and then saying for the rest of the game, as long as this Ignis is on board, if one of my backups breaks either through its own ability or through an opponent's ability, I'll pick up a forward. I get 2 CP out of this.
Yep.
Noah, I found it.
What?
It's under wind.
Are you talking about Dancer?
No, this is all opponents' forwards. I looked. I saw it already. I was gonna make a joke about it being Cactar.
Yeah, dude. See ya, George. We'll probably be able to do Lightning Monday-ish, I think, actually.
Yeah.
Because Lightning's after Earth, so.
Yeah. So check on us on Monday, George.
No, the joke was
if we can't do it, we'll probably put it on Facebook saying we're going to delay it or something. We'll see. It just depends on James and seeing how tired he is after traveling.
Yeah, same.
But yeah, I think the Cygnus is nuts. I love it. It's a technical 3. It's technically a 3-drop.
Mm-hmm. I think the
It's
Cygnus
like-
is a 5.
Just so you know, putting the backup happens at resolution.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. So you pick up the forward that you want off of Rampair, and then you're just like, all right, finish Rampair trigger, pick up forward. Because you have to stack your triggers.
What's James looking at? Okay, next one. James is.
I'm reading
looking at stuff.
I'm reading the
Okay, cool.
stats.
Next one, Ifalna, if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Also, so you know, both these can't trigger at the same time. Because of how the resolution will work, you have to finish off the.
Yeah, you have to finish off Ignis first, and then resolve
do the
triggers after
second
that.
Ignis, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a good
No,
Rampair
I'm saying, you can't respond to choose a forward in the break zone until the resolution of
Ignis is
Yeah.
the first part.
the
Yeah,
forward
no,
in the break.
that's what I'm
The forward to break doesn't stack till after you've already paid.
Yeah.
You don't get to do cool things. You can't be cheeky about it. No cheekiness here.
So I'm confused as to what you're saying.
You as a player can't get around paying the backup. Like we were talking earlier about how you naming and choosing later, like it happens at resolution.
Yeah.
Doing the backup, doing your backup happens at resolution, and then choosing the forward and putting it in the break zone or breaking it adds to the stack. So you can't it's whatever. I'm lost. I lost it.
Next one, Ifalna, 2 CP backup, ancient, category 7. Pay X dollar, put her into the break zone. Choose an Earth forward in your break zone of cost X. Played onto the field. You can only use this ability during your turn.
Cards nuts.
She's an Ignis trigger.
Use an Ignis trigger.
That's not the cool part though. The cool part is that you get to just replay a forward off the backup,
You get to play anything you want
as long as you pay for it.
as long as you pay for it.
Yep.
Like it just says, this basically becomes a copy of anything you have in your discard pile.
Yep.
It's just like a 4th copy of a card, which is very, very neat.
Yep.
It also says if you have an off-color card, you can pay for it with any CP that you want.
Yep.
It's also a 7 card that says I can play my Cloud from my discard pile.
Without having fire or earth in my hand. Or you get to just play it.
That's the best part about that
Also
card.
the Tifa.
Yeah,
That's I'm assuming you know this, James, but that's Aerith's mom.
Yes.
That's Barrett's mom?
Aerith's
Aerith.
mom.
Aaron.
Oh.
No,
I figured since it
Barrett's
says
mom.
ancient, I thought you said
And since
Barrett.
Aerith is literally in the picture as a little kid.
Honestly, I kind of thought that was the Belfie card from earlier. She looks very similar.
Yep.
Like if you want to go back, she looks like
Let's
What's her
circle
name?
back now.
Is it, did I say it right?
Yeah, you said Melfi.
No, is that the right name? What the
It
fuck?
should
Where'd she
be.
go?
The Wind Girl?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the
Yeah,
card you're
Melfi.
thinking of.
Yeah, it's
I put
Melfi.
this card
She
at a 3 to 4.
She looks very similar to young Aerith, I guess.
A little bit, but one of them has black hair, the other one has brown.
I didn't look that closely, let's be honest.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
But the whole ancient thing made me think it was Aerith.
Yeah.
Aerith's the only card I've seen with ancient in it.
Yeah.
Deservedly
If you played the
so.
game, you would know she's the only.
Honestly, though,
With her
still playing this card at least out of one of in my deck.
Yeah, it's
Also,
nice. It's just
I wish
plays
this
a
card.
dude.
I wish this card had a full art just because of the
Art,
like wisp that are all
in the
around the
background.
art. Yeah.
the little
Yeah.
stars, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Next card. Hey, speaking of which, it's Aerith.
Is a 2-drop Aerith with Warp 2, 1 Earth. When Aerith enters the field due to a summon or an ability, choose one forward in your break zone, add it to your hand.
It's also one of in my deck. It's also one of in my deck.
It's nice. It's being able to play it off of like either abilities or through its own warp ability is really nice because then you just refund it.
Yep.
It technically gets you 1 CP more, technically, because if you warp it, it's just like it's only 1 CP, so then you get 2, so you get an extra CP out of it. Technically,
She's essentially a Kuseth.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's just a delayed Q-Thin.
I know. Okay, he's back. He's back.
Can you hear me? Am I good?
You started cyborging, so
Yeah.
I thought you were gone.
But,
Yeah, but I think she's really neat.
Can you hear me?
We didn't talk about it. I think the Ifana is like a 4.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Aerith's like a good 3.
yeah.
Guess what can
There being a 3.
guess what can play
I'm
this card
still-
for you? Fenrir.
Golbez. Golbez technically puts it out, but you don't get the ender
Yeah, but
trigger.
Fenrir does. You
Yep.
pay 5
Fenrir definitely
Fenrir, you recoup the Fenrir is essentially a 3 cost, and you swapped one of the cards out of your hand,
Yep.
and you did whatever other effect Fenrir does. I think it's really cool.
You can play it on
break it,
Phoenix,
you break
right?
it forward, break a light,
It's a 2 CP
or-
forward, yes.
Yeah.
Summon or ability. I mean, anything
Yep.
that free caster, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Next one. Chaos, James.
I love this card. I hate the art, but I love this card.
Yeah, I wish it was better.
Chaos 6 drop Earth Chaos Job. DFF 1 Cat 1 forward. When Chaos enters the field, you search for a dark forward of cost 4 or less. Play it on the field. Pay 2 Earth. Remove Chaos and 2 dark characters in your break zone from the game. Choose 1 forward. Break it. You can only use this ability during your turn and if Chaos is in the break zone. Noah, do you know what I'm instantly adding this as a 3 of 2?
This deck? Oh, into the Chaos deck. No. You're playing dark cards. You're putting it in your ice deck, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to summon this dude ever, but I'll pitch it for CP. Do I have 2 dark cards in my discard pile? Hell yeah. Remove these, break your dude. Fuck off. Oh, I guess I have to pay Earth. Fuck.
You have to pay
Damn
Earth.
it. It's not cool. No.
I mean, you suck.
They thought about it ahead of time.
So what 4 CP dark cards are, because it says 4 less?
Yes.
I mean, I'm gonna look at them all real quick because I don't know all
Kadaj.
off the top of my head.
You get Kadaj,
Easy. I mean,
Kadaj is
Kadaj
a
is the
very
easiest
good one.
answer.
Soul,
Ultimisia.
Ultimisia, Soul.
Ultimisia is busted, in my opinion.
Xenos, the new one.
We have another searcher for Ultimisia, which is nuts.
The new ones. The
You
new
could
Xenos.
you could technically stack
Emperor.
it. Oh wait.
Twin Tanya.
Wait.
Whatever, Shadow Lord,
Stern
Golbez,
Leonis.
That card's banned.
I
Seth.
know. 1 drop Spiritus to play another
Yeah.
dude. You could swarm.
You could, I mean, if you break something, you could get Nox Suzaku out.
Aksuzaku's real cool.
Soul.
Shadow
The
Lord?
Emperor.
Dude, I stand by
Sephiroth.
Ultimisia as the. I might actually play this in a deck just so I can play Ultimisia
You
instant.
get
The Emperor,
Sephiroth technically.
Shadow Lord. I honestly think the best play will probably end up being. Man, I almost think like playing Spirit is just a better play without like paying so much.
It's paying
The
7
Spirit is-
and then, or well, 6 and then some.
Yeah, just to be able to get something, yeah. Man, it sucks because like I think Spiritus is just such a good play to play off of that.
Yeah.
Or play this and then play Spiritus from hand, right? Or the Spiritus. Nope, you can't play Spiritus. Spiritus has to be on board first. What if you have Chaos in the back row? Doesn't matter. But you can't have
No.
Chaos on board if Chaos is here.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
It's like
Why
the
is this all
opposite.
low? Man, I hate this.
I think another play you can do is Soul FFBE.
Dude, why does James's face keep disappearing? I'm gonna cry.
I'm disappearing.
I did it. I fixed it.
You can play Snake Lady too.
I mean, she's almost always free when you play crystals anyway, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
not that big of a.
I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I named them all.
I think the search
I
for
think-
Ultimisia is so good. God, that's so good.
Being able to grab Ultimisia or even Soul, in my opinion, Soul FFBE is nice
Yeah.
in some decks. Being able to give all your stuff Brave or being able to say your opponent's dudes are less or even just saying they can't cast stuff for the rest of the turn.
Mm-hmm.
Summons for the rest of the turn is pretty neat.
All right, next one. Leatherworker. It's the standard backup that free plays itself.
Dude,
Solid 3 at best, or at worst.
this is a 3, but like in certain decks, this card's a 4, if not a 5. Because in the Riku multicolored deck, dude, you get to
It's
play
just
this
a free
card.
extra backup, yeah.
it's a free backup, including when you're already playing the 1-drop backups from set 18, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So then you're just like, on turn 2, you're just like, I have 1 backup. All right, cool. I'll pitch to play another backup. Then I'll tap 1 to play the 3rd backup, which is the 1-drop. And then you're like, oh, I have 3 or more backups. I'll play this one for free. I have 4 backups now.
It was really good. Really cool.
Yep.
James?
Oh, sorry. We on mid 3.
God.
Nice. I didn't even look at what we were talking about. I heard play a bunch of backups, and I went, oh, yeah, we're playing the even card.
Yep.
I was looking at cool Earth things to see what you can play with Chaos. The coolest thing you have is Tilica, so you can pitch your extra dark. And you have a card called, it's a 5-drop card called Death Lord that says search for a dark forward.
Yeah.
That's it. There's nothing else interactable in Earth. That sucks.
It happens. Well, that's why you play Earth and another element. You supplement. I might do Earth Lightning. What's your fate? Earth Lightning Ultimecia. I just want to abuse Ultimecia. I think that card's actually insane.
Ooh, Earth.
Making
So
a Pyro
Earth
cost
Lightning
6
Ultimecia
or,
monsters.
Like, imagine making a Sarah cost 5. Nobody's gonna pay 6 for that card.
Well, imagine playing. So, like, you could play Larcaceous monsters under Earth,
but forwards do.
You could play like Earth Ice, like Larcaceous monsters, add in Ultimecia Chaos, and still play. Like you get to play like Sid Randell, you get to play Remedy, and you can play like an Earth Ice monster cat tax deck, and just you have no forwards they're able to interact with until you want to make them forwards. And Larcaceous just grabs them, Remedy and all them tax them, Ultimecia's on the board, Chaos can just start breaking dudes. Like, I think there's something there for sure. You have the Emperor. Chaos can play the Emperor in a tax deck. Like, build your tax deck and have the option to play Ultimecia if you need to tax, or the Emperor just to shut out. Like, that's crazy.
Next card.
Sierran.
James.
He's 8. Oh, yeah.
The Crystal Carabiner. It's a 3-drop FFCC DFF forward. When it enters you or attacks, you gain a crystal. Pay a crystal. Sierran gains 2k until the end of turn. Dark Sword special. Choose 1 forward. Deal it 3k for each point of damage you have received. Fucking goddamn it. I like this ability. Fucking, why is it a special?
He wants it on Dark Knights for a Dark Knight themed deck. I'm sorry, man.
It's I just don't get it, right?
The closest Dark Knight you're gonna have to your Dark Knight meme is 5 CP Cecil that says break a dull dude equal to the damage you've taken.
I love that card. And here's the thing, you can play with this card with the cool crystals, and if you don't have crystals, it deals a point of damage to you to increase your cool count.
I think this card's like a 2 of. But otherwise, I don't see this card ever getting played in really anything.
I don't think FFCC doesn't really do any crystal organized things. And unless you're playing like a crystal deck with Earth, which the only time you ever
FFCC
use that
does
would be
do crystals. You would do Earth Ice.
What under Ice with crystals?
Watchel.
Oh, is that the new one? Or
plays the Watchel
no, it's last set's Watchel.
And then Tilica.
Tilica's nice. When she enters, gain a crystal. When she leaves, gain a crystal. Pay 1.
Yeah, but I mean, outside of Roble, what are you doing under Earth and Ice that you need crystals for?
Roble, Toto, Kefka.
I guess there's also Cloud of Darkness.
Cloud of Darkness. Yeah. Cloud of Darkness. I think that card's really cool. If it didn't have the crystal tax on it, that card'd be nuts. I stand by that. But because it has the crystal tax, it requires you to play some form of crystal generation, which just makes the card not that good.
I hate the art on it.
Don't like the pixel art.
It's just the standard art, dude. Next card?
Yeah.
Gigas, I like monsters. Gigas, FFCC. When Gigas enters the field, choose a forward it gains. This forward cannot attack or block until the end of the opponent's turn. And then pay 3, 2 of Earth, 1 of any element, put him into the break zone, choose a forward, deal at 8k. So it's a pay 4, 8k a dude. But it also says a dude can or can't block. And the 8k is whenever you want it. Honestly, I think this card's a solid, like, 4.
Yeah, It's also a 1-drop. That's so easy.
It's a
This
removal.
1-drop already exists, but it doesn't have to pay 4, which is have to pay 3, which is funny.
Yeah.
You talk about Behemoth?
Yeah, Behemoth.
Behemoth
There's
costs
also
2.
there's that
Here's
Flan
ability.
card that does a very similar thing too.
Yeah, it says like they have to pay 3 for stuff. Yeah, I think it's cool. I think in a deck where you want to skirt around things and say
I can't look at his
can't
face.
attack or block, this card's really nuts, which is something I want to
His
work on.
face is the way his face is the way I see people picture like dwarves in any MMO where the dwarves aren't a real race, they're like an evil race. Like this is the face they use, which is just glowing red eyes, sharp teeth, hair everywhere on the face.
Well, he's a giant, so.
Yeah, he's a Gigas.
Yeah, well, obviously.
Next card,
Kimari.
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 Kitty cat.
He's
wants
a
to do that one?
5-drop Kimari. Pictologia category 10. He's a 4
you know what?
guardian.
No, the answer is yes before you ask the question.
Okay.
Pay 0, choose one forward you control other than Kimari. During this turn, the next damage dealt to it this is dealt to Kimari instead. You can only use this ability once per turn. Discard 1 Earth card during this turn. The next damage dealt to Kimari is reduced by 4,000 power. Kimari is an 8k.
The answer's not really yes, it's just I'm making a joke. Because every time we've had a card that says change a target, Noah asked me, hey, can Cecil work off this?
Yep.
Yes, Noah.
I know.
No, mayonnaise is not an instrument.
No, actually, hold on. Choose a forward you control other than Kimari during this turn. The next damage dealt to it is dealt to Kimari. I don't actually think this triggers Cecil.
It doesn't. That was I was making a joke, Noah.
Okay. I was like, this doesn't because it's just the damage, not
It
the
changes
targeting.
the damage, yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunate. If you could loop this in Orin in some funny way, but no, it's not gonna happen. I think Kamari's okay, but I don't think this card's gonna see too much play.
He's a 5 cost. He's a 5 cost AK. He's not good. He's a 2.
It's a 1.
I honestly think it's a 1. I don't think you ever play this in. I don't think you played this in Guardians. I don't think you played this.
You just
the
play the
coolest
other
ability
Kimari, the
is
6-drop one.
Pay 2 to reduce damage by 4. That's his coolest ability.
Yeah, it's just like
I do
it's
like the
unfortunate.
trading damage ability. I just don't think it's good enough to warrant a 5 cost.
Next one.
Yeah, if he was a 4 cost, I'd be more down with it, but he's a 5.
Minor.
Dude, this card's a 5. I'm sorry.
I'm not a minor.
This person looks old enough.
3 CP backup. When minor enters the field, reveal the top 5 cards of your deck, add a backup among them to your hand, return the others to the bottom of your deck in any order, and then pay 2, dull it, put it in the break zone, draw a card. Minor's a 5.
I think this is a 5 because you can play cards like Ignis that say draw a card, then pick up a forward, loser.
Backup that searches a backup and also just says tap, like, it just cycles as well if you need it to.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care. It gets rid of
Play
itself.
cards,
It draws you a
cards
card.
in hand.
Yeah,
I'm going
Cards
for
in
it
hand?
best for me.
that's fine. I honestly, that's fine. I just think a backup that searches a backup is nuts.
Which I get. I just think I think there might be better ones in Earth alone.
I don't.
Earth does a lot of Earth does a lot of like top deck searching for like just
So
cards
the
in
best
general.
the best you get in Earth is like reveal, add a card of like X element or something, but not specifically targeting that. I think because this target backups for me, it just feels better because like you know what this card is made for.
Let's see if I can.
Also, like that this card is multi-playable because that makes it a lot better.
Yep.
Because then you can just grab another
You can
minor and
play
then
another
like I'll
minor.
just grab another minor, play it. All right, cool. Let's see what else we get. And at worst, the card you grab is 2 CP.
Yep.
Can we can almost build a minor back row deck.
I know.
Yeah.
Could you imagine this minor into the 4 CP minor or 4 CP minor into this one?
Yeah, I'm looking at both of them on my screen right now.
Yep.
It's so thematic. He's excavating your deck to grab you cards.
Yeah, that's actually really good. Oh my god, that's so cool. Next card. Oh boy, do I love this card so
Cecil.
much.
Look at
Cecil.
this Dark Knight.
5 CP 9k, already on curve. You can pay an earth and a water instead of paying the CP cost to cast Cecil. Why?
Oh my god, that's so nuts.
Why are we putting a 2-drop 9k
Why is this
on board?
allowed?
If
Why
you
is
do
this
so,
allowed?
if you do, which you're going to, generally, Cecil's going to do you a point of damage. Oh no, I hit a Tyro. Or triggered anything else I need to. put Cecil into the break zone, so just
Sword.
sack him. Search for a Cecil with Job Paladin, play it onto the field, and then Tenebrous Blast, special, pay an Earth, choose a 4, deal an AK. I think, 1, is a cheap Cecil to play. 2, it's really funny to go, I'll block with this Cecil, cool, I'll sack the Cecil, play the win Cecil, and then play another dude off of it and potentially restand things. I just think it's hilarious.
Do you remember when we said Wool was not gonna die?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the one thing that helps Wool not die?
Discard.
Playing the 5-drop win Cecil.
Yep.
You know what this card says?
Play the 5-drop win
Pay 2
Cecil.
to play the 5-drop win Cecil.
Yep.
Do you know what's nutty? It plays it in the 2 main colors you play in a Wool deck, Earth and Water.
Yep.
Oh my god! You say it ain't so! Deal 1 damage in a deck that mains 3 Tyro and 3 Thornton? Oh my god! We're triggering everything!
It is very thematic, though, I will say, since we were just talking about that earlier with Miner, that it goes Dark Knight into Paladin.
I fucking love the art on this card. I love everything it does.
It has a
I like
form.
that it's Earth Water. I like that it's an Earth Water 2-drop. Like, I get it. I love everything about this card, except for the fact that it grabs the fucking green-ass fucking Cecil.
It searches. It doesn't play from hand. It searches. So you're not losing a card.
That's what I mean. Is it just plays the dude.
Yep.
Yeah, and then off of the Cecil, you play a dude for free. Oh, baby.
And here's the thing. If you choose not to play the Cecil and you would rather have this on board, because at any point you could just put the Cecil in the break zone. You draw extra Cecils, I'll Tenebrous Blast, pay 1, tap, we'll go ahead and 8K this dude.
You don't even tap.
Yeah.
I mean, tap an Earth.
Or
So
tap an Earth.
basically, you have something that goes, cool, I'm going to kill this Cecil. Or I'm going to 8K whatever. You can go, cool, Cecil, we'll go ahead and tap 1, pitch this extra copy of this card I have in my hand, because I'm drawing a bunch of cards and adding a bunch of cards, and I don't need to search my other Cecil because this is on board. So if I search anything, I search this Cecil. You pay your Earth, tap, you get to choose a 4, deal an 8K, on stack, put this Cecil in the discard pile, play other Cecil, Cecil enters. You've already chosen this Cecil, so this Cecil's gone, no target. Other Cecil comes in, protects whatever you have, and you still get to fucking deal 8K to something. Cecil on stack, play a dude from hand. Fuck this game.
It's funny.
You
You know what the funniest thing is you can block with this Cecil. If they do anything, you respond, break this Cecil, and you play. Oh no, it has to be
that's
Paladin.
blocker.
Never mind. You can't play the Dark Knight one that also plays another Cecil.
Yeah.
This is not Paladin.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a 5.
It's
This card's a 5.
it's just nuts that it has an act ability to send itself to break zone to then find another Cecil. So that way you're just like on the stack of me declaring this as the blocker. I'll put this Cecil in the break
Wait,
zone.
what category is Wool?
Wool is a category 1.
Cat 1.
Okay, never mind.
Anytime this Cecil is in danger, like if either you decide you don't want him or like you want to keep him and use him to the fullest, then just pop him and play another one, or you swing with him, pop him and play the other one. You have another dude to defend with. Like it's nuts.
I think it's also nuts that you could also technically play this in a Cat 4 deck, or for most part Cat 4.
Hey, what's the biggest thing that you think hits Wool right now?
The biggest thing that hits Wool.
Yeah.
I mean, besides Sid Sophier.
Yeah, obviously.
Kuchulain.
Kuchulain's really nuts.
Yeah, Kuchulain's really good. The
thing I'm looking at is, you can play the 5-drop Cecil from set 2 Legend. If possible, Cecil has to block, and Cecil doesn't receive any damage from summons or abilities. But all your other forwards, besides Cecil, get 1,000 power and don't receive damage from summons or abilities. Oh, do you have something that says I'm going to deal 12K to something?
If you're playing a Cat 4 deck, you can play the Light Cecil that just says Dull 2 dudes, Dull a dude, or Dull 4 dudes.
I was looking at that one too.
Yeah.
Well, off of that, you could also, if you played it, you could play the Wind Cecil. And then if you have another Cat 4 on the board already, you play the Theodore out of your hand when you play the Cecil. And then you tap 3 dudes and you break a dude. And then at the beginning of attacks, you're just like, I'll untap my dudes for that turn. Also, this Cecil will also, you could play it in like a kind of like Earth, Water, Monk deck, sort of. And then you could just like deal myself a point of damage. Yang's online, play Yang. go search for like an Ursula or
Play
something.
Yang,
Play the
play
Ursula.
Mott.
Yeah.
Pop
Play
Cecil,
Mott.
play Cecil, play Ursula.
Yeah. Just
Here's a water Cecil
Holy
from
shit.
it's a hero
do you know
from
how
set
nuts
9.
that would be? Is if you did that and you're like, okay, play Cecil, take a point of damage, awesome. Play Yang, search Mott, or no, sorry, play Yang, play Mott, and then be like, pop Cecil, play Ursula that I searched off Mott. That's gross. And then get a backup.
Play Sophie off of.
Yeah,
like
exactly. That's where my line was going. I was just like, if you can somehow get it to where you're playing Sophie.
Gross.
That's a
No,
little gross.
here's another target. Cecil 4-drop, 9 hero, set 9 hero. If you control 2 or more Cat 4 forwards other than Cecil, gains 2k in Brave, becomes a 10k. Pay 0, choose a forward you control other than Cecil. During this turn, the next time that forward would take damage, reduce it by 4k instead and deal Cecil 4k. Sure, I'll just protect this wool.
Yep.
It's so dumb.
5. Easy.
I love everything about this Cecil except wool fucking existing.
Yeah. I wish there was a cost
They
requirement.
are, I need to go back through the set, but there were a lot of cards that I was looking at that I'm like, these are actually like ways that you can probably deal with wool as well.
I wish it said a 4 cost or less Cecil, because then you wouldn't be able to do like the shenanigans.
Shoot, even the 6 CP win Cecil that EX burst draws you a card is still something to play because it nets you a card back and puts another
and
body on
he's
board.
also a big body.
You can't.
Why?
Is he not a paladin?
No, he's not Paladin.
Oh, is he
The
not?
Paladins are set 1, set... not add. Set 2. You got a set 7 starter, which is on enter, choose 2 forwards, activate them, which means if you wanted to, you can get double trigger off your wool if you want to. The set 9 one I talked about. You had a set 10 backup, which you'll never play. The set 16 Cecil, which we're talking about as the main problem. The 17 light one, and then the new 18 one, the 21, which we're gonna talk about later, which is when Cecil or Category 4 enters, you gain a cool crystal, and you can spend that crystal to give 1,000, and your opponent can't choose something, and with a special of discard a Cecil to do other thing. Your best target is obviously the wind one. It's just fucking stupid that wool exists.
Do you think that because of this Cecil, Wind Cecil might get touched?
I fucking hope they don't touch the fucking wind Cecil and not the fucking wool. Not the fucking problem card. The card that helps the problem card get better.
Yeah.
Yep. Next card. Hiya. Sonan.
A full art Cecil. Actually, honestly, the full art looks sick as fuck.
Yeah, it does. Somebody has to read Sonan. I read Cecil.
We talked about Sonan earlier when you disappeared. Sonan's a 4-drop warrior, Cat 7 Earth forward. If you have a Melfi in your break zone, Sonan gains 1,000 in Brave.
4-drop 9k.
Yeah. Pay an Earth, pay a colorless. You remove a Sonan and a Melfi from your break zone. You can only activate it in your break zone and draw a card. Here's the thing. Me and Oliver, I think, both mutually agree this card's like a 1.
You have to play Wind Earth, and there are already way better Wind Earth target decks that you want to play. Like Retainers is already a better deck. Why would you want to try to add this into a deck that like wants to stay as consistent as possible?
And you have to play 3 of the Sonan and 3 of the Melfi.
If this wasn't a 4 cost, I think this card would be way better.
If you didn't have to play both of them at 3 ofs, I would say this card's better.
Yeah.
Well, realistically, you only have to play Sonan at a 1 of and Melfi at a 3, but...
Well, why not try to get it off 3 times in a game?
That's just too costly, in my opinion.
Well, I think playing it in general is just too costly.
Yeah.
I think you're taking up too much space. You could just play other things.
Yeah.
I understand. I'm just saying you would have to play copies of everything.
Yeah.
FIFA.
All right, I'm taking this one. I think this card's nutso. I think
this
Tifa
card
will be a
is...
problem.
I don't think so.
I think Tifa has the ability to be a problem if people can figure out how to make it.
I think it has the availability. I just don't know if it's going to be.
Avalanche Op, so she's searchable. Brave. She cannot become dull by your opponent summons their abilities. Gross. When she enters the field, discard 2 cards. And then pay 2. Tifa can attack once more this turn. You can only pay with CP produced by backups to use this ability. So the general gist of it is you play No and you play Selkie, and you just keep swinging with Tifa because every time you deal them a point of damage, Selkie restands, and every time you swing, No restands a thing. So like with 2 forwards on board, she's set, and then if you
This is
don't
gonna
want
be
her
the
to be
only
broken,
deck you see
play
this
Biggs.
Tifa in. This is gonna be the only deck you see the Tifa in.
Honestly, I think you could just play her in an Earth Wind and like not go for the unlimited swings, but like if you do
You get a couple extra swings in.
Yeah, you get like an
I
extra
think
swing
that's
or two.
the intent about this, and I'm fine with that intent. I am not fine with the fact you can't dole this fucking thing. I think it should have been paid to. You can restand Tifa and it can attack one more time.
I don't
think it should have had Brave.
Her making you discard 2 cards on enter sucks. But like Golbez decks can abuse this pretty well. You just play a 1-drop 9k that doesn't. Or I guess Golbez only does 2 drops. Never mind, right? It's not 2 or less. It's 2.
Yeah, it's 2.
Yeah. So if something plays her without her abilities, that'd be cool. Like her ETBs, but there's nothing really that skips that. You just have to eat.
You just kind of you overextend on the purpose of knowing you're gonna do the Tifa thing.
Yeah, she's essentially a 5 cost.
You make plays to put your opponent down, well, by expending your hand and leaving 1 Earth up, so you can go play Tifa swing, right?
Yep.
You understand what your game plan is. Discarding 2 cards should not be an issue.
Well, yeah, it sucks that she's basically 5 cost.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah,
which is fine. I just have the
think
problem
Tifa,
of
personally,
there's no way to stop her attack.
So
Right.
through talking with James about this and whatnot, I think Tifa has the potential to be a problem card, but it's a problem card because of a bunch of other things put together, not just herself. So realistically, Tifa's like a 2, maybe a 3. I don't like.
Yeah.
She's cool, but like I don't.
You need a lot of setup.
Yeah.
And if your opponent has anything that can hit it at all, the deck just dies.
I
Like
mean,
if you
she
have
loses
an
the
out,
Ixion,
yeah,
unless you get
she
the
loses
swing
if
off
she can't
first,
protect
but-
it. If you can hit her the immediate second she hits and she's gone, she's done. She loses to Medine, bouncing, all of that. She's just gone. But it is an OTK deck, so like if it goes off, it's
That's
gonna
just how
go
it works.
off.
Yeah.
Like it's built as a glass cannon. I just don't know how well that cannon's gonna hit.
Yeah, how accurate that cannon is.
I'm fine with this existing as long as it's not actually a problem.
Yeah.
I'm fine with every once in a while if you don't get to do, if you can't stop your opponent or your deck just like doles out and you can't draw any answers, you just get hit for all your life. I'm fine with that. I just don't want it to be cool. Turn 1, build 2 backups. Turn 2, play Tifa, give haste, swing, get swing for game. I just don't want that, right?
Yeah.
I'm fine with everything else going on with this, unless it's overly consistent. That's the problem with Wool, is Wool's just way too consistent. And it's going to be consistent because there's no way to slow it down outside of... I don't think hitting Sildra mattered because you still have all the backups in the space to play it. And you don't even have to tap all 4. Like, here's the other thing, and I don't know if we talked about it. Why not just fucking play Cecil to play Wool and get the same advantage you already had? The only advantage you got off of playing Wool from your backups was restand draw, which is cool.
The draw is, I think the draw is like the biggest
it is
thing.
nuts.
Maybe the restand
What I'm
is
saying
actually a
is,
bigger thing.
Yeah, which is fine. But like, instead of tap 4, play Cecil to play Wool to draw, why not just play Cecil, play Wool for free, still have all your backups, tap 3, play your Rosa, and still have everything on board you were planning on doing. You just didn't get the 1+1 from Wool. It still does the same thing.
I think it's more like a debate, like ankle. So at 3 backups you play Cecil, and then you see if like they have a counter to Cecil. If they don't, then you just play the Wool, and you're just like, all right, cool, we're now in advantage state.
Yeah. I don't think the Wool slowed down, and that's the problem I have with Wool is Wool's not slowing down. And Tifa has the ability to be just as deadly as Wool is if it's consistent enough, like Wool is.
Yeah,
and that's where I think the problem's going to come into.
If Bull said in any capacity can only be cast from hand or can only be played from hand, then I think it would be a lot easier or can only be played by backups. Because then you get around it being able to be cheated in by Idolus, cheated in by
all the other things that we were fucking around with.
Yeah, and so now
I just have a problem of worrying about Tifa being consistent.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Because we all think Wool is still a problem. I don't want Tifa to be this big thing, and then they hit something that's not Tifa, and Tifa's still a fucking problem.
Yeah.
If Tifa is a problem. I
personally
don't think it's going to be
the problem. I think it's the cards that you use to make Tifa a problem. So like realistically,
Which I
if you take any card out of that 4-card combo, and
Tifa's okay. Yeah, the difference between Wool and Tifa is Wool is a monster by itself. Tifa's only a monster with everything else.
Yep.
That's the big difference. I think Tifa will still be a good card if you take away something. Wool is going to be a good card forever. Like
next one.
That's just the big difference. I still think Tifa's a watch card for like Instaban, in my opinion, for like the deck itself. I think this card should instantly be on a watch list.
Noctis. I'll go. No wait, I read Tifa, did I not?
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter to me.
Oliver, go.
I can read Noctis. We got a 3-drop Noctis. How many 3-drop Noctises do we have? He's a forward
I
prince.
swear we have this art already.
Yes, it's the No, we don't. No. It was
Art looks familiar to me.
No, you're thinking of the DFF art for it, where he has the sword in front of his face and stuff. When Noctis enters the field, choose one forward. Until end of the turn, it gains 2,000 power and Brave. When Noctis is put from the field in the break zone, you may put one character you control into the break zone. When you do so, play Noctis from the field onto the field Dole. When Noctis gains 2,000 power. This effect does not end at the end of the turn. So
Hey, I don't.
Okay.
You guys won't see it. Fuck, I might fuck this up if I do this for.
Don't do it.
No.
What?
I figured out why the art looks so familiar.
Why?
Noah should know the answer. It's literally the cover to fucking 15.
Yeah.
That's what it is. That's why it looks familiar, is because I have this.
It's sitting on your shelf, and you're just like, oh.
In plastic wrap, not played.
Yeah.
So I
I've
think
never
this
played
card,
a Final Fantasy game.
I think the best way to use this is to play it to push and then chump immediately after. And then it doesn't matter what character you sack. Sack a character. You could sack a Rampire if you want. Play something off a Rampire. Haha. And then this Noctis triggers to give something else 2k power and Brave on top of the 2k that it gives itself. So it becomes a 9k at that point. And then it just keeps doing that too. It's not a once per turn effect. So like the more you want, you can just keep sacking this Noctis to boosting dudes. I mean, as long as you have characters to give up if you want, but
yeah,
I think it's cool. I don't think it's like super busted. I think it's just a techie. I say this a lot, but I actually think this card is just a very big tech piece.
Yeah, it's a
it's
2
not
or 3
support,
of.
It's just tech.
It's a 2 or 3 for me.
I say it's
some decks will like it. Some decks will like it. Some decks won't.
It's searchable off of multiple different cards. You can always just pitch it for specials on another Noctis, and I mean it does replay itself. So it's not the best, but it's not the worst. James.
I think it's like a solid 2.
Fair enough.
Like it has the ability to be a 3, but I think you have to play it into that spot. Like it's not a 3 by itself.
It's a. You know what it gives me? It gives me the feels of, I think it's the Promo Noctis, or I don't remember which exact opus it is, that says on the 60, if it's a 60 X-Burst, like Ducal thing, it gives me that feel, the feel of that card.
From the 7 Legend.
Yeah.
I'm going through and I'm trying to see if there's anything cool you can do with it.
Geomancer, Skip. Next one, Fake. I think this card's cool.
Is it a fake card?
If one or less time counters are placed on Fake cannot attack or block.
Brave. If one or less time counters are placed on Fake cannot attack or block. When you receive a point of damage, place a time counter on Fake. So you have to have him on board, and he has to see the damage to gain the time counters, which is like the biggest downside to the card. But after 2 points of damage, which like generally people will play to 2 points anyways, you have a 10k that with Brave that just like laughs at people. Wool, it can attempt to trade with Wool if Wool's not allowed to dull to shoot for 5. Otherwise, it just dies. But like, it's whatever. I think it's a cool card. I don't think it's super good. I do think it is a red herring of a card. If you put it on board, if your opponent's too focused on it, then they've like lost the game at that point, in my opinion. But
because it's just 2 CP.
It's meant to just be scary. It's a fake out. Hot.
It's a lightning rod.
Yeah, but I
draw
love
attention to it.
I just like the idea of the card. And I like the character. I like his whole outfit design. It's just really cool. So
it's interesting.
I don't. It's really weird because I don't know how this stays on the board. Like I understand it's a 10k. I just don't know if it stays on the board long enough to matter.
I mean, you only
think
need
it's
2 points of damage, so realistically, you play it, and if you know your opponent's going to go in, you just sit on the fake, eat 2, and then you have a 10k.
Yeah.
Or you could Kuchel Lane the card.
Honestly, 1 second. Let me.
That was one of Kyle's biggest memes, by the way, was Kuchel Laning a Ravana so it could attack like a bunch of times. Or it can gain Brave. That's what it was, because once it gains Brave, it's there. After it's Kuchel Laned, it stays. So you just keep swinging with it 4 times with Brave. Which, honestly, that deck might be a bit more consistent now that we have a card named Chadley that searches... No, Chadley only picks up before.
You could, so if you wanted to, you could play this in water, earth, anything. And you play the 2-drop Porum that just says blanket, dude.
Yeah, you just blanket, and you have a 10k.
So you could blank things on your opponent's turn, and then on your turn, blank your fake to swing with the 10k Brave.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's not
That's
bad.
real neat.
It's cool.
It's not terrible. It's not terrible.
But no, I think this card's like a 2, realistically.
Yeah, I think it's like a 2. I think there's too much you have to do to make this card better.
Yeah. Next one.
Fenrir.
Fenrir.
1-drop summon.
Yeah, James, go ahead.
S6. If Fenrir chooses a forward of 2 or less, the cost is reduced by 1. Choose a forward, it gains. This forward cannot be chosen by your opponent's summons until the end of turn. I think this card's nuts.
I think this card's a 4.
Yeah.
Easy.
I actually think this card's a... Man. I want to say a 5.
I want to say 5 too, but I have to put it in
the problem I have is I would rather say is unaffected by your opponent's I like of chosen. But that is just me because I don't want... I like the idea of having a card in the game that you can hot fix to basically be like, I don't want my 1 card to die to Hecatoncheia, right? If my opponent plays Heka and I want to save 1 card, I want to be like, I want to save this. Understandably, fucking saves Wool for no fucking goddamn reason, but like,
generally,
yeah.
I think this card saves, or not saves. It's a silver bullet, or at least as close as you'll get to a silver bullet.
The sniping cards
for my deck, my water, water earth summoners.
Yeah.
There's a footnote for the FAQ. For things like Unileska and such, it still costs 1.
Yeah.
Even if you reduce it, even if this reduces on its own again.
Because it can't be reduced to 0 stick.
It can't be reduced below 1. But even if you have Unileska and it reduces it to 1, and this tries to reduce it again, it still won't work.
Yeah,
you have to stay at 1.
Because
that's like the only stipulation I have for this card.
Oh wow! Oh no, it costs 1. That's the same as like Leviathan. Like Leviathan costing 2, even if it doesn't cost, or costing 1, is still better than it costing 3.
Well, the difference is this is free if you hit a 2 or less.
Yeah, but Leviathan's free if you played a waterfall.
I think this card's nuts and waff. This card's disgusting and waff.
It's cool.
All my dudes are 2s.
Well, except for your rain, your most important piece.
Oh yeah, but I play like Warrior of Light and stuff for that.
It does have a full art.
And it does have. My deck is gonna be so full of full art.
Next one.
This is actually one of the only 2 full arts I want from this set.
I have to go through them all. There's a lot I want. Mira, 1 CP 3K, FFTCG EX burst. When she enters the field, reveal the top 5 cards of your deck, add a monster among them to your hand, then return the other cards to the bottom of your deck in any order, and then put Mira into the break zone, choose a monster, and against this character can't be broken until the end of turn. Busted. I think this card's nuts in a monster deck.
Ew, disgusting.
I mean, for the deck this card's made for, it's a 5.
Yeah, this card's a solid 4 by itself.
It searches for a monster and then also says that it protects the monster.
Do you know what's real neat? Having Antlion on board and this card. Antlion can't die, and every time it takes damage, you snipe your opponent for 7 or 9 or whatever.
That's the ultimate block. Like, what do you do?
Like, every time something's dying, you're not pushing. There's no way you get through. It can't be broken, and I'm just going to keep absorbing damage till the end of turn.
Yep. No, I think for the deck it's meant for, it's a 5. Generally, especially if you're playing a good chunk of monsters, I think this card's like a solid 3.
Actually, you know what? I hate it. Unless you're building an actual, like, can't be broken deck, like the Antlion thing we're talking about. I actually think, as much as I don't want to, I think this card's a 2.
Keeps Tros up.
I think this card's a 2 for one reason. Why would you ever play this over the other Mira?
James, there's 3 different mirrors you want to play, but James. Tonberry.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the Earth. Yes, Tonberry's the cool one. We get it. Do you know what else is cool? Blocking with your fucking a water dude that picks up that draws a card.
Echidna.
You can block forever. Draw cards every single time you block.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're
actually pitch a summon. You have to pitch a summon. You have to pitch a summon in order to activate it and go forward.
Make it a forward. So you just pitch a summon, block for the entire turn. But I don't know if it's a.
You know what else? You know what else? This is stupid, but it's cheeky.
No, you can only draw once per turn. That blows.
Also protects Frit, Zapped.
It protects all the monster dudes, yeah.
Yep, and Quanch.
Quattro Queen! Quattro Queen!
And Quintania.
Yeah, it's Quintania.
I just don't see why you would want to play this over the 2-drop Earth one.
So it's the way you do it. You play this early because 2-drop you want to play when you have damage. And then the Lightning 2-drop you want to play like sporadically. It's kind of whenever.
It just feels like you're playing a lot of mirrors at that point.
Well, that's why you play this at like a 1 or 2 of, and then you play like 2 of the Earth, and then the Lightning one is probably like your go-to, so you just sit with that one. Like honestly, I think it's fine because this one sacks itself. The Lightning or the
I guess that's true. This one does sack itself.
Chop blocks whenever you need it to, and if the Lightning one is in your break zone, like even one copy of the Lightning one's fine because if it's in your break zone, you just break a monster to play it. Like it's doable. It's probably not the best, but like realistically, if in any monster deck, I actually think you should play this at a 2 of, and just early game, even late game, it's not super bad, but early to mid game is like its best range.
I'll settle on 3 then.
Next one.
Because you do have to play a monster specific deck.
Oh boy, is this card fucking nuts.
Magisa Settlers 14. They're a 4-drop forward that are Masuya deities from category 14. The Magisa Sisters 14 cannot be chosen by your opponent's summons. The forward's opponent's control lose haste. The forward's opponent control cannot gain haste. Tap, discard 1 summon, choose 1 forward, deal it AK damage.
This is going in my summoner's deck.
This card is gross.
I think this card's really cool, but I think it's a 3.
It's a 3. But just being able to say that
it slows down
hard it's hard to interact with this card to get rid of it because like there's no auto ability triggers, so like a lot of ways of getting rid of forwards right now are to like stop them with auto abilities. So like you can't Rotsu it, you can't Leviathan it, you can't. You have to either have, and you can't even straight break it with summons with like Odin and stuff like that unless they're on EX first. And then how do you get rid of it? Like without like actually
you have to use abilities.
Like you have to use abilities on forwards or abilities on backups or monsters. And so straight breaks on.
Why can't you? I'm confused. Why can't you just like on play like 8K it?
With what?
With what?
Anything that comes on board. You just have to use. It just eats.
That's right. With summons, a lot of things are like AKs are on like summons right now. The only ones that I can think of are like Elvis. Elvis is in it like 9K on when you play, so that's hard.
Auto dies the Marald.
Yeah, it auto dies the Marald.
That's everything auto dies the Marald, generally speaking.
Yeah. So it's what do you do? And so I'm really tempted to play this in an Ice Earth deck.
Yep.
Just because it slows down your opponent. You can play the J-Hole that says your forwards cannot be in my
summoner deck, because if I just have an extra summon I don't want in my hand right now, or I never plan to use, or I can't cast it, Dolan AK. I like block with her, Dolan AK.
This card also says in Ice Earth, they don't get haste, so it helps your plan out.
And then you get she shuts down super hard.
Well,
13.
I was gonna say this. Well, 13's this is a good counter for 13.
Because
I don't think this matters too much to Wool.
And Noel doesn't have haste. Telling Wool that he's not allowed to tap to 5k something or swing
on turn 1, sure.
On the turn he's played is actually really nice.
I think it's
it gives you another turn to set up.
I don't know if it gives you enough time, unfortunately.
It gives you at best one less point of damage.
It gives you 1 turn,
which is fine.
It gives you 1 turn.
Sometimes it's all you need.
Which I understand, but I just think this card's a 3. I think it's neat, but I think what it hits is too niche. Like the biggest threat that this hits is 13, and it buys you 1 turn with Wool. 13's easy to deal with if they don't have haste. 13's a garbage deck without haste. Well, the aggro deck's a garbage deck without haste. But I don't know if paying for to buy 1 turn against Wool to preemptively is okay enough. But I do think Water Earth Summons, this card's nuts. Just being able to pitch a summon you don't need to deal 8k to something is great.
Hey, look at this Modine in my hand I don't need. I still killed something.
Yep. Like I said, I think this is like a 4 in Earth Water Summons. But I think it's like a 3 generally at best.
I just have a really good I like the concept of the Mega Sisters in any game, so
I just really want to see this in an Earth Ice deck where you're playing like that Go-Go Mobius, and so you just keep tapping down their dudes.
I need to make sure I'm gonna cut off for the right card here.
Because
okay, we're hitting our last card. Boop. Full art. Yo, James, we gotta get you this full art, my guy.
My bad, I lied. There were 3 full arts I wanted.
Yeah.
This is the second one. I forgot about. Actually, 4.
James,
there's another other one.
Leo.
Leo, 6 drop. King, job, FFCC backup. The category FFCC forwards you control gain 1,000 power. I don't think that matters that much, but it's whatever.
Making Leo and Shalinka 8Ks.
10Ks with the Stiltskin.
Yeah.
When Leo enters the field, you can search for an FFCC forward of 4 or less and play it on the field. That's the nutty thing. You can pay 6, play your Yuri to play your Chalinka, and then just pitch 2, play the Stiltskin on back, and have 2 10Ks on board.
So hold on, I need to do the math because I didn't do the math. So opening hand, you draw 5 cards, 1 card 6, meaning you have 12 CP in hand, correct?
Yep.
Ditch 3 out of the 6 cards, play Leo. Search, play Yuri, ditch, play Chalinka.
Yep.
And then don't ditch. So you're left with 1 card in hand, I believe.
Wait, no. So it's
no. You're
3.
ditching
It's
4.
3. It's 3 Leo.
You're left
so
with 1 in
4.
hand.
It's 3 Leo for 4. You search out the Yuri.
Or Chalinka.
Yuri plays. Yeah, either or. But the way I would be looking at it would be you play the Yuri, you pitch 1 from hand, so you pitch 5. Play the Chalinka from deck. You're left with 1 in hand, which does nothing.
Which
but
honestly,
you have no backups, which is a problem.
I'm not gonna lie. This is the most Yu-Gi-Oh shit I've seen in this game right now. Is a 1-card combo that sets up a board for turn 1.
It sets up a really good board too.
A really good board in turn 1. And let's not forget, this is the backup. You know who searches this out? Norstalin.
Yep.
Literally sets up a terrific board.
You know how much I love FCCC.
Or listen. James. Hear me out, okay? If you want to pitch the whole hand, right? You could. Oh God, if you're going second, is this feasible? No.
Okay, so
it's not as feasible as I want.
We'll do the math. So
here's the ideal combo, right? The ideal combo is Norstalin, Leo. Leo plays Yuri, plays Chalinka. Chalinka plays 4 CP Yuri that says on enter restand 2 dudes, and you restand your backups. But that's not possible because you have to be able to pay for both those cards, which are highly. That's 10, 11.
Add back.
Or
pitch 3
CP.
For Yuri. Or pitch 3 for Leo. Play Yuri. Pitch 1. Play Chalinka. No. So on turn 2, you have 7 cards in hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
You pitch 2. Play Norstalin.
Mm-hmm.
Adds Leo. Mm-hmm. You pitch 3. Play Leo. Play Yuri. Pitch. Play Chalinka.
Yeah.
With your entire hand, you go Norstalin, Leo, Yuri, Chalinka.
2 backups, 2 forwards, and you're cemented.
Yep.
Your opponent needs to board wipe you then or there, or you probably steamroll them.
Because both your Yuri and Chalinka, are going to swing and go break 2 dudes.
Only downside.
On the next turn. Yeah.
Is
I'm gonna fuck you up. Huh?
You just draw 2 cards, so you don't have a lot of cards in hand afterwards. So personally, I think just doing.
But here's the thing: if they don't board wipe you, Yuri and Chalinka are destroying 2 cards a turn.
Or if they don't put anything down, you're getting 2 swings in.
Yeah, like I'm gonna go back to the Yuri and Chalinka to make the Yuri real quick, just to make sure. Tap. Oh, there it is. Pass it. So the Yuri is when a party attacks, you can either choose a 4 to 4 more and break it, and then we do what's Chalinka real quick, just to make sure. And then for the Chalinka, I want to play you choose a forward or a monster and break it. So you just break 2 dudes. If they put out any forwards, they can't stop you. And if they don't, you get to activate all your characters. Right? It's like you get nothing. You don't lose out on it. And if you play the other Chalinka, where is it? I gotta tap back to this one real quick. Say you go to the other Chalinka, right? So if you do that combo, do the other Chalinka, which is just the same combo backwards. If you wanted, you have forms a party, take 0 instead, and then you play the Yuri that says if you have at least 3 dudes, it's untouchable and on swing readies 2 dudes as well. You get the same combo of readying 2 dudes and protecting yourself. Ooh, or if you play, what other Yuris and Chalinkas can we play?
Oh my god, he's really bad for this. Yeah, what's
it
your
matters
whole
to
thing, Oliver? I know it does. That's what I'm saying. Have fun with that and inform us when you get there.
I like it because you can play this Leo in a monster deck and then just find the Larcacious and immediately put a monster like Buckaboo on the board, and you're telling your opponent, hey dude, the next character you play costs you 2 cards out of your hand.
This card will get played at maybe a 1 of in my monster deck just because it searches out and plays Larcacious. Or Mira.
It plays
FFTC.
Or Mira. Mira's a big one too.
I think the best play is just to have the double break.
Well, yeah, obviously.
I wanted to.
But I think that's...
It's not terrible though.
For Earth cards. This card's a 5.
You know how much I love FCC though. I can't wait to. I was already planning on building Yuri Chalinka, but knowing on turn 1 I can go Norstalin, Leo, Yuri Chalinka.
Well, you have to be going second for it, but yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. So on my first turn going.
Your opponent's forced to Toto your board. Feels bad.
On turn 1, they have to go. Well, pitch 4, play.
Play Toto.
I guess it'd be pitch 3 because they would have already probably played it back up.
Yeah.
But like, it's real funny.
All right, ladies and gents, kick it off with lightning this time. We're gonna go with Assassin, who's been on the screen for a good chunk of time now. 1 CP 3K FFTA standard unit. When Assassin enters the field, you can pay 3, 2 lightning, 1 of any color. When you do so, choose a forward, deal 3K damage, and then you can, as an action, put Assassin into the break zone, choose a damage forward, break it. You can only use this ability during your turn.
I have a question.
Yo.
Yeah.
Why does this have a full art?
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah, take it from someone who opened one. Shut up.
I'd just rather play Ewan.
Ewan's better. It's cool that this is also multi-playable, but it also costs 4 for it to like do something.
Here's the thing, the Salazar or whatever it's called is
Yeah, because it's also in a Black Mage archetype in color, so it works better as a card. So
here's the only cool part about it. Playing title says FFTA, a real cool card for a fucking Marsh deck.
Yeah.
One of these days, James. Yeah, no, this card's
fucking. Look at this. This is a lightning. It's not water. It's lightning. There are no fucking colors that match that Marsh. It's so fucking frustrating.
I don't even know if I can say it too. I don't see this card ever seeing play. Actually.
No, it's you want to build
basically.
If you want to build one drop deck and just like play cheap stuff and just like if there's ever a lightning card that just says ping damage to dude that you play, that card gets better, but like that's about it.
The only thing that makes this card better is if you play Schultz and you play this assassin and Schultz goes cool, you played a lightning character, 1k something, and then you after the fact use this assassin and break it to break the thing. So you 1k'd to break a dude basically, but you need Schultz on board, which like nobody plays Schultz.
Yeah.
It's in my opinion just a 4-drop summon that says kill a dude. That's it.
It's whatever. And it's interactable because it's not really a summon.
Yep.
Feels bad. Next one.
I'll say.
Box topper, dude. 4-drop Alisei forward. Category 14 Scion of the 7th Dawn. When Alisei enters the field, choose one job Scion of the 7th Dawn forward of cost 3 or less in your break zone. Play it onto the field. When a water forward enters your field, choose one forward and opponent controls. Dull it. This effect will only trigger once per turn.
Probably good.
I want to see. Give me a second. I'm looking at something because I'm interested to see because I don't know all targets because I don't I've never played Scions, so like I'm seeing like what we got to work with.
Practically everything that's not the newer stuff.
Well, it's just gotta be a 3 less, right?
Yeah, you can.
Is it Alphanod that searches on play?
The water one?
The fire one? Yes.
So you can play Alphanod.
Yes.
And you can
but why not play the other Alphanods in your deck?
Well,
because
I'm
they're
just
4
giving
drops.
things you can play.
Oh, yeah.
You can play Oracle off of it.
Well, the new Alphanod's a 3, just the good one's a 4.
Oracle is not a Scion, though.
Is it? Oh, yeah, you're right. It's an Oracle Light.
So you can play... the cards that are worthwhile are playing are Urianger, Y'shtola, Lightning, Y'shtola.
Both these Y'shtolas. Both these Y'shtolas.
Actually, any of the Y'shtolas, realistically. Lightning, Fire, Earth, Wind, or the 3 CP Lightning one. Lightning, Water, Urianger. You can play Gara. You can play Papa Limo if you really wanted to. You definitely just play Alphanod if you wanted to, because Alphanod can search things. The fire one, the water one triggers both, so he enters the field and he breaks the duel forward, and then he also has 2k, but like the water one's whatever.
You could play the red mage to then break something on your opponent's board.
You could play
sick.
Lyce. I can't pronounce that ever to save my life.
Lyce. Just Lyce.
You can also play the Y'shtola that cancels summons or autos. So like you have a lot of good targets. I think your best targets, honestly, are going to be Gara, Urianger, and Y'shtola. I think you're going to play a different Alphanod, where these Alphanods probably don't matter as much.
I think you can play the damage Alphanod that lets you draw 2, ditch 1, then pick up a dude.
Yeah. Yep.
I honestly think that's the Alisei you're going to play still in your deck as well, but that's just me.
I think it's a mix-up, right? I think you can play this one anytime, and it doesn't feel terrible. Especially considering...
I think you're going to play the other Alisei most of the time.
I think the other Alisei...
The one from the same 17 set.
I think you want to play the other Alisei personally if you can get both his abilities off, then he's better at that point. But I think until then, I think this Alisei is perfectly fine to play. Yeah,
because that Alisei is really at damage 3.
Yeah. So anytime before, like, even drawing this card doesn't feel bad, because you can pitch whatever you pitch, you can just bring back in with him. It's not terrible. And like, I mean, he's a 4-drop 5k, which is like the bad part, but he's really good at putting Scions on board for you, and you can just chump block him off after. Like, who cares? I think he's a solid 4.
This Alisei is also really nice because you can do combos off it, like with the Lightning Y'shtola, and then just next something by 6k. On enter, like
you go play Alisei, play Y'shtola, and neg 6, and you already are able to kill small things that your opponent will probably play early.
Yeah,
and it's not like it's that big of a deal. I think he's cool. I think he's really nice. I do want to see this card get played. James and Oliver, you both have Scion decks, so I'm assuming you're gonna at least attempt to play this card out of one of.
Yeah.
This card?
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm not playing this. Yeah. I'm playing the other one.
You know the messed up part? I think I have to build Scions now because I also pulled 2 of the newest Finian. So I have to actually build that deck now.
Yeah, that dude is a Scion. That card's insane. That card's so nuts.
Dude, I pulled 2 of it, and now I feel obligated to build this deck now because I pulled 2 of it. If I only pulled 1, I wouldn't have felt obligated.
James.
But now I need to...
Oh, sorry.
I have to get also those fucking Dankrits, the water lightning ones.
I'm sure we probably have a few of them.
Well, I need 1, and then I need 3 oracles.
What do you rate Alisei?
I give it a 3. I give it a 3.
3's fine.
It's good. It's neat. You can do some cool stuff with it.
Let's see. So I will read this excerpt from Exodus Wizard. This card has like 8 good targets in 12 different elements. The quality of the recent Scions, when given synergy with other Scions, is very high. Alisei is very much the glue for lightning-based direction. It's kind of a shame how decent the other Aliseis are. Regardless, stick this score with pretty much any Y'shtola, and you probably got a recipe for success. So yeah, I think this card's generically just good for Scions. That's the only way you're going to play this card anyway, so I leave it at a 4. Next one, Angeal. Oliver, you want this one?
Well, I read the last one, but I'll do it again. We got 3-drop. We got 3-drop Angeal, Pictologia 7 character, forward soldier. When Angeal enters the field, choose one forward of cost 4 or less. If you control 2 or more drop soldier, break it. Put Angeal into the break zone. Choose one forward. It gains 3,000 power until the end of the turn. It's a 7k. I kind of like it. It gives a little more soldier support. There's not a lot of good Angeals, honestly, off the top of my head, that I would want to play. Before I like put words in my mouth, I'm actually gonna look up what I always check, because like I'm bad about remembering cards. So I'm gonna look up all the Angeals. Yeah. The Angel that we have right now is the one from set 3 that says when he's put from field into the break zone, search for a card named Sack.
You know what's funny is Restrictor is a soldier.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think we mentioned this before, but I do think
this
that's
is gonna get
funny.
played in the ice deck. So
You could also play 3CB Zach with this card to pick this card back up if you ditched it, and then you play this and you get to pop a dude off board. I think this Angeal is honestly really, really cool. He doesn't need a lot of cards to function. You literally need one soldier plus him. And then his ability to pop himself to give something 3k I think is really nice. I think he's like...
I think the Ice Lightning deck. I think the Ice Lightning deck's gonna play this.
Yeah, I think he's a solid 3.
Yeah, he's just a chump blocker that you ghost block with it, and you either keep your... oh
no.
You keep your... what's his name? Alcid alive, because Alcid's an 8k, so then you're just like, now my Alcid's on 11k, so it's harder to remove, which is nice. And then you also get to save like Zeramus, because Zeramus is another big target that people try to get rid of as soon as possible. Just like very good safety net, honestly. Angeal's really nice for those decks, because Ice Lightning always has a problem with like power stuff. So unless you're playing this, Angeal will be nice, and then also playing the Shulk, the Ice Shulk that gets rid of auto abilities in the stack. Those two in combination just like make your forwards like hard to deal with.
I don't disagree. I think he's cool. I like to see what people do with him.
I think the main deck he's gonna get into immediately is the Ice Lightning deck.
Oh, for sure.
So.
That's his best. That's his best slot.
Yeah.
Next one, Astinian. James, take this one.
Astinian, 4-drop, warp 1 forward, Scion Dawn 14. Haste. When Astinian enters the field due to warp. At the end of the turn, Astinian gains Brave and can attack twice in the same turn. When Astinian attacks until the end of the turn, Astinian gains 10k power and first strike. 18k double swing is pretty cool.
It's not actually 18. It's 28.
When it attacks twice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a 28k
28.
double attacker.
28 on the first turn. Afterwards, he's just an 18. That's all right, guys. It's fine. It's fine, guys.
It's still fine, because you know what he beats around is Wool if Wool wants to block him, because even with the 5k shot, he still is bigger.
Hey man, I'm just saying, this doesn't get Tomberried. That's all I'm saying.
It does not. When it has first strike, yeah, Tomberry dies. Doesn't do jack nothing.
Tomberry doesn't kill it.
I think this card's a 5. Even if you're not playing Scion, it doesn't need Scions to function. This card just says, "Oh, pay 1 next turn."
Why is this a warp 1? Why is this a warp 1?
Him being a warp 1 is insane.
Warp 1 for 1. Like, how is that? How is that fair?
It might be telegraphed, but
I don't think it matters. There's no on-play ability.
You have to have an Amaterasu.
There is, but like,
you need an Ama or you need a fucking Leviathan immediately.
I paid 1 for my Astinian. You paid 3 for an Amaterasu. I'll take that trade.
Here's the thing: the person playing it will also take that trade, then have a 1828 double swing on the board. So like, I mean, it's an even trade on both sides. So like,
well, usually you're only paying 1 for this guy. They pitched a card and tapped a thing.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, that still feels fine than having the
I understand, but at the end of the day, the guy who played the Astinian got the better trade. He paid 2 CP less for his play, while his opponent had to pay 2 CP more.
And it's not a committal play either.
Yeah. You're not committing your turn to playing this 1 card. You're committing one resource.
Let's just remember, you could still Ratsu the 5 CP Astinian as well. And that card's still bonkers to some degree. The ability to be like, oh, did you block me? Sick. Break that forward instantly. Like, I don't care. And it doesn't target the forward. It just says get rid of the forward that block. Like, break the forward that blocks it is really nuts.
Also, picking this up with the Alisei.
Also, the full art. Ugh, gorgeous.
I haven't seen the full art. Oh, yeah.
So good.
Yeah. This is a chase card, right?
Yeah, this is the chase card because it's signed.
Yeah.
It's a signed card from the set.
All right.
Okay.
Next one. Boop.
Dodge.
4 CP, 8K, DFF, and Cat 7. Forward Remnant. When Kadaj enters the field, it is put from the field into the break zone. Choose a forward the opponent controls. It loses 4K power until the end of turn. I say this card is dookie.
This card is just not good enough at all.
Yeah, I don't think this card
4K is a little too low. Like, it's neat that it gets to do it when it comes in and leaves, but like...
It's a 4-drop 8K, which is cool.
4? Yeah.
I think if it loses power any less than 7K, I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, because you have so many other things that do so much now.
You know what also, so like Ravis, for instance, in Cat 15 is a 5 CP 9K that says on enter neg 5 when it goes to break zone neg 5, and I think that card's bad unless you're free playing it off of Nyx. So like Kadaj isn't any better. It's actually just less.
If it was a 3-drop that said neg 4, it'd be better.
It'd be a bit better, but it still wouldn't be.
I think it's still a 1.
Not good enough. 4 is not good enough now.
Yeah, it's too expensive.
Yeah.
Next one.
I'd even question it at 2, really. If it was a 2-drop, I'd still question it.
Which one of you want to take this one?
Grahatia, it's a 3-drop. Okay. Scion of the 7th pound 14 forward. If you control a job standard unit category 14 character, Grahatia gets 3K power. When Grahatia enters the field, you may pay X when you do so. Search for a job Scion of the 7th dawn of cost X and play it onto the field. 5. In its archetype, it's a 5.
4. I'd say it's a 4 just because it's so good.
A 4 base.
Yeah, because you're gonna have a couple standard units, right? Because you're gonna play like Red Mage. You're gonna play the other couple ones that Scion decks already play because they're good enough. They're Cat 14 forwards that do stuff that you can get off of like Brigander and stuff. And so like that's already good. So this card's already a 10K as a 3-drop. But it also has the ability to go search for something, and not even anything expensive. You can just go search for something real cheap. So like you can go grab Alisei or grab something else.
I think that the Alisei from this set just gets better because it's a 1-card combo. If you have a Y'shtola in your deck, you play Alisei, you play Gra from Break Zone, and then you pay 3 and you pick up Y'shtola and you put Y'shtola in play, and then you 9K, so you neg 9 on board.
It's a 6-play 3.
No, neg 12.
It is neg
12 something.
3, 6, 9. I thought it was 3 for each one.
It's 3 for each one.
Yeah, so it's 9.
I believe it's 3.
Might be 4.
Hold on. I thought it was 4.
I literally have FFTCG open. What am I doing?
I'm looking it up right now. I'm already here, dude. I got it already. Don't even try.
Too late.
It's 12. I told you guys. It's 12. It's 4K for each.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I was looking at it earlier.
That 2-card combo is now a much better combo.
It's literally like off of Alisei, it's like a 1-card combo as long as you have this in Break Zone or in hand because you can ditch this and play it off of Alisei. So technically 2 cards, but yeah, like it's not bad. I think it's really cool. I think his ability to search for any job sign of the 7th dawn forward and play it is really nice too.
Yeah,
so you can search for Alphanod and play Alphanod. You can search for
any of the other Y'shtolas if you have them in your deck.
Y'shtola. You can search for Thancred and play Thancred. Realistically,
if you really want to. Yeah. If you haven't seen Thancred by then, and you just need to find him.
I mean, you could do it. It's costly for sure because that's like 10 CP at minimum, but.
Yeah, but like if you're playing Lightning Water can already draw you cards, and you're probably playing Lakshmi in some capacity because Lakshmi is really good in that deck, just because the extra draw is nice.
Yeah, no, I think Gara's really good. I think he's a really solid card.
He's nuts.
He's almost a perma 10K if you put a standard unit category 14 backup in play, which guess what? Yep. The new ones are category 14. So.
Yep.
Next one. Illusionist.
Okay, we got a 2-drop Illusionist backup that's multi-playable. FFTA. Tap, put Illusionist into the break zone, choose one forward. If it deals damage to a forward's opponent controls this turn, the damage is increased by 2k instead. It's whatever. It's
like fodder.
It's like cool, I hit a damage number, but you have to break a backup. And the 2k doesn't feel like it's worth the backup for the rest of the game.
If you play this with Ignis, it's not terrible. Realistically, at this point, anything that any backup that can break itself, if you can combine it with like Garland or Ignis, you're getting a card back, which isn't terrible.
Yeah.
So.
Hey, this affects
cool,
like board wipes too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll play a Titan. I'll go to 9k everything. Actually, I'll 11k everything.
Whoa, wait. What are you talking about?
The damage if it
choose one
forward. Oh, you play a dude. It has an auto ability.
It chooses anything under its power and breaks it. It doesn't deal it damage.
Yeah, Titan doesn't deal damage.
Still, well, I meant like Sasandra deals 9k.
Yeah, so this would buff it.
All the board wipes that deal damage.
Yeah. I wanted to make sure I was on the same track as you. I was like,
I just forgot it breaks things and doesn't deal 9k.
Technically, with Barrett, this 6k stuff. It's a 6k board sweep, so like that's cool. And then but you're playing Earth Lightning. Doesn't fucking matter. Earth color fixes for everything. Yeah, the Barrett from set 10 that paid 2 Earth, tap it.
Or you could just play the Barrett from last set that just says when you cast a multicolor forward, 4k their board. Yeah,
I don't like that Barrett. It's like you have to play so many multiplayables, and I think your deck should have a few, but you don't need to play them every time because then it's so.
I mean, if you're
dependent.
gonna do Earth X deck, I mean, there's no reason not to. If you can fit it in, like if you're looking for an extra slot, I think that Barrett's fine to put in. Or you could theoretically just build a deck around it. I mean, look at Kyle building a mono Earth deck that isn't actually mono Earth.
Yeah, but that's different. He's playing Riku. He's cheating. Stop. Plus, you only really want to put Earth backups in that deck.
Riku and he's playing Leo.
Yeah,
but the Earth backups color fix. The most important ones that you need to color fix already do it, which is like Tyro and Kate Sith.
But you want to tap that at that point. You want to tap all your backups, and trying to put a lightning backup in the back row in that deck kind of feels bad. He's tried it before, and he said he hasn't liked it, so he doesn't. He's
I was just giving an example. Like he plays a deck that banks off of playing multi-element forwards. You can probably just build a more streamlined version that plays around Barrett as the shell.
Hey, in Fire Lightning, your Squall technically 6k sweeps.
I mean, yeah.
Like it's cool. Like you could do stuff with it.
It's like
you just have to find the right cards. It's just not very generalized good.
If Lightning ever becomes like a main color for like a main deck that doesn't need backups, like the main focus of the deck is not to build cool backups to do things. Ice Lightning right now needs to build Restrictor, and that's the only real Lightning it cares about. If there's ever a deck that like outside of like because like
depends on the Ice Lightning build you do now.
Maybe.
Because Ice Lightning Turks is definitely playing President Shinra as well, and Restrictor, or sorry, President Shinra and probably Reeve.
But what do those do? Like, what does your deck do where like adding the 2k buff matters, right?
That deck doesn't care about that. It's designed to straight break if possible.
In decks that just have free space for backups, because the backups don't ever really matter. If Lightning ever has a deck that has that space, a format where you need to buff, like if you need a buff like an 8k into a 10k to hit Wool, this will find its spot specifically for that scenario. Buffing anything just to be able to kill a dude that is part of the meta will matter. I just don't think this one has a spot right now.
Yeah, we'll see 2 sets from now.
Next one, Emperor, 3 CP 7k, category 2.
So many Emperors.
I'm down. The cost required for the character's opponent controls to use action abilities is increased by 2. When the Emperor is put from the field to the break zone, you can search for a card named Emperor of 3 or less and play it onto the field dull.
This is cool. I'm getting an Ice Lightning taxation deck.
Yeah, like I think this card's super cool. I think this card at base is like a 3. Depending on how well you can, the consistency you can get it, you can probably put it to. Yeah.
There's the Ice Emperor 2, the the full art, the legacy full art in the set. That's really nice. So you can play with this card, and so like when this dies, you just go grab the other emperor, and that also searches other emperors.
Going 2 for this. I don't really care for it too much.
It's neat.
I don't think taxing action abilities matters as much. And I don't think lightning. You need lightning in like any emperor deck unless you're specifically trying to. I don't see a deck wanting to play this over like the ice one. Like unless there's like a lightning deck that wants to play the emperor, the dark emperor. Don't.
Hey, dude, that card's neat.
It is. Like this is that's the only time I think this card gets played. Is if somebody wants to play the dark emperor in like a lightning deck. Like, that's it.
This one doesn't. Wait, what? What did I miss?
What do you mean?
This one doesn't play the Dark Emperor.
Oh.
No, if you want to play it. If you want to play it, this is good. Also, a different target that you can get rid of.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
I said this card's a 2. I don't think taxing action abilities is worth it as much. And I think that because it doesn't hit special, so
It taxes Rydia.
cool.
I mean, it's worth it.
I don't think taxing Rydia one card is worth it.
I think it is.
Palamporum. It says Palamporum are not free. They actually cost you.
But like PPR isn't really a deck. PPR is a deck you can play. I don't think it's gonna be one of the top meta decks that's gonna be coming.
I think
you're nuts if you think that's
with
not.
the amount of Cat 4 support
consistent.
that we're getting, any deck that's playing Rydia, I think it's insane. Every time they want to cast a summon, Rydia's not free casting anymore. She still costs 2 to do things. Whether it's backups or a card out of hand, you're taxing her.
All that Cat
I'm
4
not
stuff
saying
can
this card.
easily.
I'm not going to say this card is like
Really?
necessary and is the best thing ever, but I do think it's nice to have if you can keep it on board for even like a turn or two to just tell Rydia that like she's not allowed to free cast.
You can't cast a free Kutzith.
Because this isn't an auto ability, it's a global. It's a static that
I don't think it's gonna matter. Like here's the thing. If you're trying to tax Rydia specific, why not just pay the 2 to blank this and have Rydia open to do whenever you want? I just always have that. Blank this for the Rydia.
I'm using Rydia as an example. I'm not saying taxing Rydia in specific. Right? This taxes everything that uses an action. So if you're going to play Rydia, 90% of the time you play Porum. So you at least have 2 cards that they need to deal with. If Porum's going to blank this, they still have to pay 2. Like the whole factor is that they're not able to do everything for free. So it might not, I don't think it's good enough for that. Hurt them enough the way that you would want it to, but it'll still slow their game plan down just a little.
Yeah, because that's literally what this meta is right now. You have to find ways of slowing down your opponent, because if not, they're just going to steamroll you.
Plus, if they kill it, you just pull out the Ice Emperor, and then if they kill that, you just pull out the Dark Emperor, and you just shut down action abilities in general. Like, what does it matter? Like, killing Emperors doesn't do anything because they play more Emperors.
I just don't see it. I don't think this card's going to matter enough. I think the only way you're going to use
it's going to be cool. It's not going to be, like, extremely good.
I will stand by this card. This card by itself is nice. I don't think it's the best, but if you're gonna play a tax deck in general, this card's just something to add to it.
I mean, I get that. I just think this card by itself is like a 2. I don't see any deck outlandishly wanting to play this.
Yeah, no, it's obviously a 2. It's very niche with what it wants to do. There are certain decks that won't play it. There are certain decks that will play this card. It's a very niche mechanic in what it does. It's a 2 or 3. It's not that big. It's just very selective with what you do with it. We're not saying that you're wrong, James. We're just telling you, we're agreeing with you saying that it's very niche what it does, but there are decks that will play this card.
What? I'm confused.
I don't know. Next one, Shadow Dragon. Oh, I'm going off this one. 3-drop monster, category 4, nuts. Dragon. When a card named Golbez enters your field, you can pay 1 of any color. When you do so, play Shadow Dragon onto the field. This effect will trigger only if Shadow Dragon is in the break zone. When Shadow Dragon enters the field, choose a forward of 3 or less the opponent controls, break it, and then pay nothing until the end of turn. Shadow Dragon becomes a forward with 3k power. You can only use this ability once per turn. I personally think this card's a 4 at base, because you can play things like Baigen to search for a Golbez, and then if you really want to get destructive, you go play the Dark Golbez, pay 1 Shadow Dragon, so you're paying 5 total, and you get a Baigen trigger to break, a Golbez trigger to break, and a Shadow Dragon trigger to break.
Yeah, you trade 3 for 3.
Well, you trade 3 for 2, because Shadow Dragon doesn't die.
Well, no, I'm saying you're playing 3 dudes and to break 3
Oh,
dudes
yeah,
is
yeah,
what I'm
yeah.
saying.
2 of your dudes will break, so it won't matter.
Yeah, I'm saying 3 for 3 because you're having three triggers come in to break 3 things.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I mean 3 for 3.
And I mean, if you really wanted to, you can always just run this card at a 1-of. It never feels bad to run this at a 1-of if you're playing a Golbez in your deck at all. I think this card's, in my opinion, a 4. And there's a lot of 3-cost forwards that are pretty important, and it says 3 or less, which is really nice. So you get straight breaks on things like Rydia, because I know Rydia's a problem because you can't damage her. So the straight break is really good. Palamporum, any of the Cat 13 guys generally just get popped off because as much as they can boost their power, they can't stop themselves from being straight broken. So no, I think Shadow Dragon's insane. And then you just sack it for a block, and then you do it again if you need to.
The thing, you don't even really need Golbez, right?
You don't really need them. No.
Like, Wong's gonna love the fuck out of this card.
Because you can also just play Larcacus, and you can play this card. You can play Mira, and you can play this card. You can sack this card for Mira. Like, it's...
You sack it for rain.
You just trade it. You just
Sack
trade
for
it.
rain.
Like,
Yeah, because
it comes in and hits the
forward.
3.
Yeah, you at the end of every turn, you're just like, or at the end when you don't need it because you're gonna play it again, you're just like, I'll pay 0, I'll make it a forward, I'll block, I don't care.
I think it's gonna be really good, but I'm gonna stick at a 3 for it, only because the max you're gonna get out of it is with Golbez. So you're kind of limited on that, and it's only a 3K. So like,
yeah, they're better. There are a couple other mobs that are so stronger.
It's mostly at best they block.
Which, I mean, in my opinion,
I'm
I
not
think
saying it's terrible.
having a selected block is really nice. But next one, Core. I'll let one of you guys take this one.
All right. It's a 4-drop core forward captain, Cat 15/DFF. If you control a Jop King, Core gets 2,000 power, and when Core is put from the field into the break zone, you may remove the top 10 cards of your deck from the game. When you do so, play Core from the break zone onto the field dull. Noah, you had a really cool idea with this Core, not in a Cat 15 deck, but in a different style deck.
I have a really cool idea with this card. Otherwise, this card's garbage in my opinion.
Yeah,
because it
it's
comes
like
in dull.
it's
But,
a high 2 or low 1.
The best thing you can do with this card, in my opinion, is you play the Regis backup, the 3 CP Earth one that says search for a Cat 15 forward, because that Regis backup's a king, and you search for this Core and you play this Core, just so you can have a 10k beat stick, and then if they deal with your 10k beat stick, you're like, sick. I'll remove 10 cards, and then I'll play this Core out, and now you've got, generally speaking, you would have half an X-Death just waiting. So you just play it in an Earth Lightning X-Death deck. You play the mannequins to search for X-Death and the mannequins, so you get your backup lineups faster. You play Regis to search out Core, and then whenever
I don't think
you
it's
need
worth
to,
it, my guy.
Core sacks, and you do.
It's a meme. It's not worth it, but it's a meme. It's a good one of if your opponent's just not building a graveyard, or they're just like keep cycling cards.
I'm giving this a 1, and I'm not talking anymore about it.
It probably is a 1, but it's pretty funny if you could do that to someone. Be like, oh, you're not giving me X-Death? Cool, I'll do it myself.
I mean, anything that fuels for X-Death faster is generally a good thing.
I don't think X-Death needs fuel.
Okay, we got the 2-drop.
Hold on. No. If you're trying to speed up an X-Death, he needs fuel. That's the point, is to try and be able to turbo X-Death out faster.
I don't think you need anything to fuel X-Death more.
I think X-Death is better played early game than he's played late game if you can use his capacity, right? We agree on that. There's no disagreement there.
Yeah, but you don't need to. The only thing you need to fuel for him is just putting him out. He'll fuel himself.
No. X-Death can't fuel himself early game if they don't have enough cards. That's the point of this.
But he's just as good as whenever you play it.
He's not. He's not.
As long as you have control of the board, it's fine.
No. If I put an X-Death out turn 2, and I sit there and don't remove anything for the rest of the game because X-Death's supposed to do it later in the game, that card's dead sitting in the water.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Fueling it's not going to do anything for you. Fueling it's just not going to get you the advantage. It just puts you behind.
Means X-Death doesn't do anything. What?
X-Death doesn't do anything when you remove your own cards. Removing 10 of your own is just going to put you behind. Room is 1 a game because you can do it.
If you're doing it, no. Hold on. If you're removing 10 of your own, you're halfway there to him being able to trigger his at remove on 20.
Which is a once per turn, remove a card on their opponent's field. Once per turn.
At the end of
both turns.
Your turn. No, end of their turn. Fuck. Which one is it?
No, end of your turn.
Yeah, end of my turn. They
Yeah,
remove
it's
a
their
character
turn.
they control from their field. The sooner you can get that off, the better X Death gets. We agree, correct?
X Death controls
Yeah,
the
It is
Do
only
we
good
agree?
when
Do
you
we
are
agree?
in
The sooner
medium
X Death
state.
can use his full potential, the better the card is, right?
Yes, that's how.
So this
cards
speeds it
work.
up.
But it doesn't speed up for the better. It doesn't do anything.
What are you talking about?
X-Death's not going to do anything, removing one card a turn, right?
Yes, he does.
Unless
The earlier you put him out to do that, the more they're behind, because everything they play, if they play one card a turn, they remove
them
it.
behind.
What?
It
What?
holds you ahead.
Which puts your
removing-
opponent behind.
Except your opponent's going to get to deal with it.
Okay,
There's nothing.
they can spend turn
removing-
after turn trying to deal with it, but if they're not playing enough cards on the field, if X Death is at full capacity and they're not playing enough cards on the field to counterbalance his removal, what does it matter?
Yeah, so like if your opponent has no outs to it, X-Death the earliest possible is great. I think playing him as early as possible doesn't gain you anything if they have an out for it.
I mean, that's every fucking card, James.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
every
except
card.
if you
That
play
argument's
X-Death-
invalid because that's every card.
No, it's not, because if you play
Yes.
X-Death at a normal pace, then when you play X-Death, you get to remove your opponent's practically entire discard pile, all of their options to pick up and do things.
Sure, but at that point in the game, they probably still have an out for him anyway. So if you want to bring that argument back up, like I just throw your
They
argument
can't
back
do
at it.
But you throw their
You
offense
Ratsu the
out.
X Death and it's
Not
game.
throwing their offense out when you play it early.
Playing
You slow
the X
their
Death early
options.
says that if they're going to play the game of like I need to like build a backup every turn, if they get build 2, they build 1, and they're wasting resources to try and stay in the game because X
they
Death
have
will
to
just sit there
deal
and
with
hit them.
X-Death.
Like the only way
But
they deal with
to
X Death
do
is
that, they
either
have to do
drawing the out or hitting an EX burst. Otherwise, they're behind the entire game.
Yes, but it doesn't get you anywhere if they have an out. Difference is
Nothing
if you
gets you
play-
anywhere if they have
That's
an out.
everywhere. That's every card.
But if you play X-Death later, you remove their entire discard pile and remove options from them. You gain more playing it later than you do early.
I don't
But
think
you're
so.
already playing cards that already do remove stuff. Like you're playing Mist Dragon, you're playing other cards that already remove other cards as well. So I don't.
But you don't have by itself. X-Death is better mid game than it is late game.
Well, yeah, but
But if you
I don't see the point of playing it early. I only see the point of playing it early to make your opponent have to deal with it, so you can set up.
well,
I don't
here's
see
the thing.
this as a game-winning strategy.
I'm not. Nobody's saying this is a game-winning strategy,
It's
but I feel
not.
like you're
It's helps.
agreeing with, and then you're trying to counter the fact that X Death early game is literally
X-Death
what
is-
define
X-Death
it can
early
define a
is
game. If you
not
could
make it the best.
okay, so you're telling me if I put an X Death down early game and it's at full capacity within like the first 2 to 3 turns of the game and it's at full capacity, right? That doesn't matter compared to it's worse at that. And in fact, if I played it mid to late game,
capacity on turn 2, turn 3.
because you turbo it, core will help you. Whatever the case may be.
It has to die.
Okay, cool. I'll sack my fucking core and remove 10. Halfway there. Thank you. Doesn't matter. It's not how you get there. I'm asking you, in this hypothetical situation, if I have an X Death that is at full capacity by turn 2 to turn 3, depending on however I'm able to turbo the ability out, is that better or worse at any point in the game from that point on?
It's good.
Is it better or
better
worse?
than
Is it better
mid-game.
or worse?
Playing in mid game, it's worse.
So playing the X Death at full capacity from turn 2 to turn 3 is better than playing it.
Cut out.
You could have no. I don't know.
In my opinion, playing it in early game is
No,
worse.
I
than
get that. I get that. But if you can do it earlier and just keep control, but also have a second copy, then it's fine. I don't see a problem with that.
I'm not doubting its strength at early game. I'm saying mid game, it's much better.
Yeah.
So
But that's why you play
X-Death-
3 copies of the
X-Death
card because you'll
mid-game.
pick it up later.
X Death mid game at full capacity is better than X Death early game at full capacity.
100%.
I don't stand by that.
I don't know why you just don't play it multiple times because your
The-
opponent's
the
going to
ability-
answer it
the
and then
ability
you just
to-
play another copy later.
I'm not
The
saying
abi-
you don't. What I'm saying is,
Yeah.
we're saying that the best that could be is playing it early game. I don't think that's true. I think playing it mid game is better than everything.
I think you play it at every point in the game. Whenever you put an X down, you just put it down. Like I don't
think the
see
best point
I
you
see a
play
problem
it-
with both your arguments. Like it doesn't
I'm
matter
saying
when
the
X does come
best
down.
way you play it is mid game.
Yeah, but James doesn't want to give any leeway that an X-Death early game can actually just submit the game for you.
I'm saying X-Death early game is good. I'm saying X-Death mid game is better.
I think X-Death early game, if you can get full capacity, is better than mid game.
Oh, that was it.
Weaver, next one.
I'm so confused. Weaver, two drop backup. It's the ones that if you have the same color backup, 3 or more, it's a free one. It's cool. In Lightning, I don't know how I feel about it in a mono Lightning deck. Like, I guess it gets you more backups because mono Lightning sometimes has that trouble.
Lightning has a really hard time of
mono Lightning doesn't
holding
exist.
Cards in hand. So
it's called Dragoons unless you play Wind. But yeah, it's neat. I guess like this could change it up. You could make more backups, but I don't know.
I'm calling it a 3 because it's good enough to be a 3 always.
yeah.
I don't see any deck playing it right now because there's no good mono Lightning decks outside of Kingsglaive and Dragoons.
Yeah. But with Kingsglaive, you want to play other backups.
Yep.
We got a 4-drop Johnny. It's a backup Sector 7 Slum Dweller. Cat 7. When Johnny enters the field, choose one character other than card name Johnny in your break zone. Rock God. Add it to your hand. Pay 1 lightning, pay 1 colorless, tap, put Johnny into the break zone, choose 1 category 7 character in your break zone, add to your hand. It's cool. But like Cat 7 decks, like you're only playing it really in Ice Lightning, so that way you can pick up like Weiss.
I put this card in
the backup. I guess in like an Earth Lightning deck, you get to pick up whatever that guy's the multicolored dude. I forget his name.
Billy Bob.
Billy Bob. You get Billy Bob. What other Lightning Cat 7 cards are there? I know there's like Angel and like Zax and stuff. Like Turks, yeah, cool. You get those as well, but like
this is definitely a choice.
I think you have better targets. I think you have better backups that do it.
I'd rather play
Sephiroth. There's that new Sephiroth.
Yeah.
We're about to talk about him, and I really like him.
I'd rather play City Clan Goalie.
Yeah.
Sonen's not bad
because it's an EX burst.
Mm-hmm.
And it does the same thing that Johnny does on the front, and then the pay 2 Dole and put him in break zone is essentially pay 3 to either swap a card if you're paying from hand or add a card to hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just like
there's like no good choices.
I feel like you could just play Zemus at that point and just wait till damage 3 and just do it both that way.
You're not
and Zemus gets you a backup and a forward. Like
you can pick up the Wind, Lightning, Cloud.
Cool.
I know.
I'm just like, if we ever get more Lightning Cat 7 cards that are like more outside the realm, this Johnny becomes better, but right now this Johnny doesn't feel the best.
Why pay 3, quote unquote, why pay 2 and break a backup when I can just pay 4 and play Aerith?
Yeah.
And pick up an extra card if I'm going to use it off backups. And if I pitch from hand, I just cycle my hand with my break, like whatever.
It's just having a Lightning backup is basically what it is. Lightning 7 backup.
It's too expensive. It's not enough for a 4 CP backup, in my opinion.
Hey man, with 8 pick up a forward and pick up Cat 7, that's sick.
I'm going solid 3.
Yep, 3. Yep, 3. It's good right now. I think it'll get better in time.
Sephiroth.
You're up.
Sephiroth 7 drop. DFF's 7. War Hero forward. Warp 3 for 1 lightning. Sephiroth enters the field, choose a forward other than Sephiroth, break it. Zanshin special, choose 1 forward of cost 3 or less and break it. Fucking torn between this card.
I'm gonna be honest, I think this card's probably a 2 or 3. And the biggest issue I have with it is because it's a Warp 3. If it was a Warp 2, I think it'd be a lot better. But like otherwise, I don't really care too much.
Yeah, it's a 7 drop that's harder to play. Like I think Ice Lightning will play this. Maybe like a 1 or 2 of. Only because if you get this out with the warp, it breaks the do not enter, and then you have the extra Sephiroth to pitch for the breaks.
I mean, yeah.
I think that's very neat.
I don't know. I think honestly, I would just play the 4 CP Ice Lightning one and just call it good. It just does more.
I do think this card. I actually think this card's pretty good. I just think it's too slow.
Yeah. Warp, unfortunately,
I'm giving it 3.
Especially through testing I've had, Warp is just a bit too slow, and there's when I referring to Bell Dot, I think is
Cut out again. Solid 3.
It's cool. Why is my Estinian warp 1?
I want a
this
card
is warp 3 for 1.
that if it warps itself,
I don't understand it.
Because Estinian's the show card.
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. I don't understand.
Yeah, referring to Bell Dot, I'd rather have a card that does something while it's warped at this point.
Yeah.
Than something that doesn't. Like, I don't want to wait 3 turns and get no value out of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Even
Unless it's
7
warp 1.
CP Ramza that says warp 2 for, I think it's like 2 turns or 3 turns, still just feels bad because he doesn't really do much while he's gone. But Bell Dot's nuts because Bell Dot just says mill 2 while she's like literally sitting in the ether.
Yeah.
Golbez says play a dude, draw a card.
Yeah.
So,
I
next
love
one.
that they did warp, then immediately
Made a better mechanic.
they immediately power crept their own warp abilities. It's very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. But with
Chadley.
Bane, it makes it even better. It's so cool.
2 CP backup, Category 7 Scientist. When Chadley enters the field, you can discard a card. When you do search for a lightning summon, add it to your hand. And then tap Chadley, discard a summon, put Chadley in the break zone, choose a forward in your break zone, add it to your hand. I think Chadley's only good for his first ability, is ETB, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because you can,
I think
you can
he's
free
fine for a
search
second one. He does the same thing that we were playing it in
never mind.
13, 14, Opus 13, 14. What's the lightning one? That pitch and deal damage equal to your the cost by 3 or whatever.
I don't know.
Is it
Well, you look
summon?
it up.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
The Tella.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. Ice Tella.
It does the same thing. It does the same thing Tella does.
Well,
It's cheaper, but you have to discard to pick up, and then it breaks the dude instead of dealing damage.
Chadley's essentially a 4 CP backup that searches you for a summon, a lightning summon. So it can grab you Ixion, so you can deal with things like 13. if
Which
needed,
is
right?
very
So-
cool.
Yeah,
I-
it's very good.
Honestly, by itself, I think this card's a 4 if you're playing it.
Yeah.
If you're playing it,
Lightning,
you
And
have
then
what you're
at
doing.
worst, I guess if you want to pick up a forward so you can use that forwards like ETB or something, you pay 3 CP. Basically, you discard a summon and tap and break Chadley to pick up a forward. He's cool. I think his first line of text is his best line of text. But I'd probably put this card at like a 3 to a 4.
Yeah, I don't see myself ever breaking Chadley to do something. I'd rather keep the
Unless
I'd rather keep
necessary.
the backup. Like
Yeah.
I get it.
Chadley break is gonna be the last thing I'm gonna do. That's like the ultimatum of
Just fine.
that's yeah.
It's basically a 2-drop that
I'm glad it has a second card attacks.
search for you a lightning summon.
It does something more than just searching for a summon. Like it gives you something else.
Gives you options.
It's an ultimatum at that point. It's like
I think having a 4-drop that just says search for a lightning summon's nuts. It's basically a 3-drop Rydia that searches for whatever you want.
I feel so bad.
Technically-
I'm sorry for all you boys in chat. For whatever reason, chat didn't want to load for me. But,
Has been people talking?
yeah, George is here. Hey, George.
Oh boy. Hey George. You are here. Fucking shit.
Yeah, I don't
There's a
know
lot.
dude.
why. I've been like tabbing over constantly and for live chat
What?
on, and it's
Here-
just not showing me anything.
Here's the thing. I clicked on it, clicked onto I had it tabbed out apparently, but clicked on it and then it just scrolled all the way to the bottom.
yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, okay, next one. Hey, yeah. Ninja, we've seen this one. We all know Ninja's just standard. It's
Yeah.
a 3. It's Crystal
Basic.
Generation. That's all you really need from it.
Oh,
Fusoya.
I was gonna say something else about Chadley, but it's whatever. We're past it. It's fine. It's fine.
We'll see ya.
2-drop Fusoya, EX Burst. It's a forward, pick the Logia Cat 4 Lunarian. EX Burst. When Fusoya enters the field, if you have 2 or more summons in your break zone, draw a card. When Fusoya attacks, you may cast 1 summon of cost 2 or less from your hand without paying the cost. I like it, surprisingly. I actually like this card. I hate that it's a 4K, but I understand because it's a 2-drop. So, like, they have to balance it in some way, but putting 2 summons in your break zone is not that hard in this day and age in this game.
Especially Lightning plays some good ones too.
Yeah.
I honestly think this is just this card's only good for it's a 2-drop draw card.
Yeah.
Puts a dude on board.
Yeah, because
I don't know how often are you going to use the cast the summoner 2 or less.
you'd have to play it in a secondary colored deck where you want to cast these really neat 2
It casts 6 in. It casts 6 in.
Yeah, but you want to cast 16 on your opponent's turn usually.
Yeah.
So
They cast Ramu.
you could cast Ramu. You could cast if you're playing Earth in some capacity, you get to cast a Kutsith for free.
Okay, so if we look at it, we got Ixion. You got the cool 2-drop Odin.
I'm gonna look up.
You got Raiden. The Revenant Wings Raiden.
You get to play Unicorn for free if you're playing Water, Fenrir for free if you're playing that, Mateus for free if you're playing Ice, Ifrit. You get to play Medine for free. Let's go.
Honestly, it doesn't say you have to share the colors either.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Nope.
there's a lot of cool.
I don't know why this isn't showing, but I agree, George, because I just pulled it up in a separate thing. The new Ramu, which we'll get to, is quite...
Mm-hmm.
You died again. No, it keeps dying.
Diabolus for free. Bren for free. Leviathan for free. Chivalry.
Shiva for free?
You can Chivalry for free.
Actually, honestly, Chocobo for free is not bad.
The one from set 17?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's nice.
It just basically says on attack, free search.
Yeah.
Free cycle.
You could Chocobo for free to bounce your own Fusoya back to your hand and then play it again.
Draw 2?
Yeah. It's literally a draw 2 because you draw one off playing it, and then you draw one when you Chocobo, and then you pick up the Fusoya, and then you could play the Fusoya again, I guess, if you want.
That's okay. I love Lightning. I wish there was more you could do for mono Lightning decks than just Dragoons and Kingsglaive right now. So...
Hey, you could play the Diabolus from set 12 for free.
Good poo poo?
Could do Diabolos. Next one.
You can Moogle, draw 2, ditch 1.
You guys are just going through all these cards, aren't you?
I'm just interested. Like, no one plays a lot of like cheap summons right now because they just don't do enough because you have to pay something. If there's a card that says cast a summon for free of like that capacity, it's not bad.
I don't disagree.
Okay, never mind.
The new Scions can basically just be a mono Lightning deck at this point, which is really nice, especially because of Alisane and Y'shtola is nuts.
I think it'll still be Ice Water. I think it'll still be Lightning Water, just because Thancred's nutty, and I think the Alpha Nod 4-drop is better.
Hey man, Lightning Fire gives you Hien, which is funny. They all get to attack again.
Alright.
Behemoth, 2-drop monster, FFCC. When he enters the field, choose a 4 deal at 7k. That feels a little weak. And then pay 2, Lightning, Dolem, put him in a break zone, choose a damage forward, break it. I just don't know.
Here's the thing, though. It's a 2-drop Bulbasaur. That's all it is.
It's a 2-drop Bulbasaur.
That's it. It does the same thing Aster does, but it's a little cheaper. Because Aster's a 4, right?
Well, Aster's a 3 cost that is essentially a 5 cost for his full ability. This Behemoth's a 4 cost for his full ability, and it doesn't even stay on board. So you can, like, sack it for other things later. At least with Aster, you could sack it for a Mira.
Guess.
That's a plus. Aster also targets backups, which I think targeting backups is very important. I don't know if I mentioned it. After reading through a few things and looking back at it, like Nash that we got this set in Wind, I think is hella busted because it just says Tyro and Thornton aren't allowed to stay on board for like some form of color fixing or whatever reason. Like it's really good.
I think it's just too slow. I think by the time you have your Thornton or your Tyro out, you have to have that in hand to just get that value. Because Tyro's already going to give you that value, and it's going to just keep giving you the value.
Just getting that extra damage in, my guy.
I don't think anybody... I think Nash is only better early game if somebody just has the Tyro or Thornton in, and it just feels bad if they do.
I like your idea, George.
Chatbox just isn't showing up right now. That's really annoying me.
I'm reading what he's saying.
It's 50-50.
He's got some pretty good ideas. I think if you test it out, man, like, and pops off. Like I think you could honestly kill people with that idea.
I mean, low-key, so I had
Damage 4 is now a threat.
I had a deck I was
that
working
deck.
on, which was essentially just playing Scions under Earth Lightning, the original Essential Scion package, just because Minfilia searches out anybody. And, like, realistically, if you go Minfilia into Alisei, play Gra if you have a Gra and Breakstoner from hand when you pitch it, and then, like, build your board up. It's really cool. But, like, besides that point, you play that, and then you play, like, Lise, because she's 14, and then you can play, like, Sid Garland and whatnot, and then you can play Behemoth K, and you just sit there with, like, guys that are like, don't touch me, or I touch you more than you can touch me. It's a cool deck idea I really want to work on, because I think Earth is probably one of my
that's
other
what
favorite
George
elements.
was talking about. That he put that in the chat. He's like, yeah, playing some Earth, so that way you can play like Lise with that and like Behemoth K, and you're just like, oh, I'm dealing you points of damage. And I was like, yeah, no, that's a really good idea.
Yep.
Damage 4 is a threat for them at that point.
I'm making sure I'm reading through a lot of stuff. So yeah, I think this Behemoth's cool, but I don't think I personally would not play this card at like.
It's like
really
a 2.
Yeah,
next
it's
one.
sad.
I think if you have cheap ways of putting out monsters, it's like a 3.
Mira.
There we go.
We got a 2-drop lightning Mira forward Dark Lord FFCC. When an opponent's forward enters the field, you may pay 1 colorless and discard 1 monster. When you do so, break that forward. Put 1 monster into your break zone. Play Mira onto the field goal. You can only use this ability during your turn and if Mira is in your break zone.
It's a hand trap.
Is Mira a hand trap?
Sorta. It's a discard trap.
Yeah.
Here's the only issue I see with Mira. As cool as this card is, because you can just sack monsters to play it, so you can like activate a blue worm, swing with the blue worm, and then sack the blue worm because it's gonna
You
die
can
anyways.
sack
and
the
play Mira.
Aster.
Yeah, you can sack Aster as well. The biggest issue I have is that she's essentially a pay 3 to break a forward on enter. So you want to have some backup, so you're not realistically like pitching 2 out of hand for the extra 1.
She's a mid game card.
Also, why does she not have a full art? Does she? Wait. Oh, she does. Never mind. We're good. She's queen.
Yeah.
I needed to make sure. I was like, I can't remember, but she does. So we're good. We're good. I want her full art for sure. I think this card's nuts. I like almost every mirror that we have lately. The 2 CP Earth Mirror, the 1 CP EX Burst Mirror, and this mirror are all nuts. And
I think this one's the nuttiest, which is crazy.
Yeah.
It can literally be uninteractable.
I mean, you could Ratsu her, but like, does it feel good to Ratsu her if I'm just gonna pop her back in?
Yeah.
Like, here's the thing: you pitch a monster from your board, play it from the discard pile. Like your opponent plays, say they play Grahat, right? They play Grahati. They go, cool. I'm gonna play ability. Cool. I'm gonna break this, bring in Mira. Cool. I'm playing fire, like fire lightning or whatever. I'm gonna it. Cool. It breaks. I'm gonna break a second monster, bring it back in. I'll tap 1, pitch 1, cancel it anyways. Fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to use your Stola to break my Mira now?
Mira has to see the forward enter though, right?
Yes. So
She
their
has to be
ability
on field for the forward
It has
enter.
to be on board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No? Has to be on board. Yeah, so she has to be on board.
to prime the ability. The ability is already primed. It's already going through.
Yeah.
So
like,
the break is already going through because it doesn't matter because you've already primed it.
realistically-
Any ability that says it's like Solemn Judgment or Solemn Warning. Any ability that would summon a dude, you play this on, because what it does is you play from the discard pile, because you can just go bop on board. Cool. I'll break to put it on board. Cool. Your summon resolves. Play your dude.
You know what the coolest thing about this card is? Is that she doesn't target, so anything that Cecil plays, you just pop, and Cecil doesn't charge you because she's not targeting.
Literally. This literally cancels Cecil.
Yeah, like Cecil can stay on board. That's fine. I'll deal with him later.
Yeah,
but like, if Cecil
George,
wants to
you're
free
right.
play something, he doesn't get the ability to. Or you,
George,
if you want to, you just pop both.
You're right, George.
Yeah, there is
you don't
no
even
reason to play
need you don't even play her. You're so right.
Yep, you just
like
ditch her
there's
and
no
play her
reason
later.
to. Yeah. You either play for free through other abilities or you just like
One of the coolest
own.
things you can do with her is you can there's just like a
You can sack that Aster.
two card piece is you pop trapdoor and put Trapdoor into Break Zone, which blows up a forward and plays you Mira.
Trapdoor's really cool.
Yeah, that's something. I
Here's another cool thing. It is a very neat target. It's a very neat use of spamming out flans. Spamming out flans, goblins, any of those like things that. What's the new one from this set? It's
Hedgehog Pie.
Hedgehog?
No,
Yeah,
you don't want to break Hedgehog Pie for her though. You want to break Hedgehog Pie for itself.
But I'm just saying, it's a very cool target of anything that's searchable where you can just spam them on board.
Yeah. Which
then
I take
every
back,
single time you win a Mira.
I take back what I said about Hedgehog Pie in our Fire one, because I think I said it was like it was not that great of a card to play. But playing around with it, not gonna lie, Hedgehog Pie kind of busted. It's not like gross busted,
it's just a
but
fight
it's so
card.
good.
It means it's a card that says that anytime somebody partial blocks, you still kill something. That's it.
Well, it's more of the fact that if you open with one, you open with all three. Because they're
it's Upstart Goblin.
Yeah.
It's an expensive Upstart Goblin, but
It's 15k on board that you can just blast anything off if you need to. It's really good. I give Mira like a 4 to a 5. I really
I'm going through trying to see if I can
she's
find something.
lightning, but it makes the most sense for her to be lightning. But I really wish she was earth or ice, just so she could fit more in my earth ice deck. That means I just have to play like an earth lightning deck more than anything else for monsters. But that's fine. I think Shadow Dragon's super cool. So
Just trying to see if I can find anything that does really cool things, but I'm just
10 on the full art. Dude, the full arts are so good. I love this idea for the full arts, and I wish they like when they did the Black Waltzes. I still need to get, I think, 2 more Black Waltz 3s, and I complete my full art playset.
we need to go through and collect the other ones.
Yeah, these full arts are fantastic. I love them so much. I like
The Trapdoor's a really good one.
Here, hold on. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna FFTCG.
I'm trying
I was
to
working
think.
on something, so I'm just gonna pull it up. People can see. I have so many decks on here that I'm just like trying to open up with. What's this one? Is this the currently what I had put in here? Trapdoor was definitely like the go-to. Hilgegus is cool under Earth. Chimera is nice just because if you wanted to play some form of Rampire, you could do that. Spectral Keeper is cool. I was thinking of putting Behemoth in here so I could break a dude on play of Behemoth, and then if I needed to, I could always sack Behemoth for Mira. But I do love being able to just use her to pop Shadow Dragon and put Shadow Dragon back in Break Zone, or get rid of Aster because Aster's done his thing. But like Trapdoor just feels like the most solid combo for me, in my opinion, is working with Trapdoor.
Flan's really cool. Flan's really cool because there's a the new 1-drop ice flan from 19 says when you put from the field on the Break Zone, you search for another flan.
Dude, you should jump the guy at your local and take his full art. I'm kidding. Don't actually do that. I don't endorse violence. But
I'm trying to think
if I were to endorse violence,
that's you. Not
I'm trying
me.
to think of ways. I'm trying to think of ways of like even just popping your own Mira, so that way you can just like loop it through abilities, so that way you can just like put her back on board immediately.
Here, I got it for you, right? We just play 3 and 3 of each of the Famprits.
I was
That's
thinking
funny.
Famfrit.
Oh,
We
that's
just
funny.
we literally just play a lightning water monsters deck.
Which is doable because I've played a similar one. Oh, that means you get access to Quanch, which is nuts because if you want to, you can pop Quanch as well.
Hey, I might build this.
James. You can pop Zapped to search for the new Ramu and play Mira. That's really good. That's really good.
I'm down.
Dude.
Yeah, that's where my brain was going. I was like, what can we do to like even just pop our own Mira and just put her away? Like, what can we do with it? Like,
Oh, we might build something.
I just
my
want,
brain,
I
dude,
want,
this is my brain.
I want Quina to be better. I like the 3CP Quina that says you can dole remove 3 dudes.
But
and
you
bottom
also
deck your
want
guy.
blue mages to be good.
I do
Dude.
want blue mages to be good. I wish they would give us like a solid blue mage archetype.
George, have you seen
Next one.
full art Orin in person? Because that card looks pretty too.
Ramu, 2CP, FFTA summon. Select 2 of the 3 following actions. Choose a forward, dull it. Choose a forward, deal it 5k damage. Choose a forward, it gains haste until the end of turn. Low key, not gonna lie.
This ROM is nuts.
This Ramu is so good for his cost.
Really good for 2-drop. Yeah.
This
Yeah,
man
it looks
pulled the
so
Orin.
pretty,
I'm so
George.
sad.
This, dude, the Ornn is so sick. I'm sad that I know I'm gonna trade it away for a card that I really want if Zach opens one, but like,
I
we'll
just want to
see.
state for all those listening, I got 4 pre-release kits and pulled 1 full art out of it.
Wait, what full art did you pull?
I don't even remember. It was probably
It was crappy.
it was No. I
unfortunate.
pulled a full art No.
Oh, gross.
Yeah,
Sorry.
sad days. I don't know why it's not a guarantee 1 full art per pre-release kit, because I thought that's what it was beforehand, because I've never had this issue, but it's not, and I pulled 4 and got like nothing. Damn,
Which Cecil,
full art.
George? Was it the Water Cecil or the Earth Cecil? Sorry,
Dude,
I'm talking to chat,
2
dude. I'm
full
sorry.
arts
We
in
should
a
be talking about
series.
Ruma. We should be talking about
We
Ruma.
can do both. That's the whole point. The chat's here for us
Yeah.
to engage with them and for them, like, I'm so mad. I
It's
wish I
better
pulled more.
Yes.
content.
Dude, I love the Water Cecil. It looks so
yeah.
cool.
So this Ramu is just a cheaper version, a little bit weaker because it doesn't have a 7K shot,
I don't care. It's 2.
but it also doesn't require an active forward like
Yeah.
3CP Ramu does, which is really good.
Yeah.
And he's searchable off Zapped, which is nuts.
All 3.
I think this card's like a 4 to maybe a 5, depending on how you utilize it.
I give it a 4.
But that's in my opinion. I
I'm
think
giving
this
it
card's really
3
cool.
because it doesn't do anything by itself, right? It's not gonna win. It's not gonna win you a game. It's gonna help
It's
push
a
with the
utility
game.
piece for sure.
It's not doing anything by itself. It's helping your game plan. So it's not gonna produce anything by itself. So I'm just making it a 3.
Oh, Water Cecil
Yeah.
is really good. Next one. Ramza.
This Ramza's nuts.
Go ahead.
It's a 2-drop Ramza, forward Knight Warrior, DFF FFT. When Ramza enters the field, if you have a crystal, Ramza gains haste, and when Ramza is put from the field into the break zone, choose one forward and opponent controls break it. This effect does not end at the end of the turn, and it's a 5-drop. This card's nuts. It just says as long as you have a crystal on board, this Ramza gets the ability for the rest of the game.
Yep. Meaning he can swing, and then if they deal with him, you're like, cool, I'll break some. I'll take something with me. Like he's a trade.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
He's a really good trade value.
He
It's
could
just
also
so good.
almost be like a double trade.
Yeah.
He literally says, well, you can't break me because I'll break you instead.
Yeah. I mean, who cares?
Like,
Either they let Ramza slip by, or they block him and they lose
Yeah.
something in the process.
it's just like, and even then, you can just say, in Earth Text, you battle trade. So then you like, I'll trade with this crappy unit, and I know Ramza will die, and then I'll break the more important unit off the Ramza trigger.
I do want to say, George, because I play Knights, but I play Firewater Knights or Firewater Ice Knights. The only crystal gen I think under Knights or Knights
Is
that
ice.
use crystals are the one like the Laswell you don't want to play and Ramzas. Like it's always Ramzas.
Agrius.
And
Agrius.
Agrius.
None of them are lightning.
Ice
Yeah.
Ice Agrius uses it.
That's the problem.
Yeah, you play Ramza in a really cool deck that uses crystals somewhat, and it has to. Unfortunately, I think you have to play dual colors.
Yeah.
Like it's cool, it's neat. I think this Ramza's
I do want
nuts
more
if you're playing
knights.
crystals.
I think
just
if you're
don't want
playing
more
crystals, this card's a 4. Easy.
Yeah. No, it really is. Like it's just good enough. And if they blink this, they're not blinking anything else on your board.
Yeah.
Like, cool. That's fine. I was gonna block with it anyways. It just won't get the trade. If I pick it up later, it's still a 2-drop.
Yep.
It's a 2-drop, guys.
Yep.
Like, this is not an ability on a 4-drop. It's an ability on a 2-drop.
I mean,
Like
you
it's
could
so
as well.
cheap.
If you're playing real heavy in crystals, you could play
Yeah.
Lena to replay this card, which I think is kind of funny.
Yeah. In Fire, you get to like play this off of a Phoenix.
Yep. That's
Like-
actually low key. Phoenix, in my opinion, is getting better and better with the amount of 2-drops that they make. But I do think if like because Phoenix is a summon, I'm gonna stand by this because I think this card's nuts. But I think Wicked Mass just eats the shit out of Phoenix.
Oh yeah,
I'll
because
make
you changed the target.
this card because it's technically a valid target, and then you're not able to play it because you already have one on board.
Yeah.
Yep.
I can't wait to see a Golbez deck play this and just have like random crystals somehow.
My God, that's sick.
No, because Golbez don't get anything off of
it'll
it.
happen.
But yeah, but you don't play it off of
Oh,
Golbez.
you're
you play it.
hardcasting.
You're you're already in lightning, so you just play the ROMs from like your hand. Like it's fine. You play like Maria, Aerith, and other cards off the other ways, and so this ROMs is now a blocker because it's like a 9K. And you're just like, if I ever trade, I'll trade twice because I kill whatever I blocked, and then I'll kill something else. Yeah, George, yeah. George, are you a Doga lover or a Doga hater?
Next one, Reeve.
Hey, Doga 2024.
4CP EX.
Noah, you finally have a really good Reeve.
I'm sorry, this Reeve's cool, but like 3CP Reeve is also not terrible. The one that searches Kate Sith, because it.
No, you stop that. We've talked about this. I hate the Kate Sith one.
Yeah. But listen, if you're at this point in let me read this first, and then we'll get to it. So 4CP Reeve, EX Burst, backup, Shinra Executive, EX Burst. When he enters the field, look at the top 3 cards of your deck, add 1 card among them to your hand, return the others to the bottom of your deck in any order. I don't like that he's a 4 cost. That's my biggest issue with this Reeve. So any of the other Reeves, for instance, if I'm going to play the 3CP one that searches Kate Sith, it searches any card named Kate Sith. Generally, you search for the backup, and the backup can
Noah, here's the other thing I didn't realize. It searches Vincent, which I don't know why you're not playing that now.
Oh, no, I will be, trust me.
Never mind. The other Reeves is better.
The other Reeve
originally
is now better
you weren't playing Vincent, but now you can play Vincent. Never mind.
And then you had the 3CP Reeve that said play a 2-drop from your break zone, and he doesn't restand as long as that card exists. Whatever.
I do like that this card. Cool. I do like that this Reeve says grab any card though.
Yes, and it's an EX burst, which is really cool. So like, but
I think the EX burst is better. I think for your deck, the other Reeve is just going to be better.
Yeah, but the Reeve I play is also an EX burst.
Yeah.
Oh, I just mean this EX burst is better than yours.
Oh, sure. I just think that the ability to search out specifically Vincent now, because Vincent's nuts because he helps lock down, or Kate Sith, so you can establish more backups, I think is just really good. Because you can't guarantee a backup off this when you can with the other one.
So, the other Reeve is really good in Ice Lightning. This Reeve is really good in other decks.
I think this Reeve is generically good.
Yeah, this Reeve is more generalized good.
This Reeve is good by itself, where the other one's good in what deck it's playing.
Like if you wanted to play a mono lightning good stuff deck, you can play this, and you can play like Ricard, because like Ricard just you can hit this off Ricard, or you can hit Ricard off this, and you got 2 backups there, which is really good. So,
dude, in a lightning wind deck, this card and Chocobo, you just keep top decking stuff off to the top of your deck. You're just like, I'm gonna keep grabbing whatever I want off the top of my deck, because Chocobo grabs a character and then Reeve just grabs any card.
Yep.
So if like off of Reeve you grab a Chocobo and then you're just like, I'll pay 1 to play the Chocobo to look at the top 3, I'll grab something else. Cool. Yeah, and you can still play Ricard in that deck. You can still play other cards that are nice. Like this Reeve is nice generally.
I think eventually what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna settle down and I'm just gonna collect foils and just make like a binder of like a binder sheet of like Shinra execs, because dude, I love the Shinra Electric Company Power Company logo in the back. Like I love the Shinra logo in the background, and I wish all these other cards had them, but they don't. Like if I had this art with the Reeve that searches out Vincent and Kate Sith, I'd be in love. But we don't. They don't give me that consistency, unfortunately. They thought of this too late. But no, I think this card's really cool. I think this card, if this card searched, I think it'd be way better. But I mean,
I think just adding any card off the top 3 is good.
I put this card. It's a generic card, so it's probably like a 3 to a 4. Probably a little bit closer to a 4 than a 3, though. Yeah.
If it didn't have EX Burst, I'd say it'd be a 3, but because it has an EX Burst, it's a 4.
Full arts of all
it doesn't hurt you to play 3 of it now.
Yeah, it doesn't.
You get value out of it. Either it's CP or if you EX burst it, like, oh cool, I get to look at 3 cards and select something.
And Lightning also breaks its own backup sometimes, so you can even just like break it and then play another one later.
Yep.
Fuck you!
We're going to start off with Alphanod, 3CP 6K, category 14, Scion of the 7th Dawn, Water. When Alphanod enters the field, your opponent selects 1 dull 4 they control, put it into the break zone. Damage 3, he gains 2k power. Even in Water Lightning Scions, I don't think this card's worth it.
No, you can play the other Alphanod. The other Alphanod's better.
Yeah.
It lets you get through your deck a little better. It lets you pick up something like it's nice. It's also just a 6K. a 3-drop 6K.
A 3-drop
That's
6K.
very, that's
only,
very underwhelming.
In draft, it's not bad because it's a way of getting rid of something because he synergizes with Alice specifically, but like his sister, Alice just has so many good cards, and this Alphanod is not good at all in my opinion. For a 3-drop Alphanod, I'd rather just play the fire one and cheat it out with Alice. And then go search.
And then find a card.
Yeah, like find whatever I need for my missing deck.
Even Remy's upset about it.
I know.
Yeah. Remy says there's better Alphanods.
So yeah, this guy's like a 2, in my opinion.
Yeah. He's a 1 to me, dude. Like, he's not good.
I say he's...
If you're not playing a science package, I can see you playing him, but like, sometimes I feel like the other Alphanod's just better generic too.
Gives Gra 3k if you target this one.
I'm gonna go to the next card for us.
Okay. Ooh, dude, I love this card.
Yep, so this is a 2-drop Urianger, Cat 14 forward, Silence at 7 font. When Urianger enters the field, if one or more of your cards have been removed from the game, you may search for a Category 14 forward and add it to your hand. It's 4K. This Urianger is sick. If you're playing like Oracle of Light and you've already removed your Oracle of Light to resolve effects and then go search for what you need, it's so cool.
So he feels better a bit later, but I do want to emphasize Warp is technically removed, so if you get something like, I think we'll see it later, Mist, I think is what it's called, that has a 0 cost warp, you just pop her out and then Urianger's live for 4 turns, which is nuts.
It's just really cool.
Yeah. You're right, the other blue Alphanod can target.
Yep.
Which is way better. But yeah, no, I think this Urianger's cool. The only issue I have is there's currently 3 Uriangers where I want to play, depending on the deck I play.
Yeah. There's the one that flips the top 2 for 14.
Scions, there's only 2. So this one, and then, the Lightning 2-drop that EX Burst, look at top, or reveal top 2 and add a 14 character to hand.
Yeah.
Consistent way to have a card removed from the game for this Urianger earlier in the game than besides mid game and late game. I think this card would be the one I would play over it because it searches for any category 14 forward that I want instead of like anything else.
Yeah.
Dude,
I can still see this being good. I can see it being a 3 out of 5.
Yeah, like
it's
right
nice.
now it's pretty balanced for me until until you can make it super consistent. But yeah, I would prefer the 2-drop Lightning one just because of it's an EX burst and it top 2s for a 14 character. So like even if you
I'd agree. I was working on Scions last night. Just altering my. Why am I signed into this one? What gross.
Oh, is it mine?
No, it's signed into the TCGU one.
Oh, I thought it was Travis for me.
No, I just gross. I have to like sign out to get to mine. I think with the new list I was working on, I have all of about. Nope, I clicked on the wrong one again. I think it's like 9 EX bursts, I think, or something just disgustingly low. Like, there's just nothing that triggers in like the main deck you want to play.
Yeah.
Like, let's see here.
It's funny because I was
Scions.
going through and I was just like slapping together a Fire Lightning like shell to use, and I think I fit like 12 or 13 EX burst in there just naturally.
Okay, ready? Listen to this. So, if you wanted to play, I'm playing this new Urianger because I want to test it out. So we have this new Urianger, 3 of Oracle Light, 3 of Ishtola, 3 of Grahatia, 3 of the Alisane Alphanod from the other sets because I like them more, 3 of. Even the new ones don't have the expert, so it's not like it matters too much. The new Estinian and Tancred base, just that's your frontline core. None of those have EX bursts.
Yeah.
And then here, I'm playing Ricard because it's a really cool card. Louis Swad to pick up Alphanod or Alice. And then honestly, I'm playing Sanctuary Keeper because I think that's fucking nuts right now.
Are you playing
With
Moral Web?
Ishtola. Huh?
You should play Moral Web. It's also a 14 character.
I'm also playing it.
Okay. I also
that's my background.
agree that the
But,
worst
like,
part is like the worst part of Scions is Alice backup just gives all your Scions haste, but like the Alice forwards just do so much more.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Who cares? If you play Sanctuary Keeper, once per turn you can just give haste with Ishtola, and then ready Ishtola, give it 2k, and still have Vishtola up for the turn.
I mean,
Yeah.
So
yeah,
who cares?
that's fair.
Yeah.
Wait,
I
which
also found
question?
I also
Which
found the
Morweb
perfect
are you
backup.
playing?
The draw to ditch one.
The EX Burst? Yeah, I would have
The
played
EX
that one
Burst,
too.
because
It
there's
feels
no
better.
EX Burst, right? So I'm playing
Yeah,
the
yeah.
EX Burst. Also
It's
for
probably good.
Grahatia, I found, in my opinion, the perfect card to complement the deck.
What?
Paladin. It's a Cat 14 standard unit backup. It says pay one tap, pay a water, tap it. Put Paladin in the break zone. Choose one forward you control and one other forward you control. During this turn, the next damage dealt to the former is received by the latter. So you just play cool things, and whenever they go to hit your dude, you make them hit your Oracle instead.
Yeah, that is pretty good, actually.
And so it fixes for your Grahatia plus 3k, because you have to control a job category unit, standard unit character. So I chose the Paladin because it's really cool. You also get to play like the new Laporet, but like, here's the issue. I lied. I have 7 EX. Oh my bad. I have 9. I had it right. I played 2 6-drop Leviathan, 3 Kuchelane, 2 Thornton, and 2 Merleweb.
Dude, I think
Those are my only experts. It's
Yeah, but like even then, if you're cycling through your deck fast enough, like even with a low EX burst count, you're still kind of giving yourself
hopefully
the
it doesn't
chance
matter.
to hit them.
Yeah, 100%. But it just feels bad having a low count on base.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I'm playing Kuchelane because it's a good turn-off card. Baju
is a
card.
great
It's an
turn-off
easy
card.
tap one. We're playing 3 Ixion as summons because it's really good. I think the Sanctuary Keeper is something I want to test because I think it's really good.
I think
with the haste on
I think
Y'shtola.
if you have the extra backup slot, if you needed to, instead of 3 Ixion, you do 2 and you play a Chadley.
Oh, the pickup one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Currently,
searcher
I'm playing
Chadley.
2 of the pickup. Currently, I'm playing 2 of the 4-drop Chadley that says remove a counter pickup because I found in playtesting with Soul Rays before that having the option to pick up like Alphanaud, Alisei, or any cool piece. Yeah, Science, sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
They're
Hey, Layla
very
Viking's
close
never
in
bad.
words. But like the pickup Chadley, the counter pickup Chadley, I felt was very good because you could pick up like Alisei or Alphanaud and just get combos going if you didn't have the piece.
That's fair.
It's just something I have to test
also
because
say if you
I hate
can,
not having experts.
because you don't want to play too many 4-drops, but I think if you do like Morweb and you do the new Revis, you're also set because look at 3. Your opponent doesn't get to see those cards, and then you add 1 to hand and you bottom deck the rest, which I think is really good. And it's an EX. Next card though. Oh, this card's
Dude,
Walking
George.
Nuts.
George, if you want to cold, are you playing like the Match 11 in your Layla Viking deck?
Owaka, 3 CP, while you're waiting on that, 3 CP EX burst, backup. When he enters the field, if you control 3 or more backups, draw 2, discard 1. He's just a cheaper Merweb, but also, like, he's an EX burst as well, and he's a Cat 10, so he's searchable off Waka.
I actually think this is it's a really cool card. I think
Because he can be the 3rd backup played, by the way. Because it doesn't say other. So you could go Buddy Waka, and then if you flip this off the top, pick this up, and then play it on the next turn, and then draw 2, discard 1. I just think this card's really cool.
Yeah.
I also do.
It fits generically into anything, so it's at minimum a 3. At best for me, personally, I think it's like a 4. Depending on the type of deck you want to play, but yeah.
What were you say, Oliver?
I'm typing in chat so that way George can see
Always
it.
make it easier.
I also think this is like a 3, but it's just as good as Merleweb, just costs 1 less.
Mm-hmm.
The only difference is Merleweb you can play earlier.
Yeah, you can play Morweb first card played in the game. Like,
But like it's just as good, but it has better categories in my opinion.
yeah, he's also easier to search out than Morweb in my opinion.
Yep.
Because
He's
also
Mobius and a 10.
Buddy just searches this out as well. Instead of just picking a Waka, you just go cool, play Buddy, search out Owaka, play a backup, and then play Owaka next turn. And you still get the ability. So like honestly, it's really good.
Yeah.
10 is looking really nice with its backup lineup, but it is still stuck in a 2-element set where it's mostly gonna want to be water wind, where I still want it to be able to break more into fire and kind of give a more tricolor feel to it instead of like a dual color with a bit of fire added. But that's
it's also kind of like sticking in the doesn't have a kill card range too, which is weird. Its best kill card right now is either Braska 2-drop, which doesn't need setup, but it is kind of feels weak on its own, and then the Jet.
So I think 10, because I played at least 2 different 10 deck. I played a lot of 10, but I think 10's best kill cards are Titus. Or wait, are you saying kill is in breaking forwards, like dealing with forwards?
No. I mean, what's your win condition, right? What's your win condition?
So it's either
I don't think 10 has like a breaking win condition.
Or you're going to aim for like playing the Gold Wings package and just kind of fluttering their stuff off board with Yuna, like bottom decking their dudes, and then just keeping like a more stable board than them is really what you go for.
It doesn't really have like a single just like I'm putting a cool guy out that's just gonna set up the game.
Yeah.
It kind of depends on playing with each other very well.
Everybody, it's interesting because it almost feels like one of the core mechanics of the game is that you want to switch out your party members throughout the fight, so you have everybody, like you can cover everybody's weakness, and that's the way that 10 decks generally feel right now. Is like you want as many of the party that you can put in as possible because they all will compensate for what the others lack.
Yeah.
But it's harder in Final Fantasy, the TCG.
Yep.
Because it's hard to cover all that immediately.
Yeah, it's not easy. Next card.
No.
James, you want to take this one?
Sure. Cecil, 4-drop Paladin, Cat 4 forward. When Cecil or a Category 4 character enters your field, gain a crystal. This effect will only trigger once per turn. Pay a crystal, choose one Category 4 forward. God. You control. Until the end of the turn, it gains 1,000 power, and this forward cannot be chosen by your opponent's abilities. Luminous Blast special. Choose one forward. It loses 5,000 power until the end of the turn.
What do you think?
3 at best.
So I'm a little mixed. I think 3 is the baseline personally, but I think that 4 is probably the highest it gets, and the only reason I say that is 1, if we get more crystal support, then he out of his elements, on him. He's really cool. But also it's the fact that he does say that you can respond with like playing him and playing any Cat 4 character gives you crystals. You'll probably maybe get like 3 in a game, which isn't terrible. That's 3 instances of saying that you can't target my forward with an ability, which is really good. And in decks where you're playing this card, generally you're playing 3 copies of the other Setzel that breaks it to play the Paladin. So if you just have extra copies of that, you just Luminous Burst to neg-5 on things. So realistically, if you wanted to, this card can get around Wool. It's a little convoluted, I would say, quote unquote, in the way it does it. But what you would do is use a crystal to buff somebody up. Or like you could buff this up, and then Wool can't touch this card.
This card just has Wool.
And then you neg something by pitching. But he's really cool. I think it's a cool card.
I think it'll depend on the deck you play.
I think it has a very low floor, but I do actually think it has a pretty high ceiling. Like
he's not the card that wins you the game. He's the card that helps you get where you're going.
Yeah, he's not what you use to be like, this is my beat stick. This is the guy that like supplements your beat stick and the rest of your.
He's a supporting character that is a tech piece that you find and you play. Also,
he's another protection piece for Rydia, because if they try to straight break Rydia with an ability, you gotta pop a crystal until you know.
Like a Cat 4 single, like a Cat 4 deck, playing like Sextol, Powell, Borum, like Rosa, Rydia, Theodore, like
playing PPR.
Issue I have currently, wow, my chair is really low. Only issue I have currently is figuring out because obviously I think Earth Water is the best route to go, but I think Earth Water Wind is just even better. It's figuring out how to mesh that together, and then Palom is almost unplayable in any of those elements, but Porum is, and the Porum that says on enter discard draw, and if you discard a 4 gain a crystal, also isn't terrible for Cecil. And it's
like if you're playing like a deck.
Hippocampus, 3 CP monster, artificial life form. Active ability, dull 3 active characters other than Hippocampus deal 10k damage for every 2 characters you control to all the forwards and opponent controls. Sorry, 1k, my bad. 10k would be busted. I don't know why I read it that way. For every 2 characters you control to all the forwards the opponent controls. Then, until the end of turn, Hippocampus becomes a forward with 8k power. You can only use the ability once per turn. So, if you have 10 characters, you can 5k a board. Realistically, you're probably going to have maybe 7 6 or 7 characters, so you'll probably only get about a 3k, which isn't terrible.
And you have to dole 3 other characters to do it, though.
3 active characters other than Hippocampus, which is also the downside, because if you could dole this card, it'd be really nice.
This is like a 1. I think it has to, you have to commit too much to get it done.
I really wish instead of deal, it said blues. Is that just me? Like, and also, well, I guess you could play a water style deck where you're reactivating your dudes on your opponent's turn, and then you're just like, on your opponent's turn, you're like, you go to blocks, and then you just dole your dudes, and then you're just like, I'll actually sweep you in that case. So, like, I can see it being played in those kind of style water decks.
Defensively, this is really cool. I still think it's a 1, but, like, defensively, I'll block with the dude. Cool, react, tap these dudes, tap these 2 backups that I'm not going to play in this other 4 that I blocked with to then neg your board so you die on the block.
Yep.
It's not terrible.
Yeah.
But I still think it's way too much.
It's way a lot of commitment, but I can see some uniqueness with this card. You could do some cool stuff. It's going to require a different kind of style water deck rather than like the usual water decks that are going around, stuff like that. But I can see if someone wants to put the time and trying to make this card work, I can see it doing well.
Yep. Next card?
I still think it's a 1.
Yeah,
I'm not going to disagree.
Sure.
I'm agreeing with James. Let's see how long 5. Oh, sorry. I'm actually probably going to disagree a little bit with James on this.
On the blue goo or the hippocampus?
On the blue goo. I don't think it's a 5.
Fine. Will you settle for 4?
I settled for 4. It's good.
3 at best of 4.
I think this card's really good.
So, I guess we should read it out. It's a 1 CP monster. When it enters the field, choose a forward, dull it, or activate it. And then tap or pay water, tap it, put blue goo into the break zone, choose an auto ability that's choosing a forward you control, cancel its effect. So yeah, I wouldn't put this at a 5 because it doesn't cancel any auto abilities.
Yes, I know.
It only cancels single target auto abilities.
I still think this card's nuts.
But I do think this card is really cool. I just don't know if people are gonna want to play this over playing Leviathan or Ratsu.
Here's the thing of why I think they play this 100% over the Water Leviathan. That also does the same thing. Only because you can put this on board if you have free extra, like, you have, like, the tap spend. You have the tap to spend. You have the backups to spend.
Yep.
You have the backups to spend. This doesn't hurt to just play. This not only does it dole, but it can activate your dudes. I think this is very good with mono water monsters and whatnot. And actually, this also says this is also just basically an Amaterasu that just doesn't kill anything, which is just nuts to me.
Can I throw an idea out for this card?
Okay.
Can we just play this in water ice?
And dull stuff?
Dull stuff, and then with Gentiana, you're just like, it doesn't have abilities anymore, and so now you're just controlling their board, so that way their forwards don't have abilities. And then you're like playing Sid Randall, so even their like on-enter abilities don't work, and so then you're just selectively saying their dude doesn't have abilities, and they can't even block, and then instead of playing like Dull Freeze, you just play freeze stuff, so then you're just like, I'll freeze your dude. And then there's actually water ice synergy cards, like what's her name? She's the multicolored, but she says on enter, choose 2 dull freeze, choose 1 forward, choose 1 backup, they dull freeze those cards, and then
Terra.
No, it's not Terra. It's an FFCC character.
Well, there's there's a chime that
the chime
freezes and that bounces, but it's only forwards,
which is really cool. Then there's the Cloud of Darkness, water ice Cloud of Darkness that says it costs 2 less if you cast a water, and then if you draw a card, and then stuff like that. And then there's also there's one more water ice character.
Ultimate, cool.
She's type 0, the one that says if your water dude is targeted.
Celestia.
Celestia. You play Celestia in that deck, and you're just like playing the style where you're just playing full board control, and like even if their dude's on board, you're just like, they just don't have abilities.
The only issue is almost
and Sarah Mobius,
a good chunk of those cards. Actually, almost all of those cards cost 4, except for Cloud of Darkness being able to try and make herself cheaper. Ultimisia is a 2. Yeah. But like the only issue I see, so I think Blue Goo is a really nice tech piece, but I don't think you build a deck around this card ever. And like,
you always add it in, but like they can bring something to it.
Think, in my opinion, I still think it's better to play Leviathan, and especially Ratsu, because Ratsu targets any auto. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Leviathan will only target forward autos, which it like sucks, but at least it doesn't need to be targeted, so it still stops a board wipe. Blue Goo can't stop a board wipe.
But no, just hear me out. Just play both.
Yes.
Just play fire water.
I feel like
here's the dumb meme I was thinking about. I was thinking about water wind.
You already have those cards, and wind plays Fina.
I was thinking water wind and just activate your forwards.
Fair.
So that's I honestly, in my opinion, I think the coolest part of Blue Goo is the Dollar activate a forward on enter more than the ability to.
It gives you some cool things you could do.
Yeah.
I think the auto ability is what makes it a 4. I think that Dole activate is what makes it a 3.
I just feel like
as a monster,
so many people are playing, or at least in my opinion, people usually play summons to do it. I mean, it can stop a wool. No, it can't even stop a wool auto. Yeah, people are playing summons a lot, and autos, sure, they like single target, but generally people are just pinging things off with action abilities at this point.
Yeah.
I don't think Blue Goo's second ability is really worth much, so I'm putting it at a 3 as it currently stands, but I do think this card has a really good chance of being higher up.
Well,
I won't lie. At least it has an ability to sack itself off.
Yeah.
If it didn't have an ability to sack itself off, then I would say this card isn't as good as it is.
Why?
Because
why does sacking itself off matter?
There's no way to recycle it. You have to then or draw another one, or there's no way to selectively. You have
Mira and Earth Water for whatever reason, or like Larcacus with Ice Earth Water. You don't get to replay this card unless you play another one.
You have to either inherently play cards that break monsters, so that way you can break it itself, so that way you can reuse it later, or you have to wait for your opponent to break it, which there's not even a lot of like monster removal.
No, not right now.
So
there
like
is, just no one plays it.
Yeah, so it's like, I'm glad that this card at least breaks itself, because it gives you a mode to break it, so that way you can replay it through some other means, so that way you can, like, on your opponent's turn, break it, and then on your turn, you replay it through other means. So that's why I'm glad. If not, I would say the card is a 3 or a 2, because in this meta, you can't really do that. Yeah, it's multi-playable, but you have to, like, hard draw it, and that's always never
I think just having the extra option to have an auto negate's really nice.
I will say, this card does get free played off 5 CP Realm, which isn't terrible, but I think there are better options like Corel that can also dole or freeze something on enter. So
I think a 1-drop that says negate an auto is nuts.
Yeah, no, it's
technically
good.
It costs 2.
It's selective auto.
But we have to be honest with ourselves. It's not any auto or even autos off forwards. It's only an auto that's targeting another thing.
Yeah.
And it has to choose a forward. If it's an auto that for whatever reason chooses a backup, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and there's a good amount of autos that actually choose forward, like World.
Credit given, this can shut down an Une. Not terrible. Because Une, and it can shut down a Leviathan as well. But
they have to choose a forward,
that's the whole auto ability, is choosing a forward, a backup, and a monster. And if they choose a forward in that auto ability, then it goes off. And even Leviathan's -9, you can still cancel with Blue Goo. So like, it's not terrible. I think it's very selective in its tech, which is where I put it at like a 3.
I think Mono Water can play one of this at worst and still get away with it.
I think this card has a very high skill ceiling. And maybe even a floor to some degree. Maybe a high floor, and the ceiling and floor are like right next to each other, just because of like you have to.
Yeah, the selective zone of where you can use it.
Such a tech piece for the meta, in my opinion. So I just can't like give a proper placement just yet until we see how Opus 20 itself turns out. But like with Leviathan and Une running around, this card is really good to stop those.
Yep, for sure.
So I don't have a definitive spot on it just yet.
Also, it's a Cat 7.
It is a Cat 7.
There's actually a couple Cat 7 water in here.
All right, next one.
From Melda.
From Melda.
I have a question. Wait, you guys talk. I have a thinking right now. I have an idea. Give me a second.
All right, James, I'm glad we went the same direction.
From Melda 3-drop, Pictologica, FFTA2, cool. It's a Sword Saint. Forward. Hey, no, you said you wanted more Sword Saints.
Yeah, but it's the same character.
Yeah, I know. When Formelda attacks, draw a card, then discard a card. When you discard a forward by this effect, choose a forward. Until the end of turn, it loses 3,000, and Formelda gains 3,000. I think it's real neat. This is only cool if you're trying to get over something like a wool.
We have better Formeldas.
Hey guys.
We have better over wool things.
We have a total of 3 Formeldas in this game, I want to say. And currently...
There's only one Sword Saint, it's Formelda.
No,
I've never played a Final Fantasy game,
she's the
prove me
only
wrong.
Sword Saint, so like...
I just played Final Fantasy altogether.
Oh.
Hey guys.
Okay, hey guys.
Can we see, because of this new blue goo, can we see Mono Water teching in what's his name? Andrea Rodea into their deck if they start playing this blue goo? They're both 1-drops, and so you play them both in like a Leo deck, and then he just says Andrea Rodea just says dull 2 active category 7 characters, and all your opponent's forwards lose abilities.
So I do want to stress that we do have Kyrie, who also is a Cat 7. That's an EX backup that you would do the same thing with. When I had one of my dancer builds had Andrea in it because he's also a dancer, so like he's got a dual use to him. The only issue is Andrea's really easy to just pop off the board.
It is a 3K.
He's a 1-drop 3K.
Yeah, he's a 3K,
it
but like
immediately dies to wall.
yeah, but if they go to wool it, you just on the stack. You
can also just respond to Andrea on the stack and just kill it then.
Yeah,
the issue is he's too easy to respond to.
It's a defensive play at that point. You're just like, you hold it till your opponent's like, I'm gonna wool now, and you're just like, all right, well, I'm just gonna go ahead and say all the rest of your dudes don't have things, so it's fine.
Yeah, but I don't know. As much as I like it, like the ability to blank a whole board, because it's based off that one card, it just feels too flimsy. Personally, he doesn't have any. The only reason I felt comfortable playing him in Dancers was
because he said
my
Dancer
top protected him. Yeah,
he says Dancer.
He just gets like sneezed on, he's dead. My opponent plays anything they want that says deal damage or break a dude, and Andrea's gone, and it doesn't even feel bad because that card can be a menace. But yeah,
we're not saying blanking a board is bad. We're just saying it dies real quick.
Andrea doing it is probably not the best bet.
Remember when we talked about how like dealing 3K and dealing 4K just doesn't do enough in this format? It does enough to kill this fucker.
We should get back to Formelda. So I think her on attack's cool to draw 1 then discard instead of discard draw. That's nice. If you discard a forward, you can neg something by 3 and increase her by 3, which is like cool, but I would never play this card realistically.
It's not enough.
Yeah.
Please, the last one from set 17 is just better. It has the experts too. Like
yeah. If this one had first strike or like some sort of keyword, then I'd see a lot more play in it. But because it doesn't have a keyword, it kind of feels bad. Like,
honestly, I also like the Formelda from set 6.
That next 4 for each Sword Saint.
Yeah.
Even though there's only one Sword Saint. it do be like that. Yeah, I don't really have much else to say about this card. Do you guys?
No, there's 2 Sword Saints.
Oh, what's the other one?
Orlando.
What's he do again?
So you have there's one from set 1 and one from set 4. The set 1 is a 5-drop that says when Orlando enters the field, when Orlando attacks, deal 3K to all the forwards your opponent controls. You can pay 2 to give him haste for the turn. Then Orlando from set 4 says when he enters the field, choose a damage forward and break it. That's actually really neat. It has a special of pay 2 and discard a copy. Choose 1 forward, it loses 7K until the end of the turn, and then you activate Orlando. It doesn't do enough, either of them.
2 Sword Saints.
But
so it's 8K.
He's also a 5 cost on each of them.
Yeah,
feels bad.
He's very pricey.
Well, the breaking damage forward is not terrible, especially in Lightning. That's whatever as a 5-drop. It's also a 5-drop 9K compared to the other 5-drop 7K.
Yep.
And honestly, if there were more Sword Saints, this set 6 for Melda is really cool, but dealing 8K at max right now, fucking garbage.
Not killing wool. Next card. Porum.
You just play parts.
2 CP 5K, White Mage, Category 4. When Porum enters the field or is put from field to break zone, draw a card, then discard a card. If the discard card is a Category 4, also gain a crystal. It's a cycle that does it twice. You play it, you draw, discard, which is, as I stated previously, really good. And then on top of that, you can gain a crystal potentially, and then when it dies, you do the same effect. So you can.
Yeah, and if you have like an extra category 4 character that's already on the board, you're just like, all right, I'll pitch it because I drew into it. I don't want it.
Yeah, monster.
It's just like
that.
Yeah, it's just like, all right, cool. I'll get a crystal out of it. At least I got something out of this at the end of the day.
Crystals that he can use to keep things alive. So,
my favorite thing, and I'm going to double check just to make sure. Outside of 2 on each for Palom and Porum, they all die to a Brynhilde real quick.
Yep. Nobody plays Brynhilde really though right now.
Which is real weird, because I think
you know why?
It's really good.
You know why? It's because Wool is just a built-in Brynhilde.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
I mean, you don't get the draw, but like you have a 10k keyword suit body. Who cares?
Yeah, that says he's swinging and doing it and can do it again.
Oh no!
And can do it at the same time.
Yeah.
Like
I will say, unless you're playing with the Fire Palom from this set, I mean, Porum on her own stands well. Palom needs a Porum, but like I don't think this card is really worth playing, and you have to play a specific deck around the new Water Cecil to really even want to play this card. Otherwise, you just play the Amano art cards from like Opus 14, and you call it good.
Because they're still better.
Yep, they are so good.
the 15 ones that say pay 0, do cool thing.
Oh, I thought they were 14. Might be. Yeah.
Nope, they're 15.
They're 15. They came out the same before Suarez.
Yep, they came out at the same time with Roble and Rydia.
Yeah, so I would rather play them over these guys. I do really like this Porum, like personally though. I'd put this card in Cat 4. This card's a 3 to a 4. Outside of Cat 4, I think this card's also still like a 3 at base,
but it's like
just because it cycles. It's a 2 cost that cycles.
I honestly think this is a 2 unless you're trying to do Cat 4 crystal things.
Which you need the new Cecil for. You don't do it otherwise. So.
And I think if you're playing the Cat 4 crystal engine, I still think this card's a 3. This is not going to do much else but get you that crystal and cycle.
Yeah. And sometimes that crystal is like very needed,
you know what you could
it just
do?
depends.
What you could do as well, because of the Palom, which I want to double check real quick just to make sure. The Palom, here he is. So Palom enters, you can pay a crystal. When you do so, choose a 4 and deal 8k damage. So you can go pour him into Palom if you discarded a Cat 4. And then you can put Palom and pour him into the break zone and choose a 4 and deal at 10k. So you can block with 1 and then just trigger the Palom and then shoot.
And then double trigger off of it?
And then you get another, well, what do you mean double trigger?
You get a second trigger off of Porum.
Yeah. So like, it's not...
Double trigger off the Porum, my bad.
It's better if you combo with the both of them. But it's the Porum itself is fine by it.
It always is, right? That's the entire gimmick behind these two.
Yeah, they work together.
Even the set 15 ones are. If you have both, they both get bigger real quick.
Yeah, they start becoming a problem. We can go to the next card.
Yep.
The next card is the 4-drop Fiend.
Oh god, yeah.
It's a Mobius Cat 6, dude. It's a forward warring triad. During each turn, when your opponent casts a summon for the first time in that turn, cancel its effects. Damage 3 during each turn. When the Fiend is chosen by opponent's ability for the first time in that turn, cancel its effects. Damage 5. The Fiend gains 1,000 power in Brave, and if the Fiend is dealt damage less than the Fiend's power, the damage becomes 0 instead. It's an 8k. It is a 5. Like, there is no way that this card is fair when comparatively to the other Warring Triads, there's 7 costs. This is only a 4, and this does way more.
This does like,
here's the only.
How is this fair?
The only downside to this card is that he doesn't get his ability protection until damage 3, in my opinion. It
doesn't matter. In Mono Water, it doesn't matter. You're taking damage anyways.
Here's the crazy part with Mono Water.
So what I'm saying is that means that it gives them a way to do with this card. If they, like we talked about this, if they cast the summon and then have to cast another summon, that's just extra cards out of their hand. They're wasting CP, right? You could play this under like Water Earth, and if they cast the summon, you're like, cool, I'll cancel it. And then if they try to cast another one, you're like, tap Vanille, tax you, which just obliterates a hand essentially. I think that's really cool. He just cancels any summon the first time on both turns it's cast. Nuts. Yeah. Meaning Ratsus don't do anything either because they're not going to get through. His damage 3 to protect himself from abilities is really cool. I just don't like that it's at damage 3. I mean, it makes sense. Otherwise, this card.
It makes it fair.
It's a fair card. I don't care. In a game where you can just take 3 damage early game and you can still play the game.
This is a very
here's what's going to be the problem. You hit damage 5 as a water deck, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll Lina remove. I'll play this Fiend.
Mm-hmm. What do you do?
Deal with this now, please. This is a 9k with Brave that
only
you have to
thing-
deal 9k or
The
more.
only thing
Or
that
you go
stands against
Leviathan
this
and
is
then
a
you
warrior
hard
light.
cast a fiend.
Either or.
Yeah.
The only thing that stands up to this is Wool right now, in my opinion. There might be other cards that I'm just not thinking of, but Wool's the only thing because Wool's a 10k with First Strike, as opposed to a 9k Minwu with Brave. So, like, if you can deal with Wool, Fiend is fine.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't take anything that's less than his power. So 9k has to pass into him.
Yeah, I hate that the answer is Wool. Like, that shows
here's the
what kind of meta we're in. Like,
The easiest thing to deal with Wool, you got Porum in water.
Leviathan.
Mono water will play Porum. And Chuchulain.
Leviathan.
Leviathan.
Just bouncing and saying you can't recast it shuts a Wool down for a good turn or two.
Well, I mean, like, if
Which
you have
is
the
not
Fiend
bad.
on board, easiest answer is just Chuchulain and Porum. They swing, you go Chuchulain, Porum, and you just buff this, and just like,
You still have to deal with
coming
Wool
in.
being a 10k though. That's the big thing. It's not even the first
So if
strike
you have
itself,
some-
it's just a big K. You need pull.
Why not you play the honestly, trading with Wool doesn't feel bad with this card really.
Taco.
No.
You just play it again.
Yeah.
But you can play the banner the anthem.
Yeah,
Plus, plus I will say,
That one,
while you're
or
underwater,
T'Chaka.
if you're playing mono water with Fiend, you just play Ash realistically.
Yeah,
which can
and
net
Ash is
10K.
just good enough. Yeah. And then Ash is your answer at that point to Wool every time because you're just like, I'll trade an Ash. I paid only one for this Ash. I don't care.
Yep.
I'll play another one.
I'm not gonna lie, Fiend definitely turns me on to wanting to play mono water, for sure.
It's so
mono
I
water's
don't-
boss monster.
Mono
besides
water
Leviathan.
already really felt unfair to play.
Yeah.
And I think this
adding this card into their repertoire now makes it even worse.
and Blue Goo. Oh
Yeah, it's so. I don't know what they thought. Like, I would have been okay with this card being a 7 cost because then it's on theme with all the Warring Triads. Then I'd be fair with it. But because
What if
this
it was
is
a
a
7? What if it was just a 7 cost with all this word spaghetti?
Oh, it'd
that's
be gross.
fine.
Okay.
I'd be okay with it.
You just Lina for free. It's gross.
Yeah. I hate. The only thing I hate is that the other two are 7 costs. This is a 4 cost. Why is this a 4 cost? And this has more usability in it. Like,
It's better than Goddess. I don't think it's as
Yeah.
It's better early game than both of them. I think that's the big part. Is
Yeah,
it's
and that's
better
nutty
late game.
early game.
yeah,
This
it's
is
so dumb.
nutty early game.
I think
Yeah,
in the mid
it's
to
so
late game, this
dumb.
card still holds up, only for the simple fact that the longer the game goes, the less resources are abundant, and this card just sticks.
Here's the other thing: the Goddess and the Demon are tech cards. This is not. This is definitely not a tech card.
No, you just play
this
this
is like
in
This is just
a main card.
A beat stick.
Yeah, it's an AK beat stick that also says my opponent can't play has to play 2 summons a turn in order to play the summon that they want.
Yep.
And then at damage 3, it gets better that says if you try to get rid of me, you don't.
Imagine
I just
playing a
add
card.
on water now.
Like,
Imagine
it's
playing a
just-
card that just says that you're not allowed to play Hecaton Chair.
Yeah, it's like it's this.
Imagine
this
a card that just says Hecatonchia costs so much more.
Yeah, I can also
Here's the thing.
see like Soiree decks playing this card. Like
100%. 100%.
like so, anything
You're
that can
you're
play
cool
water
Heca-
effectively.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Here's the thing. Hecatonchia costs 5. This is gonna negate the first summon, and then you just vanilla. Like you were talking about, you just vanilla the
Yeah.
other one, and like their heck is a 7 after they already had to play something else.
In ice water, you Mobius. You're just like no.
Last
Stop.
thing I'll say on this one, just because I want to give downsides of the card as well, just so people aren't constantly thinking this card's nuts. It's got the same weaknesses as like Titus would have, where if you just hit it with a generic board wipe, or like a non-targetable ability, like Famfrit it for whatever reason, it's gone. But like, Famfrit is not happening when you say no, but
Yeah, when you say it's canceled.
yeah, Toto
Well,
kills
actually,
it.
this dies the EX burst too.
It does
Yeah.
die to EX Burst. EX Burst will kill it. Toto will kill. Well, actually, abilities.
EX summons will hit it.
EX summons, will, but
summons.
abilities won't. Yeah. Toto will kill this card.
EX summons get around it. Toto kills it.
If he's not at damage 5, even Demon kills this card because Demon just names Warring Triad or Water and deals 8k to all of it. You know what I mean? So like,
Matoya kills
Toya
this.
kills it because it just straight breaks everything.
Yep.
Yeah,
Titans
just-
still kills it.
it's just you're
Before
already
it hits
in we're already so far into the game that there are cards that actually help the
My
team
bad.
survive more. So like that's the problem. If this card would have came out like
Shadow
earlier,
Lord.
Yeah, Shadow Lord too.
Titan
But
kills
if
it.
this, yeah,
Oh, yeah, I'm
because it's
just
AK or less.
Yeah.
Shadow Lord
It's
was
just-
what was in my head,
Oh,
and I said Titan.
It's just there's already cards in the game that some decks are already playing to help with the protection of certain units, and so adding this card that not only
Protects
gets
itself.
that protection, but also has its own protection of a different sort. That's where this card gets better.
this card
It's
is
so good because of it.
This thing gets played by Cecil.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
This card is a nightmare, in my opinion, for summoner decks. So summoner decks need to actively tech in ways to deal with this card efficiently, or they're just sitting ducks.
Here's the thing. Wool just plays this and walks over everything. That's the problem I'm seeing right now. Is Wool just plays this and walks over everything.
Yeah.
Looks like
And
we're
it
just
doesn't
gonna
have-
have to start packing
like-
board wipes in our decks more often.
The
Yeah,
close
and-
matchups that Wool had was literally just summons. This thing just shuts that down.
Yeah.
It's fucking
Well,
ridiculous.
Your
Sounds-
opponent will see. Your opponent will see that they play the fiend, and then you're like, haha, I'll play my wool and then play a fiend too. Have fun.
Yeah, the play is I'll play Wool, tap my things. Cool, they all stand, I'll draw. I'll play Cecil, play this fiend. Have a Rosa, tap this to kill this dude so I have nothing, and then, your turn.
Yeah.
I have a fiend, Cecil, and a Wool on board.
And there are decks that could probably come out like Ice Lightning can like start becoming more relevant because then people will probably play like Gentiana, and so then this doesn't have abilities anymore, and so like there are decks that can get around it, right? But this is just a very strong card.
They have to work very hard to get around.
Yeah,
they have to get around
it's
it.
not
But,
a
like,
one
this is
card
very
beats
strong.
this. It's so costly to do with this card.
Yeah, there's just selective cards that beat it, and if you're not playing any of those cards, how do you play against it?
This
And so,
maybe
like,
should have been a 7.
This is a card that is a, what's the term for it? It's so like, it's not silver bullet, but there's another term that says like it's a problem card that's rising. It's like how Wool felt. Like we saw that Wool was like good, and then it's gotten better, and so now it's a bully incoming is what I'm going to.
Yeah. I definitely see the theme
problem
becoming a
is-
staple in any deck that can play water, even at a 1 to 2 up. This card,
Exactly.
honestly, I think is going to be a menace to deal with every time it hits the
This
board.
thing by itself is a deck, right?
Yeah.
This thing just sitting on the board by itself is a deck to play. Like,
Because
It
you
does
can
so
play-
much
you
for
just-
so little.
'Cause it
You
just-
could play a ramping deck where you're just hitting yourself for damage under fire or lightning and play this card and then be like, well, I'm at damage 3. You can't touch my card like at all, and I shut off your deck in the process. Like, have fun.
And if you're playing Earth, Fire, Water, you get to play Bosch, you get to play Sabin, and you're just like Sabin, Bosch, go to 2 damage. Or if they put you to 1, you're just like,
This really-
I'll go to 3.
this really
like-
should have been a 7 drop.
Yeah, like I said, the reason I have a problem with this card is because it's not a 7 drop, like the other cards.
And it doesn't
If
have
this
a
was a
full art.
7 drop, yeah, and if this would have been a 7 drop like the other ones, I think they're all on fair game. Like playing this early is still nice because it still stops your opponent.
Yep.
It doesn't let them play like these summons that like get them that consistency, so they can't like cast a Mist Dragon to delve deeper in their deck. They can't play like well, Soldier's not a thing anymore, but they can't cast like Chocobo, 1-drop Chocobo. They can't cast that.
Honestly, you know what I would have actually been happier with? Is if you swapped around the damage 3, damage 5 between the 3 abilities.
So damage
if this-
5 can't be
if this
touched by
started
abilities.
with-
Damage 3 menu effect.
Yeah.
I can agree.
Damn,
with
no, I was thinking damage 5, you can start canceling summons every turn, or damage 3. And then for sure, the one that's just a normal one is the first time it's targeted by an ability, right?
Yep.
Summons
Okay.
are easy. Summons easily get rid of it, or can easily get rid of it. And then at like damage 3 or damage 5, then it starts getting the cool stuff.
Yeah. So like it's a ramping card, right? Like it gets
It
better
gets-
later in the game.
Like it already does that, but like
So
it's
we
not
don't
auto
circle
just
jerk
cancel
this
summons.
card off anymore. We need to move on.
Yeah.
Missed.
So dumb.
Oh, I'm gonna circle jerk this card for a hot second. 2 CP, 2K.
That's fine.
Warp
I
4,
missed
pay
out on
nothing. Funny. When a warp counter is removed from Mist, look at the top card of your deck. You may put it into the break zone. This effect will trigger only if Mist is removed from the game. When Mist enters the field, draw 1 card. For no warp cost, and for the ability to see either your potential next damage or next draw, one of your next draws, and then on enter draw a card. I think this card's actually really nice. It also triggers Urianger right off the gate if you have it, so that's not bad. I actually think this is really cool.
Yeah, you can also play it and win with Bane, and like you just start like getting through your deck and just like hyper consistency because you're drawing. Yeah, it's like you're just like, do I want to draw this card off Bane? No, okay, I'll mill it. I'll remove a warp counter now. Drop, miss trigger, reveal top. Do I want to draw this one? Yes. Okay,
I just want to say you could just pay 2 for her, and she still nets you a card in hand because she doesn't have to enter off a warp.
Yeah, if you want to like set up your break zone because like you have this neat monster and you're just like, I'd rather play this from discard pile because you play stuff that can play it from discard pile. You're just like, I'll pitch this monster, play, miss, draw a card. Oh, I have the answer to play this monster that I put in here. Cool, I'll play it. I'll play this monster now. Cool.
Yeah. I do really think she's a cool card. She does
playing Echidna.
Dig you through the deck.
It's just like, it's nice. It's cool. I'm glad I'm glad this card exists. Yeah, I can see it as 3. I think if you're playing water in some form, you can play it.
Here's the thing: there's nothing that stops you from just removing 3 of these in your hand.
Yep.
Like.
Yeah.
There's nothing that stops you from having 3 of them in your removed from game pile.
Yeah. Hey, it says deck thinning except winning. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah. Especially in water that says remove with Lena, play dude.
Yep. Yeah. Feels it faster.
Like it doesn't feel bad.
She's a really cool card. Next one. Meliadoul. I hope that's how we pronounce that. Meliadoul. 3 CP 7k. When Meliadoul enters the field, choose 1 forward opponent controls. As long as Meliadoul is on the field, it loses all its abilities. Damage 3, she gains 1k power. I don't like that she's a 3 cost. If she was a 2 cost and like a 6k, I think it'd be better for me. But I don't think she's terrible.
I actually think this card's nuts.
Because she blanks, she's a silver bullet to any forward that you don't want to deal with.
Besides, we had a problem with Fiend.
She does
silver bullet Fiend
until damage 3. She shuts off Fiend.
Until damage 3. But then you just do, I'll play cool thing to target Fiend. He negates it. Meliadoul cancel. Do other cool thing that cost more that I wanted to do instead of using a cheap ability. And do cool thing. Just having a silver bullet that's just like, blank that please, I don't like that. Like wool, blank that please, I don't like that.
Yeah, especially underwater. Wow, it's really funny how water has a lot of really nice tech pieces that they can just sit on. Especially with the loss of Sildra, they do get three extra spaces opened up in the deck now.
And then until Fiend, they didn't really have a cool dude that stuck on board to do cool things.
Yeah, everybody just kind of was there for a bit, and the monsters were really what you relied on. I mean, you could still rely on the monsters.
Titus could. Titus could.
So, yeah, because Titus
is kind of hard to remove. So, like...
Yeah, I think Ash was fine. You didn't care if it removed it, so, like, it wasn't something you worried about.
Yeah, no, but, like, it's a 10k body. That's hard to remove. Like, you have to, like, actually do something.
You would almost rather they got rid of your Ash.
Yeah. Well, that's why you get rid of it yourself, right?
Yeah, I actually think this card's like a 4.
Yeah.
I do want to see how people play it.
It's an 8k.
Like...
It's not searchable. There's no FFT searchers, right? You just have to bare bones draw into this.
To be fair...
Or Tyro.
No, there should be, right? There should be,
and
right?
For FFT?
I think so.
You have a Simon water backup that says choose an FFT card in your break zone at hand.
Yeah.
That's not terrible.
But it doesn't draw. It doesn't.
You have Ovelia. That says you can draw a card if it dies.
Yeah, but it doesn't search the card out.
No, I'm going through it right now. Give me a second. I don't see anything.
I'll keep searching. You guys keep going.
Next one. Yuna.
I hate that it's not FFTA.
5
this could have been the perfect FFTA card. God damn it.
5 cost 8k. Summoner, category 10. When Yuna is chosen by your opponent's ability, you may discard a summon. When you do, cancel its effects, nuts. And then when you cast a summon, draw a card. This effect will trigger only once per turn. And then Holy, ditch a copy of Yuna, choose a forward, deal it 3k damage for each summon in your break zone. Honestly,
the Holy's nuts.
The Holy's nuts until you get Mist Dragon, and then it feels bad because there's nothing in your break zone. but otherwise, I also think she's really cool because she just replaces the cost of the summon, or not the cost of the summon. She replaces the summon that you cast.
Are they supposed to play summon if you have a Fiend on board? Okay.
Yeah. I think this card's nuts if you're playing spellbooks.
I mean, even in the Earth Water Summoner deck, if you don't want to play backup Yuna, you play this Yuna. She can
This is
cost
a
4 with
great
Braska.
Yuna choice.
Because Braska makes her cost 1 less, and then for the rest of the game, you have essentially a 4-drop 8k that says, if you try to touch me with an ability, I'll just cancel it. The whole effect. So it doesn't matter if it's like parts of a whole bunch of things, like Leviathan, for instance. She cancels all of Leviathan. She's like Regis in that regard. And then if you just cast a summon, casually draw a card is nuts, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because that's on either turn.
Yeah,
I found the only problem I have with everything going on with summoners. There exist only 2 summoners that matter.
Rydia and Yuna.
Yep.
I mean, Ico makes everything
Ico's
cheaper.
nice.
Rydia and Yuna are the only ones that matter because they're the only ones you want to play. Ico's your secondary search, and it's still only underwater unless you want to play the
Garnet's
dual 3.
actually a really good summoner too, though.
I'm thinking about the Rydia 5-drop, okay? Garnet doesn't do shit. It's a dual color.
Garnet picks up
Ico,
summons.
the Earth one... Yeah, what I'm saying is, like, if you're playing Rydia, your 2 choices for water are... Water Ico or Water Yuna, and that's it.
Well, it doesn't have to be water.
I guess you pick up Lin. Yeah. I'm saying, but, like, if you choose Earth, your 2 choices are Rydia or Ico.
Braska. You also have Seymour.
Under Earth and Water.
I know, I'm giving you crap.
Under
I'm
Earth,
giving you crap.
your only summoner choices, I believe, are going to be
Rydia and
Ico. Is there anybody? No, I think it's just them.
Nope.
Yeah.
Because Garnet's your only other choice, and that eats up both your slots.
Yeah. Well, the other. No, yeah, it eats up both technically, but it's still not bad though. The Rydia backup's insane.
It's just I want another Earth summoner target that's not the 3-drop tap Ico.
The 2-drop Ico, you mean?
I meant the tap 3 Ico.
Oh yeah. Well, I think that's fine. With this Yuna, I actually think that Ico gets a lot better because when you free cast the summon, you actually just replace the card back in hand.
Oh yeah.
And then any extra units you have can be
actually-
used to. If you have 3 summons in your break zone, that's a 9k, which you're almost always gonna have.
I also really like not having to play the Yuna backup because it still makes your Leviathan actually free instead of a 1-drop.
It does make
Obviously, the 1-drop's not bad, but like
the only issue I have, and I will be 100% honest, is that 6 CP Leviathan does not cost 5. Actually, making that card cost 5 makes that card a lot more playable. But
yeah, I can
if
see
you
that.
use, so now what you're doing is you're using almost primarily a forward lineup. So you have to be really smart about how you block and engage with your opponent with your forwards if you're going to tap them.
Yeah.
Because if you're tapping your backups, then like you're essentially paying just a cheaper cost than like tapping forwards. So you also
get to switch up your backup lineup. Like you can play the Lina. I guess you can play the Lina if you're doing Earth Water. Play the cool backup.
But you're instead of the Yuna backup, you're able to play maybe an extra Braska and something else on top of that too, because I think Braska's a really good card to play in summoners for sure. At this point, I think he's almost a must to make
as
everything
many
cost
summoners.
less.
Yeah,
especially because you have 2 5-cost summoners in your deck now.
You could play the what's her name?
Unaleska?
No, the dual horn. The dual horn summoner.
Oh, the Alice. The Alice
yeah,
is
You
horned.
can. You just have to be able to withstand her. So like you maybe
Just play Ash.
Yeah.
Yeah, just play 2-drop Ash.
As
Because
long as
then
you're
you just
able to
pick her up
withstand
at the end of the turn.
And then everything comes in dull. So haste doesn't. That's actually low-key, not gonna lie. That card's actually really good to help deal with Wool, because Wool comes in dull because of her. And that means he can't attack the turn. And he can't
Do you know what
attack
else
the
you
turn.
can? Do you know what else you
Oh no,
can
wait.
play with
Marquis
this
does that.
Elise?
You're right. Never mind.
Yep.
You know what else you can play
in the deck.
You know what else would help with the Elise the Ensorcelled?
Mm-hmm.
Blue Goo.
Yeah, Blue Goo. Dude, sick.
I'll activate my Elise.
Yeah. And so you're playing Makis,
Alice? Alice, I don't know how you want to say it.
It's Alyse. Elise, whatever. Alice, whatever.
There's no E. There's no E.
Is there an E?
No, it's just Alys.
Second.
I mean, it could be Alice, because the E and Y can make the same sound. English language is fun. Yuna ratings. What do you guys? Does she have a full art? She does. I want her full art. God, I want her full art so badly. Actually, probably my
But you
chase
can play
card.
that. You can play. Yeah, but I think now it took a bit. It took 3 sets, but Makis Elise might come back.
Well, so they're honestly just them alone is fine for dual horns, but like the only issue I have is the forward space in summoners is so tight because of all the summons you play that like you're probably maybe
Yeah.
playing a 1-2 split, like 1 Maquis and 2 Elise, or like 1 Elise and 2 Maquis. But no, I honestly, this unit is like a 4, maybe a 5, depending on how well I can get her to function, and I see how other people play her. I think this card is, I personally think this card's worthy of being a legend, and that's definitely like biased on my point too.
Yeah, I'm really thinking of playing this unit in Ice Water Spellbooks because I'm gonna play her with Terra, so that way you just cast a summon and you're just like, I'll draw a card, but also Dolan Freeze, Dolan Freeze.
So upsetting.
And you know,
even the Final Fantasy wiki can't tell me how to say her name.
Is when you're playing with Une and you need to protect Una, you just tap Une to pick up a summon and ditch it to protect her. So like it's not terrible. It's just keeping your recursion up is probably the biggest thing, because you're discarding to either keep her alive, which you don't get a return value on besides keeping her on board. So you kind of have to play a balancing act on it. But yeah, next one.
Unicorn.
Who wants this one?
I think this card's nuts. It's a 2-drop. It's a summon. It's a cat 6. Select one of the 2 following actions. If you control a category 6 forward, select up to 2 of the following actions instead. Choose one forward, activate it, draw a card. Choose one forward of cost 4 less opponent controls, return it to its hand. This card
this does
so
withstand Elise.
gross.
That it does.
It does. It also lets you just like return one of their dudes. You're just like bounce that wool back to your hand or something, and you're just like, I'm not dealing with it. Or in Palinforum, you're just like, I'll bounce the forum that now has 3 counters on it. You have to replay it now if you really want to.
Yep.
It's just like it's just a good 2-drop summon. Like that's what I see.
It's good in PPR in general.
Yeah.
It's good in PPR is good.
It's a good generic. Good generic. Like that's the reason why this card.
Oh, it's cat 6, not cat 4. Cat 6.
Yeah, it's cat 6, but it's fine. It's fine.
Strago, Mog, Terra. I'll bounce your dude, freeze these 2.
Yeah. With Terra, it's just like cool. It's like I'll draw a card.
Yep.
It's
what
just
is it? It's
I don't have
it's
too much to say on this.
Do you know what do you know what's actually going to be disgusting with this?
Playing
What
this
is
in an
that?
ultra stack. It's funny.
It is funny. It is funny. Where'd it go? I had a thought in my head. Let me find it. I have to find the card to find the thought. Using this in a cat 6 deck with Realm.
Oh yeah.
Hey, I'll play this unicorn twice. I'll activate these 2, draw 2, and then we'll go ahead and just bounce these 2 dudes back to your hand.
It is really good.
it's so nuts. Like this card's just
really
generically good.
It gets extra
Even
value
if it's
playing it
even
in
if
its archetype, like
yeah.
in its category. But
yeah.
even
And here's the other thing: full art looks real sick.
it does. It's just clean. That's why it looks so nice.
It's the artist draw. So
Yeah, it's so good,
next
dude.
one. Oh,
all
it's
those
just
artist
Oracle.
ones are good.
Nobody cares about Oracle.
Matsuda, dude. Matsuda drew this so beautifully. It's
All right.
so good.
Fisher. 2 CP backup, standard unit. It's cap 14. That's pretty cool. Tap, put Fisher into the break zone. Draw a card for every 10 water cards in your break zone. How do you guys feel about this? I don't think it's super great, but I think it's okay.
Nice. It's nice for mono water decks. It says I'm putting an extra card in, I'm gonna draw.
It's cool in mono water decks if they don't get Mist Dragon. I think it's a cool one of. I think it's a cool one of.
Can you imagine
play
breaking this? Paying the cost and then your opponent's like Mist Dragon or break zone?
Yep.
And Mist Dragon's pretty rampant right now because Earth is a very strong element.
Yes.
Unless you have Len on board, then you're like, haha.
That's the only reason this card's like a 2.
Yeah.
It's because like if they don't have Mist Dragon or you can stop a Mist Dragon or whatnot, this card's gonna draw at least 2. Right? At the very least.
I think at the least it draws 1. It is really hard to get 20 in. I've been playing with Light Titus and messing around with that, and I'm not gonna lie, getting 21 cards in your deck or in your break zone is a little rough. I will say though, I'm pretty sure this card counts itself as one of those 10 water cards.
Yes.
So you tap because you pay cost and then you do the effect.
Then it checks,
if
resolves.
9 cards and you break this, that's your 10th one. You draw one.
It's not like a summon, so yes.
Tap 1, draw.
Because it's not resolving in a separate zone. Technically, it's resolving from it hitting the break zone.
Yeah. So I don't think this card's too cool. There's way better ways to draw in water, but maybe a 1-of's fine.
I think water plays as a 1-of, and if it's early game, you're like, cool, I don't need this. And you get to later game, and it's like, well, I don't mind tapping 2 to play this and slowing down a little bit because I'm water and I can just bounce all your shit, and then I'll just draw cards later to then over aggro you.
Lunafreya.
This card's cool. I just wish it wasn't a Lunafreya.
every Lunafreya is basically water. And I'm really tired of it. Like, I get it. Leviathan's her summon and all that. I get it.
Yeah.
But, like, can we stop getting Cat 15 cards
I played
underwater?
I played the game. I understand.
There's one
like,
Idolus that is underwater as Cat 15. Other than that, they're all Lunafreyas.
Like, its ability is cool. Being able to warp it away and then telling your opponent, hey, if you're gonna make a big board, you're gonna have to get rid of that board at some point.
The only issue I have is that she's warp 3.
Yeah, if she was warp 2, I'd feel a lot better for the card.
Because she's warp 3, she's garbage.
I understand though, it's a common. Like, it's but paying 4 to just put it on the board sometimes is nice. Just being able to tap 2, pitch. Your opponent has to put one of their forwards into the break zone. Like, it's not even the bounce. Like, I'm glad that the bounce is on the warp rather than the bounce being on the play. Because then it makes this card more usable.
You also got to make sure you try to layer these correctly, because if you don't, you can get fucked.
Yeah.
You have to have them. So it should be they select and then you do the other ability, right?
That's the way you want it. Or you could just literally wait for it to resolve and then trigger the other one. Let the stack finish and then play the other ability.
Yeah. Next one.
Because the same instance will trigger.
Leslie.
Hey, look, the other 7 I was talking about.
Someone take this one.
Leslie's a 1-drop Cat 7 lackey job forward. When Leslie enters the field, you may discard a card. When you do so, choose one forward your opponent controls, return to the hand. If the discard card was a Cat 7, draw a card. Also draw a card, I guess.
So I think Leslie's actually not super bad. I put minimum a 2 to a 3. Only because he says pay 2, bounce it, any card, any forward.
He's 3-drop. He's just 3-drop bounce, dude. Like, that's on curve with a lot of cards that say bounce, dude.
And
like,
if I discarded a 7, which I mean,
Blue goo.
You could, yeah.
Blue goo.
Or Kyrie. If you discard a 7, you just replace the card in hand. So it's essentially Andrea. So essentially, it's just a pay 1 cycle, bounce a dude.
Yep.
Which is even better.
I don't want this.
It's not terrible. I saw it at 2 because Cat 7 outside of those 3 cards. Let me look up just to make sure, but does have a lot going for it.
I don't think there are. I think underwater. You have wind, water,
you got Sapphire Weapon. You got a Water Aerith.
You got G-Diver. When G-Diver is put into the field, or from the field into the break zone, each player draws a card.
Here's the big one. There's 2 Leviathans that are Cat 7. And it just says discard a Cat 7.
It's a Hagen.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm gonna build my weapons deck.
Jesus Christ.
So
you can play 4-drop Aerith to pick up
just go ham.
category 7s. Yeah, I guess.
But yeah, no, I think it's cool.
I think his color kind of limits him.
I was gonna say that him being underwater. If he was like under Earth, this card I think would be busted. Earth or fire is gonna be insane.
I honestly think if he was part of any other color, but water.
Lightning? Nope. Yep, I agree. There's more lightning in 7 because you just play a Turk's
Lightning just got a bunch of Turks and like Vincents and stuff for like lightning ice. Ice has Turks and Vincents. Fire and Earth are obvious. Wind just got like Yuffie and all the new package
Wind's
stuff.
Wind's got Yuffie and a bunch of the older Wind stuff, so.
Yeah, so like, you also have some old Aerith cards in there that are nice.
The worst symbol it could have had, the worst color it could have had was water.
And well, then thematically it would have a different skill or different effect if it was in the different colors.
Obviously. The other Leslie says break a bunch of dudes that don't match colors.
Yeah, so like it's I'm saying because colors don't really like do the same things. Yeah.
Here's the thing. I wish they would still create dual colors and just actually thought about how they make dual colors.
Yeah.
Because, like, honestly, this being a 2-drop Earth Water would be cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
Earth, water,
Or
5K.
like Earth, but instead even like water, any other color. Like here, you know what I actually want? I want more. I want to see them do like main color, odd color, like one color, one colorless, and then have cool things like how like Tara says, tap to do cool thing on a certain color for each color. If it was whatever you discarded for the other half of that cost. Is the other ability. So like if this said water says draw, earth says do XYZ, fire says ping something for 4, like something of that sort, I think that'd be a lot cooler.
Yep.
I want to see this game open up more than it already has.
It's already well. Actually, I personally, I could be wrong, but I do think this game is getting very narrow because of wool.
I think wool narrows it. I think if you take out wool, this game opens up so fucking much, and I think that's the biggest problem right now.
Yeah.
Is wool constricts the meta because of how big and strong it is.
Yeah.
It's such a big, strong man.
He's the bully that says all these cards like Venera and like all these other cards they can't exist.
I'm gonna call out Connor right now, but we were talking about over the weekend in a cab in Vegas. He kept saying that a bunch of decks just weren't playable because they had no immediate good outs to wool.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, that deck's irrelevant. I don't care about it. And we were talking about like mono wind. He was like, deck's irrelevant even with the new stuff. It can't easily deal with wool. We were talking about like Cat 10.
Actually,
Cat 10's irrelevant. Can't deal with wool.
I think off the top of my head, mono wind's best answer to wool. It's probably Typhon.
Yeah.
And then just play the numbers game and try to hit it into damage.
Yeah, but like that's not like a good game plan, right? That's why it's like he's like Cat 10 doesn't have a good game plan to really deal with wool. And like he was naming off all these things. I was like, I mean, like I get it, but like for me, it's just like I understand wool's a problem. Wool should be gone. That's whatever. I think your deck should have to be able to deal with everything else besides wool. Here's the thing. Wool's gonna be a problem regardless. If you're planning just for wool, you're gonna lose to everything else somebody brings in the meta. Then plan for the one wool deck.
That's how I'm feeling with that Rampare deck. Is like I'm trying to tune it so that way most of my matchups are great, and then like I'll deal with wool when I get to wool.
Here's the thing. If we go to the next event, all of us are playing non-wool style decks, and then we play 6 wools 6 rounds straight. That there's a problem with the game at that point. There's not a problem with us. Like, understandably, if we were wanting to go win, we deal with wool, obviously. Right? But on like a standpoint of principle, if we go to an event all playing non-wool style decks,
I thought we were gonna play Medine decks.
I mean, I'm down for all different colored Medine decks too.
We actually have to sit down and plan these things because here's the thing, right? Maybe I'll make a list. Just a side note. I do think it's funny for us to go in and we play like all Medine style decks and then like all Scion style deck. Like we just like pick an archetype, and if it can split into 3 different viable color strats, just play them.
Yeah,
it'll be real
That's
fun.
why I said we play Medine decks because I was gonna play.
I got the cool idea. We do when we do locals, somebody just always stays on the camera playing the Medine deck versus whatever they play during rounds. And then next week somebody else with a different colored Medine deck sits in the hot seat basically.
Oh God! Like I'd be up for it. Like,
or here's the thing: we'd have to choose a day that isn't one of our locals days, but we just play King of the Hill. And everybody just swings whatever they can at us playing their other different decks that aren't our Medine decks. And we see which Medine deck can stay up the longest.
I mean, that's fair.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, Fire Water is definitely the one I submit with. Well,
I'm definitely staying Earth Water.
Yeah.
I'm staying Water Lightning.
Yeah, because
I was going to play Scions.
Yep.
I get to play Scion package with Oracle Light. Like, why else would I want to do anything else, dude?
Honestly, the Fire Water,
here's the thing. You just got the biggest buff, too.
Yeah, dude. I have
play,
2 Insignias already, dude. We're ready.
I'm not gonna.
Chris has my 2 Oracles.
You could play Fire Water 10, because you have access to Brosta.
Oh, you could!
Because I can pitch Medine. I have access to the
and you get to play the Titus that picks up.
And
Titus, you get to play the Titus that picks up.
Uh-huh.
You get to play the expert search Titus and not feel bad about it.
Yep.
Yep.
It's not bad.
Yeah, I obviously dumb ideas, but we should continue the podcast.
Yeah. We'll talk about it at the end. We'll talk about it at the end.
Low Poet.
Low Bunny.
Backup.
I love this card.
Cat 14. When she enters the field, draw 2 cards, then put 1 card from hand to bottom of deck. That's not bad. And then pay 2, tap it, put it in the break zone, draw 2, and then put 1 card from hand to bottom of the deck. For 3 CP, honestly, I'm okay with this.
It's
better
so
than the 4
nice.
CP, than any 4 CP variant.
It's so nice.
It's just it's a weaker Merle Web because it doesn't have the EX burst, and to use it twice you have to pay. Here's the big thing: it's standard unit. I'm playing this in my Water Lightning Scions because of Graha Tia.
Yep.
Yeah, Graha loves this because you need a Cap 14 standard unit.
Yep.
This is one of my choices.
Yeah, like this card's so nice because it also just lets you like fix your hand and like put something away for later.
It lets you fix your hand
so
twice.
nice.
It's Graceful Charity twice.
Yeah, like it's.
I think the second time's a little hefty, but
I mean,
understandably, that's fine.
Discard 2, draw 2 is what it would be.
Yeah.
Which is still a cycle. It's probably not a better one, but it's still a cycle. Next one.
Oh man.
Alchemist, and not much to say. It's just a 3 CP backup. I
Free
think Mono
play.
Water,
It's a free play.
yeah, sorry, not 3 CP, 2 CP. I think Mono Water will like it just because they'll probably play the cheapest backup line possible.
Here, I think the 2 decks that like theirs the most is Mono Water and Mono Wind.
Yep.
Mono Water doesn't give a fuck about paying for this at all.
Yeah.
Like playing early game, whatever. I have a late game, sick.
Dude.
Yeah.
Special notice though, so like the Earth one is good in that deck only.
No one cares about Riku multicolor.
But it's so sick though.
It
what's
is.
up, Ben?
Wong's gonna fucking love it. I get it.
Yeah, he's gonna
next
run
one.
rampant, dude.
Yeah.
Rosa.
Yo, this card, not gonna lie, actually insane. In my opinion.
Yeah.
This is the sickest fucking art ever.
Does she have a full art? Oh, she does.
Yes.
Nice. 1 CP, 3K. White Mage, Category 4. The cost required to cast your Category 4 forwards can be paid with CP of any element. Very important. When a card named Cecil enters your field, draw a card. This effect will trigger only once per turn. For 4 CP, you can play this and the new Earth Cecil onto the board. Because the new Earth Cecil doesn't say pay an Earth, pay a Water, play Cecil. It just says that he costs an Earth and a Water to play him. So he essentially makes himself 2 CP.
Because they worded it terrible.
And because of that, you can just ditch any card you have in hand that isn't light or dark and play him on the field and draw a card back.
It's disgusting.
It's so dumb. I thought this card was going to be bad when it first came out, and I've seen people like testing with it. I'm just like, wow, this card's way better than I thought. It's one of those cards.
Because the fun fact is, before she dies, if you really wanted to, you could sack the other Cecil and play the water one. And
here's the bit. The only problem she has is she's a 3K.
Yeah.
She dies immediately to Brynhilder if you're smart enough. You don't let this sit on board at all. You get this thing gone. If you have the availability to, even if they only have her in hand, you don't let that sit on board. You get that thing gone.
Yeah.
Block
this thing
out of
is
there.
dangerous.
Yeah.
Thing's dangerous.
This is putting a bullet in the chamber, and Cecil's that bullet that they're gonna shoot at you.
Here's the thing. It doesn't have to be Cecil. It can be anything Cat 4.
Yeah.
It just, like, here's the thing. Rosa says, cool, I have an entire hand of Palanpor Meridia. I'll ditch everything Palanpor Meridia on board.
Yep.
Or tap whatever, play Rosa. Tap whatever, or pay, I guess it's pitch 1, play Cecil. Pop it to play, 5-drop Cecil to play. And then you pitch another card to play the other port. Go, Rosa, Cecil, draw a card. Or Cecil, pop, play Cecil, draw a card. Off Rosa. Play Porum off of whatever, play Palom, and then pitch 1 more to play Rydia. Have nothing in hand but go Rosa, Rydia, Palom, Porum, Cecil, and just be like, pass.
Just a fun thing.
Do you want to pay 3 and play your heck on me?
It's better to do it on their turn. You pop the Cecil, play the board. Or play part of the board. Because it's just more interaction on their turn that they have to deal with. And it's harder.
So, like, you could go Rosa, Cecil, Rydia, or Cecil, Rydia, pass. On their turn, pop, play Porum, blank their dude.
Yeah.
So they can't do cool things.
And then
on
you draw
your turn
another card. And then you draw another card. So you
Yep.
draw one on your turn, and then you draw another on their turn.
Yep.
Yep.
You're just
It's a
like,
lot
haha,
better.
loser.
Here's the thing. This card, I think this card's a 3. I think a 1-drop forward is gonna. I think what makes it better is everything else. I think the problem we're gonna have is that Cecil's a fucking 2-drop. I think that's the biggest issue this is gonna have. But like,
Because
I don't
of how
know why.
Yeah.
The only reason Brynhilder's not getting played right now is strictly because of Cecil, or because of Warrior Light. There's a lot of really good 5-drop or less cards, or 5K or less cards now. And I think we might start seeing more Brynhilder and fire decks. Along with just having more fire decks, because I think we're going to see a lot more fire colored decks.
Oh, especially because if it exists, Magisa's
Dude,
gonna run wild. She
well,
loves
yeah.
that card.
I hope
This-
Ace makes his stand up.
I'm hoping this Rosa won't become as much of a problem, because the other Rosa I think is also still better. But this one lets you do some nutty ass shit.
There's so I've been like
your
working
turn
through this
two.
because somebody had, when I put out a field to see what people wanted to watch, somebody had mentioned like a Cecil Rydia control deck. So this Rosa is probably going to get put in it, but like there's also the EX Burst Rosa that says on EX Burst search for a Cecil, or the Rosa that says, oh, did you on play, or no, not on play, just static discard draw, or the one that says when she
Ready or
enters the
do.
field, if Cecil exists, draw a card, or the one that readies and gives something 1k depending on
Yeah,
which
the
one
one
you
that
choose.
the one that the wool players use.
Yeah,
It's nuts.
there's so many good variants of Rosa. It's actually interesting to see how people like which one people what's the flavor
She's
of
one
the
of the
week for
OG,
Rosa.
she's one of the OG waifus, dude.
Yeah.
Her and like a couple other ones like have to be done, like Tifa and Aerith. Like there's a pyramid, and Rosa is in that top echelon of being a pyramid just because like nostalgia. So like there's always going to be a good Rosa. There's always going to be a good Cecil just because Cecil is like was one
This
of those.
fuller, also this fuller looks real sick.
Looks really clean, yeah.
Next one, Waka, garbage. 7-drop, 9k, Pictologica, category 10. The cost required to cast Waka is reduced by 1 for each backup you control, so 2 at most, or at less. When Waka attacks, choose a backup you control, put in the break zone. When you do, choose a forward, deal 8k damage. This Waka's garbage.
Yeah.
The amount of Wakas that we have, I'd rather play the Anthem Waka over this.
Here's the thing: the EX Burst one's just nuts. It gives you cards.
I mean,
Or here's the thing:
the Blitz,
you know, I'd rather.
real
I mean,
counter
I
was
play
so
the
good,
forward
too.
one.
The real counter?
I would rather play the forward one.
The reeling
Counters,
counters.
flop things, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just better because it blanks and breaks, which is nice.
Yeah, like
Yeah, this card's garbage. On to Light. Shinryu, James.
actually, one second. I wanna. Sorry, you read Shinryu. I have something I want to look up real quick.
Sure.
I got it. I haven't read a card in bed.
Go ahead.
We have a 5-drop Shinryu, forward, dragon, DFF. If your opponent controls 3 or more forwards more than you, the cost required to cast Shinryu is reduced by 3. Brave. When Shinryu enters the field, you may search for 1 card, add it to your hand. Tidal Wave, pay 6, ditch a copy of it, break all forwards your opponent controls. You can only use this during your turn, and it's a 9k.
2.
It's cool. It's cool. Why isn't it like Kefka? Why isn't
Just a
it
full
like,
free play?
like my? Why isn't it like my Earth Drop Kefka?
He'd be a 3 if he was a full, or actually he'd be like a 4 at that point.
Yeah.
I don't like that. 1, he's a light card, so he does just clog your hand. 2, him costing less is nice, but it requires 3 or more forwards on the opponent's
Never
hand,
mind.
which is kind of doable at this point, but like it's still annoying. The Brave is nice, and him searching for any card is cool, but he's not an EX Burst, so I'd almost all want to play Thornton because I get a backup to stabilize, and then Tidal Wave is too expensive in my opinion. That's 8 CP. Essentially.
My point still stands. Why isn't it like Kefka?
Yeah.
Kefka exists, and he's a legend, and he's an Earth. Why is this one not like Kefka?
And
Like,
Kefka
I wouldn't
might
care
not have a cool
if this
ETB,
is-
but Kefka leaving the field going to break zone is really nice.
Yeah, it's like it's a legend for a reason. It should be powerful.
Yep.
This does not feel powerful.
Yep.
This feels like I find a card.
Yep.
Cool. Doesn't do anything else. Kefka does more. He's a 9k body like this guy. He says if I die, I play a summon for free, and he also has Brave. Like, what's going on here? What's going on, Square? Are you having troubles of thinking like how cards should be actually power crept? Because Kefka's not even getting played right now.
No, honestly, I think Kefka's a one of in any deck that can with the
The
current
other
meta
shit
that
is
can
just
officially
better.
use him.
Yeah, No, I agree. I think the other
The
Shinryu
other
is
one's already a board
by
wipe,
God
and it
better.
nets you way more value in the long run than this one sitting on board.
And that's as a real 5 cost.
Yeah.
This thing as a 2 cost barely gets you anywhere.
Yep.
I played one copy of this and the
next
other
one?
Shinryu.
Here's the thing. Actually, if this was when it enters and when it leaves, search for a card, I think it'd be better.
Sure.
For 2 CP, yeah, that's fine.
Otherwise, no.
It's a light card. It's
Next
like
card. Oh, this has a full art too. Materia.
gross.
I'm not gonna lie. I think Materia's
I love this
Regis are
card.
really cool, and I do because of these cards. I do want to see more decks that are based around kicker costs with crystals or like crystal cost.
Everything's a kicker cost.
Or horseshoe or horsemanship. There we go.
Horsemanship.
1 CP Materia light backup. You can play 2 or more light characters onto the field. When Materia enters the field, gain a crystal. That's pretty cool. And then pay 1, pay a crystal, tap, reveal top 4 cards of your deck, add a forward among them to your hand, return the others to the bottom of your deck in any order. You can use this ability once per turn. That's really nuts, actually. And then pay 2, tap, gain a crystal.
Here's the thing. I think this card makes, I think, crystals viable by itself.
This card makes Glaciella decks more consistent.
Way more consistent.
This makes any crystal deck just way more consistent. It's a pay 2 searcher card.
Yep.
It says pay 2 search.
And then on turns that you're not going to do much, you've already done your turn, and you have 2 CP standing up, you're just like, all right, at the end of the opponent's turn, because I didn't respond to anything, I'm just going to pay 2, tap this, I'm going to go ahead and gain a crystal so that way I can start my turns. Oh, did I have Sarah Mobius on board? Cool. I'll reveal. Is it a backup? Yes? All right, add it to my hand. My turn, draw 2, cool.
Yep.
Like, there's so many plays that this material, plus the Spiritus that we'll get to,
And
like, help make those decks consistent.
so, unfortunately, she's still not searchable besides Shinryu or like Thornton, whatever. But her being a 1 cost is nice because it's harder to target.
I mean, Shinryu searches her.
I just said that.
Oh. I thought you said Thornton. I didn't hear the
And
first one.
Shinryu.
He said Shinryu.
She's a 1 cost, which is really nice. And just like the flat ability, I think even with just the crystal she gives you, the fact that next turn you can just go pay 1, tap her essentially, and top 4 for forward is really nice. Heidegger says pay 1, break him to do the same thing for top 5, and she does it, and she can reuse herself. I think she's a solid 3. She has the potential for a 4, but because she's light and she's not easily searchable, it's a little bit of a downgrade in my opinion.
I think a 1-drop top 4 search is like a 4 to me.
Yeah, we have to see it go into practice.
Yeah.
I'll give it a 3 for now.
I'm gonna try and play the fuck out of this card.
Yeah. I'll see it. I'll give it a 3 for now. If it starts like running rampant because more crystal decks show up, like if we start seeing more Glaciella decks start popping up just because Glaciella is like nuts already by herself, like you could play. I'm seeing like Earth, like water wind decks like with Sid, FFBE, and all this like free play stuff, and you're just playing Glaciella, Sid, FFBE, and you start like just either getting rid of their board and then pinging them for damage with Sid. It's
or
just, like,
Gargus?
Or Gargus. Like, we could see some change. Like, that's a deck that could be up and coming. That could, honestly, I could see a Glaciella deck playing into a Wool deck and just, like, beating the hell out of Wool somehow. Just because, like, you're using action abilities instead of using, like, auto abilities. So, like,
well, it helps more,
Ahmad.
too, that the more characters you have, the harder you like 5 characters and you're killing a Wool every time. Be 3 backups and 2 forwards, or 4 backups and a Glaciella. Like at that point,
telling their Wool is a 2K with Gargus on the board, and then every time they try to touch it, you're like, no, stop. You're not getting rid of this Gargus that easily. You're just like, all right, cool.
Well, the funniest thing is if you're playing under FFTCG,
disgusting.
You play Luca, and Gargus is a 6K, so Wool can't even snipe him initially. He has to respawn to snipe again.
Disgusting.
What?
Water Earth is probably going to be your best choice. You get to play Daisy from 18. That says if a forward you control other than Daisy is dealt damage, the damage is dealt to Daisy instead. For a single crystal, she becomes a 37k.
Yeah,
that's disgusting. I've never read Daisy because I thought she was just bad.
Do you think you could play an Earth, Wind, Water FFE
I think
deck?
you need the wind
easily. Here's the thing: if you wanted to, I think Sid FBE is a reason to play Wind. I'm not gonna bullshit around that. 10k and deal a point of damage for killing something is really fucking disgusting. But the only other cool Wind you want to play is Dario Horn.
Dude, Dario's sick.
Dario's cool.
Dario's so hard to get rid of. Like, I've played so many games where I see Dario and it's like,
you know
my
what
opponent
card
can't
is
get rid
really
of them.
good in FFBE with a special ability under Earth? 2 cards, technically.
Durando.
Rando?
And Durando.
Durando is so sick, dude.
Kitone?
Yep.
And Durando says whenever he deals, pick up a forward and a backup.
Yeah. Like, okay, dude.
Like,
oh, are you gonna
yeah.
deal with my Durando? Just kidding. He's 17k now. Like,
yeah.
or 14k, whatever
Yeah.
it is.
A Kitone pay 2 and a crystal to deal 8k to something's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Daisy to protect your dudes is nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Next one.
You get Montleonis to protect you from damage.
Spiritus.
Mm-hmm.
Who wants this one?
I can do it.
We're about to talk about it, but I think the dark one is much better all around for what it can play.
Yeah. So we've got a 1-drop Spiritus, sick. Backup God, DFF. You can play 2 or more dark characters onto the field. When Spiritus enters the field, gain a crystal. At the end of each of your turns, if you have paid 2 or more crystals this turn, gain a crystal. Pay a crystal, tap, choose one forward. It gains 5,000 power until the end of the turn. That's really cool. Like, I really like the Spiritus. It helps retain your board in like certain aspects where like your opponent just has that, like, they're like, yes, I got to that threshold. Now I'm killing this thing. And then you in respawn, you pay a crystal, tap him. You're like, no, you have 5k more to deal with. Can you deal with it?
Do you know what dark card you're going to want to play with this?
There is
Snake Lady.
Venera.
Oh, yeah,
Venera's nuts.
Well,
Venera's
so
nuts.
hear me out, okay? Because I think this is funny if you can get it set up. If you play under primarily Lightning Water and you play Glacelia and O, and you sit there O specialing and gaining the crystals back, you always net 1 extra crystal every turn off of Spiritus.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so
Ooh.
gross.
No, it's not. It's
As long as you can pay for it.
yeah. You got to make sure it's consistent, but you literally would just sit there.
As long as you can pay the 2, you're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which with Glacelia you can, because you just go pop a crystal, trigger O, break a dude, gain the crystal back.
No,
O,
you
do
still
it
have
again.
to pay the color.
Yeah, you still have to pay the color cost.
You still have to pay
does O have
lightning
a color
colorless. Yeah, it's lightning
that's fine.
colorless.
Yeah.
So pay 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not terrible. No,
No.
it's
fine.
just it's pitch a lightning, do the cool thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
And
I still think
Veneer
Materia
on
is
board.
better, in my opinion. I do think the 5k
I think by
bump
herself
is nice.
she's a much better.
Yeah, I do think the 5k bump is nice, but Spiritus really requires you to be like using crystals to fully get his value.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Materia just searches for forwards for you, so there's no lack of defense or offensive pressure in the game.
I think Materia by herself is much better, but I think Spiritus gets to play Snake Lady, and I think that's disgusting.
It is funny. Next one. Xenos. Oh, I think this card
Xenos.
is actually really cool.
This card blows.
Hold on. We'll talk.
This card sucks.
4 CP 9k Reaper.
This card is.
Cat 14. Forward. When you can cast Xenos from your break zone. When he enters the field from the break zone, at the end of the turn, remove him from the game. Fine. When Xenos enters the field, choose a forward of 3 or less, break it. When it's put from the field into the break zone this turn, select one of the 2 following actions. Your opponent discards a card, or Xenos gains haste until the end of turn.
This card sucks.
I think because he can come from break zone, it's actually really nuts. Because like if he dies, it's whatever. But the ability
This card will never be good.
The ability
This card will never be good in my eyes.
The ability to be like, surprise, I'll break one of your dudes, because this can break Iridia, break a Palom, break a Porom, and then make them discard on the process is really good. They're losing 2 things.
No, the reason I'm saying this card will never be good is because they zoomed in.
They did zoom in.
They zoomed in and ruined this card.
It did look better zoomed out. Also,
Yeah.
you can play this off of Chaos if it really matters.
I'm playing this in black ice.
Yeah, it makes the most sense.
Free target.
But yeah, I think he's cool. I think he's like a solid 3, middle at worst. And like
I like how he's generalized. He has 3 different generalized skills, so you can play him in multiple different decks, and he's still fine with what he does.
He straight breaks regardless.
He is a solid one of. It's the same way I feel about Titus. The Titus 4-drop. It's a solid one of in a deck because as long as you can play it once, it'll never go bad.
Yeah.
It never goes bad because playable from your hand is going to break or give haste. Playable from the discard pile is going to break or give haste.
You don't need a requirement to play him from the discard pile. You just play him from the discard pile. Like tap
Just
4
do it.
backups, play it.
Yeah.
And then if they get rid of it, like it's removed, oh no, that sucks. But like honestly, I don't think it hurts you that much out of 1 of.
No.
Next one.
Yeah.
Just kidding, that was it.
That's it. Aesthetian.
So I guess we can talk about like, James, did we want to talk about like our favorite cards from each color?
I said to go through and pick your favorite cards from each color.
Okay.
Yeah. So
who wants to go first?
let me pull up a notepad. Let's go through each color and then say what our favorite card is from that color.
Okay.
Fire.
Yeah, it'll make it easier.
So fire.
Yeah.
Is it our favorite card or favorite 3?
We can say 2 and then
I said 2.
2 and
Okay,
honorable
2's fine.
mention. One that you think is neat.
1 honorable mention. That way, if you want to make it one of the light or dark, you can.
Mm-hmm.
But if not, it could be anything else.
Mm-hmm.
So total, you'll end up with 13.
Okay.
Yeah.
Baker's dozen.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna start. My favorite 2 are the Demon.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, of course. And I'm gonna go with the Warrior of Light. 2-drop.
Okay. Noah, what are your 2 favorite fire cards?
Orin.
Okay.
And Tifa,
Captain.
actually.
Ooh, yeah, you
Hear
were
me-
playing that.
James, hear me out. I also I forgot this Vincent.
Did you make it
exists.
better?
There's a 5-drop, because if you play under Earth, fire, you get more access.
The backup breaking one?
Yeah. The 5-drop, or not 5-drop, the 2-drop backup Vincent that says on play 5k something, triggers Tifa. Hedgehog Pie, triggers Tifa. Because they're Cat 7 characters. It's actually really cool. Honorable mention to
It's
Hedgehog
funny.
Pie.
It is very funny.
Yeah.
You don't have to do your honorable mention now.
Yeah.
What? Oh, that's for
You
fire.
only get 1.
Oh, we only get 1?
Yeah.
Never mind. I thought it was
Only
for the
1
element.
honorable mention.
Okay.
Only 1
okay.
honorable mention.
Okay.
Yeah, at
I'll
the
save
end,
it.
you
My
do your
bad.
honorable
My
mention
bad.
for whatever you want.
My bad.
See, I'm in the track of I really like Zach. I think Zach is that unique card that's gonna be like he's gonna be cool, he's gonna do stuff, and then just because you could do some really cool memes with it and just like put out some really big stuff, the Ject is just so sick. Like just being able to either like play Broska out for free or playing like these other big dudes, even playing Demon for free. Like there's some nuts stuff you can do with it.
Magic Pot
It's
Jack.
just like it's so techy.
You want a meme? So I got this from Travis's set review. So shout outs to Travis and I think Eureka. I'm really bad. I'm sorry if I mispronounced it. They were talking about Magic Pot Jet, and he goes, what's really funny is if you Magic Pot Jet sack him to bring in the same jet, like another copy of that Ject, and Philia the board, and then pop the Ject, and then bring in Broska's Final Aeon. And you have 2 big beefy boys on the field.
Yeah. Like it's so cool.
That's like
Here's after we finish, I'll talk to you guys about this infinite that I need to find a way that ends. A way to do something with it. I found an infinite though.
Interesting. All right, cool.
Yeah.
So we're on ice now, right, Oliver?
Yeah, and I guess I can start this one, and we'll just accordion it
Sure.
at that point.
Try not to pick the same cards though.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to think.
So you could fuck people. You could fuck people.
Yeah.
Like if I said Reno and Rufus right now.
Yeah.
You're dead.
Fucking
You're
dick.
dead meat.
Fucking dick. I'm actually very fond of this Genesis. Actually, this Genesis is actually pretty neat. You can do some cool stuff with it. Like, it's not like the best card, but like I could see some people messing with it, just seeing to do some stuff with it. And then I'm on the fan of Juggler, dude. I think Juggler is like nuts just for a 2 CP backup. It's just like so nice.
Whatever.
Okay, no, it's your turn.
So I can pick like Celeste and Locke if I wanted to, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sets and Locke. I'm kidding.
If you really want to.
Wicked Mask and Rufus.
Damn, I was gonna pick Wicked Mask. Damn it.
Oh.
I guess I'll pick the other one.
Calbrina.
They're both really nutty.
They are really
Yeah.
good.
Mine's
played both of
Cabrina
them.
and Locke
Yeah.
for sure. We were testing with it because we were both playing Ice Ducks. They're both really cool.
Yeah. Imagine it was really funny. Like I know you were like, yeah, it's whatever, but like when you tried to Shiva off my one of my
and
dudes,
you played-
and I was like, oh cool, Wicked Mask, I'll pop your dude instead. Felt really
Or
nice.
when you played Luso on the board and said do cool ability, or no, what was it? You played Luso, but pinged off of your Zac.
Yeah, and then
I
you
went,
Calbrina.
cool, I'll Cabrana.
And
You have to
killed the
target my
Luso.
Cabrana, ping Cabrana to kill your Luso.
I was like, I lose. Done.
Okay.
Game over.
James, you're two, or you already chosen, right?
Cabrana Lock.
Okay. Wind.
Noah, you gonna go first?
No, it's you.
It's you.
We're going. We're accordion. We're accordion.
I'm in the middle.
I thought I went first the first one.
No. So it goes
we're going
you,
to-
me,
Oh,
Oliver,
okay.
Oliver, me, you, me, Oliver, Oliver, me, you.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Fat Chocobo, I think it's real cool. And honestly,
Don't say it.
but I wanted to say the goddess.
Oh, that's
I wasn't
fine.
gonna. I wasn't gonna
No,
say
that's fine.
Prompto.
That's fine.
I
No,
want to say
I'll
the
say that.
goddess. I really love the art, and I think this card's a nutty 7.
Okay.
But 100%, I'm
Noah?
going Fat Chocobo.
Okay. No.
Nash, first off, nuts fucking card.
Really cool.
And then my second option, honestly, is going to be Beldat. I like Mill, and I like the fact that she does that while she's warped.
Well, I figured you would have went Prompto.
Prompto is cool only because he's searchable and he's cheap as a win backup. But like honestly, other than that, like I don't really care too much on him.
I'm gonna go crazy here. I'm going Yuri. Because Yuri is fucking nuts in an FFCC deck.
I get it. I'm playing it. Don't worry.
Yeah. And then for spicy reasons, number 128, dude.
That's
that board,
right.
that
That thaumaturgic
oh my gosh,
form.
dude, it's so fucking dumb. And like, it's just so cool. Like these two cards are like just nutty with what they do. And then Earth, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, I have to say my boy Ignis, dude. Ignis is so sick. Noah was playing against it earlier. Ignis just started making combos go off. Like, it was just like, it was so dumb. And then, what else on Earth, like, drew my attention? I guess I could say Leo. Because Leo enables Yuri Chalinka to do cool things.
How dare you? How dare you?
Well, my two picks for this are going to be Cecil, hands down, obviously.
100%.
But to back up Cecil, honestly, I think the Noctis is a bit of a sleeper.
Okay.
Dang, I was gonna choose Noctis for other reasons though. So I'll go Ilfana because of obvious reasons. And honestly, I'm a big fan. I wanted to say you took Leo, which was very frustrating. That was my third pick. I'm honestly gonna go with the Finner. I think the Finner is really cool.
Yeah, no, it's a one drop.
Also, it's a sick ass full art.
It is
Yeah.
a really nice full art.
Okay. All right, Lightning James. You could probably cuck me here.
No, I'm not going to.
You guys are monsters.
I think Shadow Dragon's really cool. I like the art.
You're a bitch.
And then I'm gonna go with the Mira, so because I didn't get to say Leo.
You're double
Oh,
bitch.
the
Fuck
bitch,
you,
you're double
James.
Hey, I'm working on this deck right now. I'm working on this monster water deck.
Yeah. Man, James had to take my picks, so I guess I'm gonna go with the other obvious picks of Grahatia and Alice.
Oh, I thought he was gonna take my boy, dude.
You taking Estinian?
Yeah, dude, I'm taking Estinian all the way, man.
wasn't
Like,
taking
he's
it
the
from
reason
you.
why I'm building this fucking Scions deck, dude. The only reason. And
I'm
that's
so
good.
upset.
Mhm.
I'm looking at this now. They zoomed in on the common Estinian, but zoomed out on
Yep.
the fucking full art.
Yep.
Why
Yeah.
did not do that for the fucking Xenos?
Yeah.
I'm upset now.
And then for sleeper pick, the Ramza, dude. I think the Ramza's gonna be sick in Crystal decks if they're playing Lightning and they don't have a Ramza. Like,
I do think
it's
it's
gonna.
cool.
You might as well play that
You don't
Ramza.
have to pay a crystal. You just have to have one.
Yeah. Yeah, you just have one and he has that ability. If they rot to that ability, is you didn't do anything. You're just like, I didn't even use the crystal for anything. Let's go. I forced a Ratsu out with a Ramza. That's sick.
Hold on.
Mhm.
Okay. Yep.
And then for water, huh? Man,
What you doing? Is it me or is it you?
I know what I'm. It's
it's me.
Okay.
It's like
dang it, Noah.
there's two cards, but each of them I know each of you would want to talk about.
Just do it. It's
But
fine.
I've been harping on it. The Fiend, like, it's so gross.
That's fine. I'm not crying
like,
about that. Obviously.
Yeah, like
I'm
that
gonna
card
cry
is
about the
so
other card.
gross.
I have a bet on what Noah's are, so.
Yep.
I know. I think I know what it is, but like I also like this card. But I'll let him keep it. I'll let him keep it.
No. Take it. It's fine. I have other cards.
Take it. That's the fun of the thing.
Okay. I'll take the Yuna. I
Motherfucker.
think Yuna for. Yeah, I know. I was like, I'll take the Yuna for Spellbooks.
I know what the second card is.
Yeah. So I really want this Yuna to work with Spellbooks with Terra and just like start looping summons, just casting a summon and just saying their whole board just doesn't get to do things. Like, it'd be so sick.
Hey Noah, can I guess your first one?
Sure.
Rosa?
No.
Is
Dang.
it
your-
the Mist?
Is that your
Is it the Mist?
second one? Is that your
Mist?
second one?
Is it Mist?
Mist is not my first pick. No.
Okay.
Is he your second?
No.
I could have said
thought that was
unicorn
just
too.
I was, dude.
Owaka
Unicorn is such a
my
good
first
art.
pick.
Owaka's real neat.
Okay.
My second pick is actually Cecil.
Okay.
That's okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Because at worst, Cecil entering gives you one protection.
One crystal. Yeah.
Which is still good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mine is gonna be Blue Goo, obviously. I think the card's nutty binockers.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, only because I wish it was better. I'm going with the Leslie, because one thing, he has the drip, but I just wish it was better. But what?
You rate Supreme on his jacket.
Like, he just looks sick. I wish it was better, but that's a whatever thing.
Okay.
Notable mention. Who wants to go first? Noah, you have not gone first once, so you get to choose.
An honorable mention on every card in the set, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It can be any color.
Any color, anything. Yeah, I figured that was coming.
Yeah, Reeve is pretty sick. Top 4, grab a dude. Like, that's so good.
Top 3.
James, you haven't got second.
And you look, which is better.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going through again because I'm trying to figure out which one I would have chosen.
Yeah.
As my... Here's the thing. You guys also chose a couple of my, like, spicy picks.
Okay.
Noah took my big spicy, like, one I didn't think anybody else was going to take, which was the Noctis.
Oh, okay.
Noctis was going to be my one spicy.
Mm-hmm.
I think what I'm going with is the Mateus.
Oh, the Mateus. Okay.
The freeze all forwards or freeze all backups is nuts.
Yeah, that's so good, dude. For my spicy pick, it's actually not even gonna be a light or dark card, honestly. Like, I think they're just generally good, but it's not gonna be it. I think I'm going Unicorn. I think Unicorn will be played. It's a 2-drop summon that's just generically good. It does anything you want it.
6 is already splashing.
Yeah. Water in some way. Like, this card just gets extra value because of that, and even if you're just playing a water deck in some capacity, having either option is nice. Like, it's just nice.
Yep. That wraps it all up. Hope you guys enjoyed. I will put a supercut of basically all of this together and upload that as one video, just so, and we'll probably unlist the live streams after, just so it's easier for people to view. Otherwise, you guys got any final things you want to say?
Make sure to check out the links below for both our Patreon, our TCG Player, Facebook, YouTube, all of it. Subscribe, like, comment. Check out our cool shirts. Links down in that below as well.
Everything, guys.
Yeah. Sailor?